be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
I'm here because I have a passion for video games and playing Fortnite. I've been playing for a while now, so it's a big dream of mine. It means a lot to compete here, a lot of fun, a lot at stake, gonna go for the win. I would say our team's really close. We're a bunch of friends that got together, formed a team, so we have fun with each other. Individual, Agers is more of he's a quieter guy. He likes to sleep. Sizlucky, he's our captain, he's our leader. He leads the IGL role. A lot of strats to go down from him. And Nounzi, our last member, he's kind of our fragger. He's not the smartest, but he shoots everyone. Yeah, so I'm the sniper of the team, so I hit the headshot snipes, I get the frags in. We boot camped in London to prepare for the tournament. Our team boot camped in London with Fnatic. We played a lot of scrims there. Practice here for a bit too. A lot of scrims, a lot of VOD reviews down to practice. I would say that we are gonna watch out for Xset. We've played them before. Doesn't really go well. We usually get beat, but looking forward to fighting Dignitas. Some rivalry with our teammates with them. I usually just breathe, just act like it's not a tournament, just act like a normal scrim at home. I think it'll be Xset because out of every team we've played, they seem the strongest in scrims. My prediction of who will win will be Xset. We've played them a lot during scrims and we believe they're the best right now. To any of my fans out there, just thank you for supporting me. I hope I'll try and win it all for you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hey, what's up everyone? It's Bravo here at EWC, and I'm lucky to be catching up with Thomas and Fred from Heroic ahead of the EWC featuring Fortnite competition. Guys, first of all, great to have you with us here. Big weekend, a lot of money on the line, and really excited to jump into the competition. Before we get into it, the past few months of this competition has been really different, really new. I'd love to start with you, Fred. When you saw the announcement of these modes, did you guys just know that you were going to jump in and be competing in this right away?
Yeah, I love playing other modes than the normal builds.
Yeah.
I love zero builds when it came out, and just random new modes. I love grinding and playing that. So I instantly wanted to go to the LAN.
Cool. Thomas, what about you?
I mean, I kind of feel the same. I always like to play new stuff as well. Like when zero build came out as well, I was 100% one of the best in the world in zero build. We won every tournament. So yeah, I just knew this is something for me as well.
Cool. Yeah, it's no surprise, of course, to see both of you here, given your performance in the title so far and success. Let's talk about CTF. Is there things that you guys feel like are key to success? If we talk about CTF Chalet, kind of the first map and mode that you guys have been playing the longest time, are there things that are particular to CTF, Thomas, that have really, you've just seen in both scrims and at DreamHack that have been kind of key to teams winning that game?
I mean, I think the main thing in CTF is always timing and coordination.
Yeah.
So if you eliminate someone, you have to go for the take instead. So it's all timing and you just have to understand the game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've noticed in a lot, when we're watching scrims and when we're watching also DreamHack gameplay, there's teams that really seem to be kind of full aggro and just non-stop flying down either tunnel or flying down kind of through the snow caves. And there's other teams that maybe sit front Chalet, they wait a bit more. Have you found that, either for you guys or what you've seen, that the teams that maybe are a bit more patient at mid-map and wait have found success, or due to respawn times, the aggression can just kind of
It's kind of both, I think.
Yeah.
There's, Exit.
Yeah.
They play more of a slow game,
Sure.
more, smart game, you can say.
Yeah.
And there's a team like Exceed, where they have Peter, Okus, and Milks fighting, and then Quanti just lurking around and trying to get for Milks fighting, and then Quanti just lurking around and trying to get for look for flags, and both seem to work.
Would you say the same, Thomas?
Yeah, I would say it's different from teams to teams as well. If a team is playing passive, you can't just run it down. You need to find the right spot, how to play.
Is there anything else in CTF that you think is the most important thing to focus on? It feels like really bubble timing is kind of the magic.
Yeah, I think it's just communication.
Yeah.
It's the most important thing.
Cool. Yeah, Thomas, same for you?
Communication and timing on elims, 100%. Yeah.
Excellent. Talk to me about hardpoint, Thomas. Is there anything that is specific to that mode where you think is the most important thing that teams will be focusing on?
I mean, the most important thing is probably the start.
Yeah.
Because I feel the start on the point one, if you get a really good hold, I don't think you can retake it at all.
Yeah.
So a good start is really important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say knowing what to do on your retakes.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, if you give 60 points up for free for another team, then it's really, really hard to come back and get the win.
Especially if you look at Panther, that first hold, especially because it feels like if you get the early elims, it's such an annoying hill to get up into. It feels like you always are climbing to height, you're always going upstairs, and you can get a lot of time there. That transitions really well into, Mark and I have been spending a lot of time looking at which hills are a bit kind of, allow you more solid time in terms of the hard point, because they're more tucked away, maybe say the two tent hard points, or maybe kind of the back boardwalk with the car. Are there certain hard points that you guys have found are the time where you expect to really get solid time versus ones that are scrappier?
Yeah, I mean, on red team, that's the point 3 with the Lambo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you have very good spawns, and it's a very easy hold for red team. And then, point 2 probably for a blue team. Those two you expect to get at least 45 points.
Right. The newest of the modes, Keeper. A lot of questions to be asked about it just because it's coming in so new. We've only seen scrim gameplay. Talk to me about first impressions, things you're focusing on.
There's been a lot of campaigning on Keeper because the spawn seems to be very random or difficult to read at least. You can spawn 60 meters away from the objective and be faster, and then my teammate Thomas can spawn 120 meters away and just have to run for 20 seconds before he can even join the fight.
Yeah.
So keeping the objective can be kind of hard sometimes. But yeah, just gotta focus on finding the right holes and stuff.
Yeah, Thomas, talk to me about how scrims and practice has been for the game type.
I mean, I think we found like a good strat now in keepers, and we don't want to leak too much. So
Sure.
I think as soon as we found that, it went like so much better for us. So yeah.
Cool. Do you expect teams to be looking to kind of drop the key, get limbs around it, and kind of pick it back up when it makes sense, or looking for more hold-based stuff? What do you think, Fred?
I think the spawns are too, like the spawn time is too short and too random to like make sure that you keep the ball and like get a good hold without just keeping it and like making sure you get those points. And it's probably like too big of an event, so people have nerfs and stuff, so they're not gonna risk dropping the key and get like stuff like that, I think.
I'd love to kind of transition now into the qualification road at DreamHack for you guys, teams and players here. Walk me through what it was like at DreamHack, kind of expectations going into the event, the teams you faced, and then also kind of the final placing with the 4th seed here. Thomas, kind of what was DreamHack like for you guys?
I mean, we 100% went into expecting us to qualify for the LAN.
Yeah.
I think we even expected us maybe to even win. Like at that time, I think we were like one of the best teams, and I think we still are.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got 4th place, which was kind of decent. I'm just glad we qualified.
Especially with a prize pool like we have at EWC, I'm sure simply getting that done was the first step, and then months of practice, yeah. Were there any specific matches, Fred, that stick out to you, either that you guys played in or that you watched at DreamHack that kind of sit in your memory?
Yeah, it's probably just the exit match for the qualification spot.
Sure.
Because as Thomas said, we knew we were like going to qualify before, because we played 2 phase continues together only, and we won both. And then we went to DreamHack, and after groups, we just had one of the most unlucky seedings I've seen. Like all top 6 teams were all in the top of the bracket, and then we had to play against Exit, the top 2 or top 3 favorites for the qual spot, which was kind of like nerve-wracking. But yeah, we got it done. So.
Yeah.
We're happy about that.
Goes without saying, congrats on getting here. It feels like with both of your pedigree and Fortnite history, it's expected as well, but excited to see what you guys are gonna be able to do. In terms of players and teams here, are there any teams that you're expecting to either play particularly well or kind of maybe even above their seed? Exit, of course, jumps out, but are there any other teams that are on your radar?
Yeah, you said Exit.
Exit are in seed 8, I think, because they didn't call from Dallas.
Exactly, yeah.
And they're probably the favorites to win.
Yeah.
So they should, do better.
Certainly, yeah. Anyone else that you're keeping an eye on, Thomas, in terms of teams to watch, or even just within the top 8 that you're expecting to perform?
I mean,
well?
it's hard to say, but I think like the GG team, like the Russian team, I think they're really good, and I don't know how they're gonna perform on LAN though. Like it's completely different, but yeah, we will see.
I was going to say, it's another item that I think will be interesting, especially when we look at the seeds 8 through 16, where teams are going to have less LAN experience, less not only live event, but also live audience experience. Do you guys feel like it's going to be a factor here this weekend? It feels like with the amount of the prize pool, it feels like all of that coming together might be quite a factor.
Yeah, I think playing against the like home crowd, the most Middle East teams, it's going to be a bit like hard for the teams with less LAN experience, probably. Besides that, I think most teams are comfortable.
Thomas, anyone in terms of teams that you'd be most excited to go up against, or maybe even meet in the finals if you look at the weekend?
I mean, I think like the perfect final would probably be Exit. I think they're definitely like the best team right now.
I can't thank you guys enough for the time. So excited to see what you guys are able to do, how the games go, and just want to wish you the best of luck through the weekend. Thanks so much for sitting down and taking the time with us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Thank you.
new adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Participating in Esports World Cup is amazing. It's good to have an extra tournament per year. This is my 3rd time here, so I'm looking forward to it. So our roles are pretty dynamic, I would say. We switch around between 2 players a lot, but 2 players have same roles. So it really depends on what players are comfortable with and just on their play style. Tyson plays Juggernaut, Chicho plays Engineer, Yapko plays Marksman, and Tenny plays Assault. Playing against Thomas is going to be interesting. I always love competing against him. He's a really good player and I'm looking forward to it. Going from Battle Royale to this mode it's been pretty fun. It's something new to the game that just brings enjoyment to me when I play it. Our team hasn't practiced that much over the last few months because we're pretty much focusing on the FNCS, but since the last week, we've been playing every day. I think my predictions for the favorites are XSET. I think they've been the most prepared team over the last few months, and they showed it. To our Saudi fans, I would like for you to come to support us in the arena. 3, 2, 1, Falcons.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Hello everybody, quick shot here from EWC Central. Today we're kicking off the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite tournament here in Riyadh. So let's check out all the notable teams and what potential impact they'll have in the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Well, it is a big week for the Allez Bleu French teams and the Carmine Corps. They only have 2 teams competing here in Riyadh, and both of them are playing Fortnite and TFT. It is required for 2 top 8 finishes to be eligible for that club championship, meaning a lot of pressure on KC this weekend. Now, of course, Zeta Division is also looking for another top 8 finish. And after their semi-finals appearance in Overwatch 2 just a few weeks ago, if they manage to make top 8, they'll be eligible for that club championship. We're going to turn our attention to the overall standings. Team Falcons are still remaining relatively untouched at the top of the table, and another win here could take a huge step towards that title with a win in Fortnite. But the Gaming Gladiators, they are looking to catch up on points with Team Liquid. And finally, Fnatic is sitting just outside of my top 10 list with a total of 660 points. But it is important to note that they have teams competing across all 3 titles here at EWC, and they are expected to climb back up this ladder. If you want to keep up to date on the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game happening here this weekend, as well as podcast, interviews, conversations, mini games, why don't you join us at EWC Central? We're broadcasting from 3 until 7 every day, Thursday through Sunday, twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I've been Quickshot, and we'll see you for the next episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Hello and welcome to the Esports World Cup, where that trophy and the totem right behind me are what the next 4 days of competition are all about. Now, this isn't your typical Battle Royale event, because in this tournament, we've got 16 4-man squads going head-to-head across 3 game modes, and all for a prize pool of $1 million. My name is Barney Banks, and welcome to day 1 of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Now, this is all taking place in Boulevard City in Riyadh, the heart of Saudi Arabia. Now, which team will have the honor of placing their club's key onto the totem behind me? Well, today we're going to be kicking off the group stage, and that starts right now.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and I am so pumped to be here because over the next 4 days, we are going to determine who is walking away with the lion's share of $1 million prize pool. But I'm not alone here on the stage. You may have noticed our 2022 Esports Award Analyst of the Year, Jesco, and of course, the voice of Fortnite, Levin. Levin, you get to be an analyst this weekend. How are we feeling?
I'm excited. I'm really excited. It's a new, fresh competition, and I think the players have been excited, and their excitement, I feed off that energy.
Jesco, you've been out here in Riyadh for a bit. This is now your second show. How are we feeling about Fortnite?
I mean, these game modes, I am frothing at the mouth to get into them because I want to see how professionals play them. I don't want to see how I play them because they're going to be nowhere near as good as how some of these pros are going to jump into it.
Now, I've been in the STC arena, I've been in the Qiddiya arena, but I am pumped because this weekend we are in the Amazon arena, and this may be the sickest stage in Riyadh. Look at this thing.
I've really been in awe. Every time I've been in there just to have a quick little peek, it is intense. It's different for the Fortnite players as well, right? They're used to like a stage of 100 players on there with them. This time, 4v4, it's more intense, more personal.
And also, the screens curve at the top and the bottom. I'm not sure if these videos are giving you guys the real indication. So if you're in Riyadh, do come check it out. It's spectacular.
Not only do we have $1 million up for grabs, but we are playing an all-new format. And to catch you up, we've got an epic video. Check it out.
Get ready for the highly anticipated Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. The top 16 teams from the qualifiers are set to converge in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a live showdown from August 8th to August 11th, all vying for their share of a massive $1 million prize pool. Let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. The tournament kicks off with an intense group stage over the first 2 days featuring 20 matches. The 16 teams will be split into 4 groups of 4, battling it out in the double elimination bracket to determine the top 2 teams that will advance to the playoffs. But that's not all. In this completely new and thrilling 4v4 format, players take on specialized roles to contribute to their team's success across various game modes. In Capture the Flag, victory is achieved by securing more flags than the opposing team by bringing them to your base. Hardpoint challenges players to control a moving point on the map, accumulating points until reaching the limit. Meanwhile, in Keeper, the objective is to control the key for as long as possible to claim victory. Each mode demands team's coordination and skill, making every match an intense and strategic experience. The excitement intensifies as we head into the playoffs over the next 2 days, starting with the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams from the group stage will compete in a best-of-7 single elimination format. The winner of each match advances to the semi-finals the following day to face their opponents in the same format until there's 2 teams left that head into the grand finals, where the ultimate victor will be crowned champion, claiming the trophy and eternal glory. Additionally, the champion will have the opportunity to smash 3 of their rivals' keys and add them to their trophy. Mark your calendars and don't miss a moment of the action as your favorite teams go head-to-head in live competition on stage.
So as you can see, we've got a ton of games coming your way. And to break down some of the game modes, we brought in a very special guest, the coach of Fnatic, former pro player turned coach. How you doing, Gandhi?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Dude, we're pumped to have you here, and we're excited to see Fnatic because right now you guys are 14th in the club championship. A lot of eyes on your Fortnite team. Tell me, how did this team come together?
Well, the team formed just a bunch of friends that came together to play for the DreamHack Saudi qual. A lot of them played together in the past, and then they, after Dallas, they needed a coach, and I used to play with Sizlucky, and I used to coach Nounsy in the past, so I stepped in.
Had some relationships there. I like it working out for you. Let's talk a little bit about the team because you're playing CTF, and that's the first game mode I want to break down. I grew up. This was my bread and butter back in 2002. Some of these players weren't even born back then. So how is this game working right now in Fortnite?
Well, it's normal CTF. It's blue side, red side. You play both sides. It's first to 5. Well, win by 5, and very fast paced sometimes. Sometimes it slows down a bit, but it's 6 different classes we got, and sometimes it gets super hectic, and it's really fun. So.
Well, look, CTF was the original map released, right, of all of the different modes, so it's the map that the players have had the most time to practice, the one they've been playing the longest. Do you think that reflects in, like, your team strategies? Is that the one they're probably the most prepped for?
Yeah, our team is super confident on the OG CTF map. We played it a ton. We've always been good at it, so we're ready to play.
And of course, Jess, we're going to be seeing some hardpoint in this tournament. I know you're fired up for this one.
Oh, I love this game mode, and especially when you think about this being one of the key game modes for a lot of the teams who want to pew-pew, Gandhi specifically. I've been hearing from all the players, I've been DMing them incessantly, and I said, what's your favorite game mode? 90% of them say hardpoint. Why is that?
Well, it's super fast-paced. It's an aim game mode. You really have those like crazy moments where you can just go off, and it's just super fun. It's a lot different from what we have in normal Fortnite compared to Battle Royale. A lot more fast-paced action, so yeah.
A lot of hardpoint play will be coming our way, and I got to ask you on Fnatic, who's the star to watch? Who do I need to tell the observers to zone in on?
Oh, for sure. We got root for our boy Agers. He's our most experienced player. He's got a lot of talent. He's a great communicating, and he's a great teammate. So.
Love that call out. Final question here and final game mode we got to touch on is keeper, right? So this wasn't at DreamHack Dallas. It's our first time on land, and you can see the objective is that key, the same key that all of the teams are awarded coming into the tournament.
Of course, new mode, right? Are you guys feeling confident in it? Have you guys played it a bunch? And do you feel like maybe it's something you can catch teams out on since they maybe haven't had the most practice on it?
Yeah, our team is for sure overall the most practiced team. We had a boot camp last week in London, and before that too, we were just the team that played the most in NA. And on keeper especially, we feel super confident. It's a game mode that we've just kind of excelled in. We understand the concepts and the fundamentals, and we're able to execute well in game. So.
I'm excited to see you guys because if you're able to perform, if you break into the top 8, you're making some serious money. Look at this thing, 10,000 guaranteed. You made it this far. Get into the top 8, we're looking at $40,000. And of course, you'll be in the running for that 400K. But more importantly, Fnatic is one of the clubs that is in the running for a piece of the $20 million in the Championship Club Trophy. You guys going to get them some more points this week?
Oh, absolutely.
There it is. That is the Club Championship Trophy. This is Gandhi. And to tell you more about the Club Championships here at Esports World Cup, we've got an epic video for you. Check it out.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship Trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Awesome trophies there, and my favorite part is the key crush. As you look at the teams attending, we got 16 from all over the world. Is there any bad blood in this tournament?
I think you have to say so, yeah. A couple of rivalries within the Fortnite space. I think you look at Exceed, you look at Exet in particular. At the LAN in Dallas, oh my goodness, it was getting chirpy. We'll say that.
Things are getting spicy already. Let's take a look at our groups. As we mentioned, 16 teams broken into 4 different groups of 4. Only the top 2 from each group are going to be moving on, and we're using a classic double elimination bracket. Basically, you win 2, Jess, you're moving through. As we take a look here at Group A, the 11, I got to know, who are your favorites? Is it the #1 seed, Team Falcons?
It's not. It's not. Look, Falcons are going to be great. I think most people expect them to be, like you said, #1 seed, but Exet has been the standout team in the lead up to this event. You ask any player in the tournament right now, who is the favorite, they're going to tell you Exet.
As we take a look at this roster, you can see the boys feeling good. Jess, you got a player to watch on this squad?
I think the whole roster really has stood out. You and I have discussed a couple of the players for different reasons. I think I want to see what roles they're going to be playing because I heard there was some role switches happening with some teams. So I don't want to get things wrong here with you guys.
All right, let's jump into Group B and keep this moving here because we have 4 more teams ready to take the stage. And this one is led by Exceed, but Alula could be cheering on some of their favorite players here in Riyadh. And of course, you got to look out for Game and Gladiators. If you've been around the venue, Jess, this is a team with a ton of buzz coming out of Europe.
Yeah, I am not surprised that Gaming Gladiators will even just get out of this group and make top 3 for sure. This is one of EU's biggest hopes. KC fans are crying in chat right now at me, I'm sure, but EU has fielded some strong teams and this is #1 for me.
Yeah, and I think this group is great for them because it's some great practice. There's a lot of really good teams in that group for them to sort of test themselves against, but comfortable enough to where you'd say they make it through.
Right, yeah.
All right, that's Group B. Over in Group C, you got to look out for Carmine. It's not Carmine Corp Americans, right?
Carmine.
AKA KC, if you want to get it simple, going up against KS7. R8 Esports, of course, is in there in a tough matchup. And tell me about KC, though, first here. What do you know about this squad? What should we expect to see when they take the stage?
Well, it's interesting because we've seen so many different iterations of this squad, right? The team we saw them qualify with at Dallas was a bit different. They had Anna standing in for Swizzy because he couldn't make it. Now Veno's not there anymore, and now Swizzy's back in the team with Anna still. It's a whole jumble up of who's on the team, but I think they're going to be a really good squad here.
No matter which way you puzzle it up, it's still a good roster, and it's just full of stacked players. And KC fans out there, I'll let you know, Malibuka said he's really proud to be with the Org. So. He's
Love
excited.
that call out. And of course, Group D, this one. Is it Heroic? Is it W7M Esports from Latin America? Or will we see one of the Euro squads with Dig Big going on later on tonight, Levin?
I'm really looking forward to the Dig Big matchup, for sure. But I think when you look at this group, Heroic probably would claim themselves as the strongest in that one. You expect them to make it through, Jess.
Yeah, I think there's a big name, and you saw him at the start of that clip there, Thomas HD. He might be HD for you, but he's 4K for me as being one of the brightest stars here at the entire competition.
I think it's big opportunity here for Thomas to actually finally get that big championship, right? He's always come so close in Battle Royale competitions and even in some of the previous tournaments in this. If he can get a big win here online, I'd do him wonders.
Let's answer this question real quick for the audience. Who comes out from the Big Dig matchup?
Ooh.
Oh.
Dignitas?
I'm saying Dig. I'll go Dig on that one.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. We have all of the matches for day one ready to go. And of course, we have 2 different streams here. So check it all out on YouTube. We're opening up though on the main stream with Falcons versus Zeta Division. We got Exceed versus Power. And then at 1800, we are going to be sending our first team into the 18 playoffs.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. I know who I expect to be in that match 3, but of course, maybe there can be a little bit of upset.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We got Gandhi and Fnatic taking the stage at 1930, but in just a few moments, we have our first battle ready. Let's take a look at the matchup as Falcons face off against Zeta Division. This is going to be potentially a lopsided affair. Falcons dominant at Dallas. Zeta has been making some changes and putting in work, though, to represent the Japanese organization. Let's start, though, with Falcons. What can you tell me about the top dogs?
I mean, Falcons, DreamHack Dallas, they were the team that won, the first to sort of secure their spot for EWC here. And I mean, some big name players in the E region, a lot of expectations. They have Tayson, who's widely considered by many the GOAT of Fortnite, right? One of the greatest players to ever do it. And then a bunch of young but, hungry talent on that team as well that I think is really going to come out here and prove people wrong.
I truly think the stack just couldn't be higher for any of the teams. I mean, DreamHack Dallas, Tayson was the MVP. Chico had the kill count leader for his team over the entirety. So you've already got 2 players. And then you think of Yapko, he's technically the defending champion here in Riyadh. So, this is a stacked roster.
Fortnite may have the richest gamers of any community. I love it. Let's take a look at the Falcons roster. As you mentioned, Yapko already finding success here in Riyadh, but I heard you mention Teeny. What should I expect from this young man?
Well, Teeny in itself, he's a sensation, right? He's the only controller player can be in here, right? And that in itself has been something that's always getting talked about in the Fortnite scene, right? Controller players.
Is it a detriment?
I mean, you would think so, but he doesn't make it seem that way, right? Because he's incredibly successful with or without. So I think these guys, the interesting thing is all of them can step up at any given moment.
Let's go to Yapko. We caught him before the match. Awesome stuff. Let's take a look.
Welcome backstage at the Amazon stage, where I am joined by one of the Falcons players. I'm joined by Yapko, the reigning champ from Gamers 8, back on soil in Riyadh. How does it feel to be back here, man?
Pretty good. It's like, I don't feel any pressure coming in here as well as a winner. Like, it's just another tournament.
I love that. Not feeling the pressure. I mean, you're going to have, let's be honest, you're going to have fans in the crowd who are going to be screaming, "Let's go Falcons." Is that going to give you a little extra boost of confidence, do you think?
I don't know if I'm going to even hear it. Like, if I'm in a game and I'm like focused on it, I might not hear it. But it's probably going to add more comfortability, probably more pressure for other teams.
Ooh, more pressure for the other teams. I like that.
Yeah.
So who do you feel like is going to give you possibly the toughest time coming into this? You've got strong teams from Heroic, you've got XSET. Who do you think?
I think XSET mostly. But I don't know if they're going to play like the same as online because it's LAN now. So you never know.
Who
never
knows?
know how the best teams play.
I know, that is true. I think that you're obviously the marksman for your team as well. We've seen some of the VODs from DreamHack Dallas especially, like looking absolutely outstanding with it. Was that one of the easiest decisions the team had to make, putting you as marksman, or did you just say, that's what I want to do?
No, I think it's the easiest decision. I don't think anybody else would be playing sniper on my team.
I love that. Filled with confidence, Yapko. Best of luck in your matches today. Really hope you guys come out with a victory, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys later on.
Thank you.
If you've been following the Esports World Cup, you will know that the Falcons are currently on top of the leaderboard for the club championship. The largest prize pool of that $20 million would go to them if they keep finding success. But they got to start off hot against the Japanese org in Zeta Division. Let's talk a little bit about a team that struggled in Dallas, but now with the new game mode Keeper, they've been putting in some time and they're feeling more confident than ever. Walk me through this lineup.
I mean, just look at Mini Poyo on the left there. He's looking fun, but in the server, he's really, really hardcore. He's got some incredible gun skill. They came 23rd in Dallas, which out of like 30 plus teams is not the best placing, but in their own region in the APJ qualifiers, they demolished people, and Mini Poyo was the head of that. Kill leading 40% of the kills for his entire team at any one given time. That is how much he was able to put on the board.
I mean, you look at this team, you know, it is an absolute masterclass of just Asian Fortnite, right? An all-star roster of like the best Asian players we have. And as much as, yeah, they will be seen as underdogs, it didn't quite go well for them last time. I expect them to put up a fight, right? They are very talented players, and so we'll see what they can do on the stage.
Number 1 in APJ going up against number 1 at DreamHack Dallas. We want you to get your predictions in right now. Join us here on the desk and head on over to stcplay.gg. Who do you think takes the first best of 5 of the tournament? Give them a little edge here. What do you think here, Levin?
I know I just gave them some love and said they'll put up a fight, but I'm expecting a Falcons 3-0.
Falcons 3-0, Jess. We got about 45 seconds before this party starts. If Zeta is going to avoid a 3-0, is a hard point, is it capture the flag, or keeper that you think they have the best chance in?
They are very well practiced, so they say, so it's going to have to be the more dominating ones like Keeper, like CTF, for example, where they're going to have to make the difference, because hardpoint might not be their area.
Look, there will be opportunities for them. I expect them to keep it close. I think the big thing is when you hit that stage, right, for the first time, it's all about sort of like letting them nerves out and having a really good start. They could surprise Falcons there very easily if, you know, they can come out strong.
I love that call out. Our two teams are ready. We are ready. Chat, let us know. Are you ready to get the party started? This is the Esports World Cup, and it starts right now. Hello there and welcome into EWC featuring Fortnite. It's great to have you here with us. We are live from the Amazon Arena here in beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are delighted to be your host as well. My name is Adam Savage. This is my Habibi, my guy. It's Milosh.
It's a pleasure to be here, not just to be by your side, Adam, I gotta say, but we got a lot of Fortnite action, and not just the action itself, but the way and the quality of it. So the best players with the biggest pedigrees, but also the biggest up-and-comers playing with brand new modes, a different style of play in Fortnite.
That's right, you're spot on here. We've got 16 teams, we've got 64 players, all competing for a chunk of that $1 million prize, with $400,000 going to our top dogs. It's going to be an incredible competition, and you guys at home cannot wait to get things started too. And of course, Milosh, the trophy as well.
Absolutely, we're going to talk about that trophy as we go on with the week, but you know, if you win this entire tournament, you get to have your key, because each team has one. It'll be immortalized forever in the EWC totem and here in the center of the Riyadh Boulevard. And we'll talk about those keys as the week goes on, because they'll be crushed at the end of every elimination match. I'm really looking forward to that.
Me too. I love that they get crushed. That is amazing. It's brutal, but beautiful also. We know you guys cannot wait to meet the teams. We can't wait to meet them either, so let's get them on out here right now. First up, it's Heroic and Big. Heroic led by Thomas HD, one of the greatest marksmen of all time. The Heroic boys have their crosshairs firmly fixed on finals, and Big, the German giant, stomped into the final DreamHack Dallas spot, but can they claw their way up into first at EWC?
Next up, Dignitas and W7M. Loud, brash, and bursting with confidence, and that's just Canada. Dignitas want to dig deep. Now with W7M, could the LATAM team be the Brazilian battering ram? This can be the start of something special.
It certainly could. Next up, we have Carmine Corp and Fnatic. These mechanical megastars have shaken up their roster, but could this be the perfect recipe for domination? Then we have the 1-2 combo of boot camps and big surprises qualifying in Dallas to rep the legendary org. They'll be keen to put on quite a show.
Next up, R8 Esports and KS7. The season head on Bloomy shoulders leads the R8 charge, and they are ready to rumble. And for KS7, please expect the unexpected. Should they capitalize on their late addition to EWC, these underdogs can ruffle quite a few feathers.
XC to be greater than or superior to. Let's find out if Peterbot & Co. can fulfill that promise. And Gaming Gladiators dominating online qualifiers, Team GG are keen to continue their success. Will they rise? Will they fall? They'll certainly entertain.
Next up, Alola and Power. Local warriors who have held their own battling multiple regions. Can Alola succeed on home turf? Now with Alex and Worthy at the wheel, Team O's have the waypoint firmly fixed on reaching the latter stages of the competition, but are they charged up enough to make it happen?
Xset and Dragons, perhaps the team to watch. Cold and a clinical playstyle. Will they be edgy enough to compete for glory? And Dragons, the Argentinian juggernauts, have fire in their bellies and wind in their wings. Can they now become legends?
I see what they did there with the edge.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Beautiful writing. But if you've kept up with our numbers, this makes 14 teams. We still have 2 more to go. And those final 2 squads, they kick off Fortnite at Esports World Cup.
They certainly do. Milos, let's meet them indeed. It's Team Falcons and Zeta Division. Team Falcons, led by DreamHack Dallas MVP Tayson. Team Falcons are keen to continue exactly where they left off, dominating the qualifiers.
And their opponents, Zeta Division. Zaku and Co. will be eager to show how practice makes perfect. Working tirelessly on the new maps since winning APJ. Let's watch them at work.
Let's watch them indeed. This is exciting, right? You guys at home are waiting for this, so we too. So much to look forward to over the course of the next 4 days here, but who will go away as champions? We're gonna start things right here, right now. Milos, are you ready?
I'm ready, baby.
Then here we go. Let's do it.
Welcome everybody to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, and we have to kind of introduce ourselves. Firstly, we'd like to say thank you for welcoming us into your community. And who are us? Well, it's Onset and Bravo. We are here, Andy, and I think people don't realize how lucky they are to have you here, current esports award-winning current commentator of the year. Dude, you got to be excited about this.
You can cut it out. I am very, very excited. I couldn't agree more. I just feel really lucky here to be not only welcomed into the Fortnite community, but also the amount of talent that we have here, the prize pool that we have here at the EWC featuring Fortnite, and just legendary Fortnite players with unbelievable FNCS results, ranging from the results of Tayson already, what he's accomplished, not only of course, in the DreamHack qualifiers, but in all of FNCS play, all the way to some players who have a little bit less LAN experience or even less FNCS experience as well. We're very lucky to be here, of course, especially with our expertise in these modes. 4v4 is our bread and butter, has been for about 2 decades, so we can't wait to see these players. We've had a chance to talk to them. They're excited, and I would say there's equal amounts of excitement and questions to be asked about exactly how these game types are going to play this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that we're looking at as well, right? It's that almost feel of unpredictability. It's almost as if history has its place, but also we're about to make some new history as well. And even if you maybe look at previous results of teams and players and you're kind of matching up against players who have had huge results across the competitive Fortnite scene, that level of unpredictability, knowing there's new game modes, new things changing all the time here, and essentially quite a short time to prepare for this tournament. With $1 million on the line, you can pull off a miracle.
You really can. There's only been a few months of competition. For anyone who's maybe just picking up, just joining us here for the EWC featuring Fortnite, you haven't seen everything that's been going on with these exact game modes, where of course we're going to walk you through them, throughout the entire weekend. But it has been just really exciting to see that develop, and in our chances to talk to players, you know, there's a lot of players here, unsurprisingly, with a lot of zero build experience, right? That when I talked to players, of course, anyone who was playing zero build looked at this and they said, okay, I think this might be my stuff, right? This might be where I excel, and I think a lot of Fortnite players that are coming from FNCS backgrounds, that are coming from exclusively VR backgrounds, are thinking, you know, I want something new, I want something different. You've already heard that in some of the player interviews. They're excited to be able to jump into these modes. But as you said, there's a lot of questions to be asked. There's different strategies being employed, especially when you look at Keeper, the brand new game mode. A lot of players are getting used to those spawns. They're getting used to, do you rotate the key, do you not? It's going to be exciting to see all that play out this weekend.
It certainly is. And I mean, we talked about, kind of touched upon game types, game modes, and for people who are probably joining us and watching for the first time and thinking, hey, Fortnite at the Esports World Cup, this is exciting, right? A little bit of a twist on things. You heard it from the floor, from the studio. We've got CTF, we've got Hardpoint, and of course, like you mentioned, we have Keeper. Now, you mentioned quite rightly as well that our expertise is in the 4v4 game mode, and also that, you know, there's going to be some questions asked about strategy and how these teams are approaching things. And speaking of questions, we also asked you guys at home what you think is going to be happening in this series, and that's one-sided. Shout out the 1%. That's what I will say. Always shout out the 1%.
APJ coming in. Somehow they have a 1% representation. I think we've seen in our time 100% to 0 polls. I don't know if I've ever seen a 99 to 1 poll. So there are some believers in the Zeta division, but Mark, that tees us up perfectly to talk about the actual matchup that we have on screen. Anyone who's been paying attention to anything Fortnite or FNCS related over the past few years knows exactly what Team Falcons is bringing into this matchup. They are unsurprisingly not only your favorite for this series, but one of the favorites to go the distance here at the event weekend as well.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side of things, you look at Zeta Division, and even though they managed to qualify through from their region, it is somewhat of a David and Goliath matchup when you're looking at performances back at DreamHack Dallas, right? So you expect Falcons, and sure, the people at home, as they've indicated as well with that vote, look like it's going to be a Falcons win, but never count out anyone here at the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Now it looks like we're ready to get into our first game of the day here between Falcons and Zeta Division, and we've got a little bit of Chalet CTF to kick things off.
Yeah, the pros, of course, have called this old map CTF. This is the one they've been playing for months and months. This is, of course, the map that you would have seen at the DreamHack qualifiers, as well as the Face It online qualifiers as well. If you've been paying attention to anything here in the EWC Fortnite modes, you've been watching a lot of this, whether you're watching the VODs online, whether you're catching up on the latest scrims. This is what we've been seeing for quite some time. They're going to see some new map mode combinations coming in as well, but this is really the bread and butter of EWC featuring Fortnite, and we are officially underway here with our group stage.
Here we go then, everybody. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The players have been expecting to get out to a hot start here, and for Falcons fans, I'm sure they're expecting exactly the same thing. And an interesting opening strategy here. Usually a lot of it is based around utility and baiting that out for either team.
Ooh, look at Zeta playing this slow. Yeah, just a little bit of 3P baiting here in Tunnel from Yuma. We'll see if that pays off for them. Right now, look at the central presence here coming in from Falcons. Really going in with an opening, just trying to fly right at their opponent's window.
A couple of kills being picked up as well, so they clean out the balcony, and they should have access towards house, but that mid-map battle is still continuing here. Mini-Pro Piro managed to get one, and Tayton already has that flag moving, and this is a hot, quick start coming out of Falcons.
Really nice from Falcons. They get the 2 dead, they get the limbs that they need, and that flag's going to continue moving here. We'll see if he's able to bring it all the way back. We'll make sure that we keep an eye on that, as that flag now starting to wrap around the back.
Bubbles down, flag is in, and within moments, it feels like opening break, flag moving. We have Falcons on the board, and it looks like Falcons are certainly here to play. Now, can they defend the counter cap? That's something we've got to keep our eyes on, right? Even though you get that flag on the board, you've got to make sure that flag doesn't get pulled away as you extend and try and secure it back at your base. And it looks like they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. Yapko in mid-map at the moment, looking around the white truck, and it looks like they got the kills just to slow down any counter cap attempt.
And I gotta say, if you've been keeping up with the action, whether it's on Jacob's channel, the Aussie Antics coverage, if you watch the DreamHack qualifiers, that was a very non-traditional start there, right? That was very, very slow. Falcons just tear apart the slow start from Zeta. They go flood central, they get right into the flagpole, they pull that right away, and as you said, they brought that flag in with 53 seconds of play, already leading 1-0, 3:30 left in the round.
But now Falcons seem to just be fine for a little bit of mid-map control. You can see the Yapko's going to find one. Tayson doubling up with him as well, and that's some beautiful baiting and switching. Mini Piro here's got to be careful and make sure he doesn't extend to give away his life. Doesn't manage to do so, which is a good bit of news for him. However, over challenges as the bubble goes down, that will be his life falling. But this has just been a scrap for mid-map, and you've got to say Falcons have control for a number of reasons here. Not just the flag on the board, but traditionally, you would say it's the weaker side to attack on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, finally, a little bit of pressure here coming out from Coyote, is able to work with the squad to get out of their base for the first time in a while, but not a lot of time before this round wraps. And he's going to slowly start to make the tunnel push again, but Teeny wants to check that angle.
Trying to line up a couple of shots here, but Tierney is giving as good as he gets. Yapko playing very, very slow at the moment, and he's actually going to go for a cheeky little pull, and this is going to make everybody turn around. And even though two Falcons players have fallen inside of their base, this distraction from Yapko might create an opportunity and force them to turn around and make some plays. There's the body. Didn't quite manage to follow up on the kill himself, but now you can see that the wrap is coming in here from Yuma. They will get that return home, and this could be an opportunity for a cap to come in now from Zeta Division.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Chicho's going to fly in, get that right away. Zeta actually wrapping this. They get through the choke. It's a key angle. They should be able to bring this one home. Mini Pollo on the escort as well. They will cap in the end. What looked like it was going to be a Falcons wrap again in the end is still 1-1. We heard that Zeta Division had been working on each of these modes tirelessly since the qualifier, and just like that, they now find themselves here tied 1-1. 1:53 left on the clock.
What will Yapko then? He's going to get the first one onto Mini Piro. Now he's going to jump up to the balcony and try and push through the front of house. However, you can see mid-map being held down right now by Coyote. Great shots, good damage onto a second as well. But in the meantime, you can see that Tyson has that flag moving. So next set of kills is going to be vital as to what happens to that flag. And you can see Tyson already got that flag through Paul and back towards house. This could be a cap here for Falcons.
This is the angle. Can he get through this choke? He gets through the choke somehow, even though Zeta had the pressure. They got the elims they needed, and they start to push mid-map. However, off-screen, undoubtedly, as you saw in the mini-map, really good holding of the angle. Tyson will bring in what is the second flag. They lead 2-1. 1:13 left in the round now.
That's one of those little heartbreakers, right? You work so hard to get a flag on the board. You manage to tie the game up, and then almost with the next play, you find yourself in the same position you battle so hard to get out of. So Coyote now trying to buy a little bit of time for the rest of his team to push up and help him. Unfortunately, the teammates who were closest, they got taken down, and Falcons clean out their base. And now it's a move towards mid-map for them. And Tyson already pretty much 2/3 of the way up the map here, putting pressure onto the Zeta Division spawners.
Here comes the K push. This is the angle you expect him right now, getting all the elims they needed. You saw 3 in the feed. Actually, Tayson's going to wrap around back flag here to see if he can flank in. They're going to find the scoreboard spawners. Zagu, though, with a very nice job. You expect Chicho to finish that, but no, instead, it's really good defense coming in from Zagu.
Making sure it plays his life as well, and by doing so, buys enough time for teammates to get into position to help clean up the damage that he had started. So a really good job there from Zagu to make sure that he was not giving away his life, not giving away a cheeky opportunity for that flag to start scarpering away from his base, and now keeps that run going, and on the marksman here doing some big with
Zagu doing very well here. With 12 seconds left, though, as we know, no sudden death rule, so these will just be really elims for the scoreboard as that flag is not being ran back, and you'll know that this one will just time out. A little bit of extra kills being exchanged as we'll now have a round swap. Falcons leading 2-1, and I think based off of the poll results, Mark, when we were polling the audience, not a lot of people would have expected this narrow of a margin heading into our second round, but let's not forget, with the base swap and with Falcons scoring twice from their side, you might expect them to take this round pretty easily.
Yeah, you would say they've just managed to, as you say, get into an advantageous position with the score, with a 2-1, playing from traditionally what is seen as the weaker side here on Chalet. So now that they're playing from red side, this is an opportunity for them to, well, I was going to say an opportunity for them to maybe feel a little bit more comfortable, but I want to focus on this opening strategy and what happens here, because let's take ourselves back to that first round, right? It was an instantaneous cap coming in from Falcons from their opening strategy.
Chicho takes a lot of nade damage in Central, however, is able to stay alive for a little bit now, and no one falling just yet off the opening. Kills exchange. Finally, Coyote falls to the hands of Teeny, and that'll be the first advantage as they try to make the push happen.
You're trying to control Paul. There's going to be a lot of focus for the teams to try and play around as almost as the pivot of the map. Teeny now trying to challenge and certainly buy some time. Creep in towards the window. Zagu's going to jump out and take a little bit of damage. He's going to stay alive here on the white truck, but he's trying for the ankle shots. He's trying to pick away at those toenails, but instead, it's going to be a rearranging of the hair follicles. Good shots coming in from Teeny.
Yeah, really nice job from Teeny. You know, comms are coming in as well to force the player just above the pickup truck, and now they're going to start to make their mid-map move as well. Chicho's going to exchange kills. Coyote picking up one as well.
He's doing such a good job at the moment of just controlling that pool area. And as we jump on board with him, now he can start to just put a little bit more pressure on, stepping up, but not too far away from his team to be able to back down and wait for that support to arrive. Chicho now looking to clean up the kill outside on the balcony, and you can see that Falcons just taking their time on this one, and I like this, right? You've got to get the numbers, you've got to get those limbs before you get that flag moving.
Zeta finally, nice job turtling, just holding and going front base. We know those are not easy kills to get when you have to wrap on your front base. They should be able to clean up this one on Tayson as well. Oh, Tayson says no, though, and somehow picks up 2 from a defensive position, and that will now start to run what looked like a great defensive maneuver coming in from Zeta, is shut down right away. Coyote needs to make the push. Yapko on the run.
Damage on that cross, though. You saw a little bit of damage. Yapko's trying to get around that corner, and even though the shields are going to be chipped away at, the shields are still intact. Yapko will be able to run this one home. Nobody in position, as Falcons will hold mid-map, and that is another flag now going in for Team Falcons. 3-1 with just over 3 minutes left in this round. Yapko with the dynamite in towards the tunnel as well, trying to help out his teammate Teeny, but Mini Piro, he's putting some good shots down, and that's going to be a double for him.
How about that play from Tayson? Just in a situation where he has no business getting the first kill, gets both kills on that tunnel side push, wins a battle that is not easy to do, and they're able to get the pull right away. Zeta Division was 4-stacked on the flag. Team Falcons absolutely take advantage of that. They collapse perfectly and follow it up with a perfect flag run, just 2:41 left.
Icho trying to use that bubble. The MP is going to take that out of commission for now, but look at Yapko cleaning out his base, and that's something I've got to commend from what I've seen from Falcons at the moment is their kind of knowledge of where players are and how many are alive, right? So many times we see them step into a position and only kind of creep up once they know they've got some eliminations to go alongside it. Falcons making sure that their map presence is dominant in around the mid-map, but this is the first time for quite some time we've actually seen some pressure coming in from Zeta. Now you're going to see a little bit of a challenge onto Tierney. Mini Piro wants to finish off this kill, but Tierney being a difficult kill, finally gets taken down, but has he bought enough time now for Falcons to respawn? As we see Chicho doing exactly that in front of him.
Yeah, I think he has. Bubble will go down as well. Worth mentioning here, we haven't seen... Oh, he gets absolutely picked here by Zagu. Zagu's going to continue holding forward as well. And as you said, stayed alive long enough, bought a little bit of time for Falcons, but been pretty impressed here. Right now, the Limbs have really been going the way of the side of Zeta over these past few. They've got about 6 of the last 10 kills. We'll see if they can continue this streak.
Another couple getting picked up as well, and now you've seen Yapko, a couple of players causing him problems. The bubble is down as well, which is going to allow the flag carrier to escape. But Tayson's escaping the gunfire at the moment, and he's just sent that flag home. You saw there was an opportunity there, but as we always say in any game mode, there's an FPS, you gotta hit your shots.
That's a hero play from Tayson. The flag is still being ran once again, though. It's a second pull. We'll see if Yapko can win this from the back of the base. If he is, Tayson and Yapko are going to fly tunnel side.
Yapko's going to be chasing down Mini Piro here. I think he has that flag still in his hands, and he does indeed, but it's going to be sent back home. And a couple of nervy moments there, Andy.
Yeah, really nervy moments. Teeny with a really big win mid-map to make sure he gets to the end, the caught up as well. Tayson does so well once again, just pick up a kill. That's not the first time. We've seen this in DreamHack qualifiers and in scrims as well. Tayson manages to spawn in his chalet, and he'll get into tunnel, and he'll cut that flag off and do the damage. And by the time, unsurprising to see not only our MVP at DreamHack Dallas, but of course one of the most legendary players to ever play the game. You could even say the greatest of all time to have flag cutoffs like that. 47 seconds left. Team Falcons up 3-1.
3-1 and looking like they just want to slow things down a little bit here. Offense is usually something you put as a secondary option when you're up by 3 flags, to 1 with a 2-flag advantage. Just got to prioritize making sure that your base is clear and that nobody's going to be progressing up the map. Falcons actually pressurizing the respawners here, and I think they know the job is done as long as they can maybe put this 4th flag in. Tayson is away with it. It's a clean run home, and from the kills that we were seeing being picked up, those are Limbs. They're happening the other side of the map altogether, so that's a clear run.
That is a clear run. Tayson says, why not? Let's throw another flag on the board here for even more statistical advantage in the end. This will be a victory lap here. 5 seconds to go in game number 1.
5 seconds to go, just ticking down now. It's a formality at this point, and I tell you what, the people at home, they know what they're voting for, as Falcons will win here. CTF on Chalet, 4-1.
You just tell it's business as usual for this side, right? Not even an exchange of fist pounds or really any emotion from their side. They know they're here for a reason. They're coming in with the #1 seed, and they've got business to attend to. This is just the group stage. That first game is going to be easily taken. Let's not forget, though, they were tied 1-1 as we take a look at some highlights in just a moment. 1-1 early on, however, 4-1 in the end, just showing that they were able to play really the full distance of both of those rounds very comfortably taken in the end.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you're looking at moments within games, regardless of what game it is or what stage of a series, there's always a couple that jump out to you. And if you're Zeta Division, you're coming into this first match, you're focused, you know that you're probably the underdog coming into the match, and you want to be able to at least keep it at a stalemate for quite some time to build some confidence into the game. But the way that Falcons came out of the gates, capping in under 60 seconds, that just kind of breaks you a little bit in between the ears to make you feel like maybe this is going to be a lot tougher than you'd prepared for.
It really does, especially as we look at some of the highlights from that game number 1. When we're looking at DreamHack results, when we're looking at scrims, these tend to be often fairly low scoring. So to be on the side of Zeta Division and within 53 seconds, see your flag already not just pulled, but already capped, really showed a fantastic opening coming in from Falcons. You know they had that early game strat ready. You saw a very slow start from Zeta, really just kind of trying to 3P their corners, playing a slow strat through tunnel and through cave side. Instead, Falcons triple stacks mid, and they send one player on the flag run. It just works out perfectly. And really from there, even though we saw a momentary stalemate, they never looked back thereafter.
It's very kind of, I would say, typical of what we've seen from Falcons a lot in their CTF gameplay. They like to get numbers and flood one side, right? Knowing that 3 guns is always better than 1 or 2. If they can isolate one side of the map and open up one of those lanes, they're not going to hold the angle. They're going to flood it. Like I say, play that death ball kind of play style where they all fly through to get those elims. And then if you get the flag moving back and you keep a couple of players alive, like we saw from Tated a few times there, the flag run is going to have that support. The player in front of him or supporting him on that flag run is always going to be able to do damage, and then it's just about holding the hand on the way back and getting that flag home.
It really is. We saw some also just late game, really nice composure. You saw, especially on what was the third flag, you saw from Tayson just really nice kind of 1v2s that he's pulling off, and it's of course not easy to do when you're talking about the kill times that you see in this mode, in zero build, just to be able to isolate the way that they do. And I think we saw moments of good teamwork coming in from Zeta there. I think not only the flag cap, but there were times where they should have really gotten pulls as well thereafter. But in the end, just shows the Falcons' experience, not just here in these game modes, but also in all of zero build as well as FNCS. It just pays off at the end.
Yeah, 100%, and I think you're quite right. It's experience, right? When you're looking at the way that Falcons are running those flags, in comparison to the good moments the Zeta Division had there, it felt like Zeta Division would get eliminations and start stacking up, but they never felt like they were designed in a way that was going to clear a path for the flag to start running. It was like, okay, we've got this, now what? Their kind of secondary thought was not quite in the same kind of progress when it came to moving that flag and getting it on the way home in comparison to Falcons. Falcons look like they had plan A, which is obviously play for one side, get those eliminations, clear a lane, and then we play off the back of that. And it's very difficult to play against that when you've got a team that's so in sync.
It really is. And one thing that's interesting too is we didn't see a ton of utility usage there from really either side. We saw very limited use of bubbles, which I think we're going to keep an eye on throughout the entire weekend, and also just all utility uses from Falcons as well. Sounds like we're getting ready to get into game number 2 in just a moment. We'll go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more EWC featuring Fortnite.
Ready, set, go.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, and the gentlemen on your screen are going to be feeling very good about what we just saw in that map number 1. Falcons versus Zeta Division is the match we have on our main stage right now, and after a Chalet CTF win of 4-1, you can probably understand why the vibes are probably pretty good.
Yeah, undoubtedly, especially what we just saw from the entire squad. I mean, across the board, just a dominant performance, the one you expect, not only coming off of their dominant run at DreamHack Dallas, but also just the pedigree of these players on your screen, especially led by that MVP, 5 times FNCS winner, and also first place at FNCS 2023 Europe. Tayson, the man who was holding it down with some pivotal battles to make that game easy for his squad as they pull it out. And also you saw Yapko starting to pop off as well with the marksman role, and I think we're going to be keeping a very close eye. It doesn't feel like, in terms of specific role and utility, that Falcons was challenged in that game. I think we saw one example where Chicho felt like he needed to pre-bubble on the kind of the battle with the flag as he was pushing in, trying to just like trap cave side. I think they're going to be tested in a lot more ways throughout the rest of their matches, not only in groups but throughout the bracket. We'll have to see if Zeta can bounce back. As that first match indicated, it will not be an easy series for them.
Well, as we get ready to get into map number 2, it's only right that we hear from a team who maybe are thinking about how they get back into this series a little bit. We caught up with Mini Piero just before this map got underway.
Joined by Mini Pio from Zeta Division, kind of preparing before he goes into his first big match. It's the opening match of the tournament, and it's against none other than the DreamHack Dallas winners, Falcons. So, Mini Pio, I want to say, first of all, your qualifier was incredible. You stomped, you 3-0'd basically everyone to be here at this competition. But like we've just said, you're up against the DreamHack Dallas winners. How's your confidence? Is it slightly rocked, or how are you feeling?
で予選大会はすごくうまくいきましたけれども、全チーム全相手をほとんど 3-0 で勝利できましたけれども、今回初戦の相手はDreamHack の優勝したファルコンスなんですけれども、このような強いチームと戦うのは自信がありますか？勝てると思いますか？それともちょっとなんか緊張してますか？
はい、ドリームハック1位で最強なのは正気の上なんですけど、いや緊張もあるし、勝てるかなっていうところもあるんですけど、精一杯の力出して勝っていきたいと思います。
So obviously, like Falcons are extremely good team. They won the DreamHack venture. We saw that. So there is a little bit of nervousness in us. Not gonna lie, but we're confident. We will do whatever we can. We want to win. We know we can win, and we'll just basically give our all on stage.
We think it's going to be an amazing opening match. Now, since you qualified, Keeper has been added into the roster of game modes that you're going to be playing. Has that been your main focus coming into this tournament because it's such a new game mode?
予選大会を突破してからキーパーという新しいゲームモードを追加されたんですけれども、この新しいモードを予選勝ってから焦点しました。フォーカスしましたか？
キーパーもそうですけど、他のやつももっと昔より強くなれるように練習したのもあるし、新しいゲームモードキーパーは結構難しいところもあるんですけど、それをしっかり練習して勝てるようにしてきました。
So yeah, we practiced a lot the new game mode, obviously, but we also didn't neglect the other modes. We practiced everything. However, I have to say Keeper is a pretty difficult game mode in our opinion, so we practice it a lot just to get as good as possible, as strong as possible in this, but also in other game modes.
First game is going to be a big test as well. So is there anything that you would like to say to Falcons ahead of your first game?
初戦は結構難しい試合だと思うんですけれども、相手のファルコンスをメッセージ一言お願いします。
強いけど倒します。
You guys are strong, but we're gonna beat you.
Oh, I like that fighting talk. Well, best of luck, Mini Pio. Thank you so much for joining us in the pre-match interview, and best of luck in your matches. Back to you guys.
Best of luck, but we're going to beat you. We'll have to see if that comes true. They've got a lot of work to do here as they find themselves down 1-0 in the series. And now we get our first look at Hardpoint here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, Hardpoint, of course, going to be, once again, not surprisingly on Chalet. These players very comfortable on the old map here and very comfortable on Chalet itself, even opting for that in terms of the vetoes over your classic Hardpoint map in Panther. See who's out to get an early lead here. It's already Falcons with 31 on the board of the first batch.
This is uncontested at the start of this for Team Falcons. And we talk about these neutral hills, these neutral hard points being the ones where we usually see the game being decided when we get down to those final moments. And this P1 is being completely and utterly dominated here by Falcons. You can see all of Zeta at the moment just stuck in a respawn, having a flood as a 4, and Chicho's going to get so much information on where they're coming from.
4 stack here. Chicho just 3P and that and stays alive throughout the entirety of it. Already 55 seconds on the board here. Zeta trying to 4 stack. They cannot get into the hard point. It's a really great hold here early on coming in from Falcons. Finally, a few kills will go by the way of Zeta Division. However, still being held out. It's an early rotate coming in as well from Tayson and Teeny. They're going to hold on point 2 as well. This could be over absurdly fast.
This is getting a little bit out of hand. I mean, P1 is usually a hotly contested one, right? And now we're seeing Falcons not only with that, but also being in position to rotate for the next. Teeny inside of this hill for now. No shields, but still got that health to work with, playing behind the Jeep. And you can see the Coyote trying to use that bubble as an entry point for them. Will step into the hard point to contest and slow that time down. And finally, some kills start going their way. But you've got to deal with Teeny, and they cannot deal with him. Finally, he will be taken out. It's actually Tayson who has been a little bit of a nuisance in the back of the base.
Yeah, Yapko was helping on the doorway as well. Eventually, Yapko's taken down. Look at Mini Pio just taking 2 kills in the feed. Going to hold down. Nice work, though. Coming in from Tayson in the end, just rallies back to get that extra kill and keep things interesting here, but not before we have a 97-10 point lead for Team Falcons.
It looks like they have given this one up. They're rotating for that 3rd hard point, so it's pretty dominant. It's pretty much the only way I can kind of phrase it. Coming in from Falcons at the start of this game, 100 points already on the board. Now is the difficulty for them, though. They have to break. They don't have spawns for this P3 as well, so it's going to be a continual battle and a continual flood through the front for Falcons.
Yeah, Zeta finally some points on the board. Pre-bubble does come in for Chicho and Teeny. Very, very nice work coming in from Falcons. They make clinical SWAT team-esque work there. Pre-bubble to enter, and they do it perfectly, and now they are scoring it again.
And look at the speed at which they're trying to push out the lanes of the respawn as well. Even though Zeta Division are going to be spawning closest to this hard point, they can't even access it at the moment because Falcons are already pushed up on them, and now we're seeing the flood come in. The counter flood is here from Falcons. Yuma trying to do what he can. He's going to find 2 in the feed. Chicho trying to be a nuisance, and he will be that nuisance. He gets the final kill, and that'll be more time for Falcons.
That's a clean wipe. That's 4 dead. A little bit staggered, but really good timing here on the side of Falcons in terms of getting the kills the way they did. Zeta all in that push once again. That's not the first time we've seen it. They are not trying to take their lanes and slow down. They are just 4 stacking their pushes. So far, it has not paid off for them. 100-point lead still for Falcons on the board.
So Zeta Division with the spawns for that hill still weren't able to get the majority of that time. Now we move to one of those neutral hills, and Zeta Division will be rotating first for it. Now my question is, what can you make of this? They have full setup and presence on the map. All they have to focus on is the choke points. Can you get these limbs onto the Falcons players?
See what Teeny could do. Just trying to take an angle. Nice 2 kills coming for Zeta, though. Yapko answers back by walking in, uninvited, gets another one as well in the feed. Picks up 2, and this should be Falcons and more time on the board if they can get these last 2 kills on the car.
I mean, sometimes you think you've done everything right, and it's just a bit of individual brilliance from Yapko that just blows things apart. Yapko's still alive and still causing problems for the side of Zeta Division. Mini Piro manages to get in, though, and that will be a little bit of time at least going over to Zeta Division. However, pressure coming in from the front. That will be eliminated, and now you're going to see Yuma having to face up against 2 Falcon players coming off the respawn. Player in the window as well, which you spotted out for a little bit of chip damage, but not too much. Nothing you're going to worry about.
Got to be mentioned here, Falcons. Their lead slipping away just a little bit. There's been a nice 30-point rally coming in. 142-82, so Zeta Division not going down without a fight.
They have moved to that P5 as well, which is why you see Falcons get a little bit more time on the board. They will have the spawns a little bit closer to this P5 as well, and Teeny inside of that hill is just locking down this lane. And if you're playing a marksman right now and you're Teeny and you're looking across the map and you know that you've only got lanes in front of you, you're going to be feeling pretty good about picking up some elims.
Kills coming in once again. 2 kills coming in for Tayson and Teeny. Zagu will answer back with 1, however. Not going to be easy. Going to be pinched here undoubtedly by Chicho and Yapko. It's very, very nice work from them. Once again, just tag teaming there. The bubble will expire, though. It opens a door for Yuma to come in and get 2. Very, very nice timing on this push. This will be time for Zeta.
Yeah, really, really important there. Initially, the bubble work was fantastic coming in from the Falcon side, right? Using the in and out, the shifting of the body around the edges of the bubble to make sure that they weren't taking damage and got those elims, but it was the push through the middle and the clutch moment to clean up both players that gave them the opportunity to break. But has the break come too late as Falcons now move back to P1, and this was almost a perfect hill. This was a perfect hill.
I was going to say, they're going to be very, very comfortable here. We already saw them go by a significant lead, and you have to think with this much time on the clock, they could just get just shy of closing out the game on this hard point alone.
Tayson will go down, though. Zagu now trying to flood through that bubble. That's going to be another elim. So Zeta Division do actually manage to get 3 elims in a row here and clean out the hard point. Now they will have the information, you would imagine, with a little bit of scouting and a few angles being held of where the push is coming in from Falcons. If they can avoid the utility off the respawn, there's an opportunity for Zeta to maybe put a bit of pressure onto Falcons here.
Toyota with a very, very nice kill. Picks up another one as well. Yuma teams up. That should be 3 dead. We'll see where the 4th player is pushing in. Now it's going to be Chicho and Teeny trying to make something happen. That's going to be a very, very nice swing of points. And just like that, less than a 70-point game here.
This is a really, really good hold coming in, but Falcons off the respawn trying to flood through. Yuma has to play his life. and is managing to do so. Tayson's going to try and push out these kills while Team just sits inside of that hill. We have rotated around to that second hill once more now, so Falcons will have the spawns for this one. Falcons sat inside and around the hill, but in and around the pool, which is mid-map, you can still see Falcons have presence, and they're just not letting Zeta Division even get up the map at the moment.
Yeah, look at Yapko and Chicho don't even have action to fight, like you said. Such good mid-map control coming in from the side of Falcons that they're going to pick up more kills in the feed as well. Teeny going to just flank around the back of the base and try to continue holding this down. 224 on the board for Falcons. Now a 100-point lead once again.
Getting close to closing this one out as well. Zagu flies in once more, and you got to say 16 limbs for Zagu. He's been a player who certainly hasn't disappointed here for Zeta Division. He's trying to do all that he can. He's going to be playing in around the bubble. Again, the Dynamite's going to go down, but not connect with Yapko as he's got a bubble of his own, and now he's got some support coming in from his teammates. Chicho will pick up 2, but Yapko being the driving force of that push.
Worth noting here, 10 points until we move to the new point. So they will not close it out here, but they are getting dangerously close to finishing this round out. 238 on the board, and now moving to our next hard point.
Their division have spawns for this one. Falcons trying to push up. Yapko trying to clean up the damage onto Kyoto will do so. So now Mini Puro is going to have to stay alive in and around that hard point. But Yapko just deleted him from inside of that hill, and with only a few points required, the question is, do they have the time now as the bubble goes down to just hold off this push and close this out?
That will be it. Look at the bubble timing as well. That one really should close it out. It's a Hail Mary effort coming in last second.
Hail Mary might not be good enough. Yapko is taken out, and oh, Hail Mary might be good enough. Tayson now is the only player they really have to deal with here, and with Yuma picking up 2 and Kyoto working with him, Chicho has to clean up some damage, but I mean, it's last-second desperation plays here as they only need 1 point, Team Falcons, but Zeta Division don't want to let this one go.
They don't want to let it go, and now here comes a push. It should be Yapko jumping in. Yapko able to jump in last second, as you did see Zeta step out, and that will be game number 2. Once again, going to Falcons, and we got to say, same thing across their side of the stage. You would not have guessed, if you were only watching that camera angle alone, that they had just closed out a game that convincing.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. Overall, you would say, from Falcons, but Zeta just felt like they were growing into that towards the end. That P1 hill was a real deciding factor though, right? You cannot afford to have a P1 hill, which is one of the neutral ones in and around the mid-map, go so heavily to one side. You're just kind of playing catch-up, especially with the second one going towards the Falcon spawns as well.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the 2 advantages that they got, it was about a 50-plus point advantage off of the first center hill at number 1. The second time it went there as well, we saw another 50-point advantage, and that's really how we got to the 100-point advantage. It was actually all really won and lost on the central hill holds on the first hard point. Falcons clearly knowing exactly which chokes they needed to do, and you got to say, Zeta Division just not timing their pushes together. They needed to break those earlier, and they lost by quite a deficit because they just found themselves getting picked apart by Falcons. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game.
I mean, Zagu had some really good moments in that game, and so did Yuma on the side of Zeta Division. Certainly some good limbs being picked up, but a lot of the time something that stood out to me was not so much the holds, because the holds, when you look at hardpoint as a game mode, it's kind of the easiest thing to lock down as a team. You watch here, these are our chokes, this is where the push is going to come from, right? It's more the breaks. We always talk about the breaks and how the best teams in the world when it comes to these type of game modes across numerous different esports titles will wait for each other and make sure that when they push, they're pushing in a situation where they have every single player on their team alive on the map. Sometimes you have to do nothing before you can try and do something.
It really is the case, and we saw each time Falcons with their holds, especially as we talked about on that first hardpoint hold. Once we've got to be said though, Zeta Division with some really nice tunnel holds here on that hard point at number 4, and essentially just keeping the game respectable, but it felt like it was maybe a little bit too little too late as they let the game slip away.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. Yapko had some really big moments in and around mid-map, and one thing I love about the way that Yapko is playing this game mode at the moment is he takes space, right? He takes space away from the hard point. He takes space towards where the players are going to be pushing up the map. And if you're Zeta Division, maybe it catches you off guard a little bit. You've got all your focus on where we need to go to break this hard point. And before you know it, you're taking damage in and around mid-map from someone. That just slows your push down even more. That was a beautiful shot, by the way, coming in from Zagu.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. When you have a player like Yapko just doing exactly what he wants on the map, finally in that exchange, you saw him get taken down. But as you heard earlier in the pregame, kind of your defending champion, the winner of Gamers 8-0 build last year, and just coming in here and just putting on a show. It's not surprising to see a 2-0 lead here coming in for Falcons. Smiles on their side of the stage as well as we get ready for map number 3.
Now we get to play a little bit of Keeper, and this is a game mode which is going to test our teams and players most, we feel. This is the most recently introduced game type that we do have, the most recently introduced map as well, and I would say when you're looking at the nuances of 4v4 game modes, a game mode like Keeper tests so many facets of a team's teamwork in comparison to even the likes of a Hardpoint and a CTF.
And their mentals, right? Keep in mind, because this is the new game mode, we've seen them, we've seen in the Discord, right? There's been new updates to this game mode. We've been talking with players. Spawns have been changing a bit. Strategies have been changing a bit. Going to be keeping a very close eye on. Our team's looking for the cliff side. You see the right side of the map there, or the far side on your screen right now. Are they going to be holding cliffside, or are they going to be holding internally, closer to basement holds? We've seen teams doing kind of each of these yet, and because this is so new, we're going to see a lot of this figured out on the spot this weekend over the 4 days of competition of how these teams want to play these games.
Yeah, we're also going to see if anyone's got a couple of strategies that they've just held back for tournament
Close
play.
to the chest.
Yeah, maybe we won't see them today. But if they get to Saturday or Sunday, maybe that's where they'll go, oh, by the way, we can do this here. So we'll have to see if we're going to see some tricks coming out of these teams a little bit later on in the tournament. But when we talk about this game, when we talk about this series, it's Zeta Division who are the ones under pressure at the moment. Falcons up 2-0 as we do see that key down mid-map.
They get a spawn here, of course, on the closed side of the map. Respawn here rather than that central point. Tayson will, unsurprisingly, get the first one. It's very good sight line and kind of choke usage coming in from the side of Falcons. Yuma will break, though, so here comes the push.
Tayson now playing in and around the basement. Going to be rotating towards his teammates, but a little bit of damage is going to be done. And you have to say, one thing that's very, very intricate when it comes to this game type is even when you find yourself down a few numbers, the mobility you have in this game mode, even holding that key, you can milk a couple of extra points before you get taken down. But Zeta Division do manage to get the break, and now Zagu, he's got the key in hand.
Yeah, right now Falcons able to get 17 early ones on the board. They go for that early basement hold, which we'll talk about later after this action calms down, because Teeny and Yapko and Tayson work together for 3 dead. They steal the key right back. For those of you who are new, maybe didn't catch the intro, Keeper here, a brand new game mode to EWC featuring Fortnite. Very similar to Oddball from Halo, really a game of keep away. You want to hold this key. As you do, you're going to rack up time. And look at this hold here from Tayson. By the way, this is a very dangerous spot to hold, because if you die, you can really just kind of play it. It'll go down right at the out of environment boundary, and you can then defend that area pretty easily. Good shots once again from Tayson from distance as well. They will continue holding.
And not only is it difficult to push, look at the head glitch you're playing on if you're Tayson right now, right? You know where that key player is, you know where he's located, but the problem is you've got such a small target to deal with. And I love that Tayson, even with the key in his hand, is essentially flanking behind the push that's been organized by Zeta Division and just chipping away at shields. And if you've got someone who's holding an objective doing that, you know they're doing their work.
Yeah, they really are. Tayson started to rotate just a little bit towards the middle of the map, and then in the end, he's forced all the way back. He will get taken down as well. You will see a few players on Falcons fall. It's going to be Teeny that goes down. However, kills exchanged from both sides, because Chicho picks up 2 and will pick up the key as well. Already 3 kills on the board, and once again, we'll continue holding. Great work with Tayson there for that 2v1, and this is as soon as I saw this map when I was testing this game type, Mark, this is such an obnoxious spot to hold. Chicho gets punished for checking that angle, but really with those windows and that cliffside, that is where you're going to see a lot of teams looking to hold that key.
Very, very impressive run that from Chicho. You see Tayson now going to pick up that key, and this is the rotate coming in. However, before he does manage to move that key back towards the rest of his respawning teammates, Zeta Division do get the kills, but there's something to kind of just dissect a little bit here. When Zeta have had that key in their hand, they've not been able to establish any kind of dominant setup at the moment. It's been scrappy time. Although now finally they do get some kills, this is their opportunity to show us something different.
Awkward transitional hold, though. You could tell Zagu was just there for the bubble and then knew he needed to get out of dodge. They're kind of right around center map here, as you see. They're really probably going to try to get either back outside. Yeah, not surprising to see Zagu go back to Cliff here, because you really don't want to be holding towards that center part of the map. Finally, he takes a really nice creative route, and he's just going to hold Cliffside to see if they can get some time on the board right now. And they're right back in this game. It was 81-10 or so. And right now it's 81-51. The game is back within 30.
I was about to say, though, unfortunately for him, he knew the pressure was coming on. You can see he was trying to get the key into a position where it'd be difficult to pick up. Maybe the player just slides off and finds himself in a little bit of trouble. And the key stays active, but it's going to be a clean break thanks to the kills picked up by the man on your screen. 7 limbs to his name at the moment here, Tayson, as Falcons put themselves onto 96, 98 points. So they might be threatening to cross into the 3 figures. But as I say that, the break will come in momentarily, but the cleanup crew is here as Teeny now will look to put down more damage mid-map.
Tayson almost 1v2s on that doorway. You saw it there the last second. He almost picked up another one. He turns on him as well. Turns on Yuma around the corner. That's not going to feel good. Yapko picks up another one and another. Working together as 2 in the feed for him. Coyote eventually will finish him and will get the key, but you're starting to see some of the madness that Keeper brings, even when it looks like the kills on the feed are scoring up the right way. Rotate here coming in for Coyote, so instead of holding here on the cliffside, they're actually going to start to rally back, but they needed to know the pressure was coming. Zeta tried to pinch in the end, and Chicho just left alone, going to have to wait and try to bubble out of this fight. He's taken down as well, so as that key rotates back in, I wouldn't be surprised once again, Zagu to just hold this maybe in the tower, avoid going
back up towards the staircase, kind of on the spawn, because it's going to be a really difficult hold. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays towards the tower on the outside, but instead going to rotate right towards Falcons.
Looks like he got the call out that maybe that player was a little bit weaker than expected because, like you say, not sure about that one. That's a little bit of an overchow. Didn't really need to make that play. Could have waited for Falcons to push towards him. And now TNE is trying to do exactly that. But look at the flood coming in here from Zia, by the way. Chicho's going to find one on the side of Falcons, but the rest of the kill feed belongs to Zaya Division until Tayson steps in once more. He just seems to be in the right place at the right time. 14 Olymps to his name.
Tayson picks up 2, Chicho in the feed as well. Yeah, this key is in a really obnoxious spot. I'm kind of surprised that we're seeing it stay here this long, and Zeta's trying to get it out of here as well. Really, this was, I think, just a start of a rotate that came up the stairs when you're leaving the cliffside going back towards that spawn. A little bit of accidental damage coming in here. We'll see if that can get cleaned up. Just obnoxious on the tree stump. You love what you see there. And in the end, we'll go back, and it's going to be 130 to 95.
That in 95 as we close out here, round number 1, and we're going to reset the sides here. So we're going to have a little bit of flip of the spawns before we get into round number 2, excuse me. But Falcons, very strong start, and I think a lot of it was based around that one setup they had that felt that it was a 70, 80-point run in and around that rock formation you were talking about.
Yeah, if we're looking at the mini-map, just for anyone who's looked at a lot of the keeper mini-map here at Taverna, really you're thinking about that top right cliffside, which is where a lot of Team Falcons' time came from. Now, in the end, I think it's important to talk about how that key stayed, if you will, on the bottom right cliffside, just because it felt like a play of the key to just put it into a very dangerous area from Tayson. You saw him pick up the kills, and they moved it there. I was surprised to see Zeta not try to get... They're going for the tower hold again. I'm surprised to see them opting for this, because if you do lose it, it's just a little bit of carnage here. We'll see if they can hold here.
Yeah, it's almost that you're gifting the setup over to the other side, right? But, like you say, if you put yourself in a power position, like Zagu finds himself right now, that you can bait things out and you can do damage, but unfortunately for him, not too many misplays on his side. It was just Falcons eliminated the rest of Zaya before they made that play. So now you can see TNE, he's going to have to deal with it. Zaya going to go back for that key. They'll find 2 kills in the feed as well, which is going to give them a little bit of space to play with. But here's Tayson, and you know you've got to take him down, and the 2v1 will certainly do so. A much better start here from Zeta Division.
Let's see what Zeta holds here, because once again, they're kind of in this courtyard area. They're still right here by the red spawn. If they still hold tower, I think there's a lot, like they really want to hold this. You can tell this is something they've been working on. So far, it has given them a good lead in this game, 53-0. We'll see if they can continue holding.
Big fight mid-map here, and it's going to be Yapko who wins it. 20 Olymps to his name, and he's going to grab a little bit of objective time as well by collecting that key. Falcons are going to find 2, and oh my! Yapko having a little bit of fun out here.
See if they make the push here. They could just decide to push Minitoya up the stairs. Yapko finally does get taken down as 2 kills go into the feed for Zeta. See if they can continue holding here, maybe even a rotate of the key. Finally, the key will now sit down in this courtyard. 4 stacked is Zeta Division, as they need to be careful. Kills exchange 1 apiece.
Hey, that's a bit of communication that you'll pick up after a few games, and certainly after a situation like that. It's quite simple. I've got key. Everybody else push it out. So we see the bubble go down here as Chicho is going to be a little bit of a problem, as is Yapko in the kill feed. So looking at the score at the moment, you have to say that Zeta Division had the best of the start here, and this tower hold was good for them. Now it's time for Falcons to see if they can do something similar in response.
You can tell both teams prepared for this hold. Tayson actually very nice. Just dodges the grenades that are coming in, drops a courtyard to help out with these battles, and as a result, they get 2 dead very cleanly, and Tayson will rotate. I was going to ask, Mark, I was really surprised. I did not think we were going to see Falcons continue with that tower hold. It just doesn't look on paper or in scrim results like it's the strongest on the map, and I'm not surprised to see a rotate right away coming in from the side of Falcons. One, to not be holding tower, but secondly, to pull the tower hold away from Zeta, who seems comfortable.
Yeah, seem extremely comfortable as we head up to what we've described as Hagrid's Hut. Yep, I say we. It was all you. I'm going to give you all of the credit for that.
It does look like Hagrid's Hut.
It does, 100%. Yuma now. Trying to challenge Chicho. He's going to be popping up in this window in just a few moments' time. A little bit of chip damage, and now he's trying to 3P and see if the re-peek is going to come in. Of course it did, as Falcons will find 2. Looking at the score, though, Zeta Division still with that lead, although Falcons have the key away.
Yep. First round, of course, went to Falcons, playing best of 3 rounds here. We hadn't mentioned that yet. Zagu will fall on the feet. Chicho with 2 to his name. Minitoya trying to answer back and try to get to the front of Hagrid's Hut, but not always the easiest thing to do. Going to now flank around, wait for help.
Going to be a strong hold coming in here from Tayson and the rest of Falcons as well. You can see just putting it in a position where there's only a couple of lanes that Zeta Division can push from, and now they're going to try and double this push onto Koyoto through this bubble. However, Koyoto gets the kill, and now you're going to see him get 2. He's out of there. He's got the key. He's done the work. He's saying, everybody else, you know your jobs.
Yapko answers back, though, with a double of his own. We'll see if he can pick up another one. Koyoto just going to try to rotate around. Does not get around the corner last second. That means Chicho will continue scoring yet again. And now, look at this. Within 10 points this game. Has been a much tighter round number 2, Mark.
It certainly has, and it seems like Zeta Division, although the tower hold was good for them early on, this scrap time is really kind of putting pressure onto Falcons because they're picking that key up. They're kind of running into 2v1 scenarios, trying to isolate a couple of players. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. 2 players fly through once more. Yuma will get an elimination. Mini Bureau now on your screen, trying to hold down a few angles. The Zeta Division will tie things up here. It's 102 to 102.
Let's not forget, we're with 48 seconds left. This is their series life on the line here. They need to win this round to stay alive, and they will need to win everything thereafter as well. And it's a minor lead here. We'll see if they can hold 39 seconds on the clock.
Key is still in their hand as well. That score is only going one way now for Zeta Division. Keep your eyes on that kill feed, though. See where the elims are starting to pop in. Teeny will find one. Kyoto will answer back. Yapko there as well, and if Falcons can get these eliminations and get away, then maybe there's a chance. Yapko was trying to sneak away with that key in his hand, but wasn't able to do so. And now you're going to see Zeta Division surely close things out here with this key in their hands. The rotate's going to come in, even with Tayson getting 2. It's going to be mathematically impossible for Falcons to get back into this round. We are going to be tied up going into a deciding round number 3.
Wow, and finally some signs of life here coming in from Zeta in a big way, and a little bit of relief on their side, as you can tell. They will stay alive not just in this game, but in this series, and they answer back. They send Keeper to a round number 3. What a difference between those 2 rounds, Mark.
Yeah, it was a fascinating start to the round, right? It was the tower hold that you were so kind of focused on, understandably so, because it felt like that was plan A coming in for Zeta Division. And Falcons, even though they could see exactly what was happening in front of them, they just couldn't really formulate a way to break it initially. And then I almost feel like Falcons made a bit of a mistake by playing into the hands of Zeta Division by trying to perform that hold themselves, but they just didn't look quite as rehearsed.
2 kills go down for Zeta right away, however, answered back by Teeny, going to keep things close to make sure it's not too much time on the board yet. However, the 2 kills do allow for a Zeta Division early pull of the key.
Something to keep in note as well. Remember how new this game type is as well. Maybe it's the reps that Falcons don't have in comparison to Zeta Division. Zagu's out of there with that key, by the way, and it's going to be early time on the board once again from Zeta Division. Remember, they were 1 round to 0 down in this game. They tied it up 1-1, and they've got a little bit of time on the board here. Falcons, for the first time in the series, feel a little bit under pressure here.
Yeah, Tayson going to pull, probably go back to the staircase spawn if he can. Yes, indeed. He's going to rotate right all the way back, just get away, and really it's an art to be able to rotate the key away. Gets good damage on Yuma. In the end, though, will be 2v1. He's taken down. 26 points on the board early for Zeta.
I see your bubble. I meet you with an EMP. That gets rid of that very quickly. Yuma going to be challenging on Yapko as well, and that's going to be 2 coming in for him. A big play around mid-map is going to create space for that key carrier to rack up a little bit more time. Zeta Division, 41 points and rising for them at the moment, and this has been another strong start like we saw in that second round.
I like this rotate. Look, they're going to come right up the stairs here, still hanging around red spawn. They're just stacking together. They pick up 2 more as well. Yapko picks up 1 to make it a 3v3 momentarily on the map.
As long as they can avoid the utility from the respawners here, this death ball, this stack coming in from Zeta Division is working well enough, but here comes Tayson. He's going to find 2, maybe even 3. Finally. It looks like kills will be exchanged elsewhere, but he's got the key in his hand, and that was job done now for Falcons. They've got the break, and it's thanks to the man on your screen.
Yeah, Tayson picks up 3. Chicho picks up another one as well. They pick up more, essentially 5 or 6 kills in a row as Teeny and Tayson will combine for another 3 kills. And this was the rally back that Falcons fans were hoping to see. Let's not forget, Zeta's still doubling the score of Falcons, but Falcons now showing really clean dominance. That's about 10 out of the last 12 kills in a row. They will now have a really solid basement hold. We'll see if they can tie up the game here.
Yeah, it almost felt like that was 3 squad wipes consecutively going in the favor of Falcons, and that's why you're seeing the score flip on its head. It is getting closer and closer as the seconds tick past. The key's going to be down in the basement. You're going to see Falcons pick up a couple of kills, and that's going to allow Teeny to get this key back into their possession. We are going to see a tie game in just a few moments. Falcons have found a way back into this.
This is the second time in the game across the rounds we've seen Falcons with a basement hold. Not surprised to see it. We already know this is the favorite hold of Xset, one of the tournament favorites, so really rallying back. They have gone back into the lead here, Falcons at 66 to 62 off of the basement hold.
Plenty of time left in this round, and we've seen, I think, efficiency start to take over both teams at the moment. When they've got their preferred setup, it seems like that has totaled into a 40, 50-point run as Yapko starts doing things that only Yapko can do.
Picks up another one there. Beautiful 3P, just hits the shot, makes it look very easy. Finally, Teeny will be taken down. Coyote wants to answer back, but got to be tough for Zeta Division after being up by about 60 to 20 there. They find their lead completely removed as Falcons now up by 10, but Zeta scoring yet again.
Couple of trades coming across the board when it comes to eliminations, and it seems like the key will be down. for a few seconds as it will be placed upon their respawn, which allows Chicho now to move in and collect that key, and a little bit more time here for Falcons. They will cross the 90-point mark here in Zeta Division. You mentioned series life on the line here. They're looking down the barrel of a 3-0 if they can't break this hold from Falcons.
Oh, 3 dead. Tayson and Yapko combining for 3 straight kills. Not going to be good. Zagu also taken down 4 straight kills. Falcons now going to rack up even more time with the key. And if, once again, the basement hold prevails, they go right back home.
They've shown that they get one team wipe. It's more than likely they're going to get 2 or 3 based off of the plays that they have and the spawn knowledge that they can execute as well. Chicho now just gathering more and more time with this key in his hands as Falcon moves second after second, point after point, closer and closer to closing out this game and this series. Chicho, no pressure, which is usually a good indication your teammates are doing good work.
Yeah, it really is. Once again, going to hold here. Pre-bubble comes in for Coyote, but Chicho gets very good damage on it. Going to allow Tayson to immediately clean up. Yapko picks up another one in the feed as well. 141 to 78.
Yeah, we're now moving into the realms of mathematical impossibility once more, and it looks like Falcons, even though they bled a little bit in that second round of Keeper, they will be able to close things out now with a 2-1 win to close out the series at 3-0. Hey, the predictions were right. Apart from 1% of you. Got to call it out. Got to call it out.
And we even got some smiles there on the face of the side of Falcons as they will handily take that game of Keeper in the end. Headsets will slowly come off and they can realize that the job is done in that first series. I've got to say, big shout out though to Zeta Division, even though they certainly came in as the underdog, putting up a fight in that last game of Keeper, and maybe just sending a message across to the competition that, hey, we've done the work, we can hang with the best, and we'll be ready for the rest of our matches in group stage.
I think it also sends a little bit of a message to everybody who's watching at home as well. When we get to that map number 3, which is going to be Keeper in all of the best of 5s today, you get a chance. It's so fresh, it's so new that even the best teams in the world are still working to find out their best strategies.
Tayson, the first one across the stage, one of the most respected, one of the most revered players in the game. He'll lead the team across not only the games, but also across the stage as they'll exchange handshakes and pounds with the side of Zeta Division, your APJ qualified team. They dominated their own region, however, they'll have a lot more competition here. And each time they win a series, they'll have to cross the trophy that they'll hope to take home on Sunday, but we have days of competition and matches left until we get there.
We certainly do indeed, and you can see that Falcons key in front of them as well. Like you saw, it's something that every team wants to keep a hold of right until that final moment. To be able to put it inside of that trophy and not have it crushed is essentially why you're here. $1 million on the line. And I mean, let's talk about Falcons a little bit. That performance, right? What's some of the standout moments for you?
Man, I got to say, so many times where you saw players, whether it be, I mean, anyone across the squad, Yapko, Chicho, Teeny, Tayson, just 1v2ing battles they had no business winning, just playing the exact angles and lanes that they needed to. I also like, once again, they had 2 real holds they used. They used that top right cliff hold just outside of Hagrid's hut. And they also used the basement hold, and it really paid off for them. And I think on paper, those are stronger holds than the observation tower, which is just honestly made of Swiss cheese. That thing has so many grenade holds, and it's not easy to hold. So I'm glad to see the prep working out for Falcons.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. Falcons with a 3-0 win. We're going to go down to our main stage now for an interview with Team Falcons.
Welcome back into the main stage. I'm joined by the 5-time, the Fortnite Falcon, Levin's favorite. I can't say that, he'll eliminate me. Tayson, congratulations, a great first victory for the team. I should ask, preparation going into this as well, very different to usual. How did you guys prepare for this matchup against Zeta Division?
I don't think we prepared exactly for this matchup. We've been preparing for the whole tournament, not for exact opponents. So I think it went well for the first game.
It went really well. Obviously, in terms of the mode as well we're playing here, different to usual. Was it hard for the team to recalibrate and not just necessarily focus on eliminations, but now you're playing certain different game modes like Keeper we saw there at the end? Has it been tricky recalibrating, or has it been kind of quite an easy transition into this new kind of play style?
So I think from the start it was kind of hard because we have players that like to kill. So it was hard to make them think more and play more with their head. So yeah.
We saw a lot of Falcon fans here as well. How much are you enjoying kind of being here in Saudi Arabia? You got the fans here excited. And the next matchup potentially against, I think, Exet or Dragons. How are you guys going to prepare now? What do you do behind the scenes getting ready for the next match?
Basically, we just play any team we can play, try to prepare different strats and try different starts, everything, and just get everything together.
Okay, well listen, congratulations again. Tayson, the legend that is Tayson. Back to the studio there, a great first matchup for Falcons.
Congratulations, Falcons, our first winners on the Amazon stage, and they made it look kind of easy. I want to start with you, Evan, because at the end of that matchup, your favorite player walked across and he was just fist bumping his way. He was ready to be done with Zeta Division.
Very Tayson, right? You know, get in and out, right? I'm surprised he did the interview. I would have thought he would have rushed off, to be honest with you. But no, I mean, as much as it was the 3-0, right, that I predicted, it wasn't the cleanest 3-0, right? It was a bit shaky, to be fair. Zeta did put up a fight.
I'm so glad we're speaking about that because we do have to shout out that Zeta did manage to snag one of those points inside the game mode. So they really did put up a fight. But I think when you're as good as Falcons is overall, the outcome was expected.
Number 1 in Dallas versus number 24 in Dallas, and you just saw it play out here at EWC. But let's take a look at some of the best moments, because Zeta Division did get some licks in throughout this fight. At the start, 1-1 in CTF was the big surprise for us in the first half. We thought the Falcons, with their opening strategy, that opening flag run, was just going to set them off for a 5-0 finish.
And I'm hearing from a lot of the teams that this is what gets them off to a really good start on CTF. If they can grab that flag in the first run, that is what sets up a huge win condition for them. Falcons did that, and from then on, I kind of sat back and expected a domination.
Yeah, but it didn't quite go that way, right? I think Zeta sort of had a really good instant response. I think it would have been very easy for them to have gone, it's the first minute, we've lost the flag already, like what is going on here? But they sort of fought back into it, and I think we saw some great individual performances from, you know, the likes of Mini Pio and some of the other ones on their team, but ultimately, again, it was always going to be Falcons' game. I think you start to see people really pick it up.
And I'm really happy that the whole of the Zeta squad stepped up because, as I said, Mini Pio was the one that was carrying 40% of the whole team's kills. Zagu came out today and he said, I am here to be one of the top players.
Zagu laying down elimination after elimination, but it wasn't enough. I do want to ask you guys a little bit about the roles because we have 6 to choose from. You can only start with 4. What's the most important to bring to the stage?
I think the most important typically would be the engineer, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think we see, you know, a lot of teams' best players, you know, go on the jug or maybe the marksman, right? The big firepower roles. But the engineer's ability to put shield bubbles down just and really control space and create space for their opponents is huge.
This is what really takes this away from just being sort of like a team deathmatch-esque type of game to being a strategic game. If you have a good engineer on your team, you have both reactive and proactive bubbles coming out from these players, the smartest players will get you big wins and they will make big differences.
And then, of course, as I looked through here, I saw so many eliminations with the pistol. The handguns were out in full force. Is that the primary gun, knowing that we're going to see these close interactions?
Yeah, unless you're the engineer with the bursts, right? I think everyone's pretty much using that Ranger pistol. Understandably, it is so strong, ignoring their ARs a lot of the time as well. So yeah, going to be the Ranger pistol more often than not.
As we take a look here at some more of the highlights, sorry to cut you off there, Jessica. I want to ask you, what is going to be the toughest game mode to stay dominant in? Do you think it's the CTF strategies, the hard points, or is it keeper play? Because it looked like the practice Zeta Division brought in was paying dividends.
I actually think CTF is the most difficult to stay fresh with because once people know your strats and they watch your VOD and they understand which lanes you're running, it's so easy to counter. So I think CTF.
I think the big thing as well with that is obviously, right, when you have teams who have been able to prepare for certain executes, right? I think we saw Tayson mention it there, right? Trying to figure out what we do in our opening, right? Teams are going to sort of watch that, be able to react to that and sort of counter that as the course of the tournament goes on. So always keeping that fresh can be tough.
Keep in mind, we have 2 matches going on here. Group A, Falcons the winners on our main stage. Of course, we have XSET facing off against Dragons over on our second stream. So check all those out on YouTube. But Falcons get it done, and we have to award one of their teammates the MVP honors. Let's take a look. The Sony MVP is Yapko, the marksman, bringing out the sniper rifle and hitting some headies.
I mean, this is the defending champion, if I can call him that. I think we are going with that label, and that's what I'm going to stick with. This man on Keeper alone was hitting a 50 bomb.
Great.
How many players can get in the server and put 50 kills up whilst being that good? I'm telling you, this is my player to watch.
I can do it against Bravo and Onset, but no chance I could do it against the skills of Zeta Division.
Yeah, no, because Zeta Division had firepower. Like, they were really really in there with the fighting. But Yapko consistently, it was on Capture the Flag where I think you could really see his impact.
Right here.
He was controlling so much space, right? He sort of just locked down different corners of the map, and they couldn't sneak past him, right? He's gonna get you out with the sniper rifle, and if not, he's gonna get right in your face with the Ranger pistol as well.
I like that he doesn't just use the firepower, which he clearly has great mechanical skill, but he understands power positions around each map. Now, of course, a lot of Chalet coming into it, but Keeper has its own map, and on both of them, he seemed to understand fundamentally power angles, number one, and power positions upon which he could use really good win conditions for him.
I think the big thing as well, right, is that he's not static, right?
Yes.
He's moving in a bunch of different positions, and that's always a key. As an opponent, it's easy to figure out where that sniper's going to be. A lot of the time, you expect them maybe in standard positions, like the window position right here, right?
Yeah.
But he's not just here. He moves about, he gets a couple of limbs, and then he moves on.
Oh, and there's another perfect example. If you put your body out in the open, he is going to rip you up. Yapko, our first Sony MVP here at the Esports World Cup. Do you keep him on the marksman role moving forward? Is there any swaps going to happen here amongst the Falcons?
I don't think so.
I hope not. It worked, and when something works, you don't need to change it, surely.
Incredible stuff. Yapko, our Sony MVP, but you got to give credit to the whole team. Tini, Chicho, and of course Tayson dropping bombs as this was a clean 3-0 and all smiles across the stage. We got to take a look back at the big picture though, because it is day one of groups. We've got 4 groups here in Riyadh, and in Group A, the favorites are moving forward, I have a feeling. Falcons, of course, with a hot 3-0, but what's going on with XSET? Looks like they are still in that battle against Dragons. That matchup has just kicked off, so make sure to check them out on the second stream. Do they keep pace with Falcons? Is it 2 3-0s in the opening rounds here, Levin?
I'd expect so, right? You know, their owner of XSET Clicks is watching from home, and he actually put $1 million bet that nobody would beat XSET. So he's clearly confident about his team's chances.
And why wouldn't you be, especially with the players on the board? Look, I won't spoil too much. Do go check that stream to make sure you see the players playing. But almost definitely at the end of today, we'll have Falcons going up against XSET.
We've got an awesome format here at the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Let us know how you feel the games are going and get geared up, because match number 2 is coming up next. Exceed taking on the Aussies from Power.
Ready, set, go.
be here feels pretty good. Like, obviously want to perform well, so just being here is not like everything, but it feels good to be here. The team dynamics is pretty good. We're all a bunch of like friends, I would say, so we're just enjoying playing together. And as for the team, our roles are, I'm the sniper on the team, Volks is the engineer, Worthy's the juggernaut, and then Luda's just the fill. The way we've been preparing for the tournament is just by scrimming against other teams. Because we're in Australia, it's kind of hard to find a lot of teams to scrim against, but we've just been versing Asia teams and sometimes Middle East teams. Of course, there's a lot of nerves playing, as like being from OC is pretty looked down upon, I would say, in the esports world. But we're just here to, you know, let everyone know OC is pretty good. I'm pretty excited to verse Exceed. I also think they are a team to watch out for as well. I think they're really good. But yeah, I'm very excited to verse them. The team I think is going to win is going to be us, because we're just the best team here, let's be real. So yeah, I think Power's going to take home the trophy. I hope you guys enjoy watching me play, and I just don't want to let you down, so I'll try my best. Power up.
It's time to kick off Group B as we are heading into the next battle. Exceed taking on Power, Chris Puckett alongside Levin and Jesco. And this one is going to be interesting because Jess, as an Aussie, you got to think Power are the underdogs, but they've got potential.
I mean, every time we speak about FPS almost exclusively, we talk about the Aussies having a big hill to climb, and I think this is going to be one of them.
I mean, they have definitely been a bit more on the rise and clearly putting in a lot more time into things, but Exceed did incredibly well at the DreamHack Dallas LAN.
Let's start with the team that finished second at DreamHack Dallas. Exceed, a bunch of North Americans coming in looking to cause problems for everyone else in Group B. Now, this roster has 4 very talented players, but Jess, you've been running some numbers. Who's been popping off?
Everyone knows I love my numbers, my stats, and my stats are telling me that Okus, whilst Peter is going to be one of the flashy players, Okus is the most consistent elimination leader for his team, at least in the previous matches that we have of them. So there's a lot of firepower on the roster, but Okus definitely consistent.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to tell you Peter Bot's the best player in the world, this, that, and the other. But at DreamHack Dallas, like you mentioned, Okus was the guy getting their limbs. And it's funny because they actually tried to drop Okus like 3 times. Yeah, like they tried to get rid of him, and you just won't go. You won't go. And it's funny because I saw them in the hotel lobby, and I said to them, "What's wrong with you guys? You got to respect Okus. He's the difference maker. He's the big factor here." And they all weren't sort of buying it. But the vibes are still good with them, even with that being said.
Okus is here. He's ready to play. And of course, we expect Peterbot to potentially lead the way. We caught up with him before the matchup. Here's what he had to say.
To the Amazon stage where I am joined by one of the members of Exceed. It is, of course, Peterbot. Peterbot, let's just get straight into it, okay, man? There's been murmurs, teams have been talking, and a lot of them have been asked questions about who the best player is that's here right now, and your name just keeps coming up. What do you think separates you from the rest of the players here?
I mean, like, in the last year, you know, I grinded more than anybody, and everyone just fell behind. You know, I'm just better than everyone here by at least 5 times, I would say. But there are a couple players close. I won't name them because I'm not boosting egos today. I'm here to crush egos, Power, and whoever we play next, all right? So, yeah.
I like that. Okay, strong, confident. That's what it's about when you're here, right? And obviously we've got new game modes coming into this tournament, right? So what do you feel like is the strongest game mode for you and your team?
I mean, we're good at all the game modes, I'm not gonna lie. Whatever game mode it is, I'm still dropping at least 25, maybe 30 on a good game. And in general, I really don't think it means that much to us. I think we're good at all the maps.
I like that, but I think that since you've been here, you've been scrimming a lot, right? Everyone's been kind of working hard, grinding and stuff. Have scrims evolved anything that you guys previously had coming into this tournament, or have you guys sticking with the strats that you've had kind of all along?
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. Everything's the same. I mean, nothing's different. Everyone's still bad. That's all it is.
Confidence is oozing out of you, my friend, and we look forward to seeing you on the main stage. Thanks very much.
Thank you, bro.
The pre-game interview, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Don't change it if it works. They finished second at DreamHack Dallas. The question is, can Peterbot do what he does online on LAN? Chad is saying something about it.
That is the age-old question. When's he gonna finally have this big pop-off performance on LAN? He clearly feels confident enough to do it, but again, it's about being on that stage and doing it there.
I don't think you could have made a clearer statement in an interview than the one that he just did. That's why I was just aghast there, because I'm shocked that he said everyone else is still bad and they didn't even come first seed out of DreamHack Dallas.
Talk is cheap. That's why I was.
Oh, okay.
Talk is cheap. We want to see it in the server. Talk is cheap. Do it on the stage.
I love the confidence as a trash talker myself. Never changed, Peter. But on the other side of the stage, though, you got to deal with the thunder from down under. Power coming in, Jess. Let's take a look at Alex, Worthy, Volks, and Luder. Tell me about this squad. Who do you have eyes on?
I mean, Alex and Worthy for me are the ones that we were talking about. They went over to NA. Of course, they were doing a little bit of boot camping, but mostly FNCS, and they are the ones that are probably going to be leading the squad. There is a lot of experience behind both of those players.
Yeah, when they showed up at DreamHack Dallas, it wasn't the best, to put that lightly. And a large part of that was because Luter and Volks were coming into it really fresh. Like, they hadn't really played much at all, not much prep. They've assured me that they've been working a lot harder leading up to this, and they've had some decent results in scrims against other teams. Of course, scrims are scrims at the end of the day, but I think they could maybe surprise some people with their performances in.
Now, Jess, you and I used to compete, right?
Yes.
I was 16 when I started. Their star player is 15 years old. What kind of pressure is Alex feeling entering a stage like this Amazon Arena?
I don't know, because when I was competing, and I was quite young as well, I sort of just didn't think about the pressure. I just thought, I just want to, do the pew-pew, I want to play, and it didn't really bother me. But this is a massive stage. There is massive prize money as well. Yeah. That has to be weighing in the back of the heads of these players, especially when you're that young.
We're going to give the players a little bit of time to get set up. So right now, it's time to weigh in at home. Who do you think takes this game? Don't just tell me who wins, but how many maps? Head on over to stcplay.gg and let it be heard in the chat. We're going to a quick break. When we return, it's time to kick off Group B.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
feel honored to be here at the Esports World Cup with my team. We qualified at DreamHack Dallas. I went to the first Esports World Cup like 2 years ago with a different teammate. So it's really exciting to be back and playing again. I play with Milks, Peterbot, and Kwani. Milks plays the, Burst. He's a good Burst player. Peterbot plays Sniper. He's a really good Sniper. And Kwani plays Assault, which is like the Phil. He's more the objective, the smarter player. Everyone else on the team is better like gun skill wise. I play Juggernaut, which is like the more tanky character. So I'm just out there killing people. From going to Battle Royale to ESL was kind of an easy switch. I used to play similar games, similar to the ESL mode. So it was kind of an easy transition from Battle Royale to ESL. And like knowing Fortnite and like things I learned from the other games was pretty easy to transition into it. I'm looking forward to competing against Falcons because they beat us at DreamHack Dallas this year to qualify for Saudi. So it would be like nice to get our revenge on them. We prepared by playing scrims a lot against other qualified teams. VOD reviewing, looking at strats, coming up with strats to counter the other teams. So we've been prepared for like the last 2 months. I predict we're gonna win it all. I don't think there's any really threat to us. I think we're the best team, like no doubt. So we're gonna take it all. I appreciate everyone for supporting me all through like the 6 years I've been playing Fortnite, and everyone that just like been looking up to me. I appreciate all you guys, and I'll win it for you guys at EWC. Team Exceed is ready to win it all.
It's been so fun to watch Okus grow up over the course of his career. 6 years now into this title. 11, he told me coming into this matchup, he can dunk on you. True or false?
Oh, hell no, he did not. He wouldn't even think to say anything of the sort.
Why did you make that up?
Was he talking
you're setting him up
in-game,
there.
or-
I think he meant me.
No, you're setting him up.
Gotcha. My bad, Okus. My bad. Sorry. No one can dunk on Levin. Levin, let's talk about Okus, though. You mentioned it. People consider dropping him, but he seems to be the glue of this squad. And he went on a massive run with Exceed to finish second back at Dallas. So how did that all go down?
I think when you looked at that event, right, going in, and all the NA teams there, everyone expected Exet to be the best NA team going into that LAN. And then, Agent at the time will now Exceed show up, and they were bossing it. Absolutely, stomping people. And a lot of it was very surprising, I think, right? But then you sort of expect it to be like maybe this sort of, momentum run, and eventually that momentum fades. And it hasn't faded. They've just continuously been good. And I think it goes to the prep Okus was talking about.
Yeah, I love the fact that we're having more and more teams come out and say, yeah, we're doing more prep. We're more prepared for these game modes. Keeper being added in as well, I thought might be a little bit of a dark horse game mode for a lot of these. And I was looking at that map count as well for the players, and I'm a little worried for Exceed because always they seem to start off really slow, and CTF is map number 1, and that's the one they start off really, really slow with. And so if you lose CTF, you move on to a game mode that's quite contested. Then if you lose Keeper, you're down on map count really quick in a best of 5.
And I think, CTF is probably one of Power's better maps, right? Where it's one of the ones where I think they're a bit more prepped for and more likely to maybe, catch somebody out on. So could be a rocky start here for Exceed.
So are we expecting Hardpoint game 1, Jess?
Hardpoint?
Yeah.
CTF?
You think we're going to see CTF? I mean,
sure.
If I'm picking, I'm avoiding my worst, right? We'll see. I do want to highlight Peterbot, though, because in our last matchup, we saw Yapko drop 50 bomb, right? We haven't seen a 50 bomb all qualifiers. He does it in the opening matchup. Can Peter keep pace? Is he on that same level with the Reaper?
I think many people would say he's a different level, a higher level in most cases, right? And Yapko will hear that and go, oh, this guy's waffling, right? But ultimately, Peterbot, as much as he talks a lot, he backs it a lot because he is one of the best players out there for sure.
I'm not going to say anyone else's names. I don't want to gas their ego. I'm here to crush their ego.
That was an unreal line. That was like movie script level. I was like, did he write this before he got into the interview? I was convinced.
And then, of course, we've got to talk about just the swagger coming in. Look at him.
God.
Glasses on. Riyadh's son unfazing this gunner as he takes the stage. Okus, of course, leading his team at the back of the line there with Milks. But on the other side, we've got the Power Squad, the team from Australia. You've got everyone cheering for you down under. You've got everyone tuning in right now. What would be a win in your eyes? Because they are clearly the underdogs in this matchup.
Like I would say Zeta grabbing that one round within Keeper wasn't enough of a win for them to really say that they're competitive. So Power's actually going to have to one-up that. They're going to have to take one of these maps in some kind of fashion. And if Loser Fruit and the gang are watching, shout out to you guys because the boys are here to put on a good show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at them, I'm thinking they have to have a really strong CTF. I think the other big group, other big team in the group is obviously Gaming Gladiators. CTF's one of their strongest maps. So if they have any chance against those guys, they're going to have to show here that they are one of the better CTF teams.
Levin, as we take a look at this screen, can you just stand in front of the most valuable player? Pick a winner here. Pick a winner. Where are we going?
You have to cross to the left. Put some moves down.
My
15-year-old.
My guy Alex. I mean, Alex is one of them players who, like, he is, when he gets, like, confident and just unleashes on the server, like, talent-wise, there's not many people who can say they're much better than it, right? He's shown that in so many different levels of Fortnite. But I think all of these guys, the thing I love about their team so much, Jess, is they are actually one of the few squads where I feel like they're actually just really good friends. Like, the vibes are unreal, the chemistry's there, and sometimes that's a defining factor when you're on stage.
In Australia, mateship is one of our values that we grow up with. It's a tradition for us to be mates with our neighbors, our school friends, whatever, our peers, our colleagues, and these are his colleagues. And so if you don't get along with your colleagues in Australia, it's seen as a little strange. So I'm not surprised that the team culture is strong because that's an expectation inside of Australia.
There's a look at both teams. They are on the stage, and in just moments, we will be ready to go. The countdown has started. Give me the series count, Levin.
I'm going to go 3-1 to Exceed.
Jess?
3-2. Take us all the way, boys.
We're going to a Game 5, she says, for the first time from Riyadh. This is the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. It is time for match number 2.
Join us here, world. Welcome back into the main stage, the Amazon Arena right here. We have got so much. Hey guys, how you doing? We got so much going on right now. Obviously, Group A has gotten off to a fantastic start, a tailspin of a group already, but there's still plenty to play for with Group B on the horizon.
Absolutely. Here it is all about trying to figure out who will top every group. Today, all through our matches, we've seen the start of Group A. Now it's time to kick it off into Group B. So how about we waste no more time and get our teams on the stage. Exceed and Power!
Here they come, Exceed. Peterbot's success online, will it translate to land? Quanti, Okis and Milks are there alongside him to tumble down the rabbit hole to find out.
And their opponents' Power, the best of both, come together for fours. The duo of Alex and Worthy has seen many a battle, but here at EWC, teamwork with Voix and Looter is absolute key.
Whew. Milosh, this is great. This is everyone here is so excited for this as well because these group stages are so pivotal in our competition. You want to walk away with a win every chance you get, and this is going to be a battle, my friends.
Yeah, with game modes, with the way that things are here in fours, there's a lot to look forward to in our game, so let's get it on. Let's do it.
We've got Exceed and Power for our second match here at EWC featuring Fortnite. I'm Michael Shift, and with me is the defending 2023 Esports Award color commentator of the year with a 1-for-1 100% win rate, Dan Gaskin. How are you, brother?
Raining. I actually had to pin Bravo for it. That's how it works in the Esports Awards. We had a full-on match. No, it's brilliant to be here. Very excited to see how this match 2 goes down because, I mean, match 1 showed us everything we were expecting a little bit. There was a lot of predictions. Yeah. People knew what they were going to see. But it seems like it's not the same agreement here for match 2. The analysts thinking this could even go all the way to a match final.
Yeah, I think there's things about that first series that, you know, yeah, they were able to take away one keeper round for Zeta Division, but there were some tight moments in the hard point as well. The question here, I think, is will this Exceed team come out stronger than what they were at DreamHack? That seems to be the expectation weighing down on them was, yeah, they only lost to Team Falcons when they were there, but that was 2 months ago. And there's some questions on how serious is Exceed taking their practice leading to this event.
Well, from what I've heard about Peterbot and being on the marksman, there is that expectation from me. I want to see pop-off clips.
Yes.
I want to see those big moments where he can change the game for his side, and this is going to be the best chance, if ever, against a power team that have looked a little bit lackluster at times, maybe don't have the same amount of practice, and Peterbot might just be able to style on them all game here.
The other side of things, though, for Power, what we've been hearing, the whispers around the community, is that these guys have been grinding over the last 2 months. Of course, that was represented in what they were able to do in their regional qualifier, looking really, really solid throughout the OCE qualifier to get here last month. And there is a little bit of a LAN experience when they played at DreamHack. The results weren't necessarily great, but hey, the work has apparently been really paying off, at least in their region.
I think watching Power, one of the main things they struggled with was the usage of bubble and utility in general. I'd love to see if that's changed now with some more practice going into this, but it looks like game one, it's underway.
Let's get it out. We got Chalet for CTF for map number 1. What we've really seen a lot of teams do is this. How do you work the middle of the map to try to get some control, find a pivot point, see if you can win out one of these engagements towards the windows, and then make your first push. Power on the move, but it is a 2-for-1 for the side of Exceed.
It's already Peterbot on the board as well. And if Peterbot can get those openings, it will allow everyone just to push through, get closer to that flag, but it's all about taking space here on the map. Just one step at a time, force those spawns back before you start moving.
Yeah, you have Power trying to play a little bit of recovery through the top side at Tunnel, but Quanti has already gotten the pull and he is out of there. So quick recovery already in for Exceed. Great start for them. Again, this is what you want, is that opening map 1 to go better than what it was in DreamHack.
Yeah, I think after seeing the performance at DreamHack, they'll be a little bit frustrated with that second place, but they have beaten everyone else except Falcons, right? So they'll know that they are a confident side who can get the job done, as you can already see. Power now starting to have a chance down Tunnel here. Getting those 2 kills will open up some space to work with.
That's the big thing here is, when do you find the opportunity to actually commit for this play? This is a very difficult flag to pull, which is why we often see squads struggling throughout this Tunnel push, because it's just one long choke point. So Exceed, very aware of the play, deal with one. It looks like Peterbot also knows that Volks is playing over here through this cave side. So lots of attention to try to finish out this last Power member on their offense. There's the challenge. Good response from Volk, but can't find the second. Exceed now on the offense.
Yeah, great cleanup by Peterbot there, and acknowledging that his teammate was going to push through and just being there to back things up. That's what you have to do together, work to make sure you get those trades, and it will ensure that no easy push is going to be made on that flag. As now Power, they have controlled this tunnel fairly successfully.
It seems to be what they really want to focus on is use the tunnel as their main muse, their main setup, and if they need to track back towards defense, they could do that very easily. Plus the opportunity to kind of hit the cuts over through mid, which is currently what Looter is trying to do. So, again, Power staying aggressive, I like it, but Peterbot has snuck through. Keep your eye on him in the minimap. There's an opportunity where he may be able to find a counter pull.
Yeah, if Peterbot can get an angle and also, as you say, get that pull on the go, it could really shake things up for Power because they are trying to make a play for this flag. Bubble has gone down.
Focus in a little bit of trouble. He will drop Power. They go 2-for-1, but it's not comfortable enough, at least not at the moment, to find some sort of a pull. At least they do get it over towards Cave side, and it looks like they've got mid-map control, so this actually may work out. Meelks is trying to get here quickly. The nades are so well placed, and that could be one of the issues when it comes to trying to actually pull this through Cave side.
That is a great grenade, but it looks like it's not going to affect them, and it should be a flag and will be a flag on the flip side. So Exceed making it 2-0 just when you thought Power were going to have that chance to get back in the game.
The thing about it, I really respect the fact that Power is not really laying back. They're trying to set the tone. The problem is they're not counting their numbers well. We say this a lot of, okay, who have you seen in the kill feed? Who have you been able to tally in terms of where they are? Because that time they missed Peterbot completely, and it turns into a 2-0 first half for now. Volk's doing a nice job, though. Again, just kind of keeping the pressure on the extremities. Looking good for Power to keep the offensive tempo up.
That's a couple of times Volks has got a big kill for the team, but then he gets shut down immediately, and I think that's what you've got to ensure to do here. Don't allow anyone to start to get too confident and begin to pop off, as now you can see they are making their way through to see if they can get a little bit closer towards this flag and surrounding some of these members of Exceed.
Yeah, keep your eye on Worthy. I was about to say he's got Peterbot nearby, but the 1v1 goes the way of Exceed. So now Power have to default just kind of playing through mid-map and just trying to receive this next push coming out from Exceed.
It does seem like Power are trying to go for a pinch each time. 2-2 split often. Sometimes the 3-1 split to see if they can catch a couple of members of Exceed off guard on their spawn. as it's going to be a defensive bubble here from Volks. That is a very interesting bubble to use, but clearly they were worried about a play here, and they do find it.
Oh, Milk's good for the first, doesn't find the second, so now Power starts to make their play forward. Quanti in trouble. Volks looking to try to find the chase down, but Quanti stayed alive for so long. That allows a couple of the respawns to start to come through here for Falcons, but Power's finding every single kill. Should be enough for a pull here, just comes down to can they find an exit.
All the momentum with Power at the moment. It is going to be a flag pull. Does just about get round the corner here, but I'm unsure whether... Oh, he's able to get the job done as well, and this flag will keep moving.
Oh, and that little siphon is massive for Volks. He stays alive. He gets over towards Pool. He's looking clear and good to go. No one for Exceed can come back towards this. So, again, this relenting presence from Power eventually works out. We've got a 2-1 score.
Well, we talk about taking space. That's exactly what Power were able to do in those last kind of 30 and 40 seconds. Speaking of, only 24 seconds left in this round right now. So it might not be enough to get a pull and get it back for this first initial half.
Well, there's going to be a battle between Looter and Peterbot. Goes the way of Power. That may open things up for them to maybe get one more attempt, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. A little double stack here at mid just to make sure no crazy antics happen. But first reactions, Power look good.
Judging by the practice that's put in by Power, it seems like they are not scared to go up against an Exceed roster that, as you mentioned, dominated at DreamHack, only falling short to Falcon. So you'd expect them to maybe be kind of easily winning this one, but it was the control we saw from Power, just walking their way up and pinning back Exceed in their base.
The only thing that Exceed had going for them was the fact that Peterbot, and I think it was Milks was the other, or Quanti was the other, didn't get seen as they were trying to make a play across the map. Everything else, though, for Power has been pretty clean, just the exception of those two little openings that they just, unfortunately, were not able to track down those Exceed members that slipped through.
I mean, if it wasn't for that grenade, it could have been a very different first half here, but we will still see Exceed have a 2-1 lead going into this one. We'll have to see whether Power can actually show their dominance once more as we flip the hat.
Well, 1v1 over towards mid gives Exceed some control, at least over towards poolside. Quanti still thinking about playing up towards this long cave position, and both sides very respectful of one another here. Obviously, advantage here towards Exceed. They don't have to make a first move if they don't want to, due to the fact that they're currently up, and that's enough for Power to try to isolate over towards the outside, and Quanti does get 2 for 1. So now all of a sudden, you've got a second kill to follow up and Power on the offense again.
I think I saw Quanti on the Infiltrator as well to try and get that extra movement speed to grab that flag and be the one to actually get it back to your own base fast enough, but with Looter going down, maybe this opens things up to Exceed once more.
Nice. Really good for Milks on the Engineer class. Keep that in mind, as he will likely be the linchpin for how you make your move towards that potential flagpole, just due to the shield bubble is so strong, but he's got to use it to keep himself alive. That's not going to work out, and Power continue to team work out these Exceed isolated members, and once again, they find themselves on the precipice of trying to break on through, bubble of their own, but Exceed trying to force the trades. Oak is in trouble, and Power come out 3 for nothing, a chance to pull.
I'm loving the teamwork I'm seeing from Power. Certainly watching their scrims, the communication was very good with this Power roster, and they're very clear about where they want to be pushing, who should be pushing with them, and everything seems to be on the same page with them. But it just seems to be a matter of actual individual skill that is keeping Exceed ahead of things right
Absolutely the case. Worthy, last one alive for Power on the offense. He does get figured out and taken care of swiftly. So again, look how fast the control of the map starts to come through here with Exceed finding a clean elimination. And now it's an opportunity to see if Okus can kind of catalyze something here towards the front side of the powerhouse.
Well, it looks like Quanti's in the tunnel and everyone else is kind of focusing mid-map and cave side right now. If they can get initial pick, draw a little bit of attention towards that right-hand side, Quanti can then flank on the left.
Keep in mind, though, that Power are still the team down. They have to be the ones to make the first move, and this line of scrimmage set by Exceed is being challenged, and it's being bounced off of pretty quickly. 1 for 1 the initial exchange. Peter playing inside the bubble has Looter kind of captivated, and there's an opportunity here for Quanti to make that move you were talking about.
He does. He moves around the left and should be able to pick up the flag here, but there is going to be some spawns on the far left-hand side as well. Have to work hard to get these elims.
Quanti does get pushed off, low HP, dealt with at the middle of the map. 2 for 1 for Power. Now looking to take their numbers advantage forward. Okus in trouble, but slips away. Worthy on the hunt. Not a lot of help around at the moment, but it's on the way. Bubble down, pull, starting to come through, and Okus will retrieve it all the way back, so that will be a successful 3 capture for Exceed.
It was a great pinch from Exceed. The game plan was executed perfectly, but now Power have the chance to get a counter cap here. They do have a lot of control of this side of the map.
2 players inside the house. They know that Exceed have fully spawned out. Looter tries to make the first move. No bubble in place for Power, and Exceed will take care of it really nicely.
Great defensive play.
Yeah, very beautiful. And I think the thing is, for Power, you can't do much there. You know that all 3 Exceed members are going to spawn right behind the house.
As soon as you've got that capture, Exceed just went into defensive mode. They knew full well Power were going to try and go for some sort of counter cap. They just made sure they pushed together. And as you mentioned, good bubble usage to ensure they could isolate that fight as best as possible.
But now the heat in the kitchen starts to elevate just a touch for Power. They have to find something in the next 30 seconds or so to give themselves a lifeline in this map number 1. Good eliminations, though. 3 straight kills come through. Worthy also going to get the pull. Dynamite down. Shield bubble down. Absolutely brilliant zoning from Power. And Exceed are not going to be able to get any shots over towards Looter. Full HP. He should have the cap.
Flags moving, flags grooving, and looking at the spawns, there's not going to be anyone from Exceed to shut this one down. This is a guaranteed cap at this point, and there is still hope for Power. It's 3-2, remember. They just need to get one more, and it's 1 minute left on the clock.
And they're still keeping Exceed trapped in their spawn. 2 for 1 in the kill feed at the moment. Power very, very well may run a little bit of a convoy here. Volks and Worthy inside the house, waiting for help, and Looter is back in the action, looking to, again, utilize that speed to get there.
This is a big moment for Exceed defensively here. If they go first down, they will struggle. And Peterbot has fallen here. Great awareness of where Peterbot was going to be sniping from.
Alex finds a second. Okus trying to save the day right outside the wagon. Finds Looter in the backside of the hard point. And that's going to be enough for them to hold on defensively, at least just for now. Worthy has to go quickly. 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Probably not enough time to get this flag all the way back. But of course, Power will go for it. They're not just going to roll over and show their bellies here.
A couple of nice shots from Worthy. But the follow-up, Exceed just taking over the middle of the map. That is 3 straight eliminations. So a heck of an effort from Power and a lot of resiliency shown. But still, Exceed, that individual skill coming out when it matters most, because that train looked like it was about to be ran there for a moment. Nice attempt for Power, but just a touch short in the end.
Exceed take the first game, but what we've learned is Power are going to make a series of this.
Oh, yeah.
They are not going to be easily defeated, and certainly strategy-wise, everything was there for Power. If it was not for that one grenade, I think that Power actually could have been the winners in this one.
I like the call. I think the thing about it here is you're seeing, you know, if you were to watch that one back again, you're seeing Power really take advantage of how are we playing this as a full squad. You mentioned it a couple of different times for Exceed. It did feel like there's a lot of individuals trying to make individual plays happen, with the only real exception being that setup for Quanti to get the pull from the first half down through tunnel side. That's what we need to see more of, I think, if you're an Exceed fan wanting them to go deep into this tournament run.
And I do wonder whether maybe Exceed underestimating Power a little bit.
Sure.
Like perhaps Exceed were very confident going into this one. You know, we came second at the qualifiers. We're one of the top teams in NA. Power, it'll just be a walkover. And then going into that game, I think they are very quickly learning that Power are actually good enough here to go toe-to-toe with them, especially on the strategy side of things. Clearly, there were some moments where Exceed stood out individually, but now Power, they need to look at that game one and say, what can we learn from this, right?
Sure.
How can we actually develop going into match number 2? Because I think that they've got a genuine chance here in the series.
I agree. And look, we saw the interview with Peterbot. He's oozing confidence, to put it,
That's one way
put
to
it
put it.
plainly. And I think that's something that has come under critique from the NA audience who have watched is, look, like, yeah, Exceed, they were agent when they played at DreamHack Dallas. They looked great, but that was when the game modes were first being played, period. Now it's 2 months gone, and maybe the overconfidence is going to be kind of a boon towards them. Lots of questions, I think, in terms of how serious was Exceed taking this, and that may be a little bit of a wake-up call.
It's also all well and good being the best individual player or having the ability to 1v2 a team,
Sure.
but the strategy still needs to be there, especially for CTF, because the respawns are very quick in this mode, and you can be punished very fast as well if you are not moving that flag in the right direction. You don't have someone to cover.
Sure.
If there isn't a game plan, you can't just hold down W key and expect to be killing your opponents and get a guaranteed cap because of it. There needs to be more strategy behind it, which we know Exceed do have, but again, you don't want to be overconfident.
I like that call. And just to, again, throw a little bit of final credit towards Power in this map number 1, they weren't just working well together. They were doing it by staying proactive, staying aggressive. So I love that little identity that we're starting to see from the OCE representatives. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. First time, best time for all of us here. Let's talk a little bit about Hardpoint here as we have it set up. You talk about the team play that we really give a lot of credit towards Power. Problem is, if you're getting outslayed heavily in a respawn mode like Hardpoint, this game mode could snowball super quick.
Yeah, even if Power have the strategy of, well, this is where we want to hold when we're playing on Hardpoint, will you have the ability to do so if you've got a player like Peterbot on the other side off spawn ripping your face off, for example. And one thing we noticed watching in scrims is that people don't necessarily take the right space they should in hardpoint. There's a lot of defensive play by some of these players where they'll kind of sit in that hardpoint, wait for the other team to come to them. If you do that against Exceed, I think they're going to start to surround you, start to pinch you, and then they'll just wipe you out.
I like the call. But again, a lot of fun things happening from Power's perspective. And before the match, we had a chance to sit down and hear the thoughts of Looter, see what he had to say.
Welcome to the Amazon stage where I've got Looter here from Power. Looter, I'm going to keep this first question really simple. Exceed up first. How you feeling about it?
It is a big challenge, but I'm feeling about as good as we could. I'm ready to play.
Nice, just ready to go. You're not having to carry Lachlan in this one, so you're feeling
lucky.
good. Feeling
They're
good
going to
about
need to carry me instead.
So you're feeling good about basically being able to play your own game. How's the team chemistry coming along?
It was a little bit rough at the start, but now it's coming together very nicely.
And what's your kind of point of focus going into these 3 game modes as well? Like, because Keeper's fairly new, right? So what have you guys been primarily focusing on past few days?
Honestly, adapting in the moment, but also chemistry and synergy, because it's one of the most important things in these maps.
Well, Looter, I won't keep you for much longer because, you know, you've got a game to prepare for, so best of luck in your games. Thank you so much for joining me in the interview. We'll see you in a bit.
Good insight from Looter, I think in particular about, again, everyone's big focus is the new mode, playing Keeper. That was not played at the regionals. It was not played at DreamHack Dallas. So this is a fresh take for a lot of these teams when it comes to playing in the main stage.
I'm very excited to see Keeper. I mean, it's no secret. I watch a lot of Halo. I play a lot of Halo, and Oddball was a big thing, and Keeper seems to be very similar in that aspect. One of the key differences, play on words there, is that you can have the ability to shoot whilst holding that key, which is something that isn't necessarily the same in other competitive modes that follow a similar direction. And it has created for a very interesting dynamic of how you set up, how aggressive you want to be with your key holder. But of course, we can get into that later when we see the mode.
It's a good little marination, though. Thank you for teasing us all.
Just a little
sprinkle.
For everyone at home.
Love it. But we're loading on into what looks to be another chalet. We have not seen a Panther yet today. Wonder if that will change here as we go, but Hardpoint is, of course, going to be map number 2 throughout the entirety of this tournament. And the good news here for Exceed is they were nearly flawless at DreamHack Dallas when it comes to this mode. Their only loss was a 2-point loss to Falcons in their first meeting. So it feels like this is their bread and butter mode coming through this tournament.
Well, if you take all the positives away from that CTF game, their ability to outslay their opponents, to get all those eliminations on the board, the individual talent that we witness, if you implement all of that into Hardpoint, naturally points should come afterwards.
Sure.
It does seem a little less strategic than CTF at times, but I think when you get to the business end of this tournament and we start to see the biggest and best teams, you can't just W key. You are going to have to try and think, all right, what spawns are we going to be trying to see from our opponents here? How can we stop them from approaching us in certain angles? How can we defend in certain areas? And that's going to be something that you can maybe practice here in the early games.
I like that call, although I do feel a little offended that you think Hardpoint is not as strategic.
It's because it's from a game I think that you like to be involved with. Maybe that's what it is.
It's no personal bias.
Way more strategic, right?
Yeah, no personal bias whatsoever. As Exceed will start things off from the red side, and they will get early control of pool. Bubble down early, though, so that's instantly denied by the shields. EMP coming through. Power looking to kind of pick away a couple of the eliminations. They go 2 for 1 initially, and the follow-up is really good. So a great opening break coming through for Power.
So that will allow them to get the early points here, but now it's about how much space can you take. You can already see 2 players still staying in P1, which will allow the spawners from Exceed to start to surround them.
Yeah, okay, it just jumps the wall, and whoa! Him helping with Quanti will actually team out the 2 players sitting inside the shield bubble. So counter break comes through for Exceed. Chance still for Power to get one more hit at this, but Peterbot, again, holding this rotation nicely. Volks also kept at arm's reach. Leads to a little bit more extra time. 13 seconds before we see a new hill open up.
And whilst I said spawns were pretty fast in CTF, they are almost instant here in Hardpoint. So it does mean if you're able to take down these players, they are very quickly going to be able to approach from their spawning direction. So the siphon is huge here. If you do get that kill, it's going to be very important to be as healthy as possible.
And as you head over towards P2, this is the Exceed side of the map. So what you'll often hear us talk about on these hardpoints is a team that is defending and a team that is attacking based on how the spawns work. This is a defensive hill for Exceed, but Power on their initial attack. Try to drop a shield bubble to get them a little bit closer towards the hill. Instantly denied by the EMP, and Exceed have held on nicely to the first 15.
Yeah, Power are going to be spawning towards the middle of the map. Exceed are going to be spawning pretty much next to this hardpoint, which is going to allow them to get a lot of points on the board, or should do, but you can see it's still a very big lead here for Exceed at the start of this.
Alex, though, finds a double. Off the respawn, Exceed trying to play recovery, and Quanti inside the shield bubble holds on a little while longer, and then the follow-up spawns, like you talked about, so darn close, allows Exceed to jump back in. So, hey, pretty clean overall for Exceed, all things told, but that's the expectation when you're defending a hill. You're looking for 45 seconds plus every single time it's on your side of the map.
And hardpoint is when we should see the Assault class come into play. Having that extra Siphon can be massive. If you are the one within that hardpoint, can get that kill, just getting 60 Siphon rather than 40 could be the difference with staying alive, as Power starting to lose a couple of players, but Peterbot has also gone down.
Yeah, this has been good though for Power, kind of making sure that this route over towards that kind of tunnel side is at least contested in some way. Then you can keep all of your focus towards this frontward hit that's coming over towards Cave. So again, this fire pit point, very difficult to break from. It's really just this one point of entrance from the front. Looter off the regen, in a little bit of trouble, just trying to finesse Dance a while, but it's Succeed who find a couple, and Okus will get in for a bit of contest.
Peterbot is trying to make a flank at the moment, and looks like there is going to be a chance to pick up a lot of kills if he gets into the right direction, but unable to do so. And that is going to be a case of Power, again, holding very well. When they do have the hard point, Power have looked pretty successful doing so.
All things told, though, again, for Exceed on the attack, the breaking squad, they get 15 seconds worth of time. That's going to be considered to be a net win. As now we rotate over towards the other side of this house, over towards the front side at Tunnel. Power, again, will hold the advantage with their spawns being close. Alex top window, Volk's playing just outside the hill, but it's Exceed who actually currently possess the interior of the tunnel.
Interesting to see where Peterbot holds right now as the marksman as well. He's playing pretty much dead center of that tunnel. Of course, can whip out that pistol, doesn't have to use the sniper rifle as well, but can use it to his very best.
Oh, able to find himself kind of on an island. 2 kills come through. Meelk's able to support. Bubble down. Peter now off the regen, can step away, and Exceed have done a miracle job here inside tunnel, just not even caring about what happens at mid-map. This has just been all bunker up, trust your shots, and Peterbot showing exactly why that's the case. Mercy! Huge double from Peter, and Exceed now start to break this game wide open.
This is the POV I wanted to see, right? This is the player that has the chance to be the difference maker in these hills, to ensure they get the kills on the board and have the extra player advantage, and Power just can't really shut down this dominance of this hardpoint right now.
This is exactly what we came to expect and what we saw with the DreamHack Dallas run that Exceed went on. Again, formerly known as Agent during that run, they were great in hardpoint, and that was an unbelievable hill because now you rotate over to 5, and this is the one that's on the Exceed side of the map. So that's an incredible job on P4. Looter trying to get some focus on rotation, but shut down as Exceed continue to hold on to time.
This gap is got quite significant now, sadly, for the side of Power. They are able to get into P5 now. This is going to be their first chance at a hold, but again, there's 2 players pretty much within that hard point, and it's going to be so easy for Exceed to surround them.
And they're just littering this backside tunnel with utility, and the follow-up from Peterbot needs to get the reload off and will be shut down. Looter still holding. 1v1 with Okus, who's good for the elimination, and that'll be a flip of the hard point going the way of Exceed now.
Yeah, now Power are going to have to try and force their way off of spawn, but Okus taking a great position here to give that information to the rest of the team with the 3P, and actually being aggressive at the right time just to jump out when he needed to.
Absolute dominance from Exceed here on the hard point, and it's not stopping. The scrap time fully confirmed by Okus. We go back to pool. Worthy, Power, still in position with numbers, but can they find the eliminations they need? The answer is absolutely not. The flank from Peterbot is perfect, and Exceed will chain together P5 to P1.
Seems like Exceed have warmed up a little bit now, and they are all starting to fire on all cylinders, working far better together in this game, it has to be said. And they're all finding individual 1v1s that are successful. I thought Worthy was going to go down, but at least Power are able to get a kill or 2 here to keep things alive.
Yeah, they're just getting picked apart, legitimately. They haven't had a chance to set anything up because the individuals from Exceed keep foiling the plan before it can come together. Good EMP for Looter. Off the Siphon, a chance to possibly influence this hill, but Peterbot by himself, in and out of the bubble. He's got help nearby. Okus right there with him. Somehow, some way, he's still alive. Worthy will drop. They will not be able to win it here, but with the scrap 10 seconds going their way, they'll be pretty darn close.
21 elims now for Peter. We heard from him. He said he was the best player in the game. He said he was going to dominate this lobby and this tournament, and he has done just that here in this game. He has really been allowed the freedom to use the marksman to full advantage, take those angles, and find those elims.
He said what? He was going to be good for 25 every map. Not quite going to get there, but 250 to 75, I think is what I saw. So we like to call that in Call of Duty the old 100-point club coming through. Power absolutely blown out of map number 2.
That was the dominant performance we expected from Exceed. And even if I may have, tongue-in-cheek said less strategy in a hard point than a capture the flag, the strategy implemented worked out very successfully. It was the positioning of the classes they had available to them. Make sure that Peter has an angle on that marksman with the sniper rifle that can get the initial shot. Even if it's a body shot, the amount of damage that it can do will allow everyone else to clean up the 11.
Yeah, I mean, that's the presence that Peterbot brings. The ability to, like I kind of mentioned in the live moment of it, you stop the play before it happens. If you find that one trail kill before they can get their setup, their break attempt, it just pushes another 10, 15 seconds to your score every single time. It's just so key.
At what point am I allowed to call him Peter rather than Peterbot? Are we on first name basis yet, just because I've casted one of his games now?
I think you have that luxury.
Is that how it works? Or I could just go with Bot, but that sounds like an insult.
You could go with Pete if you're. That's the next step. You could just go, it's Pete.
I don't think I'm there yet. Maybe
Petey?
tomorrow. That's day 3.
Yeah, that was just, again, that's backing up the talk that we've been hearing all through socials. We heard in the interview. And again, it starts off with this P1 break for Powers. Good patience. They're picking apart. It's very clinical, very methodical. But for me, it really comes down to P4. The fact that it was on the Power side of the map, they really don't get any time there much at all. That's where I think there is a big difference maker, and we see the presence and power, not to be wordplay, from Exceed being able to individually shut down spawns that are so close to Power.
It was the utility use that we saw from Exceed that really set them apart, I feel like, here in map number 2. The bubbles that went down to isolate some of those fights and to stay alive. There was one point Peter used the bubble to avoid a fight completely so that his teammate could come and assist him. And just think little things like that really set the difference between these two teams. And Power now will be 2-0 down. And even though we still have to give credit to Power, right? They have been playing very well and matching up fairly successfully against Exceed.
Yeah.
Now that you're 2 down, this is when it becomes a struggle.
And the thing about it, and this is where, I'll just throw it out there if you didn't see the Twitter post. Exceed is my pick to win this whole thing. And a lot of it came off the simple fact that watching them play hardpoint, it may not have been the most team-worthy, clinical, perfect play, but their ability to just run through squads because they're outslaying them, I was like, give them 2 more months. Then you add in Keeper, which I think is also going to be, again, very reliant on how well individually you can clean up kills. This might be the slayest, or the heaviest slaying team that we have in the tournament, and I think we see elements of that, especially from Peter, throughout this whole replay package.
I want to give a shout out to Quanti as well. The ability to switch between the Assault or the Infiltrator on that fill roll just looks seamless. It doesn't seem to matter which class he's been playing. Has been flawless, I will say. Some of the strategy that's been implemented, whether it's taking it out to get a quick flag pull, or whether it's just being that player that has the ability to get extra siphon within that hard point.
I love it. So now we take the conversation immediately in towards mode and map number 3. This is Keeper. If you watched that DreamHack Dallas, if you watched any of the coverage from the watch parties and things of the nature during the NA and the EU qualifiers, this mode was not played. We saw it in our first, obviously, series of the day, and we got a lot of inside information in terms of some of the key positions that we're going to be keeping our eye on throughout the entirety of this map.
We need to stop saying key positions at this point.
Sorry,
it sounds funny, right? But the setup that you're going to be seeing are when you have a key position and a chance to put a lot of time on the board. But are you going to be aggressive as a key holder? Are you going to be running away? Because one thing we've learned is if you are on that Infiltrator with the 25% extra speed, you have the ability to kind of get out of dodge and utilize a lot of the avenues on this map just to avoid sightlines.
I just got to have it be said, though, that we've been sabotaged, you, me, Dan. Because we can't call it, it's key and Keeper, and you can't say power positions when Power is playing. We've been set up for failure, friends.
It's unfair, really, how they treat us here, but, we'll get through it. As Power need to try and get through it here in map number 3.
Oh, that's real tough, though, because Power's thinking, let's just play from the outside of the key, drop in a shield, and then we'll just go grab it. But Milks actually just sneaks away with it for a little bit of early time. Immediately recovered, though, by Power, and they're just going to hold right essentially in the middle of the map here, trying to receive this next approach from Exceed.
It's about trying to get time, some scrappy time right at the start whilst the key is at the middle of the map, but then it's about moving it a little bit further towards one of those more ideal setups. We saw in map 1 today, match 1, it was over towards basement was one of the ideal areas.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You also got to keep in mind, and for all of you Giga Chads that love to watch both the first-person perspective and the minimap, keep in mind that the spawns can be a little crazy. If you're not receiving these attacking approaches all that well, your squad is going to be spawning behind the play. So it really puts a lot of pressure on your key carrier to stay alive, which to this point, Power, play really nice recovery, get the key right back in hand, and now we're going to flip the map, go to the other side.
Yeah, Power take the lead as well, and if they are going to have a comeback here, it could all start with Alex. I love this! Put the marksman with the key, because if you do get pushed, you've got a chance to just one-tap anyone.
And he breaks the camera up and over, but can't quite find the final player in Quanti, who also has Volks really low on HP. Worthy here to try to save the day, though, as the key stays idle at the moment. No one able to pick it up. Power eventually with these kills can recover, and this has been great objective focus for Power.
But one thing we did mention, or you mentioned to me before this broadcast, right? If it's going to be any map and mode, Keeper is the best chance for Power. They put a lot of practice in. It wasn't a map we saw previously. It wasn't a mode we saw previously, should I say. So it does give that opportunity for Power to try and take one away from the favorite Exceed.
Well, Peterbot, keep in mind that he's not running the marksman right now. So this very well may be Exceed not running a sniper at all, I don't believe. Kind of important to note that the compositional changes and the specialists have been a thing in every single one of our maps to this point. But Power will drop the key. Quanti there to pick it up. Milks, Okus, Peter, all giving him a proper zone to try to keep him safe as long as possible.
Which I'm wondering, are you running Assault and Infiltrator at that
have to be,
point?
right?
Because we very rarely see the medic coming to the equation. The healing doesn't really seem to be anything that people play, but that's the ability of the marksman. The damage output on the sniper is insane.
Okus able to keep the key carrier safe once again. A different rotation coming out for Exceed. Keep your eye on Volks, though, because him and Alex have actually spawned kind of behind this play. So Quanti may not expect the pinch that's already on the way, but his teammates finding kills from the front. He will join with the power of Exceed, but tough to find much space to work with, at least comfortably enough, as Power continue to find a couple of kills, but they get all shut down immediately from the triple out of Milks.
See Quanti on the Infiltrator there for that extra speed, but one thing I have noticed with Power, they do hold hands well. They will always ensure they're in a duo to try and get a 2 versus 1 advantage if they catch a player off guard.
Well, the problem is every time we look up at the elimination feed, there's a double or a triple coming through from somebody out of Exceed. Worthy able to find a double. Now an opportunity for Power to start to surround onto Quanti. Kill comes through. One trade in the mix. Is there enough for Okus to still hold on to this battle? Power's being held back just a touch. Key is still down. Exceed are going to be able to re-wrap around the back and actually contest this again.
Yeah, Exceed get the wrap, and it's a very successful wrap that they can work with. Now they just have to go off the back damage, find the key, and start putting some points on the board. And there will be the key available, and the choice is Peter to hold it. If you want anyone who has the individual talent to kind of take a 1v3, you want Peter on it.
Seems to be the case as he will go up towards tower. Now, this feels like a great spot because you can see a lot, but it is easy to shoot him out and, of course, also toss nades. Mantle over, not going to work out. Peter getting aggressive, and him and Quanti will combine for 2, and a chance here for Exceed to put this one maybe a little bit further out of contest as they break the century mark.
Obviously, the SMG is nuts as well for Peter. Some say it's the best gun available in this mode, and if you put it on a player who is confident to engage in a lot of these fights, you are going to see him find some success. Now it's going to be a tower setup, which is a difficult one, especially if any of the dynamite or grenades can be tossed up here.
I think the thing about this position, though, we were talking about this with Brav and Onset for touches, as much as the tower may not be fully safe, you do ensure that no one spawns behind you. So it gives you some map control in terms of what you can expect, and that's what we're starting to see here. Milks, Peter, combined for eliminations, and that will put this well out of contest for round number 1. Exceed, regardless of what the final score ends up being, will take this first round.
Yeah, despite some early dominance from Power and just keeping Exceed at arm's length, as soon as Exceed got true control, we've seen from them how dominant they can be when they get an actual setup. And I think that's where Exceed are going to be at their very best throughout this tournament, is when they're not in a scrappy fight in the middle of the map, but actually allowed to get to one of those ideal setups.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And ooh, is this insult to injury here for Exceed? They've got the key right behind them, but they're saying, come fight us a little bit longer. And that will eventually get us to the 150 score threshold to win the first round. Again, this map is still a quote-unquote best of 3 rounds overall. So advantage here towards Exceed to start. Decent moments from Power, but again, I think there's going to be some conversation to be had after day number 1 of, with Keeper, do you want to put yourself against an out-of-bounds area of the map so no one spawns behind you? Or do you prefer to play more kind of towards the middle of the map with a position that is a little bit easier to hold on, as Quanti will get the double bubble down, find the key, and immediately retreat back to safety?
Very aggressive, knowing that you've got the protection of said bubbles there, and now you can get away, now you can get some time on the board, and Power already being shut down here. But there is a nice trade coming out. 2 will fall. But Power, I feel like it's the same thing we were mentioning in the previous game, right? Strategy is there for them, but it's just the individual ability of some of these Exceed players that is just taking it away from them.
It feels that way. So we head back over towards double doors. This is, again, that back corner of the map that tower position is near. Ocus, Looter in position to try to take this 1v1. Help from Meelks. Again, the teamwork from Exceed really starting to come to life. Volks is in trouble, has to keep his head at a swivel, and just gets flat out overwhelmed. Worthy, last one left, dealt with. Meelks will find 3 in the feed again, as Ocus will retreat back behind double doors for some extra time.
Bonzi got an insane spawn there to very quickly get back into the action here as well, and I do think that we are seeing Exceed very much play towards the spawners with the key. As soon as they've lost a member, the key holder will continue to move towards the spawners to ensure they have as much of an advantage as possible.
Yeah, Power will spawn to that bottom side of the minimap. Peter and the rest of Exceed still trying to track this thing backwards just a touch. Even exchange, an elimination feed. Power able to at least shred the key off the back of Meelks. Volks picks it right back up and then heads to safety. Again, just playing this bottom corner of the map where this tower is.
Yeah, tower setup again. Oh, that's going to be a dodgy one, but at least you're going to be able to maybe get a bubble down as a backup here. But sadly, the bubble is not enough. And that's one of the downsides of the tower setup. You just feel too vulnerable for me.
Yeah, if your setup doesn't provide, a line of scrimmage that kind of encompasses this entire front side of double doors, it is, I think, just easy to get completely snowballed on. But Power, once again, find a couple of kills, trying to track back to take down Quanti, who is on the way out. Shots from both sides. Looter, first one up, and that's enough. So 3 kills in the feed again. Power right back in it.
That was really good at isolating Quanti there, recognizing where the last player was and ensuring he got shut down before the spawners then arrived for Exceed.
Peterbot, Exceed, trying to make their play back forward. Looter looking for some ground to work with, not gonna happen. It's all 4 members down. Exceed once again in a position to quickly recover the key and just essentially swap sides, but Power spawns pretty close. They can still battle for this. Key not in hand at the moment for either of our 2 squads, so we stay essentially tied until Exceed can finally find the vacancy to pick it up.
Power spawned close, but Exceed spawned even closer.
Yep.
And now there's the chance for Peter to continue his kind of just absolute craziness that we've seen so far. Again, it's another 20 elimination game for him, and it doesn't seem to matter what class you put him on, he's still finding success.
Quanti again on this Infiltrator specialty. He's gonna have that extra movement speed. He has kind of faked out Power a touch. He went over towards Cliff and now has tracked back over towards where the Exceed spawns are, which is once again on this bottom corner. It definitely feels like Exceed prefer this side of the map, trying to control spawns as best as they possibly can, but difficult to do, easy to say, as Power find a couple of kills and immediately find recovery.
Yeah, again, Exceed were trying to run that key towards the spawners, but Power will recover, will be on the board, and this one is still close. Exceed have not been able to get the same setup and start to break away like they did in the first round here.
Great EMP initially from Looter, follow up. Help from Worthy is good. Just need to take care of Worthy, or pardon me, from Quanti, and that will be enough, again, to create some space to breathe. Power gonna get above 70 points, looking solid to get this thing back to a tie game as Exceed has to try to once again attack from the front.
Exceed are all gonna be sending it together as a 4 though, well, as a 3, excuse me, whilst Peterbot is making a flank round behind. Power need to be careful they don't get pinched, but you can see they're trying to move this key away from them and rotate as a unit.
Well, Meelks, once again, good for 2. Feels like every time we're on his perspective, he's finding a handful in the feed. Nearly gets a 3rd. Now the hunt is on. Alex down low, the only one with full HP, but he gets completely caught off. Meelks again, another double. He is popping off 31 kills for Meelks, and he's not done yet with still a minute to play in round 2.
Decent amount of kills for Worthy as well. 29 eliminations on the board, but now we're going to see Exceed with a chance to hold this. Remember, keep an eye on that timer. It is a small lead for Exceed, but only 47 seconds left on the clock.
That's the big thing about this. Power gonna have the pressure, kicked up just a touch. Peter back over, feels the presence of Looter on the way in. Elimination is good. Now, it's just down to Volks, who also gets taken care of. And now, all of a sudden, Power are a bit staggered. You got to find a way to get yourself set up. 30 seconds all left on the clock.
30 seconds, but 20 points behind here. You have to push now, and you have to get the key, which they do. This is the chance, but you can see there's a last chance dip from Quanti to get the kill. But Power look like they are just able to hold on. But look at the clock shift. It is not going to be enough.
No, mathematically, it becomes impossible here for Power. Tough scenes, man. They put up one heck of a fight. And this ending score will be close, but again, the math does not favor the team out of OCE, and Quanti's gonna let them know about it. A little extra curricular action happening at the end of map number 3, and that will be a, I won't say super comfortable 3-0 for Exceed, but hey, it's still a 3-0 to kick off the tournament.
We saw enough from Exceed to understand why they are one of the favorites at this tournament. If not the favorite, of course, there are plenty of other teams that are up there in that discussion, but definitely a team that everyone needs to keep their eye on. Not just for Peter. I know there's been a lot of talk about Peterbot and his individual skill, but the strategy implemented in every single game type we saw seemed to be pretty spot on, and I do feel like they were maybe at 75% of everything they can put forward here.
I think, again, for me, it's just what is this squad going to give us in terms of their objective focus? Because it definitely feels like the air of confidence that they've got about them is all about, we're individually better than you. The thing about it is, and we see this in a variety of 4v4 titles, sometimes that doesn't make a difference if you lose focus on the objective. So I think in particular, my big question marks for Exceed is, can they continue to polish up their CTF and maybe figure out a meta in terms of what we're going to see for Keeper?
And one of the most interesting developments from that third map was switching Peterbot off of the marksman.
Good call.
Considering he is up there as one of the best marksmen, if not the best marksman that is in the game at the moment, and then to say, well, in Keeper, we don't think the marksman is as valuable on Peter, and they moved him over with the ability to try and do something a little bit different, maybe be a bit more aggressive, getting in the face of the opponents, and it seemed to work out for them.
I think some of that, really to dig into the conversation here, friends, so again, bear with us, you don't have lanes to lock down as much in Keeper because the spawns, like we've heard from the players, are so, I won't say random, maybe is not the right word, but it forces gunfights faster. It makes this mode feel a lot mixier than maybe some of the hardpoint moments or especially some of the CTF moments. It kind of feels like we go from a slowest mode in CTF to a medium speed mode in hardpoint to a very quick and constant engagement kind of mode here at this Keeper.
Can I just say, that was a lot of fun. I loved every second of that. I didn't know how it was going to go, but they certainly looked brilliant.
Yeah, indeed the case. Well, that is going to do it here for Exceed, taking their 3-0 as we head down to the stage for our post-game reaction to Milos.
Hello, everybody. Yes, welcome. Quanti joining us here from Exceed. A massive victory for the team. That was a really quick game. No two ways around it. How you guys feeling now with fours and teamwork and everything around it?
I mean, we're feeling good. I mean, we knew it was going to be easy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, playing all these scrims, no team's better than us. I mean, that was a pretty, easy wipe, of course.
So you're thinking, everybody's talking about Exceed. You guys should be topping the group. Is this what you're feeling? Is this what we should expect?
Yeah, it's 100%. I don't think anybody in our group is better than us, Got Peter, Okus, and Milks, all great players. We all work together as a team. Perfect chemistry.
I mean, chemistry, the kills is one thing. Obviously, we saw a lot of that. Milks on his own was just pulling kills throughout the whole game. But you feel they have that edge to go even beyond the groups? I mean, it's a good thing. Maybe too early to talk about, but something to ask.
Yeah, but like I said, no team is better than us. So, of course, we're going to win this whole thing. So.
Really looking forward to Conti. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. Again, that is Exceed here in Group B. We'll be seeing them later on to fight for their position. But now, back to the studio.
Thank you, Milos, and congratulations to another hot 3-0. This time it's Exceed coming out with the dub, and Jess, there's a little bit of confidence on that stage.
I mean, it's not just Peterbot on the roster that has some things to say to the rest of the competition. Quanti wanted a little bit of the limelight there, and he says, no one is better than us, and I tell you what, it's looking that way so far, but we still have many more matches to go.
2 matches in, we have seen some fun Fortnite, but who shined in that series for you, Evan?
Ooh, I think a lot of the different players on that team had their sort of own individual moments. I mean, in Keeper, Milks was incredible, felt like you couldn't miss a shot. Peterbot on some of them hard points, you couldn't get him out of the sight. All in all, I think everyone had their moments, but yeah, that's what you expect from a team as good as Exceed.
Let's take a look at some of these best moments going all the way back to game number 1.
I love the fact that Power at least pushed them to have to play their best. I know it doesn't look good on the scoreboard, on the match count for Power, but if you go back to each of these rounds, each of these moments, Power is putting a lot of really good team play into this, and it's forcing Exceed to have to use a lot of gunfire.
To be fair, I thought in Capture the Flag, they made it close, right? Of course, you mentioned how they pushed them to their limits. I think we saw an approach from Power that could find them success, right? They made sure to split the map together, right? And I think at times, Exceed found good ways to exploit that. But all in all, right, it was going to have to be Capture the Flag, like I said at the start, if there was going to be a map that they could take off of them. And that being the closest one, I think, showed that, yeah, Power are clearly good there, just not quite Exceed.
I'm very happy that Exceed didn't have their usual traditional slow start map 1. They came in, yes, okay, at the end it was looking shaky like it might go to OT. They stepped forward and said, no, we can come out with a strong start. It was a little shaky, but the big thing that the casters were pointing out at the end of that series was Peter is moved off of marksman when it gets to Keeper because the laning and everything is not quite as important. You're not holding those long angles with that particular rifle. And I tell you what, the fact that you can play multiple roles is awesome. You see him here on the the screen. He's the one running around getting that AR working.
That tower hold
right there.
Oh my goodness, that tower hold was filthy. They couldn't get him out of there, and that's the key with Peter, but I think across all of the different sort of modes we played, there's just spots he gets into that are power positions, and he refuses to leave. Like, you are just not getting him out of there.
On the other side for Power, I was watching Worthy win a few 1v2s. He had disadvantages at times, still hitting the crucial shots. Will he be the star for Power if they're going to advance out of the group? Or who is it that needs to lead this team going into their final 2 matches?
It's funny you say that because we have an Excel sheet where we put highlight plays for the end of this tournament where we can highlight plays. 2 of the clips that I put in there were both Power plays. Now, not that Exceed didn't have awesome clips throughout this series, but there were a couple of players on the side of Power that had exceptional multi-kills. And that's the flashy stuff we like to put in those sort of montage videos. So multiple of these players have their own moments, and I think it's going to be a team effort.
To be honest, I think we maybe need to look at a different angle. Maybe not an individual. I think their team play together, right? Strategy is going to be, I think, the key to them having a chance of getting out. Because individually, we saw they can shoot, right? They can stay and keep up with people. But again, it's about what they're doing tactically that I think will be the difference maker.
Time to talk with the coach in between matches, review some VOD from the teams that are walking away with dubs, and clean up your game, because if you lose the next one, you are out of the tournament, and you're probably not looking great for a big chunk of that prize pool. Big win here from Exceed. The last question we have to answer, though, is who deserves our PlayStation MVP? And I want to name this one myself.
Oh, go ahead.
It's the man who came in on top of the day saying, I'm not saying any other names. I'm not building egos. I'm crushing them. Peterbot crushed everybody in that lobby. Let's take a look at some of his best moments. And Levin, for anyone new who's tuning in from different titles here at EWC, what do they need to know about Peterbot moving forward?
This is the best Fortnite player in the world.
Are you saying that now? Like, this is it? This is your guy?
This has been the guy all year. I mean, you look at Fortnite competitions outside of the modes of playing here, he's been that guy, and he's been asked to prove it and back it up, especially online many a times. And even though, yes, again, this isn't maybe the traditional BR, I think his performances here already have shown us that clearly he's capable of performing online.
Yeah, and I said this before we got into the tournament, I love his movement. I love how he uses the environment around him to really give him win conditions in gunfights. It looks like a traditional 50-50 1v1, but I promise you with the way that he's bouncing around the map, the win condition is almost always in Peter's favor.
We are calling him Peekerbot up in the green room. The man knows how to use cover, and even when he's low on health, he's somehow able to walk away with a siphon. Keep your eyes on the MVP for Exceed as they are powering in to the next round where they'll play for a spot in our top 8, the playoffs, which kicks off on Saturday. Big games already here from the Amazon Arena, and we aren't even halfway through the day. We've got updates, though, on our groups, and we want to keep you up to date with what's happening here in Group B. You saw the 3-0, but what's going to happen on the other side of the bracket? Aula and Game and Gladiators are facing off right now. You can check that out on the second stream. Game and Gladiators the clear favorite, or after talking to some of the players here, do you think Alula can cause problems?
I mean...
Dark Horse. They were my dark horse from moment number 1. Alula was the one that I was like, if they are going to make a dark horse run, it's probably that team.
Alula had been scrimming against a lot of the EU teams, and the feedback from a lot of the EU teams was, don't count these guys out. They're really good. They're in a tough group. And so I think this game here against Gaming Gladiators will be very telling as to whether Aula really have a chance. Most people would expect Gaming Gladiators to sweep them, I'd say. But if they don't, then I think that tells us everything we need to know.
One of the best in NA versus the best in EU. Game and Gladiators taking the stage a little bit later, but let's remind you what's happening in Group A. The ferocious Falcons are through to the next round. And off stream, we saw the 3-0 from Xset. Muzz, Edgy, Cold. Who's the player to watch so far in this tournament?
I mean, as much as many people consider Peterbot the best Fortnite player in the world, when it comes to these modes, specifically CTF, Keeper, Hardpoint, the player who has undoubtedly been the best has been Cold. Has been Cold. I mean, that call. Unbelievable player.
We're going to talk more about Cold on the other side of this break, because coming up next, we are advancing our first team to the playoffs. It's Xset taking on Falcons for a Group A upper final.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Yeah.
The Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite rolls on as we are now already in a qualification match for the top 8. You win this series, your team is guaranteed $40,000, and more importantly, you're in that running for the trophy. We got Jesco, we've got Levin here, and of course, a big matchup coming up here for the finals of Group A, Levin.
I'm so excited. I mean, these are two of the biggest name teams, the favorites of the competition. I mean, some people could argue it's a sneak peek into the final, maybe. Am I getting ahead of myself? Maybe.
Before we get ahead of ourselves, let's set it up here. Falcons taking on XSET. Both of these teams played in the opening match of the tournament. They were just able to take about an hour-and-a-half break, warm up, watch VODs, whatever they need to do, and now they're ready to take the stage. Let's start here with the Falcons squad. What have you seen from the green team entering this battle?
Look, yeah, green versus red. Let's go with that one, shall we? I think the big thing that I'm noticing is that it's not just the pure firepower from each of these players that we started at the start of the day, but we heard Tayson say in the interview, he wants to prep new things per match. So I'm not going to even talk about what they did in the first matches because it's going to be completely different coming into the second.
I love Exceed saying we're just playing the same way we did all qualifier, no new strategies. Let's take a look, though, at the full lineup for Falcons. Chicho, we got Teeny, Yapko, who earned our first PlayStation MVP, and, of course, Tayson, who some people are saying the GOAT.
Many people say the GOAT, especially in EU, right? The EU fans love a bit of Tayson. I mean, we saw from them very early on here that they came with very serious intentions in this competition. I mean, they look strong on every single map. I think based off of what Tayson said, like you said, in terms of them looking to change things up, they clearly have a deep bag that they can get into. And the fact that everybody's been hyping up XSET, right? In the interviews before the show, Tayson got asked, who's the best team? He said, probably XSET. I'm expecting something good from them here now, right? They've had time to prepare. They've known the threat that's coming. What do they have ready for that?
I mean, I wouldn't have even prepared for match one, knowing how big of a threat XSET would be coming into that second match. This is a qualification match. It's very important. They're expected to win that match number one. Now you're here. How much prep have you actually done? And have you over-prepped a little bit? Maybe XSET was lying.
Levin, are these squads from the same region? Do you have any international pride on the line here? Of course, Falcons, the Saudi org, picking up some of the best in Europe.
Yeah, so big pride here in terms of, it's a classic EU versus NA sort of lineup.
E versus you?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm an honorary EU. I live in Europe for the past 6 years. So me versus you. So I'm going to pick Falcons. You're going to pick XSET, yeah?
It's a bit out of place, really. Tayson's my favorite player, apparently, right? So how can I go against him?
But Yapko is our favorite player. Can we talk a little bit about the importance of the marksman role and how did he drop 50 eliminations in a single game, Jess?
Mouse 1. I hear Mouse 2. Mouse 1 works really good on the marksman role. But to be serious with you, the marksman role on a lot of these maps and game modes is really important. important. For those who understand laning and maps and how you take control and move up those lanes, marksman roles are really important with it. But the way he uses it in short range as well, he does a quick swap to the pistol to finish off anything that he doesn't get the full kill on. It's amazing.
You just held on to so many power positions, right? Up there on that white truck, right? Being able to just sort of block so many different areas of the map off. You just can't get past, right? You're trying to go get the flag and pull it. No chance. You can't get past Yapko.
Look at that rat angle, by the way.
You know what I mean? It's like he's just in some of the best spots out there, and you know, when you win your ones like Yapko does, it's always going to be a problem for the other team.
Do we call that a quick scope here in Fortnite?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
He's clicking as quick as he possibly can, and of course, if he gets up close and personal, he has been doing damage with that pistol. Talk to me about the dynamite, though. Has it been impactful? Because every single role has a different loadout, a different set of equipment coming in.
Yeah, we didn't see anything too crazy from Yapko in terms of like how he was using his dynamite. I think the key thing we see typically is like using sound, waiting for players to come outside of like an extremity, and then like having a lineup ready to just get some big damage. One thing that I thought was really interesting though about Yapko's performance, based on what we just saw with Exceed, we saw Peterbot decide, hey, I'm not using the marksman in Keeper. You know, the map dynamics are a bit different. Whereas we saw Yapko just before that drop 50 with that sniper rifle, right? So already different styles between the teams.
And you're talking about that dynamite. I'm just talking about all grenades in the game, no matter the role that you're picking. A lot of them are just tossing from, they have lineups from all over the map over towards rock side, because that is the most popular run, especially in CTF. You're gonna go that rock side. It is the fastest, the cleanest, it's the angles that you're gonna get those long angles on. So to see them just have these lineups for dynamite that sails over the map, they understand the timings. These are pro players for a reason.
Now, we saw the Falcons on the main stream here, but over on the second stream, it was XSET making quick work of Dragons. Let's take a look at this lineup. Ritual, Muzz, Edgy, and Cold. And you were telling me Cold considered one of the greats. Why is he so important to this lineup, Levin?
He's just unbelievable. Like, you'll see a game happen and like everything feels very even. It feels like everyone played their role. You'll check the elimination feed. Code has 40 elim. You're like, hold on a minute, what have I missed? And it's so consistent. Everybody else in the team can almost like chill and be confident in what they do, knowing that he's going to provide space, provide eliminations.
And you, of course, like the man with the mustache. What can you tell me about Ritual?
I mean, look, we had not an argument, but I think you agree with me. There was a list of top marksmen throughout the tournament, and my man Ritual wasn't on that list, and I took personal offense to that, because if you watch some of his quick scoping, you watch his movement, you watch his pre-aiming, which is really important for sniper players, he ticked every single box for me. He's my favorite marksman, and I will live and die by that. I promise you, that is my man.
I love that confidence, Jess. We have no shortage of confidence here in our EWC featuring Fortnite, and we caught up with Edgy. Let's hear what he had to say.
Welcome back to the Amazon Arena, where I am joined by Edgy from XSET. Edgy, you have tons of experience. You've been in and around this kind of competitive scene for a really long time. You've even competed here at Gamers 8 in Riyadh, you know, in previous years. Have you been sharing your wisdom with the rest of the players coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I think so, especially for my team. I'm also the oldest player on the team, and coming here before, I think I kind of try to like help them, like mentor them a bit, like outside of the game, just kind of make sure everyone's on this like same headspace, everyone's clear-minded, and yeah.
I feel you, man. I'm one of the oldest talent here, you know, it's all right. We can rep the oldies. It's absolutely fine. Now, this morning, pretty comfortable 3-0 against Dragons Esports, but you know, right now, this is the match that everyone's been thinking about. Everyone's been talking about it, right? XSET versus Falcons. How are you guys feeling about it?
I'm excited to play them. You know, we played them at DreamHack Dallas. It was a little bit rough, but I think we're more prepared this time. You know, going against Dragons, I played personally pretty bad. My team played amazing though, but I also had the same thing happen in DreamHack Dallas. My first match was like a little rough, so I'm excited to see how I play. I'm excited to see how they play. It should be fun. We're
all very excited. Now, speaking of Dallas, other teams tend to think that you guys are the team to beat coming into this competition. So would you be excited? How would you feel about going up against Exceed later on in the competition, given the kind of little bit of tension between the two teams?
Yeah, no, we have beef with them. We have beef with them, but I mean, we've made a lot of like kind of internal changes off scene, and like obviously the roster change we made. So it'll be interesting to see. We haven't really played them that much, and kind of hiding stuff from them. So I think it should be fun.
Edgy, overcome the Falcons hurdle first, and then hopefully we'll see you against Exceed, and it's going to be great. Thanks so much for joining me in the interview. Best of luck in your next match, and we'll see you later on. Thanks very much, guys.
Awesome stuff there from Edgy. When I was doing Fortnite casting, he was one of the players always finishing on top of the podium. He's won a ton of money, but so have his teammates. And they mentioned we had to make a roster change after Dallas. Cold seems to be a difference maker, but he's not the only player you have eyes on.
I mean, everybody looks at this team and instantly Cold stands out. Understandably, right? It's Cold. He's a player that is unbelievable. Muzz as well gets a lot of credit because on his day, Muzz could be the best player in the world if he wants to be. He's mechanically insane. And then, of course, we just highlighted Edgy there. Ritual, though, he's the real leader of this team. I spoke to their coach, Sven, and I asked him, outside of Cold, right, who's the most important player you think? And he said Ritual. He's a man that's making calls, pushing them forward, always leading them in the right direction. And so he needs to get a bit more praise, I think. Yeah, no, 100% I'm with you.
From both of you. And of course, we want to hear from everybody who's partying with us. Let us know right now over at stcplay.gg. Who do you have advancing out of the group? Is it our Dallas DreamHack winners, or is it a squad that bombed in Dallas and finds themselves in a tricky matchup? Xset's been out favorite amongst a lot of the people here on this set. Do you want to make it official, Evan? 3-0? 3-1? 3-2? How's this play out?
I'm going to go bold here and say 3-1 Xset.
3-1 Xset.
I'm going to go bold here.
He's going with the statistical underdog. What about you, Jesco?
I'll stick with the EU. As I said, I would, but I actually think we're going to go all the way. I said this before, 3-2 is probably the score if we're looking at the game modes and the teams.
These two teams know each other in and out. So, Evan, which role has the biggest impact on a W?
Ooh. You can't ask that.
Honestly, I think the real difference making this series will be the Juggernaut Cold.
Oh.
I think Cold is going to do what Cold does here on stage.
You say that, but I've been watching these engineers, and for those who don't know, that's where the bubble goes down, 200 HP shield pops up.
Right.
I'm looking at the placements, I'm looking at the pro and reactions with it. So for me, maybe some engineers.
Teeny versus Edgy. It's the fill roll that's up in the air. Chat, let us know. Who do you got? How many games? Because we are heading back in to the Amazon Arena. It is time to find out who powers through to our final 8. Let's get it going.
Oh, here we go. You know, I am one of the clumsiest human beings on the planet. Every time I go down those steps, I'm so grateful to still be here. Thank goodness I'm still here alive.
Adam, I'm very happy about it. And this, you know, this is not me gloating or anything, but this is a hell of a game to be alive for. We got Xset and Falcons. This is one to watch for Group A.
It really is. This is a celebration of life. We're optimists here on the Amazon Arena. I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. The optimist and the optometrist, as my teacher used to say back in uni. But let's introduce our teams, Falcons and Xset.
Xset, a team of titans enter the stage here. Champions of multiple regions, and how will they fare on the international stage? Let's find out.
And Falcons and Tayson and the crew said and showed on stage earlier that their prep is locked in no matter who they face. Can they soar high above Group A and their NA opponents in this game?
Oh, we're about to find out here. Remember, this is going to be the top of Group A. It's very, very exciting times. Everyone here can't wait. You guys at home as well, we know you are equally as excited for this one. So Milos, without much further ado, let's get off this thing and let them get on with it.
Absolutely. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
Boy, do we have a treat for you on our main stage here in Riyadh. This is something that maybe a lot of people were expecting to see a little bit later on in the tournament, but we are blessed with this matchup in our group stages here on day number 1. Falcons versus Xset, and tell us the story about exactly why we find ourselves in this situation, Andy.
Yeah, not every time, not every tournament do we get a matchup like this. As your second match of the group stage, we have two of your tournament favorites finding each other in Group A. Team Falcons, your #1 seed, the DreamHack Dallas winners, coming up against the 9th seed tournament favorite, another thing we don't say too often, in Xset. Xset did not qualify through DreamHack. Of course, had to qualify online. They did get that NA Face It qualifier spot And as a result, you have the #1 seed versus the #9 seed, but let's take those and throw those out the window because as you already heard Levin say, this could be a preview of your tournament finals.
It certainly could be indeed. Now let's talk about their history so far here at the EWC, right? Only one match played each, both of them managing to close out with a 3-0, but we should highlight Falcons versus Zaya, which we saw a little bit earlier on. That felt like a Falcons pretty convincing victory. 4-1 on CTF, 250-1, 62 on Hardpoint, and 2-1 on Keeper. Now off-stream, or away from the mainstream, Xset took on Dragons. Now this is a little bit different. Even though it's a 3-0, don't get me wrong, CTF 1-0. They win that one. Map number 2, Hardpoint. 250-244.
Crazy.
So just the 6 points between them, and then they close out on Keeper with a 2-0. But maybe some more questions to be raised about Xset and their performance here in the live event environment.
Definitely, there were 2 different 3-0s there, as you said, 2 very different feeling ones, certainly. And you heard also from that Edgy interview, a lot of internal changes heading into EWC. Cold, the man on your screen, he is going to be the player we are watching. I think Levin said it best last night. Levin's like, I think it might actually be unfair that they have Cold on the team. Let's see if they could do it. This would be the upset, of course, the 9th seed versus your 1st seed. We'll see if Xset can still become your tournament favorites here. We're underway with Falcons versus Xset.
Chalet CTF to catch us going, and yep, indeed, we're going to watch Chico off the rip hope. And interesting to see, it is going to be a slow bait of utility by the looks of things off the rip here for both teams. So Xset, a little bit of a push through the middle. It's going to be the first pick coming in from Muzz, and that's going to be Chico now having to challenge himself. And I love this little play, trying to slink through to clean up some damage. And that's exactly what is going to happen. And I love just how he slipped through the defensive there of Falcons for just a few seconds.
Yeah, Muzz tries to go wrap base. Chicho does well to just wrap all the way back through, make sure he doesn't get taken down. It was a nice kind of 1v1 between the two. And as we said, things are going to slow down a lot. Mark, you and I were expecting this a lot between their, especially compared to their first matches against Zeta and Power. Expect a lot more just these two teams to press each other harder. The pace might slow down at times. Really a lot more pinching on the utility usage and effective bubbles. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye out here. Tayson now 2 to his name. He's going to go ahead and climb up to height.
Element of respect shown by both teams as well, knowing that one elimination can certainly snowball, knowing the teamwork that can be put together and the ability to link eliminations back to back. And once again, we're really just seeing this battle for mid-map control. Cole going to be moving into the pool now, and he should pick up the elimination onto Tayson. There's a little bit of a challenge coming in from Tierney, but 2 players are going to be there as Muzz is going to fly out to try and challenge. And Tierney's going to lose his shields, but he's going to pick up Muzz on his way down. And there's a second one, and that is mid-map blown open. Thank you very much, Tierney, for a play for us to highlight.
Wow, also, yeah, what a play from Tierney there, especially to do it up against Cold, the player we spent the last, what feels like 20 minutes talking about in the studio and on the desk. As you said, early engagements. One thing to also highlight here, Falcons, let's not forget, they scored in about 43 seconds of play in their game number 1. It's, of course, been a very different opening against a team like Xset here.
Tierney having to play his life right now because Xset picked up multiple kills. Now you can see he's just trying to be a nuisance and does equal the numbers and allows teammates to get back on the map for a minute. Strong push coming in on the cave side here from Xset, led by that man Cold, and there is the bubble to give them a little bit of room to play around.
Interestingly, normally you want to try to bubble maybe up to the window to just guarantee you at least height, but they had to bubble just straight out of the rock, straight out of the cave, and here comes the push.
You can see the pull coming in as well. Cold's going to now take his attention away from moving that flag to protecting his teammate who was moving. And Tayson mid-map, trying to fight, trying to battle, trying to scrap for anything that he can find. And now he's looking for a second one as well. Oh, won't find it though, as Muzz's shots are clean.
Keep an eye on where that flag might have been. Looks like it might have been returned in the end. Muzz just staying alive here, just going to hold mid-map. About to run into Yapko though.
Muzz now, once again, just looking for this mid-map control. And it's very interesting that both teams are valuing it so heavily. Trades in and around the cave. As Edgy now tries to take down Chico here, who's going to be using that bubble just to give himself a little bit of a peeker's advantage, but it's a double peeker's advantage here. You got Edgy with the rock, the natural formation, and Chicho here has got to be a little bit more worried about his bubble dissipating. That's exactly what is going to happen, and now he has to challenge.
Yeah, doubles back out, and as we said, how different is this from everything? Boom, very nice shots here from Chicho. He will take down Edgy. That will now open up the lane, and means him and Yapko can now start to make this move here on the rock side. We'll see if they can start to get an advantage here. It's going to be Cold in the back of the base. Spawners in the back of the base as well. There's more work to do before they pull.
Yeah, look how Cold's playing this one. Knows the situation, knows that he's got to wait for a little bit of help and assistance to come in from the respawners. By doing so, now he's got Ritual just behind him who can help him with this damage, but this 2v2 is fascinating, right? Yeah. Whoever wins this, you get the feeling it's going to be a flag not moving or an opportunity for Falcons here to maybe get that one off the stand and towards mid-map.
Edgy also won a really key 1 at mid-map as well. That kept things interesting. However, Chicho tries to make the push, but really it just took too long. Bubble did go down, though. We'll see if a pull results.
Monster's doing some good work in the back of the base here, just being a nuisance for multiple teams. It looks like there's a little bit of a stalemate, and we are back to a mid-map battle between the two teams as Yapko now tries to lock down this middle lane of the map here on Chalet. Exit kind of split across the map at the moment. It looks like finally they are starting to formulate a little bit of a push to the 50-yard line. 2 players are going to be on the tunnel side and 2 on the cave, so a little bit of split across the map.
Big nade damage coming in. You knew Ritual was going to get taken down there. He's not able to convert there in the end. Exit does pick up those 2. Chicho trying to win this against Edgy in the end. He will get taken down as well, and now looks like Rockside will, for the moment, belong to Exit. By the way, 50 seconds left, and Muzz is actually on the pull. Let's see if he can get through. Right now, he's able to wrap the corner with still 100 health. Here he comes.
Muzz going to dive in. Chicho's going to get 1. You have to wonder if the lineouts are going to come in as well, but look at that kill feed. It's Cold who gets 2, and even though we haven't said his name too many times, when it matters most, he does get that elimination. Tayson, though, flies in and gets that return, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, a massive play from him.
They get the return. They also got the kills they needed as well. That flag almost certainly would have gone back, even if that touch went in as well, and they're going to be very happy. As you said, 20 seconds left on the clock. We will be heading into the next round, still tied at 0-0. This will just be a little bit of extra pressure as the round closes out. But man, what a stop. A flailing Hail Mary stop from Tayson to make sure the game stays here at 0-0.
And that's the craziness about the touch return mechanic right in the game. You get that kill and you can use whatever health you have left to fly. Even if you're taking bullets, all you need is a slight touch on that flag and you are going to send it back home. So an opportunity may be missed. Maybe just the hero play was too good, but when it's all said and done and we end our round here and we move and we flip sides, it's going to be tied up at 0-0.
Yeah, still smiles on the entire Exet side. Ritual, of course, included. Not worried about that flag not going in. Still a lot of round to play. You do hear a little bit of Falcons chants in the building. Not surprising. I think you've heard those for a few weeks now as the hometown crowd is very happy to see their players here on the main stage. But we're tied up 0-0. A switch of sides. We're into round number 2. This will be the deciding side here in CTF.
Start of the previous round was, like we mentioned, a battle of utility, trying to bait it out, and there is going to be a little bit of usage. A couple of explosions happening mid-map that are immediately taken advantage of. Ritual, though, he's going to be challenged on the window here and will be taken down. So Falcons with a really, really strong push off the rip here, and they might be able to get this flag moving, but there's Cold to shut it down just as we start getting excited.
I think, yeah, Falcons with a really nice opening there. As you saw, not only do they get the first pick, they get the next 2 as well. I think they just needed to maybe get a little bit more. Cold was on the back of the base. Ritual had already spawned in the back of the base as well. They could not wrap that corner, and even though that fast start worked against a team like Zeta earlier on, it's not going to work against Exet. You need to be timing those limbs even better.
Confidence there on the marksman, trying to hit that no-scope and clean it up immediately. Unfortunately, just didn't have the timing window as Exet now start to flood and take over a little bit of mid-map control here. They're kind of just slowly creeping up at the moment. Tayson going to be taken down as well by Ritual, and the kill's starting to stack up now for Exet.
Yapko knows he needs to stay alive here. Cole just trying to push this lane. This will be a big 1v1 here at the mid-map.
Yapko just trying to play the angles, wait for Tayson to get alongside in the eliminations here, as you say, will be so important. It depends on who's going to be able to push or hold. Edgy taken down as well. Yapko with the big damage coming in from that sniper rifle. And now you're going to see the cave side be opened up here. It's a real opportunity to maybe get that flag moving.
Cold and Edgy holding window here. There also is mid-map presence, as you saw, so they're going to have to be really careful with this end of rock choke. Not going to be easy. Cold going to make the push out, try to force him out.
Yapko's already taken some damage himself, so it's a pretty simple cleanup for a player of the caliber of Cold, as now he turns his attention towards the pooled area. Chicho off the respawn, trying to play inside of the tunnel, and just looking at the map overhead at the moment, it feels like Falcons very much on the back foot, but damage has been essentially done for them across the map to now move out.
Jason tries to stay alive, is able to do it, tries to wrap front base, very, very nice kill. Gonna pick up 2 in the feed. Teeny also picks up 1, so that will allow him now to hold forward, try to wrap around behind Muzz.
17 eliminations in this game for Tayson as well. Having a very, very strong start here. Muzz wins the 1v1. The individual battle going to be pivotal, as always, to creating a little bit of space on the map. Teeny now. Once again, just you can see the value that both teams are holding in and around the cave side. They know the value that can come off that both offensively and defensively. That's why they see them stutter step and take a second before committing to any fights. And both teams just always waiting to make sure it's a double push from 2 players before they do anything. Bubble goes down here. Cold's trying to evade it, and Cold is doing a pretty good job of it. Chicho will be taken down.
Cold actually, in the end, uses that bubble against him. Very nice job. Really good awareness from Cold, even though he was trapped there at the end of the rock tunnel, able to just fly right into the bubble and help to use it. In the end, though, those kills are essentially traded out and neutralized. So the elims will go each way. Yapko now trying to make the move here as well. Tayson on the white truck, but immediately gets the lid up there. Great team shot there from both the front of the white truck and the window coming in from Exet defensively.
Speaking of defensively, that's where Exet find themselves on the map. A couple of them just stuck in the back of spawn at the moment. Damage has been done to Falcons members, which means they're going to have to just wait to see if they can get a couple of picks before they try and formulate this push. And in that time, you can see that Exet have managed to take a little bit of presence here on the balcony.
Right away eliminated. It's going to be Yapko just connecting there, but Muss is going to tie that up with a limb of his own. Here comes Yapko trying to make the push through the window. Not an easy one. Knows he needs to time these limbs with the team. A kill here alone is not going to do enough. You need to make sure you're timing this with your teammates. Taken down right away, and that really has been the theme. I think the teams have done both so well to make sure they're not, if there's only one player alive, that last player is getting the limbs that they need.
Great defensive hold here from Xset. They pick up 3 kills on their way forward as well. Closest player to the offensive side is going to be Teeny. On the other side of things, you can see that now Falcons are having to play defensively. Xset are making a move here. 3 dead for Falcons.
Look at this. Muzz gets away, wraps that corner perfectly. Based on the kill feed, you know that this one is going to come home. Muzz is going to score this at a pivotal time as well. The flag goes in for Xset with less than 60 seconds left in round number 2. And based on how this one has gone, you have to feel like that could be the deciding factor. Really only 30 seconds for a pull for Falcons.
Yeah, this needs to be perfect for Falcons. And Muzz is just flying middle map into bubbles at the moment. He sees Yapko in front of him and he says, 1 isn't good enough for me. I want to try and find 2. This time, not going to happen though. 38 seconds left on this game clock. Falcons have picked up a couple of iliums on their way forward. Richard was right there and he did get taken down, so this might be a little bit of a last-minute Hail Mary, but the defensive play in the back from Muzz, finding 2. 3! Might have just shut this down. It's 3 on the backside, on the back foot. Coming in from Muzz.
Wow, he had help from Cold. You saw it there on the flag stand, but in the end, it's 3 names in the feed that Muzz picks up and shuts down what would have been really the final chance for Falcons to get a flag on the board. What a defensive stand from Xset.
So very impressive. So make sure you've got the ice in those moments to clean up the damage. You can see Muzz having a little jiggle in and around the pool to celebrate, and it will be Xset who take our first map here at 1-0.
And you can already tell, right, in those first matches, you did not see a lot of reaction from these teams as they knew it was the first round of group stage. With this specific matchup, it is different. You saw smiles on the face of Ritual and the entire Xset side after that. What a set of plays, not just that flag, but also the defensive work late in round number 2. Smile from the face of Colt as well. He's got to be very happy with that performance, as they will take game number 1 in what we already said could very well be one of our best series of the next 3 days. Until we get to Sunday, this one could really be the one to watch.
Yeah, it was a fascinating actually moment, wasn't it, when that flag was captured, because the pool comes in and we are always, as FBS commentators, looking across and going, kill feed, what's happening in the kill feed? The flag is great, but if that kill feed goes one way, of the way of Xset, we don't have to worry about that flag, because you think about the cutoffs, you think about the lineups of Nate, no one is on the map because they've been eliminated to even challenge that flag carrier. As soon as that flag got towards pool, the kill feed went Xset, Xset, Xset. Falcons had no chance to stop that flag. It was a clean, clinical run coming in from them.
It really was, especially when we saw Edgy wrap that first corner, right? It's so often the case. As we take a look at some highlights from that game number 1, it's so often the case, Mark. That's why you see the bubble being just off the flag stand. As soon as you wrap that corner to go front base or to get to Rock Tunnel, your flag carrier can be away if your limbs are timed, if you have your chokes down mid-map. We saw that from Xset. And I gotta say, it's so special to watch these two go at it, because you can tell over the 10 minutes of play just how difficult that flag is. These teams are going so just, I mean, absolute tug of war, back and forth meeting at mid-map. And you can tell just how hard Xset had to get every piece of the puzzle perfect to bring that flag in.
Yeah, I mentioned how it felt like both teams had a huge amount of respect for each other in those opening moments, and it was kind of highlighted by some of those plays we saw in and around the cave side, right? A lot of times, a less experienced player in those situations might see an opening, a 1v1 that they tried to take, but it was never a situation where anyone felt comfortable knowing the value that would be given up if you took that 1v1. So it was usually a 2v2 situation before anyone tried to make a play off the back of it.
Also really impressed with both sides, like we said. Each time when we saw a team that was essentially poised to get a pull when they had their 3 dead, you saw a lot of times where Cold would be working in the back of the base with Ritual or Edgy, and they would get the kills that they needed. They would get those perfectly timed limbs and not let Falcons walk through with a kind of 4 limbs straight. We very rarely saw 4 drop for either side. It was always a slowing down.
I mean, this was a huge play that we just saw there from Tyson, right, where he just managed to get that touch return at the end of this first round, and how things could have looked a little bit different and a little bit more comfortable on the side of Xset had he not done so. But heading into this second round, the opening, it felt like Falcons were on top for the majority of it, but just weren't able to really force that flag out at any point. Xset with some really impressive defensive plays.
There was also that play from Muzz that I absolutely love. It's not easy to do. One of the best things we've seen also in scrims when we've been watching this, also from the DreamHack qualifiers, with the bases on Chalet, when you are pinched in the back of your base, it is such a power move and also kind of an ego move to fly front base and rip people off of your window. You're ripping people off of your roof. You're getting crazy 1v1 kills. We saw Muzz do that, and I think a lot of teams aren't ready for that. They think when they have windowsills, when they have white truck, when they maybe have also the tunnel side truck, when they're starting to pinch, they expect people to just be peek shooting off walls. If you can be like Muzz and fly out front base and start to win 1v2s like that, that turns the tides of battles, and I think that's going to be continually something that if players can put themselves in difficult, kind of disadvantageous positions and win them, that'll be the difference maker in CTF.
Well, Pocket was often on this studio floor. What you wonderful people at home were thinking and the predictions that you had. We'll get you up to date with those in just a few moments, but it looks like we're almost ready to go into map number 2 here, Andy. A little bit of a change of scenery.
Yeah, for you and I, this is the first time we're going to actually see Panther. We saw Chalet in that first series at Hardpoint as well, so now we're going to be able to see kind of what the pros call old map Hardpoint. We'll see if we can get a winner here in this one in terms of a go-ahead match for the side of XSET, or if Falcons can tie up this series at 1-1. That will be the question. All eyes on that first hardpoint mark. Really, it's one of the hard points where you can start to lock it down here. And because the teams have to climb up to height, I was talking to a lot of pro teams about this first hard point. You want to get as much time as you can here, especially if you get clean wipes off the opening. You can easily get 30, 40 plus seconds off of this first hard point alone. We're underway in game number 2.
Here we go then. Falcons found themselves down by 1. It was a 1-0 victory for XSET on Chalet CTF, which gives them the series advantage as we head in towards P1. And Yapko on the marksman looking for heads already.
Yeah, XSET actually goes for height, and it looks like Falcons is going to see that. They're going to immediately stack up on the height as well. Also a little bit of battle going down. A little bit of pre-bubble coming in from Edgy. First kills do go the way of XSET. First 3. In fact, Teeny is the last player alive. He will undoubtedly get flooded. It's a clean wipe. It's first points on the board for XSET. They will start scoring after the initial scrappy points coming in for Falcons.
Really well done there by XSET. The way that they baited and switched in and around the pillars and the walls just inside of this first hardpoint was absolutely expert. You can see Edgy is going to get a little bit of help here. The bubble goes down as well, which is going to make taking him out of the hill even more different. And now with the damage being done,
look
they
at this.
flood through. Muzz finds one. Cold will follow it up. And this is a perfect start coming in from XSET. 25 points and rising, but the kill feed has been dominated by them.
This is exactly what I was talking about. If you can continually force Falcons up onto height here on this first hill, if you can get those first limbs that buy you the time, it's going to result in a big lead like this, already 35-10. Yapko, though, just walks in. They get the kills they need. That's 3 straight for Falcons. They're going to be here for the rotate, but XSET is already there.
It looks like scrap time will be given up here, and it's actually a race happening elsewhere towards this second hard point here. Yapko inside of that hill, trying to hit some big shots, but not going to be able to. So XSET look like not only have they won the original time of that first hill and find themselves with an advantage here, they've won the rotate towards P2-2.
Chicho's still alive. He does pre-bubble on the way in. Should be able to get help from Yapko here. Let's see who wins this 2v2.
What if that bubble's just a little bit short to contest in and around that hard point, though? Edgy, a little bit of a 360 and a snap on the back of it as well. That is beautiful coming in from Edgy.
Beautiful from Edgy. Also, you heard him in the pregame interview, Edgy. He said, I want to step it up after my first series. That was not the best. I got hard carried in that first one, and he is stepping up here in a big way. XSET is up 68-10.
Tayson trying to flood, trying to do something individually here, and somehow or other has managed to do so. So Tayson, with that individual play, is flooded towards the hill almost on his own. It looked like it was almost a formality that he would go down, but adds 2 more eliminations to his run here. Richard will pick up 1, though. And that makes the hold a little bit more difficult. The rotation is happening. You can see the Falcons have moved away towards it. Now, Falcons will have the spawns for this hill.
Yeah, team's going to already be on Lambo. They're going to have back hardwood controlled already, and the first kills are going 3 in a row come in for Falcons. It's Yapko and Chicho combining for those first 3, maybe even the last one. Muzz ties things up just a little bit, going to try to apply some pressure. Here comes Ritual on the front door as well.
Trying to force his way through. Teeny inside of that hill. He'll find 2. Edgy will find 1, as will Cold. So it'll be eliminations traded across the board, as inside of the hill is going to be XSET. Tayson flies forward, and with a little bit of help and a little bit of love from his friends, manages to find a couple more inside of this hill. Chicho will be the player who's scrapping up the time for now as Edgy tries to move forward and create some space.
And overall, over the course of this hill, it certainly has been Falcons that has rallied back. Let's not forget, it was just 44-10, and now it's a 10-point game. Falcons right back in this one with 4:20 left.
Really, really strong hold from them, and like we mentioned, if you have the spawns closest to this hill, then you're more than likely going to be able to get the majority of the time, except with 2 more elims to their name, as Ritual tries to spread himself across the map, as we see teams starting to think about rotation, as the scrap time will be picked up here by Tayson. 2 kills in the feed for him. The elims start to stack up, but everyone, unfortunately, finds themselves a little bit of sleep on the respawn, as nobody wants to give up this scrap time.
Muzz takes height on the angle, and even though it looked like there was 3 guns on him, he somehow gets out of that one, picks up another one, and another one just walks in. Muzz just doing what he does best, walks in. You just saw Cold on your screen here, bottom left. He picks up 2 in the feed as well, and XSET rallies back. They answer back, and just like that, they're up by over 20 once again.
Really, really good hold coming in from XSET as well, and not surprising to see such a thing when this is more of a contestable hard point that we do have in comparison to some of the ones that you can lock down and make your money hill. But look at the kill, the feed. All of a sudden, you're seeing Falcons start to step up, and Chicho alongside Yapko are picking up those limbs to give them a little bit more space. So even though the score is currently favoring XZ, look at the way that it's going. Falcons have control.
You can tell this one's far from over. Just every time a player gets maybe away with a kill that they shouldn't have in the end, it's just going to be a teammate that comes and wipes it and gets the final elim. Now everyone getting ready for this 5th hill to end and getting ready for that move and trying to make this pinch here. Edgy and Muzz just holding.
Chicho didn't even get an opportunity to play the bubble there as Cold will find 2. Cuts him down before he even gets influence on how this next fight will pan out. Muzz now up on the balcony, going to be challenged, and Taysom will get the break. 10 elims for him in this game as Falcons make the play, but Edgy is there to make sure this is going to be a little bit more scrappy.
Chicho and Yapko combine, though, to pick up the next few. So still with 30 seconds left on this one, there's still a lot to play here on this 5th hardpoint.
Muzz is trying to burst through the front here, takes a little bit of damage in the back. He wants this kill, wants a Chicho, but not going to be able to get that going his way. Cold inside of the hardpoint. A little bit of dodging and diving in and around these palm trees for now as Cold will continue to scrap up some time. And this is just the lead extending here for XZ. They are closing in on that 150-point mark, and we're almost seeing, I would say, what feels like the biggest lead of the game.
Yeah, it really is, and you could just tell right now everyone's going to rotate back already for this first central hill. We've done a full rotation now, and after that full rotation, still a 30-point game. XZ leading Falcons 150 to 115.
Falcon have won the rotate, though, and they will be inside of the hill. What's the play who's on the flank? As you can see here, Chicho should be close enough to work alongside Yapko to get this elimination and take him down first. And bump him away as now you're going to see the flood come in, and it's going to be what a flood coming in from Falcons. They may manage to take 3 elims of XZ, and that's going to be them now sat inside of that hill. You have to wonder what went wrong for XZ there.
They also take down Edgy in the end. Take a look at that in the feed. That means there's going to be even more time here, and just like that, it is less than 10 points here between the two. Falcons might even take the lead momentarily, and what a rally, down by 50 points, but they get the perfectly timed limbs to get right back in it.
But here come XZ once again, and there's 3 limbs in their favor now. So Ritual, alongside his 3 teammates here, have made a very, very strong break onto Falcons. And even though this game is getting closer and closer, the elims start to matter more and more. 164 and rising as we head over to our next hardpoint.
3 in the feed for Tayson. Beautifully done. That should pave the way. Edgy's your last player alive right away. Yapko already takes down Ritual off the respawn. This should be an easy push right now. XZ still getting a few points on the board, but Falcons should be able to collapse on this, but they buy enough time for Cold to bubble.
Bubble will go down, but Tayson manages to flood in alongside a teammate. They managed to duo inside of the bubble as Ritual now tries to play his life. Not only playing his life, he's taking the limbs with him as well, and that's 2 taken out by Ritual. I mean, that is such a huge play coming in from him, not only to survive, but to make the most of that life.
Yeah, bubble down and well. Ritual now going to be able to just peek with any angles he wants. They're ready for this Falcon push. Here they come.
Well, the fuse is lit on that dynamite. The question is he going to do a huge amount of damage to the front? Ritual still alive inside, but so is Tayson, and now he comes in and finds 2 eliminations, and it looks like Falcons will break. So even though the lead is still XZ, Falcons are inside of that hill.
Cold gets taken down as well. That means staggered spawns coming in for the side of XZ. Falcon will continue scoring here. Everyone getting ready now for this rotate. Still a 10-point game.
We might be heading into this next hardpoint at almost a tied game. It's 189 to 184, and 185 is getting closer and closer as Chicho picks up his 16th elimination of this game. Now, on the rotate, Falcons will have the spawns here. And even though the scores are so close, this is a huge opportunity to hold. But look at this. It looks like XZ have almost won the race here and might be able to pick up some limbs.
Yeah, you could just tell Edgy and team trying to get back hardwood. Kills are coming in on both sides. Just going to try to hold here. We'll continue to score. And XZ will go back into the lead after barely losing it. Falcons timing their push here from the top left side. We'll see if they can do it. Here they come.
The utility doesn't really hit here. You can see they're trying to bait out the dynamite, bait out those grenades. And now you're going to see Edgy go back to Old Faithful, the utility of the gun and the bullets. Now we're going to see the flood come in, but it's Ritual alongside Edgy who managed to get some elims. Now you're going to see all 4 eliminated, as you say, and this is going to be XZ with a monumental hold for the time of the game. Making sure you get points at this time of the game could be game winning.
Massive. You can tell Chicho and Yapko know they just need to fight for this next one. As they get ready for this hardpoint rotate, they've already backed our Teeny back there as well. Teeny picks up a few in the feed. Now XZ knows they need to push, they need to break. It's a 20-point lead, but 50 points left on this hill. XZ could win it in this one. Falcons could certainly take it and even win it if they're able to do it. We'll see which team could do it.
So much value on this next engagement between the 2 teams. Whoever comes out on top of this, we are going to have essentially the game swing in their favor as we enter these closing moments. Love what I'm seeing from Exit here, though. They're just taking a second. No! When it matters, Ritual hits the shot to break it open.
Really matters, as you said, because two elims had just come in here, yet somehow it's another one. 2 kills that come in there for the side of Falcon. This is the big 1v1 in the back. No, Teeny wins it. Teeny wins 2 of them with Yapko. It's absolutely huge.
You thought for a moment there that was the play we'd be talking about, but Teeny standing in front of this hill and standing inside of it might have just managed to win the game here for Falcons. One opportunity maybe for Exit to flood once more to try and challenge, but with how this man is playing, nobody will have an easy ride.
Yeah, ready for the next rotate here. They still need a few seconds after that. Exit is already there, though. Exit now is in the new hill, and now Exit could win this one. Falcons not able to do it in hardpoint number 4. Ritual and Edgy holding.
It's all going to come down to one fight as Ritual once again on the marksman is going to hit the shots. It's Teeny versus Ritual. Again, this time, it will be Ritual who gets it, and it will be Exet who will win this game, showing the ice that matters in those final moments.
My God, we knew that this series would deliver, and you can already tell. Look at Ritual, look at Exet. These boys are popping off. They are hyped. A down-to-the-wire hardpoint once again for them, and this time they do it against an even fiercer opponent. Smiles across the board on Exet. On Falcons, of course, heartbreak and disappointment after trailing, then leading going into our 5th hardpoint of the game. They possibly had the time to close it out on the lounge hardpoint. They weren't able to do it, and guess who won the rotate? On the 5th hardpoint, it was Exet. They get in the back, they win that, they win key 1v1s, beautiful sniping coming in as well. And I'm so glad for our team here at EWC. It sounds like we're going to have a replay of the last moments of that match.
We are, for you to all enjoy at home once more. And I got to say, sometimes you're watching plays kind of develop in front of you and you're like, Ritual on the marksman with a sniper rifle in his hand. He's hitting blaners. He might have won the game before the rotate. Then it changes the story. It's like, maybe this is the Teeny story, right? Maybe he's the one who we're going to be talking about as the game winner. Ritual gets another opportunity by rotating to that next hardpoint. These shots here on the rotate as Falcons try to force their way towards the hill, and then the 1v1 for the ages. Teeny gets taken down. Ritual will get a second as well. And I mean, the combination of players in that final moments it's brilliant. It's individual skill, it's play calls, it's everything you need to do to win a close hardpoint.
It was also everything we could have asked for a final engagement and a hardpoint. And with the speed of EWC featuring Fortnite, you don't always get these clear hold versus push battles. That was 4 players on Falcons alive. They even got the early damage on Cold in the straight 4v4. Exit had to push, they had to break, they had to get the elims that they needed on the lounge hill. They do it long enough to make sure that Falcons doesn't win it in that hill. Then they get the rotate, and they had even more work to do. As you just saw on screen, they get the elims that they needed to hold down that hill. Very, very key 1v1s, very great lane control to close it out with a narrow win, but they do it, and they go up 2-0 in the series.
So many things to talk about. Even in the final plays, right? You're looking at those shots hit in the final moments from Ritual. Even if you body one of those players, it could look so different. The fact that he hits the headshot and takes one player completely out of that push, that player could be the last one to arrive that takes him down when he's barely got any HP. So those little moments are the moments where you're looking at players, you're looking at them, you know, when the big moments arrive in a series, in a tournament, are you going to be able to step up to that moment? We've just seen our answer from Ritual.
We really did. And by the way, I got to shout out, you know, Levin was talking about on the desk. Ritual needed to be the man, he said, that was making calls and pushing them forward. And you're not only seeing that in-game, you're also seeing it out of game. He's the one popping off after each match, keeping this team hyped up, and just as Levin said, pushing them forward here in this series. We also got to highlight Edgy. As we said, in his pregame interview, he said in the first series that I needed to step it up, that he put it all on himself. It takes a lot of, you know, courage, takes a lot of professionalism for a player to say that early on in the tournament, the man on your screen here, but Edgy said, I'm looking to make sure that I show up big in this series, and has he ever done that so far?
Certainly has, and it's come down to those final moments between these two teams, and at the moment, Exet look like they just have a little bit more ice when it really, really matters, but now we're kind of changing the tune again, right? This is the unpredictable moment that we always feel like in a series when we head over to Keeper, the newest of the game types. This is an opportunity for Falcons who have run Exet close in the more established ones. Is this the one where they can take one away?
Really excited to see this. We saw earlier, you know, we've seen on our main feed 2 Keeper matches so far that have both been thrilling. One was a 2-0, one was a 2-1. If you were watching the Falcons series up against Zeta, we did see XSET win their series 2-0. Maybe that's a little bit of a teaser, right? XSET with a little bit more convincing win than Falcons up against the 15th and the 16th seeded matches that we saw earlier. But excited to see specifically where these teams look to hold, because we've seen the teams doing a few different things. XSET actually was using a little bit of tower holds in the last game, but we also saw a team like Exceed showing how you actually tower hold, which is a lot of baiting and switching and playing really aggressive around dropping out of the tower. It's a more complicated hold. We know that XSET, from their scrim results, loves a basement hold. Expect them to use that as much as they can this game.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case, if XSET can close out with a 3-0 win over Falcons, which would be quite the statement this early on in the tournament. But on the other side of things for Falcons, who have run them close in both games. Remember, it's a 1-0 and a 250-246 hard point, if I'm not mistaken. A few points is the difference between this being a series which is in their favor and them having to fight for their lives here on Keeper.
First early limbs there, going to Yapko, takes down Muzz, but everyone playing this a little bit slower early on. Cold not afraid to get into the bubble action. He picks up the first one, but those limbs will eventually be traded out.
It will be Falcons who managed to escape with the key first, though. You can see, actually, it's taken away, excuse me, after a few points were put on the board by Muzz. However, he's going to be challenged. There's going to be two players who fall from XSET, thanks to a combination of Teeny and Chicho. And looking for another one here. Not going to find it, though, as Cold will win his individuals. This is an interesting start, right? This has been a little bit scrappy. Nobody's been able to get that key back to one of those priority positions you were mentioning for a hold.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyone who's new to Keeper, who hasn't maybe watched a lot of kind of oddball type game types, is now Muzz is going to rotate to that tower hold, and we'll see if he actually decides to hold here. Anyone who hasn't watched it tends to be, as 3 fall, a little bit scrappier early on until a team can finally get the rotate that they're looking for. Chicho just flying in on Muzz, not afraid to hold forward, and does exactly that. W keys in very nicely to pick up the first.
That'll stop the hold that was coming in.
Popular
with
bubble.
That bubble. Yeah, I was going to say, with that bubble coming down as well, it essentially keeps everybody alive who can then try and rotate out with that key away from it. So Chicho with the objective in his hand for now. Edgy going to be challenging, and that's going to be him winning that one. Edgy actually manages to pick up 2 limbs, so you're going to see the numbers start to favor XSET once again, and with another one being picked up as well, the time is going to start to stack up on the side of XSET. They will go into a slender lead.
I was going to say, smell that? Smells like a basement hold. And right away, they're bringing everything down. We knew this. We saw this from their scrim results. They were a basement hold team, and right now the action heats up. Teeny actually flies in, I believe, with help in the end from Tayson and Yapko to clean out the basement. But right away, you're seeing XSET bring the key down to a basement hold. It's 42-39. About to see Falcons go into a narrow lead here.
Teeny is going to be playing the marksman here. Unfortunately, doesn't even get to pull the trigger. As Edgy and Cole will step in here to stop that progress once more. 45-43, we find ourselves as XSET trying to escape with that key once more, and we'll go into a slender lead. This is just a scrap battle bottom middle at the moment. Chicho flies in alongside Yapko, and Yapko will be eliminated. A combination of Cold and Edgy is good enough for them to pick up the E-limbs.
Oh boy, and another one as well. Just add it to the feed. Ritual's the one yelling on your screen, but Cold is the man in your feed. Picks up another one, holds it down. As you said, he got the help with the 1v2 and eventually 3. Making it a 2v3, it just looked clean from XSET. They played the angles perfectly, even though they didn't have the numbers. They continue holding, they continue scoring. No plans to leave the basement anytime soon.
Falcons trying their best to get 4 on the map before they start to push, but that body shot is going to be good enough to slow it down once more. Yapko trying to essentially buy a little bit of time. Edgy's going to have to play his life right now as he's going to send in a little bit of utility to try and flush him out, and flush him out he will. So Yapko will go down, and now you're going to see XSET start to flood themselves.
Tayson the last one in. Tayson might be able to mop up here. Teeny works and gets a few. You also saw Chicho in the feed. That means there's going to be at least 3 that were down, and that means Tayson will finally be able to rotate out to try to pinch, but they're going to continue holding in basement. He's just going to try to push them out a little bit, which is going to buy some more time as well.
Yapko, as the marksman, is going to be just trying to poke and prod at the angles of the pushes coming in before retreating back with that key towards the basement, where he makes the engagements a little bit more close range, and he can help out some of his teammates who are taking some of those fights. XSET managed to find 2 themselves, though, so they will now have the key in their hand, with another one being picked up by Muzz here. If I'm not mistaken, that was all of Falcons wiped.
That was moments where Falcons was about to go back into the lead, but XSET says, actually, we have a different idea. Yapko with a very nice 1v1. Important one, actually wins another one. Teeny comes in to get the next limb. So that actually should now be 3 down for XSET. What looked like it was going to be a momentary XSET hold instead is actually going to be a Falcons hold. They now are about to go back into the lead yet again.
1 minute left in this round, by the way, and it's only 1 point as we now have a tie game between our 2 teams. Ritual is going to give Exet a slender lead, but you're starting to feel the nerves. Everyone's starting to bunch up a little bit here, and when you've got something like the Dynamite in your hand, if 4 players are holding hands, that can do some real damage.
Very nice team shot. We'll see if they can continue it here. 2 from Falcons fall. The Exet team shot's too strong. 3 fall. It is almost going to be 4 fall. Where's Chicho? He's taken down. All 4 down. This will be guaranteed time here for the side of Exet. They will now cross the 115-point mark. Very good team shooting, and guess what? This is why they love the basement. When you can get everyone into these chokes, they can control everything on the map.
Well, that's going to do it here for Exet. They will be able to close it out with that time that they picked up in these final moments. And hey, it's the same stories we've seen on map number 1 and map number 2, right? We get down to the final moment. Who wins the most pivotal battle? It's Exet every time. So they will be up 1 round to 0 here on Keeper.
That was a big, big team shot. And once again, this team's fired up. You got to love it. If you're a fan of Exet, if you're hoping that they take this tournament, you got to love the energy already on their side of the stage. Undoubtedly, of the teams that we've seen on our main stage so far, these guys are fired up, and for good reason. They know they're going up against the #1 seed and another tournament favorite alongside themselves. As you said, Mark, really, really key timing there on that team fight in basement to get the clean wipe. They essentially trade 4 for 1 to get their final hold.
Something interesting to talk about, right, as we see the key being immediately picked up is Exet. You talk about their motivation coming into this event and motivation coming into this series. There is nothing more frustrating to be the 9th seed when you believe you should be winning a tournament. Yeah. Going on to the main stage against the team who holds the 1st seed coming in, you want to make a statement, you want to make a point, and I feel like they're doing that right now.
Yeah, they are. Teeny picks up 2, though, to allow some early points to now go the way of Falcons, as Exet did go for that early hold. Cold making a little bit of noise. Gets another one, of course, off screen. Oh. Cold picks up another one. Ritual's also hitting bodies and cleaning up. Muzz is there for the cleanup. Exet is up to their usual tricks. It's 4 down. You thought that the teeny opener was going to be everything you needed, but guess what? Cold from height inside that building picks up a 1v2. It just opens everything up for Exet to continue holding. You can guess where? In the basement.
I mean, at the moment, all of the players from Falcons, I think they might be a little bit flustered here because they're just falling into the crossfire. It's going to be 2 for Cold. And even though Chicho's doing what he can to even up those numbers, you're looking at Chicho to go huge. It's 3. It's 3 for him. He's looking for more as well, but can't quite convert.
Did he buy enough time for Tayson to come in? Muzz gets 2 as well on the feed. Tayson's able to pick up another one, but Cold is the last one to the party. Teeny finally there. A little bit of chaos, a little bit of carnage. Teeny will pick up 2 in the end, so it will be a little bit of time on the board, but the spawns are so staggered right now where you're going to see continual 1v1s, just these teams flying at each other, and in the end, finally, Exet might have to rotate out of basement here, or at least hold the opposite side angle.
Yeah, I like this from Ritual, just moving the key towards where his teammates have respawned, right? Knowing that there's going to be a little bit more safety for him, where they can play these corners. One of the great things about this basement hold, as soon as someone is forced to drop, you're going to get those first shots in before they can even assign their reticle, because your legs are dangling before the gun is showing.
By the way, you didn't see it in the first series, but if you want to know just how dominant and preferred the basement hold is, let this game be the indicator of this. These are 2 of our best teams in the tournament. The key has not left the basement once in this entire map. It hasn't even left that side of the map in this match. Chicho picking up another one. Chicho picking up 2. And now going to be able to score here. They've got a little bit of a comeback to do. 48-31 in favor of Exet early on in our second round.
It feels like a player from each team is just taking their opportunity every time we see that key down in the basement to pick up 1, find 2, and then immediately gets traded out with a big double coming in from the other side. So when you're looking at eliminations at the moment and you're looking at Edgy, he's got 15 to his names, whereas Chicho, he's just picked up his 23rd of this game. And now we go back to the scrapping and around the basement. It's a 2v1 here, whereas Cold will be taken down. It looked like Chicho got a little bit of help moving forward, and Falcons now with that key on their back have the opportunity to scrap up some more time.
Yeah, they need a bit more time as well, because that Exet hold was pretty dominant. Exet already crossing the 60-point mark, and Falcons now find themselves trailing by just a bit. Now Ritual just going to hold the angle, and once again, they're just going to force these opponents down into these. There's only 4 very small chokes down into the basement, and Exet has done so well to hold them. We'll see what Tayson could do on the break.
I think he's looking for the flank at the moment, but the bubble's going to kind of ruin the element of surprise. 4 players from Exet at the moment just sitting in the basement. This is where you wish if you're Teeny right now, you got a Dynamite. Maybe that'll help.
You need a SWAT team is what you need here. Teeny's going to try to drop down. Good timing pusher. Doesn't matter, though. Edgy picks up another one in the feed. Muzz also combining. Teeny taken down. Edgy picking up 2 more. This will be more time on the board for Exet. 99-43.
Richard just taking his time here. Knows that they have a lead, which is established, and he's actually baiting that key, knowing... But Yapko is built ever so slightly differently from the normal human. He wins that individual fight and now has that key for his team.
A battle you thought absolutely was going to go the other way. Yapko stays alive through not just that, but the following engagement as well. Finally, he's taken down. One interesting thing to talk about, Mark, with 118 left on the clock is where you put your marksman, especially if they're key holding. You kind of don't want them basement. You're seeing the marksman every time they're key holding. They pop for an angle really quick and only retreat when they need to.
He's going to be switched here into the hands of Chicho. Tayson is in that basement, trying to bait out maybe a player to drop down. Does exactly that, but there's the EMP, there's the response, but the lane of bullets, the lane of fire opens the door for Yabko, but he's not going to be able to get those kills, as unfortunately for Falcons fans, it's going to be Xset who win the majority of the elims. 106 and rising now. We're seeing a 28, almost 30-point deficit open up between these two teams with just 40 seconds left on the clock.
40 seconds left. This is do or die right here. Take a look at that game timer. Take a look at the score on your screen right here, as it's going to be quite a deficit. 38 points is the difference, and that actually will be it. Mathematically, Xset will take this one. They will take the round, and also the series as well. This will just be essentially a victory lap here on screen. The players on stage are going to know it as well once the math starts to get done by coaches and players. 20 seconds left. Xset, this is a victory lap for them on these final elims.
I mean, it's 30 elims for Chicho, but as we see, it doesn't count for anything when you're losing those games. And when we get to the end of this, it will be a score that we will remember for quite some time, and maybe we'll send some shockwaves through the tournament. Xset with a 3-0 win here over Falcons.
All smiles, all shrugs on the side of Xset. You could just tell down the line, maybe even a little bit of relief there as you see some hands on the head. And the Xset boys are very happy. As we said, they might have the 9th seed, but they are still your tournament favorites across the board, depending on who you ask. A lot of the community expecting them to take this tournament, and against the #1 seed, they edge it out 3-0.
Yeah, I will say, a lot of the plays in that game, especially game 1 and 2, came down to those final moments. Falcons really did give as good as they got, and when you look at 3-0s, it's always interesting to look into the 3-0, because 3-0 sounds great, right? We wiped them aside, we won every game, what's the problem? But when you break it down a little bit further, you can see that Falcons are going to be a problem, not just today, but a little bit later in the tournament as well. But I've got to say, one player who stood out to me with some exceptional plays on that marksman, it's Ritual.
I mean, unbelievable lane control, as you saw, and especially the way we saw him clearly being just a vocal leader in and out of the game on that stage, making sure the team was fired up, focused. Really just excellent work, and continually during the match of Keeper specifically, forcing them into the worst chokes, the worst team shots. I mean, there's one that I think sticks out to both of us, the quadruple team shot on Tayson and Teeny trying to make that push into the basement. Much easier said than done. It will be handshakes exchanged between these players, of course. All have been playing alongside and against each other for quite some time in FNCS play. I'm not surprised to see these names on the stage here. Look how fired up these guys were on the side of Xset. They'll close it out 3-0 in the end.
Yeah, you can see how much it meant to them, and I mentioned how there's probably a little bit extra juice on the line for Xset coming into this series in particular, knowing their seed compared to the seed of the team sat across them. Falcons, they feel like that belongs to them. They feel like they are the #1 team here, and when it's all going to be said and done here, not only is it a 3-0, but it's a win for North America over Europe as well, which always feels pretty good if you're North American.
If you're North American, indeed. Of course, we're going to have undoubtedly a lot more folks here, probably traveling in from Europe, but they'll have to get ready for the next one. Sounds like we have an interview here on the main stage with Xset.
All hail the mighty Ritual. What an incredible 3-0 that was there. Ritual, I want to get into the headspace there. Game 2 was absolutely electric. You popped off, you clutched up. For those watching at home now, for the analysts, the casters, what is going through your mind in that kind of those last moments of the game? How are you seeing that one out there? Because we just saw it was incredible out there.
Yeah, so the last moments of the game, those are always the most exciting because it's so close. You know, playing a really good team, Falcons, it's always just so fun to play, and it's so close every time. So I bet it's fun to watch, and it's even more fun to play.
You had a very tight game against Dragons earlier on as well. Did that kind of like it was kind of an unexpected surprise, really? Did that kind of galvanize you guys to come into this next matchup and treat things differently, or did you kind of do what you do best anyway?
I think every game's supposed to be close like this, especially here. You know, it's the top 16 best teams the whole world, so it didn't really faze us. You know, just glad to play them, glad to win. It's good to be here.
There's certainly a lot of Xset fans here in the house as well, which is awesome for you guys. Yes, they're loving this. And rightly so. Talk to us a bit about the dynamic in the team as well. Obviously, you guys came into this kind of as a favorite to a degree, but you've got such a caliber of talent here on the team. What's it like, the comms, the vibes amongst the team too, kind of all playing together?
Yeah, so our comms, you know, they're really electric. We love to scream and like hype each other up. It's really fun. And individually, our aim is just really good. And we come together as a team. I think we're the best.
You heard it right there. Ritual, best of luck in the rest of the competition. You are top of the group right now. Thank you, my friend. And well done again. That was entertainment like nothing else. Back to you guys in the studio. What a legend.
A massive victory coming out there from XSET. They bank $40,000 for their efforts. We've got 11. We've got Jesco to break it all down for us. 3-0. Jess, you said that wasn't a 3-0. It was a 3-0. How did we not get to a game 4?
I have to give it to Falcons a little bit. The closest series by far. When you look at the 3-0, you're not going to think that it was as close as it actually ended up being. And I think for me, that was one of the best games that we've seen so far. It was like an early grand final. So 3-0, yes. But if you go back and look at the statistics, very close.
Best individual hardpoint game we have seen here in Riyadh as well at the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. But let's take it all the way back to game number 1. Our MVP from the first matchup, Yapko, looked like he was able to just continue on his slaying ways, but there were some slayers on the other side causing problems.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a very different pace. We talked about how good the hardpoint was. The capture the flag was a very different pacing, right? I think things started off a lot slower. XSET clearly waiting for Falcons to sort of show their best hand, and then went to strike towards the end there and ended up working out great for them. You can see Edgy's on top of the world there. He was very passionate.
Last 60 seconds before someone got a flag run back to base, and that's where things were happening then. So yeah, we were seeing two teams clearly ready to pounce, but that was such a slow pace. And then you're talking about obviously the next map as well. I was just thinking to myself, this is going to be a never-ending tug. You know what the caster said? Tug of war. And I agree with
Genuinely, yeah. It was interesting, right? Because obviously on the B stream, when XSET played against Dragon Esports, it was very interesting because they had a very close hardpoint match in a series that many people expected them to completely wipe the floor with, which is why I thought maybe Falcons could hit them there, and at times it definitely looked like it. They were in favor, and then at the end here, it was Ritual who single-handedly carried his team through to victory. We highlighted him before the match.
He did.
And he really stepped up there when his team needed him.
And I'm not even sure that it's the only win condition, but in the first 30 seconds of hardpoint for XSET, they were able to get that squad wipe and get onto point early. I think that given how close that game was, we can actually go back to the start of that match and say that's what really propelled them to get that map win.
Can we take a look here at the basement dwelling? Because I have a feeling this is the winning strategy we're going to see from our top teams. And XSET, the difference for me, it was the retakes. They came in together. They line up the EMPs. You saw Falcons trying to use the exact same strategy, but XSET a little bit better, Levin.
Yeah, just a bit more on point, right? We haven't watched much of Keeper, and so I think we expected to see, you know, the meta in that game mode evolve as things went on. I had some insights into what XSET wanted to do, and I knew this basement hold was going to be one of their key strengths. I thought they maybe hide it a bit, maybe not show it off too much, right? But we saw we saw Falcons try to use it in their first match of the day. They tried it again. Like Puckett said, not as good as when XSET went to do it, right? So clearly, teams showing their best hands here, and we'll see whether or not that comes back to bite them.
$40,000 on the line. I'm bringing my A game. And of course, this is a meaningful matchup. Why? Because now you have won the group. You have the Group A title. You are at the top of the playoff bracket. And Falcons, they're going to be playing against the top squad from our Group B, which will be coming up. A lot of people saying maybe it's Exceed, maybe it's going to be Game and Gladiators, Jess.
Yeah, that one's a tricky one for me. After seeing Exceed play, I'm not going to spoil it, of course, but I had some insights into what was going on. So without spoiling it and without being able to give the results, unless we do go there, I think that one will be a close group.
Levin, give me your thoughts. Is this the matchup we could see in our grand finals? How close are these two teams evenly matched?
I mean, I think it's clear XSET is the best team. Everyone's been hyping it up. Do I think anybody's closely matched to them?
Ooh.
I'm going to say no.
Oh.
I think when you look at the individual talent, you could argue they're the best there. And then on top of that, I think preparation-wise, they've clearly been the best. And so it's like, where is a team going to find the edge? Where are you going to beat them when you're trying to, you know, match up well? I don't see it.
Cold had some amazing highlight plays, but our PlayStation MVP honor goes to the man with the stash, Ritual, the hardpoint closer. Let's take a look at this young man. Short and sweet answers in the interview, but he made some big statements in the game.
I mean, I'm silent because I just want to give a moment of silence to all the people that were at the other end of his quick scoping throughout that entire series. I think he hit one of the clips on hardpoint, and yes, okay, he was the man standing at the end to get them through on that win, but some of his limbs were unbelievable, and the chaining, it's hard to do with it when you're a marksman. You're expected to get that one impact frag, maybe you don't go on from there. He was chaining them. This man is unstoppable.
Yeah, I would have given him the MVP alone based off of that final play here, right? Where he's just like 1v3 on the site, and it's like, it's to win the game, right? But like you highlighted, just throughout it, he was just hitting these key shots. The thing is as well about Ritual, right, that I find is that he's doing all this, like he has all the individual brilliance and the individual plays, but he's also the one communicating the whole side of the team, right? He's the one really making sure that everybody knows where they need to be at any given moment. And to do both of those things, to be the guy that can be the carry while being the leader, making plays and calls. Again, what are you going to do to beat this team? How are you going to catch up to them when every single place you look at the squad, they're just excellent?
Watch their VOD, learn from this man, and bring that hype into the game. And although this was a one-sided affair on the scoreboard, 3-0, both teams got their licks in. And if you were a fan of the Falcons, you had one highlight. At the end of the first round of CTF, somebody went huge, and we have the comms for it. Let's listen in with the Falcons and Tayson getting the flag back.
I'm running for.
Nice, Edgy.
Running up for us. Look at me.
Yeah, come on.
He's one of me. I have to run through the house. Look.
Okay, looking.
Keep looking.
Behind you. 160.
Weak behind you. There's two. I'm 1 HP.
Connector.
He's out. Grab it. Quick, don't let him get it. Grab it.
I can't. Fine. One cat. He's burst. He's bubbling.
We heard it from the other side that I thought we were there, but Xset didn't let him get him down. Right after that, they bounced back, Levin.
I mean, I feel like you can easily see a team spiral in that type of situation where it's like, you can see, I thought Ritual was about to lose his voice the way he was screaming there. Don't let him get. But again, they remained cool and they didn't, let that phase them.
And I love the fact that even though there was disappointment in that, there was no blaming immediately. It was like on to the next movement, on to the next play. We can still, make this play. And I love that because that can turn really bad, really sour really quickly. And as someone who's been a coach, I've seen that go places it shouldn't.
Xset may be the favorites in the tournament, and the Falcons finally have a rival in the crowd. Who is going to be louder? We have to wait and find out. For now, though, we know that Xset gets the first laugh as they advance to our final 8. The playoffs is coming. First, let's look at the groups. Xset actually got the 3-0 there over Falcons. They will move on. They are qualified, as the graphic lies to you. In the bottom, though, Falcons still in this one, and they, of course, will have to play the winner of Zeta Division and Dragons Esports, Jess.
Oh, I think that's going to be a Dragons v Falcons. I mean, given how close Dragons was, especially on hardpoint against the likes of, it was Exceed, was it? Or Xset, rather. Xset is our best team here. So if you're putting up numbers against Xset, you're probably going to do pretty well and make a lower bracket run.
You calling Dragons, or are we feeling the Zeta Division, boys? Where are we going?
Ooh, am I going to do the Asian hype gimmick? I'm inclined to agree with you, Jess. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Dragons. Dragons are very much an unknown quantity, right? The team that qualified, out of Argentina, an Argentinian team, there wasn't much footage on them, right? It's something that Xset struggled with, right? They didn't have much to watch, to prep for, so Falcons probably will have the same issue.
I'm excited for that matchup. Huge implications, and of course, we have 4 groups happening here on day 1 and 2. Let's take a look at what's going down in Group B. Over at Bravo, we've got Exceed, who on the main stage dismantled Power. But Aula is going to fall to Game and Gladiators, and Game and Gladiators strike first in that matchup for a spot in the playoffs. Levin, surprises?
Talk is cheap, as I said.
You said
I said talk is cheap. You can talk the big game, Exceed, and say we're the best. There's no one better. I'm Peterbot, and I'm here to take names. But when you get on stage against the real best teams, can you deliver that?
However, there is one saving silver lining grace for the side of Exceed. I said that in their last game. They usually start off slow. So if they've started off slow in this particular series as well, there is an opportunity for them to gain momentum in the latter part.
Don't talk trash to Peterbot. He's going to get mad and take it out on somebody, Levin.
I ain't scared of no Peterbot, man.
Hey, that is the matchup
no
still happening over in Group B. And, of course, Group C is going to be kicking off here. Fnatic is going to be playing R8 Esports. Meanwhile, Jess's best friends at Army Corps are taking on KS7. For the fans watching at home, what should they be excited about, Jess?
For which matchup, the first or the second?
You pick a winner.
I pick a winner of the group?
Yeah, why not?
Merci pour la français. Merci beaucoup. So that's where I'm going with that one.
I love it. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been a blast so far, and we're only halfway through the day. When we come back, the group stage continues. This is EWC featuring Fortnite.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Bravo here at EWC, and ahead of the EWC featuring Fortnite competition, I'm lucky to have Agers and Sizz from Fnatic with us. Guys, first of all, great to have you with us. I know you guys have had a busy week boot camping in London. Talk to me, Agers, we'll start with you, just about how the week's been, how boot camp was, and how you guys are feeling coming into the tournament.
Yeah, I think we're feeling really good. I mean, we've been practicing a lot throughout the last week, especially because of the boot camp, but just making sure we have everything good for the tournament because we want to win, of course. So.
Yeah, of course. Sizz, what about you?
I mean, yeah, the boot camp, we just played like 20, 30 scrims a day. It was really, it was a lot of scrims. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, preparation won't be our issue at all.
Yeah, we've, in kind of talking with other teams and talking with even kind of the event organizers, that's the one thing we heard. People were like, Fnatic will be the most prepared team going into this event. I want to talk about kind of the past few months of this specific competition within Fortnite. Everything's, of course, completely different for the game, for the community. When you guys first heard the announcement of the modes, and everything, did you immediately know not only that you'd be playing, but it was kind of your bread and butter? How'd you guys feel?
I think I'm just a competitive person, so going into it, I was like, maybe I'll try it. If I like it, then I'll like compete in it. And instantly, it was really fun. Just something new to play. So anything new is just like fun at the start. So I think it was a great time getting into it and competing now.
Awesome. Sizz, what about you when you saw the modes and then first kind of matches you played?
Yeah, I knew I was going to play it because it's like a no-build mode, and I was here last year for no-builds, so I was going to end up playing it, and I don't know, I guess I have some experience in games like that.
I've started playing Fortnite. That was like my first game. I started playing when I was around 12. I'm 18 now, so. But I think Fortnite Battle Royale is really like fast-paced near the end, so.
I'd love to talk about kind of favorite map mode of kind of current that you guys are currently scrimming, and then from there we can dive into each of them. But Sizz, what's your favorite map mode that you guys have been playing in the tournament set?
I'd say I just like the first map, the CTF on Chalet.
Yeah.
That was the first one that they introduced, and I don't know, we've always been pretty good at that one, so I'd say that was my favorite one.
I think my favorite's Keeper because it's a new map, and from the looks of it, it's very chaotic, but there's like a little bit of strategy you could put into it, like just playing together and like finding certain positions that are good. So I think that's a very small or big skill gap in that map.
Totally. I think it's also, it bodes quite well for you guys that you say it's your favorite, because we've already talked to, to other teams who I think to put it lightly are not as confident on the map. So it's got to feel good coming in with this size prize pool and being confident, on the newest game type.
Yeah, it's definitely a good feeling.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. Let's talk a little bit more about CTF. I think one of the interesting things that Onset and I have noticed when we're watching scrims and DreamHack gameplay is there's quite a variance in the way that some teams are just full aggro on the flanks through tunnel, as well as kind of through the snowy side, and just non-stop aggression, and they're trying to time their bubble and just get away with stuff.
Yeah.
Other teams are maybe sitting more front chalets, they're waiting on windows. Is there kind of anything you guys have noticed in terms of like striking that balance, or which has been either most successful for you or other teams in terms of aggro versus patient on CTF Chalet?
I think for us, which is like a big thing that XET does, which we like looked at, is they play very safe around the midpoint and when you're defending, but when you're at like near their spawn, then you play really aggressive. I think it's all about timing on when you're playing what.
Yeah. Anything you've noticed is on CTF?
I mean, yeah, that's basically it. I mean, just pushing your timings, like the respawn timer's long, so whenever you do get a pick, you want to, take some space or do something with that.
Yeah, and capitalize on it.
Yeah, capitalize on it.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, excited to see kind of the battle of play styles, because I think there are teams who play a little bit more patient, and maybe they wait to kind of ape a base, bubble, and run, and other teams are just, it feels like sometimes when we're watching the gameplay, we're just like, a lot of respect to you guys, because the pacing of these game modes is just like unrelenting, and I think when you you've really got to be kind of leaning forward and just like full in. On Hardpoint, such a fast-paced game mode as well. Probably even at times when we're watching scrims and DreamHack qualifier gameplay, at times I have to have to like I'll watch the gameplay again, and we'll be like, okay, we got to watch like these last few plays because it feels like the game can turn on a dime if you get the right limbs. Anything that you guys have noticed that's most important in terms of Hardpoint gameplay that you think teams are focusing on?
I think it depends on the play style. Like a team that we played Gaming Gladiators, they just run in nonstop. And we tried both playing like that and playing more strategical and like going together and like doing set stuff. And there's not really anything that works best, but it's more just based off the team.
Sure.
So we're still trying to figure out which one we want to do.
Yeah. Scissor, in terms of the hard points on, if we think about Panther, kind of the original hardpoint map, are there any hard points that feel, as we've been watching, I think one of the things we're interested in is which ones feel more kind of easy, or not easy is not the right word, better to lock down versus ones that are a bit more scrappier in terms of time. On the map, are there any that when you feel like once you've got them, most teams are able to like really run with the time?
Well, I think it depends on the side that you're on for a lot of them.
Yeah.
I think the fifth point, blue side, you can hold it down. You can definitely get like a full 60 points off that one. The second point is usually pretty scrappy.
Yeah.
That point, there's not a lot of cover, so it can switch to sides. Same with the fourth point.
Yeah.
And then that's it. I think, the third point is red-sided, so red side can definitely hold that one.
Yeah, that's kind of what we've noticed too, and it's interesting. If a team can break that, it feels like quite a big pivotal point in the game in terms of which team might come away with it. Let's talk about Keeper. It's exciting to hear, Agers, that you're into it, because I think it really does mean a lot when you look at the fact that you're always going to see the game type, and then of course the stakes at this tournament. Anything you guys have noticed, without giving too much away, of course, anything you guys have noticed that certain teams are doing well or important things to focus on?
I think a lot of other teams just play the game because it's very chaotic. You could spawn near everyone. You just keep respawning.
Yeah.
It's kind of just like a death match. Everyone just keeps fighting the whole game.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of teams just fight and just hope they win.
Yeah.
But I think there's some teams like Big that we played against which try to do like more little things to like make stuff perfect. But I don't know. Just my favorite because a lot of people don't like it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing to lean into, especially if you guys have kind of taken affinity to it. Another thing we've been talking about with other teams, and Sis, I'm curious to hear your thoughts, is the amount of time that teams might kind of play traditional kind of hold gameplay, or maybe even dropping the key and kind of focusing on the limbs around it. Have you guys seen anything in scrims that has worked or been kind of any themes or trends in the game?
The only thing that I've seen in scrims that's like different is some teams have the ball and they just run around.
Yeah.
They just run around the map and
kind of rotate the whole time.
Yeah, they just rotate from the spawns. So that's one pretty strat that I've seen.
Cool. Yeah, we're excited to. And of course, it's interesting too. Throughout the course of Halo, there's been Halo titles where it's made sense to lock down an area for oddball, and in current modern Halo titles, you kind of have to rotate due to the speed of things. And of course, it's almost always going to be spawn dictated, right? Like how the spawn works generally determines if you're rotating or trying to hold. So I think cool to know that you guys are excited about it and look forward to seeing your first matches on it for sure. We'd love to quickly talk about teams kind of qualifying here as well as teams here. Coming into DreamHack, tell me kind of the thoughts going in as well as kind of matches that stick out to you guys as you qualify.
Going through DreamHack, we thought we were going to qualify, but through the bracket, there's a lot of complaints about disqualification of a team.
Yeah.
So kind of made our bracket on the easier side, so people weren't too happy when we qualified and Exit didn't, as they were like the best team going into the tournament.
Yeah.
But I think it was like a good experience because we did what we wanted, then we also weren't too happy with it because the teams we faced weren't as good as we wanted them to be. So I think it was a good experience.
Yeah, and maybe, like you said, there's one at an event like that, there's one job, right, to qualify.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting to hear you say that it maybe left the right, kind of expectation for you guys, knowing that there was going to be months of scrims ahead of, Says any matches that stick out for you guys or any even other teams? I think Exet is, of course, the big surprise from DreamHack in terms of a team that didn't qualify. Anything else that sticks out to you from DreamHack?
I don't think I had Asian doing that well at DreamHack. They did really good on LAN.
Yeah.
And then obviously Exit didn't do very good. I don't know, one of our matches that we played, I guess our most intense match. I don't know, Stride, I think. Stride, they were a good team, and it was a close match.
Cool, yeah. Do you think, we haven't talked to anyone about this yet, do you feel like, you know, XSET's result, having to qualify through quals, and then the seed here has fired them up? Is it something that, like, I think does everyone kind of feel that, like, that because of their seed and because of how everything went down, that there's, like, even more point to prove for them? What do you think?
I think that the whole thing that people say is they're just bad on LAN. I just think that they're a lot better online because it's more, like, calm environment, and they have really good strategy and players, like, fighting-wise. So I think on LAN, it makes things more chaotic.
Totally.
So I think that's their issue.
Okay, cool. Talk to me about the LAN environment. I think also there's so many factors at play here at the Esports World Cup, right? You have LAN environment being completely different than online. You've got the prize pool, which just amps everything up. A lot of, everyone has traveled quite far to be here and things like that. Are there any other teams that you're expecting either to keep an eye on, Sizz, that you're expecting to either not sure how they'll perform on LAN or expecting them to do even better than their seed? Anything that jumps out in terms of the teams here?
Well, at the boot camp in London, we played a lot of EU teams that we usually wouldn't be able to play in North America. So one of the teams in EU that I thought was pretty good was Gaming Gladiators.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
And I don't think they were even at DreamHack, so they quad through online.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, so that should be a team to look out for.
Okay, cool. We'll keep a close eye on them for sure. Also, what's got to help with boot camp too is just the fact, in terms of jet lag, right? The fact that Riyadh's only 2 hours off of London probably has you guys on what I would imagine is a little bit better sleep schedule than a lot of players that are.
It was definitely better than the direct flight.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I think that'll bode well, just because we've, just with events that we've done over the years across different titles, people kind of don't really understand that jet lag can be such a massive factor. So I feel like the boot camp prep should hopefully have you guys feeling good as well. Any players that jump out, whether it's specifically a player who's amazing on their role or just players that jump out that you're expecting to keep a close eye on this event?
I think Pilkey on Dignitas is really good online, and at DreamHack he played really good with a different team. Plays engineer, the Burst SMG. I just think he's really good because that role, not many people are doing great numbers on it. It's more of like a team role.
Sure.
But I think he does a really good job at it.
Cool, awesome. Sizz, what about you?
I mean, yeah, that was the first thing that came to my mind. And then after that, I don't know, Hellfire on Heroic.
Cool.
Yeah, he plays the same class as me.
Right.
And he does pretty good.
Awesome, sweet. Well, we will not only look out for both of them, but also for all your matches here this weekend. Can I wish you, more luck than kind of everyone's already said, but it's, so excited to see you guys play, and best of luck in the matches this weekend.
Yep, thank you.
You know who's even cooler? The Fnatic crew. We got Levin, we got Jesco, Chris Puckett here, and we are ready to kick off Group C with a nice showdown here. Fnatic, we talked to their coach at the start of the day. They're feeling confident. They boot camped at the Fnatic headquarters in London. On the other side of this matchup, we have R8 Esports with some very familiar names, including Bloom.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at these two teams, as much as maybe people I think would expect Fnatic to be the team that leads out, in my eyes, I think somewhat two evenly matched teams here. I think this could go either way. Fnatic, of course, did incredibly well to qualify through Dallas. But outside of that, beyond that, I think R8 definitely have a fair shot here.
Yeah, and I think the fact that R8 has been mashed together from players that weren't necessarily able to qual but had good performances otherwise.
Right.
Fnatic on the other side of things, that's the team that qualled to play for Fnatic.
Yeah.
If you're not sure how this really works, right? Fnatic did this whole qual thing, and then once they qualled to play for Fnatic, they could go to the LAN and rep Fnatic, and is now here because they qual for the
Still a lot of quals.
There's a qual set.
There was qualification.
Yeah.
Qualification happened.
Lots of quals happened.
Yeah.
We've seen 2 3-0s, make it 3 3-0s.
Yeah.
Is this another one-sided affair as we break down the rosters from both sides? Or will we finally see a game 4 in a series?
It feels weird to say being bold is not the 3-0, but I think we're finally not going to see a 3-0.
Okay.
I think this one will have a bit of back and forth to some degree.
Yeah. especially when you think about the quality of the players on both teams. I alluded to R8 having those sort of, you gave me a great term for it earlier, Puckett.
The leftovers.
The leftover players, the players that were good, but were left over from the qualifications,
Right,
smashed together into a good team. I think Fnatic has a great team. I think R8 has a great team. And don't ask me to do a prediction because I promise you I cannot pick.
Well, first we have to take a look at R8 Esports. So I'll give you a few seconds to make your pick in your brain. Jess. Go ahead. We got Vox, Bloomy, Vortexers, not Vortex, Vortexers, and X-Sweeze. Now, what I had written down on my card was make sure to watch Bloomy. Great leader, great scout. And then I talked with Fnatic's coach, and they said, actually, X-Sweeze is the guy that we have our eyes on. Why is he the threat on the stage right now for R8?
X-Sweeze is a very veteran player, right? He's been around in the Fortnite space for a long time, a French legend in that, but he is cracked. Like, he's crazy good, right? He's not missing many shots in the server, and for that reason, yeah, keep your eyes on him.
Do you give him Juggernaut or do you give him Marksman? What do you think you would want to see him on? Maybe both?
A cracked young aimer, I want to give him Marksman, but I'm biased because I love the Marksman role.
I'm giving him Jug. Just let him tank as many fights. Just put him in as many fights as possible. Let him cook.
Let the health carry him to victory. Well, this matchup is kicking off here in just a few moments. We need our predictions over at stcplay.gg. Get those in while you can. Levin said it's going to a game 4. Fnatic still the heavy favorites in that game 4, or is R8 pulling off the first upset of the day? Second upset of the day, I should say.
I'm going to go R8 on this one. I'm going to go R8.
You're really making me do this, aren't you?
I am.
You know what? I've loved Fnatic organization. I know how they are in the overall leaderboards, so I actually want to put my stocks inside of the Fnatic camp.
Fnatic desperate for points in the club championship. They are outside of the top 10. You get into the top 8, you start earning points for your club. We'll see if they can get it done as we send it over to the Amazon stage.
Welcome back into the Amazon Arena. You know, Charles Dickens had his tale of 2 cities. This is our stage of 3 zeros. It's been cakewalk after cakewalk for our teams, but we've got loads more action coming your way.
Absolutely. We wrapped up Group A only a bit ago, but you know, that Xset Falcons game, sure it was a 3-0, but if you dig into the micro of every single map, it was much closer than anybody would have expected in that case. But we wrapped up that Group A. We gotta move on to Group C.
We have to indeed here. I'm ready to meet the teams. Are you ready to meet the teams?
I am, so let's bring them up. Fnatic and R8.
Fnatic, the legendary organization here, comprised of American veterans and led by Captain Aegis. How will they fare here on the main stage? Let's find out.
And the France and UK squad of R8 are looking for glory here at EWC's Group C. They came in second in the European quals. Can they ruffle some black and orange feathers here at the Esports World Cup?
You know, Milosh, I'm fanatical about your introductions, my friend. They are sublime.
I'll do you one better. It's not just your intros, but you in general. I find you, Adam, pretty GR8 great, that is.
2 people have never looked cooler than right now. Or not. Or not.
On that very mediocre bombshell, let's get this game rolling.
One upset already in the cards, a second potentially right in front of us here on the main stage after some of the most cringe wordplay I think I've ever heard 2 people go down the path of. I'm Shift, with me Daniel Gaskin III.
It's a talent, right? That wordplay, only certain individuals can perform that on a stage of this magnitude, and I respect them both. Fantastic humans, fantastic gentlemen, but they quite rightly alluded to, this is a huge matchup for both of these squads because it feels like it should be a tighter affair than some of the ones we've seen before.
Yeah, you know, and the thing about this is, we kind of heard that in the long round table with Rob, that Fnatic were sitting here saying, like, we're a little surprised that we qualified through DreamHack. Obviously, we're happy that we did, needing to, of course, improve upon that. They go to the boot camp. But on the other side, R8, a collection of players that were represented by other organizations at DreamHack, find themselves put together kind of last minute before the quals, and they do really well in the EU qualifiers, only being bested by the Gaming Gladiators.
I like what Jess said on the floor. They're like the leftovers, and you know me, I love some leftovers. Like if it's in the fridge later after a day, you know you've had some good food the previous day, those leftovers can hit different, and maybe that's going to be the case for R8 today. What I will say though, I was lucky enough to chat to the Fnatic coach whilst I was pumping some iron in the gym. I'm swole.
You're huge.
But I will say that he said they're prepared for every single team in this tournament.
Love that.
Minus maybe Xset, and kind of understand that after seeing Xset play just then. Their setup seems to be a little bit different from others that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing about kind of this Fnatic team that I think is peculiar, almost in comparison to everyone else who's here, is not only were they one of the only teams that really took the boot camp serious, but in terms of how they've been playing since like April, they've been playing a lot of the ESL pop-up events for just 4v4. They're not playing in your usual BR style. So they're taking this event with every sense of seriousness that they would need to possibly make a run.
That they are. We can look at the prediction results for how you guys think it's going to go at home. 47% Fnatic, 53% R8. So, I mean, we saw what Levin said on the studio floor as well. And I think that if I was going to back anyone's predictions, it's probably his.
Yeah, and he's, of course, our local expert here when it comes down to it. Also a very good guy. I think the thing, though, is for a team that we kind of label as a put-together squad, the players were arguably the best on their teams at the EU qualifiers and when they were at DreamHack. So you put them together, you make a great qualifier run, you learn something from beating or getting beat by a very good Gaming Gladiator squad. You have to think that their prep is going to look very similar to what Fnatic was able to put together here too.
Well, whilst we're waiting for the players to get ready, we had a chance to catch up with Bloomy from R8. Let's see what he had to say.
Welcome to the Amazon Arena, where I'm joined by Bloomy from R8 Esports. Bloomy, a familiar face in this territory, right? You've played at Gamers 8 for the past 2 years. You're now back here. How are you feeling about these game modes? How are the team feeling? How prepared are you?
Well, first of all, I'm very excited to be here. It's an honor to come here. I've been here 3 out of 3 times, twice for Gamers 8 and now for Esports World Cup. But yeah, we're very, very confident. I like the new game modes. You know, focus on a lot of team play and yeah. And I much prefer those style of games.
Yeah, because we actually bumped into each other at the airport really briefly before actually flying out here. We were on the same flight and we spoke about the game modes briefly, and you said that, you know, you had a bit of a pep in your step about it. You were like, this is great, I'm really enjoying this. Team chemistry, comms are really important as well. But your first game is up against Fnatic shortly. How are you feeling about that? Like, are they coming into this tournament looking particularly strong? What about you?
I mean, they're definitely, the thing is, in this tournament, everyone's good. Everyone's earned their place to be here. So you've got to take everyone seriously. You're never really going to get a free win. But, I mean, as far as it goes, I'm really confident and I think we'll win. So.
I love it. Quietly confident. We'll just go with that. Bloomy, thanks so much. I know you don't have a lot of time, so we'll let you go and get prepared. Thank you so much for the interview, and we look forward to seeing you guys in the match. Good luck against Fnatic. See you in a bit, guys.
Really cool insight from Bloomy, the guy that, again, we talked about it. A lot of these players had played at DreamHack Dallas. He actually played for Gaming Gladiators, now finds himself here. And I think the thing about it is DreamHack Dallas was the first LAN event for a lot of these guys, at least in recent memory. And like we were talking about, Bloomy had a really good performance on both that level at Dallas as well as during the EU qualifiers.
Very different playing in LAN competition, of course, rather than playing from your bedroom or wherever you want to be
sure.
online. Interestingly, Bloomy, arguably one of the older players we have as well in the competition. Still unsure on his age. It's actually eluded us. It seems like every time I try and find out how old he is, I get a different number. So one day I will find out how old he is. For now, it's all an illusion. And maybe he's just one of those players that likes to say he's younger than he actually is.
So now it's just down to, again, what do we actually get in terms of a bar for this, not just squad overall, but maybe an expectation level in terms of what they can do overall in the whole tournament. Because it really does feel like you compare this roster to almost everybody else who's here, this is one of the question marks kind of on our list. Yeah, there are some things that we're not 100% confident on, kind of comparing results from 2 months ago for our DreamHack qualifiers, but for this team, yeah, they took care of business in EU, besides Gaming Gladiators, who are putting together a good run to this point, but it doesn't really feel like we know what the potential of this team is yet.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn because, you know, European players going up against a European organization in Fnatic. As a European myself, I don't know which side I should be on. I will say I've heard from Levin as well, great communication on the side of R8. That is going to play a big factor. I know we don't have listen-ins live, but we were lucky enough to jump into one of those listen-ins after the fact, and we saw how it can really impact where teams are pushing. Are they going to be pushing as a 2?
Yep.
Is anyone trading out anything? Where's that flag pool going to be going? And all of these different things that are going to be communicated successfully.
Well, we're in Group C, our second half of our opening group stage, and we're going to be starting things off as we always will for these best of 5s on CTF. The maps will be decided by the team that comes in with the higher seeds, so it will be Chalet to get us kicked off for this best of 5. Fnatic will be spawning over on the blue side of the map, which often has been labeled as one of the stronger sides. Just so many choke points to get to that actual flagpole. It gives you a lot of freedom on the defensive side of things. So let's see if Fnatic can take advantage on this first half.
One of the stronger sides, but of course, it will be flipped at halftime. If you're new to CTF here in Fortnite, which I imagine quite a lot of you are, you will get the chance to play from both sides. But of course, having that advantageous side might just give you the get-go to maybe have the lead going into the second half, and then play a little bit more defensive.
You can absolutely make that call, and we kind of saw a little bit of that happen in our opening broadcast when we were watching Exceed, kind of just laboriously making sure that that CTF was difficult for the other team to kind of come back into. So Fnatic already lots of focus over towards the middle of the map. Nades will allow Agers to get in towards Pool. Vortexers trying to contest the backside of the shed.
Yeah, Fnatic looking to try and just get that first opening, which they do, and now they can take a little bit of space on the map. But I do love that they are backing each other up here. They're making sure no one's pushing alone.
So he's in a little bit of trouble. Decent shots on the response, able to find Agers, and a little bit of the Siphon health returning. Keeps him alive into the picture a little while longer, but the trades, the kills do come through, and there is an opportunity for these eliminations to allow Fnatic to still play through the middle of the map.
Well, I spoke about communication. You can see with the player cam as well just how that communication is quite frantic already from the Fnatic side. On the R8 side, excuse me, whereas Fnatic are a little bit more quiet, a little bit more composed, it would seem.
And this is all about mid-map control for both these two squads. Bloomy caught on the reload, trying to find Agers, but not able to equal the task. So Sweeze will hold the pivot point here for R8. Klinger comes through, that'll push him off the angle just a touch, and Fnatic will start to make their move. Largely kind of playing around the outside here, seeing if they can get isolation towards Sweeze.
Yeah, I think as soon as Fnatic are able to shut down one, that's when they try and push down one of these lanes as well, so they continue on their move towards the flag. It's a fight that's happening on both sides, both on Cave side and on Tunnel right now, and Fnatic have come out on top, and I think they got all 4 dead temporarily.
Yeah, well, Bloomy actually, I think, backed up to play defense because the rest of the team had to spawn, except, whoa, what a pull this is! Are you kidding me? Trying to find a way to turn and burn, but not fully going to happen. Bloomy still has to try to retrieve the flag, and that last elimination will allow him to do so. Nounsy now, the last one up for Fnatic, just trying to play his life deep towards mid-cut.
It was an interesting attempt at a bubble. I mean, a great pull, but like, what happens after it, right? There wasn't really a game plan of how they were going to approach it, but I do like they are trying something a little bit different to get the flag on the move here.
A little bit of a counter play coming through for R8. Taking that space through mid and also putting a bit of attention over towards the tunnel side. Vox in particular, seeing if he can track down Lucky up and over the truck, and no, not going to happen. It's Fnatic, good defense, and now we kind of go back into that mid 50-50 battle right down Pool lane.
Fnatic have taken tunnel control again, though. This is something we've seen a couple of these teams try and attempt. Get tunnel control, get a player on that side. As I say that, Lucky gets shut down, so now R8 will regain control of a lot of this map, actually. There's a big fight happening in the middle.
Yeah, Bloomy again just kind of backing off, knowing he needs to keep his eyes over towards this back right side. Very clean on the recovery coming through again. Just quick transitions across the map. This has been a tug of war of you take mid, we take mid, we're attacking, you're attacking. And now an opportunity to see if Fnatic can continue to play over towards K's side. Good opening nade onto Sweeze, but it's a 1-for-1. Still, the position goes the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, great use of grenade just to flush out that player. Very aware of where the ideal positions are to hold some of these areas. And of course, any footsteps they may have seen on their screen too. But now we are going to see Fnatic take a lot of map space here and just slowly but surely push up onto R8. But Bloomy's going to be the first point of defense again, you can see on the map.
Yeah, Sweeze trying to join him. Shoulder's been seen from Lucky, trying to get the teamwork to get him out of this position, but Lucky's backed off very nicely. And all of a sudden, Fnatic looking to kind of use this mid position as a chance to take this fight pretty evenly, but it will be a 2-for-1 initially. Last shots from Accept also come through. That's 3 down for R8 and a chance for Fnatic to make their move.
But I just need to make sure the spawners quickly join the other two here and they don't go for a pull too fast. Just gain a little bit of map space, wait for your spawners, and then you begin to try and pinch something here.
Well, Vortexers very aware that Accept is playing backside truck. Nounsy top of Pool on the way over to assist, but he doesn't get there in time as Accept will fall. R8 looking to track down the rest of this Fnatic offense. Easier said than done, though. A couple eliminations through for Fnatic. Nounsy now has a chance to pull.
should pull as well. Oh, great defensive grenade just to get that initial damage, but it's not enough, but will be enough to allow someone to trade that one out, and this flag should be going home. Another good attempt from Fnatic. You can see the strategy is there, but also defensively, R8 seems to have an answer for everything right now.
Oh, really well done for Bloomy. Able to get a nice read onto Accept in the corner. So I was about to say Fnatic, they had an opportunity just to freely reinforce after the last two members had fell, but not the case. Bloomy quick to pick things up right through mid. Now trying to get the isolated 1v1 into Nounsy, help there for the trade, and now all of a sudden Fnatic find a little bit of pressure towards their spawn.
Yeah, this is the furthest up we've seen R8 so far. Fnatic gonna have to back off. It was a big win over towards Tunnel. Lucky winning that engagement just will shut down this push temporarily for R8 here, because they can't afford to send too many bodies on the opposite side, because they're gonna get outnumbered and accept shutting down X-Squeeze.
It's been really interesting because Bloomy continues to be kind of the anchor here for R8. He really hasn't played forward up the map at all yet, kind of thinking he has to be the last one standing in case they need to play a desperate defense, which is currently underway. Bloomy able to find the first. Follow-up from Agers is good. He'll collect the flag. Now it's just down to, does he have enough time to get this thing all the way across the finish line? He very well may. He's going to drop the flag over to the Infiltrator to get the extra speed boost. Can they get there in time, though? No. We'll go 0-0 to the first round.
Wow, so close, but so far, it felt like there was a massive opportunity there for them to get that flag, but it is a good sign going into the second half that they finally were able to break. I mean, was it a little bit more lax from R8 because they saw the timer and they were like, there's no way they get this far enough back now? But at the same time, I think that Fnatic were the more aggressive side quite clearly in this opening half. R8 were just sitting back and just absorbing that pressure, maybe hoping to get a couple of kills so that they could hit a counter, but it was just too long for them to actually get any map positioning.
And we kind of heard this in the interviews as well, where all of a sudden we're starting to see our teams really find this investment in towards winning the mid before you do anything. Well, R8 quickly off the jump will send 4 players right on through. Squeeze, tough fight with Nounsy, who's able to take down 2, and now all of a sudden Fnatic once again putting some extra pressure towards R8, who are spawning just north side of the flag.
Yeah, Fnatic are attempting a more heavy push on the right-hand side here, encouraging a tunnel spawn here to see if they can maybe collapse onto them, but R8, again, defensively are solid. They have a good strategy of implementing here where they will go inside the house and make sure there is someone to watch that flagpole and ideally get an easy amount of damage with either a grenade or just free shots.
Now Fnatic will be right in front of the chalet on their side of the map. Fox at mid, able to take down Nounsy. So here we go. Maybe an opportunity, but denied by Accept. Counter snipe in. Lucky also following through with that. Allows Fnatic to once again kind of get some at least forward control as Lucky will take down another. Now it's just down to finding Squeeze, and that shoulder will not work out. Fnatic with 3 down, make their move.
Again, it's going to be a heavy push. All 4 members of Fnatic heading through the middle and the right.
Nice EFG.
Nothing onto the tunnel. And they're going to allow Vox to go on a flank here, by the way. Vox is in the opposition base. He's in Fnatic's base, and there is a chance for a counterpull if this isn't successful.
Oh, the Vortexers up top with the help of Bloomy. Able to teamwork out a couple, but the last 1v1 goes the way of Ager, so Accept will get the pull. There is no one at cave at the moment, but Vox is on position to at least stall out this rotation a little while longer. Has to continue to battle flag carrier versus flag carrier. Vox able to get the first win. Help is on the way, and he will be responsible purely for getting the flag back. Retrieve is good for R8, and this should be our first score.
And we've seen this a few times already this tournament. Just that one player escaping the pressure from the other team, allowing to grab that flag, and then not only being able to send your own flag home, but grabbing the opposition's at the same time. And now R8 will take the lead here, and suddenly Fnatic, for all of their aggression, for all of their map dominance, they're 1 behind.
Vortexers just holding in the middle of the map. Fnatic waiting to get isolation as they make a lot of their move up and over through the caves. Vortexers very aware of this play, playing at this mid-pivot point. Lucky will cross. Fox in a little bit of trouble. And now Vortexers all of a sudden has got a number of Fnatic members to deal with, but lucky for him, his teammates have picked up on all the action around the backside play through Cave, and R8 will win those fights and make their move across the middle of the map.
So perhaps the lesson learned by Fnatic here is because they haven't been focusing tunnel at all this half, it did allow the flank to happen, and perhaps they need to have someone who's going to be focusing it a little bit more here in half 2.
Nounsy in trouble. Lots of shots over the corner. Shield bubble already spent as Bloomy again just lurks, waiting to play defense, and Accept will try to cross over, and immediately it gets denied. Bloomy was playing a nasty heady. No way to take him out of that position. R8 will find the 2 eliminations they need, and now they're actually using tunnel to start moving with the map quickly.
I mean, this is the ideal world for R8, right? They have been the more defensive side for the majority of the game, and going a flag up now here, they can continue to play that way and force something else out of Fnatic's playbook.
And the thing about this, if you just keep rotating through tunnel, Fnatic have to deal with it before they can make a play to even pull the flag. So now all of a sudden, R8 maybe getting a little bit of aggression of their own as Bloomy finds 2. One more to grab, and how about it? Bloomy's gonna take down 3. Bubble for cover on the way out. This could be the map-winning play if Bloomy can get to cave safely, which it looks like he should. Agers is the nearest one over. Shots are coming through, but help is here from Squeeze. Can't quite find the second elimination, and Agers will be able to retrieve.
What a stop by Agers. It keeps this one alive here, Fnatic, but can they bounce back and actually find a push because of it? The spawners from R8 are able to shut down the initial aggression, so Fnatic are going to have to wait a second, and they have to turn for Vox again. He keeps finding a way through a slippery, sneaky Beaver.
Nounsy will at least allow Agers to quickly reinforce cave side if they continue to want to play from this position of the map. In the way would be Squeeze. Jumping, trying to find information, sees both, backs up, now looking to kind of find a pivot through mid. They may try to isolate onto Accept, but Vox is the first one to drop. Here come Fnatic, a chance to win the house and maybe get a pull.
Has to happen now. 35 seconds. By the way, Vortex is doing exactly the same thing. He's pulling on the flip side right now. So if Fnatic do not get this flag back, Vortex has a chance to just contest things with the own flag of his chance here.
And all the action through mid-map. Fnatic know that Lucky has to play for himself. Everyone else needs to play to get recovery if there were to be a chance. 18 seconds. Vortexers playing over towards tunnel. He's been seen. Nounsy finds the elimination, but Squeeze is still here for R8. Lucky still waiting for the retrieve to come through. It's tight gunfights back and forth. Agers needs to find a way to win this one. So the challenge does come out. The retrieve goes through, and at the last second, we're going to go to overtime.
We're heading into overtime and a chance here for Fnatic to just try and assert more domination with the aggression that we've seen so far. I love what R8 are trying here. This time, they weren't able to get that flag back in the same way as before, because if you look at their first capture, the flag runner actually ran into the opposition flag runner and was able to win that 1v1. Because Fnatic didn't see the flag runner moving, they knew he was going to go through tunnel, and that way they were able to just kind of all dive onto him at the end.
Well, here we go. R8 will spawn over towards what has been the favored side. Fnatic trying to play for at least initial information, except has coverage of a bubble. Gets a read over towards Vox, who's saying, "Chow me, I dare you."
I think it was actually a good bubble from R8 just to shut off that sight line and not, almost like a smoke in a way to say, you're not going to be able to snipe us from the middle, but now here come R8, they're pushing.
Wow, and it's quick too. Bubble comes through, forces Fnatic to have to take these gunfights first and foremost. Bloomy's already on the way out. It's all about, can Lucky find this isolation? It has to be a 1v1, but Lucky's trying to trail behind the play, and he's going to get shut down. What a set of pistol shots from Bloomy. Can anyone else get here in time? Except shut down in the middle of the map, and R8 is going to take the overtime in map number 1 versus Fnatic.
What a game from R8, and what a demonstration of how the counters can really work in your favor. But also, I love what we just saw from the bubble as well. Isolating that sniper player, not allowing him to take any sort of shots down middle, and then full sending it to the left side of the house, and again, forcing the bubble out of your opposition team. So you say, all right, you use that bubble defensively, and we're happy to push in and use it for ourselves.
Unreal stuff. And that is a quick pull. But again, we're starting to see that right side of the minimap. That's been the favored side through and through. It's just so tough from that back chalet position to get a pull and then exit through either tunnel or a cave. It's such a tight choke point. And R8, a perfect break off, allows them quick capture in the OT to put this one out of question with the hard point coming up.
And it is a very risky play to do what R8 tried on multiple occasions, to send one player on a huge flank.
Sure.
And I think both times was when R8 were kind of under the cosh, they were taking a lot of damage, they were losing a lot of individual fights, and they said, all right, well, let's allow Fnatic to have a bit of space on our side of the map. We'll just send one guy down tunnel. No one's taking any space down tunnel, and we'll just pull the flag and see what happens. And actually, I think that one play from Vox ideally won them the game. If he hadn't have been able to get into that position, it could have been very different here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call. Other things to keep in mind, Bloomy, rocking anchor on defense. How many times did he save impending pulls from Fnatic on both sides in the opening regulation, both on the first and second halves?
I think R8 are very good at recognizing when they didn't have control of the map and they go into defense mode. I mean, it felt like they were in defense mode for a lot of it to start with because Fnatic were the ones pushing their advantages. But R8, they just prepared. They set up. They made sure they had angles on that flag. And that initial pick is massive for you because then you have the extra player.
Not getting greedy. That's maybe the biggest thing that you can use as a spark note for the side of R8 over that entire first map. Take what you can. Don't cross the line in the sand that they choose to draw. And at times it felt very passive, but at the same rate, they get the benefit of having the first score. You get the favored side in OT, and you take advantage of it immediately. So, again, lots of questions in terms of what was the potential for this R8 squad. You got to be walking away looking at these replays as very happy with what the team has been able to offer.
I think passive play can be rewarded sometimes in Fortnite, especially it being third person, the chance that you can just kind of watch someone walk towards you and you get sight on them before they even know you're there at times. And then that initial damage should be enough to get you that kill. But there was a lot of attempts from Fnatic. They were getting creative with their pushes onto the flag, a couple of bubbles thrown down to try and cut off some sight lines, see if that flag runner could get away. Because if you think about it, that bubble goes down, covers the flag runner, 3 players were all shooting at them. If you can get round that house and get round that corner, that's probably a flag cap, because you know 3 players are there, everyone else can then take those fight down middle, and then the flag gets home, but you're just a split second away from finding success.
Absolutely. A couple of great moments individually, of course, for the Fnatic squad, but all things told, everything still turns out in favor of R8 as we load on into Panther for our hard point here. First time we'll have a chance to watch it. We, of course, saw the dramatic finish in our most recent series coming down to the wire. The thing about this map, though, compared to Chalet, is that all the hardpoint locations are a little bit more definitive in terms of we spawn closest to it. This is technically our hardpoint that is ours to defend. It's very difficult to get out-rotated on if the hardpoint is on your side of the map, but good rotations like we saw from Xset can give you some early favors. So I'd be really curious to see how the team kind of attacking these hard points does in terms of timing on rotation from hill to hill.
And we'll also see how impactful it is when you're able to win one of those hills that shouldn't be in your favor as well. And all it can take sometimes is one big team fight and then a successful setup that follows. And you know, if our R8 can show the same defensive capabilities here on hardpoint, they should be able to set up around these hills.
I like the call. But we'll jump into the middle of the map for our first hill. Again, the rotation is a set rotation. Every 60 seconds, we'll move from one hill to the other. Once we get through the first 5, it'll go right back to the beginning again. So this opening hardpoint, often labeled as a 50-50 battle. Whoever wins the eliminations often comes away the victor of the time, and it's Fnatic who just have to deal with Vortexers, who's, I'll say, done well to keep his life, but cannot stay healthy enough to stay under the zone.
Yeah, Vortexers has to leave and encourage the rest of his teammates to push up and maybe take some time instead, but they did put 9 seconds on the board, so at least it's something. But Fnatic very quick off spawn to use their utility here. Grenades doing a lot of work, and it should be just cleanup crew at this point.
And that's exactly the case, except good nades over towards the backside of the statue. The namesake of the map being a Panther. And that's enough for Fnatic to very freely rotate back in, start earning some needed time. 20 seconds, then we'll rotate over to the second hill, which will be, again, really, really close by. So again, the timings of when you choose to rotate here, very important, especially from R8 Shoes, who do find a couple of kills to get at least some of the scrap time here. We'll have a dead tie game, 20-20.
20-20, and just takes over in favor of R8 as Accept. It's a nice shot there to work with the rest of the squad as it does move over now to P2, which should favor Fnatic with their spawns.
Absolutely the case. This big pink tarp. Nounsy finds himself on the interior. Vox not tallied. Able to get one for free. And now it's just down to can he take care of Luckier on the outside of it? Sure, why not? And almost finding the quick scope over to Accept. R8, though, able to swarm, find the elimination easily. Nounsy doing what he can to try to keep this in contest. And this is the power of the SMG. Nounsy able to come back through, bubble himself into the hill for Fnatic to regain control.
Fnatic spawners actually spawned a little bit further north here, and it's allowed them to take big engagements outside of the hill and just give Nounsy and Accept the chance to put more time on the board here. As we mentioned, Fnatic should be scoring here, but if R8 can get anything, even one setup, that's a success in my eyes.
I mean, absolutely the case. Fnatic have gotten, what, a total of only 20 seconds on this hill? That is what I would call not just a success for R8, that is a tremendous victory for them as we now rotate to the other side of the map. Top left over to what a lot of people are saying is the Lambo Hill. Car right in the middle of all of this, and R8 will be, again, on the favored side, and they've dealt with an early contest from Nounsy already. This is a lot of free opening time.
Well, good news for Fnatic is R8 didn't get the chance to properly set up for this one because they were still in engagements before it moved across, but now Squeeze is going to be in that hill, and if they can win just one of these engagements, they should get a setup.
Squeezed over towards poolside. Trouble locking down Nounsy, but eventually tallies the Elin. Agers from the front also dealt with. Clean feed for R8. Only one they haven't seen right now is Lucky, but he's a little bit out of the picture as Nounsy tries to set up a pinch with him.
Real question is, when do Fnatic just give up on it? Are they going to keep getting aggressive? Still 21 seconds left of it, so you have to try and push your advantage right now and right here, but it has been a fairly decent hold from R8. A good points to take a lead.
Nice little scrap moment here, though, from Lucky. able to take down 3. Him and Nounsy now going to work on seeing if they can trap R8 on this spawn rotation. Vox will be alerted to this, though. Scrap time good for Fnatic, so we stay tied. Just as much as we considered P2 to be a success for R8 on the attack, that was just as successful for Fnatic, who have to attack again over towards this Canopy Hill on the fourth.
It was a late break from Fnatic. R8 were almost thinking about P4 a little bit too early, which allowed Fnatic to just close them out and get those final few seconds. But now we have moved over. It is going to be R8 with the first chance to set up.
Fnatic also being dealt with from finding any early setups to attack from the front. Bloomy doing a lot of the damage from the front side of this hill. Swee's in trouble. Bubble will drop. Vortexers joining him on the crossfire. Vortexers over the top, shut down. Here come Fnatic with numbers, but Bloomy staying alive in the corner. Once again, continuing to be the anchor for R8, but this time too many players to deal with, and Fnatic once again find a break from the front.
Fnatic finding a break, but it's still a spawn advantage for R8. It really here at P4, and they are still being aggressive, but some of the shots we're seeing be hit by Fnatic members at the moment, they are keeping R8 at arm's length.
This has been unbelievably good for Fnatic. I mean, this is still more time going their way. They are technically winning this hardpoint. Again, we like to say, if you're spawning closest to these hills, you're the team that we're labeling as defenders. But at the moment, it's been Fnatic completely flipping the script. They've done great from the front, and maybe a chance to zone out the rotation back over towards 5, but R8 find a couple of key elims and a chance to contest this early.
Lucky was here quickly, though. It was a very fast move. We'll utilize the bubble to take fights against multiple people here. R8 do get the closure on 1. We are going to see Fnatic with a significant lead now, or the closest to a significant lead we've had so far.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, again, R8's numbers continue to allow them to challenge what very well should be a zone that they love to see. Fox eventually dropped. Lucky still playing off the bubble, looking for some regen. Has Sweez in front. That's enough for the Siphon to come through, and he's playing the Assault class, so he's going to be boosted even more, and Lucky almost turns that into a solo moment, but it's Agers to get the final trades. Hardpoint goes open and neutral for now until eventually R8 can get in.
Fox was the quickest and the fastest there, but Xcept shuts him down immediately, so it's still going to be some time on the side of Fnatic here, and we will be moving to P1 in only 8 seconds. This is such a tight game between these two, and it could be one of those map swingers, right? If Fnatic win it could change the series for him.
And the thing about it is, it hasn't just been a close map because we're handshaking 60 seconds each. It has been everything contested and evenly split between both these two squads as Bloomy cleans up the remaining action over the top of P1. 45 seconds to fight for here, and it's R8 in control for now.
Yeah, this is R8's chance now because the middle of the map is going to be one of the more difficult hills to hold, but they have the position, they have the setup, and they have the angles on a lot of these Fnatic members. But look at the flank here. Oh, it's not good enough.
Unbelievable shots coming through, but Xcept there to meet it. Now the 1v1 with Vox, who does hit the snipe, but cannot finish the elim off. So Fnatic find their break. Sweez, good clinger over the top, and the bubble comes in to reinforce, so it will give us one last 50-50 battle right over the top of the remaining scrap time of the 20 seconds here on the first hill.
That bubble was insane, by the way, just to keep Xcept alive, and look how it's going to benefit Fnatic now. They are so close to winning this one, and they have a chance to win it on this hill.
Another EMP, though, comes out, giving R8 a little bit of an advantage. Think about this again. They have to rotate through this hill to get over towards the second. Fnatic spawning close. Will be there with all 4 members ready to go. Tough break attempt on the way for R8 as they try to get their setup.
They did win that middle hill, I would say, and now they have already moved over, and this should be their advantage as well. R8, though, very quick off of spawn to show their aggression, and they've been able to surround Fnatic here, but there are going to be spawners to work with on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, and actually Xcept spawns on the bottom side. He's going to set up a natural pincher, but gets dealt with very quickly. Trade from Vokes, it looked like for a moment. Lucky on the way in, first one forward. And not only that, he's got help around the outside of this hill as well. Fox up top, trying to get pushed out. Agers running out of ammunition. Tough battle, but eventually Xcept there to bail him out. Fnatic will get the rebreak for their hard point now with still 18 seconds on the clock.
I think that was what was key for Fnatic here, is to try and find someone who could approach from the south of this mini-map so that they could actually get a pinch going. But R8 successfully watching every spawn right now, very knowledgeable of where Fnatic might be spawning.
Going to be a rotation for R8. Again, they had done this before where maybe it was a little bit too soon. Do they get a good setup to read where this Fnatic break attempt is going to come from? All of it from the south side of the map. Bloomy in the hill. Sweez on the outside. Nounsy looking for some pool control. Vortexers in their way. And wow, the damage is good. Fnatic now have some room to work with.
There is a lot of damage that's been done on both sides, it has to be said. But now Xcept trying to lead the way with the sniper rifle. Remember, if he can hit just one body shot, that could be a huge amount of damage they can back off. But again, it's bubble usage to stay alive in this hill.
Really good stuff from R8. Just bunkering down. They also deal with Agers, who was trying to set up a bit of a pinch around the back. back. So Fnatic will all 4 members spawn out from the front. This has to be some sort of a flood, and it's going to be a 2-2 split. 2 from pool, 2 from front patio.
You imagine this will be the last attempt from Fnatic as well. If this is not successful, they'll probably start thinking about P4 instead. Aegis does get 1, except comes into follow-up, and it is a break from Fnatic at just the right time. Now, this is where you want to take the fight to R8. You know it's going to be spawning over towards P4 here. You need to move as a unit and make sure R8 don't get a setup.
Just a 10-point game to this point. Vortexers in position from the front side of the hill. Nounsy nearby. Ager's also joining. Bloomy inside, again, seems to be their objective anchor, and they're going to try to push out this play from Fnatic, not allow them a chance to even attempt the break. 2 for 1 goes the trade, and R8 very comfortable now in the first 15.
As soon as R8 get in that setup, get in that defensive mode, they look like a different team,
Agreed.
and Fnatic just need to make sure they don't allow that to happen. Don't allow them to get too much time here on P4, because remember, P5 is going to be theirs and their chance to set up properly.
Vortex just was in trouble, but gets the siphon off. Not enough to stop things out as the crowd starts to come alive a little bit here. Fnatic holding on this break attempt. Get this thing back to their lead. 205 plays 203. Vox cannot get out of spawn. Returning back to the hard point. Nounsy finds another. One more squeeze, but the scrap time elimination comes through, and R8 should be good for this back 15.
And we're already going to see Lucky on the minimap moving down towards P5. He's accepting defeat over towards P4 and say, let's start setting up. But you can also start to spread yourselves out and get kills in the middle of the map here on R8. Don't allow them to press us early so we can get some early time.
Well, Fnatic, and you can see that on the minimap bottom right, they are pushing up a touch. Trying to create a very forward line of scrimmage. Lucky there to assist as the fire pit will open up. Fnatic in control for now. R8 quickly though, off the respawn, trying to reinforce from the north. They're already back in. That's kind of a missed chance here from Fnatic, and now R8 can win the game here.
R8, they pulled out of P4 perfectly there. They moved at the right time to ensure they took map control right in the middle, but now Nounsy comes in, hits some huge shots to ensure that Fnatic once again regain here, and there is still an opportunity to win this entire thing in this hill.
It's south spawns versus north spawns. Fnatic have the proximal advantage of getting here faster, but the full surround is underway for R8. Great EMP. Shuts down Squeeze from his entry. Bloomy trying to force the issue. Finds one. Does he get the second? Sure does. Now it's just down to can Vortexers clean things up, and that will be enough for R8 to get back into the hard point. We've got a tie game, 238-236.
It will be moving, though, back to P1. And R8, by the way, already hold the middle of the map as well as P5 right now. So Fnatic need to be fighting for these central areas.
They're not finding any eliminations that they need. Squeeze finds a massive double. Now it's just the final 4 seconds. Lucky shut down from the front. And how about the late game surge from R8? They take a nail biter here in the second.
Well, the analyst said it wasn't going to be a 3-0. This is when we were going to see the game 5, but maybe we didn't see the R8 taking a 2-0 lead here. Really showing dominance at the right times. It was back and forth. You couldn't split them regardless of where we were going in terms of hills. But it just felt like R8 had slightly better setups when they had the opportunity to do so.
And I think more importantly, it's impressive setups when they were the quote-unquote attacking team. They were not just needing breaks. They were setting themselves up for some of the early time on these hills that we label as unfavored for the side that they're spawning on. But that little bit of presence forced maybe a little bit of extra panic for Fnatic in a couple of moments where they don't get that free rotation that maybe they would have expected.
I think R8 recognizing that where the spawners are going to be, and most likely it was going to be like on the south side, for example.
Right.
They were forcing all of their attention towards 2 kind of angles. They weren't really focusing on the north at all, and that's great knowledge of where these spawns could possibly be, because it's very unlikely that your opposition is going to be like rotating all the way around on the north, because that flank takes far too long and is going to lose you too much time.
I like that. Yep, I think you hit that right on the head. And R8's understanding, I think, generally of their timings, even though they maybe early rotated once, that little bit of extra rotational pressure, it really did feel like it changed the way the chess game was being played. Because all of a sudden you've got Fnatic like, oh, wait a second, we can't really spawn camp these guys anymore in this rotation because they're already at the new hill. So they had to kind of modify their gameplay a little bit. And I think that proactivity from R8 should be credited a lot.
I think it was almost a lesson learned from R8. They moved quickly because they assumed Fnatic would be giving up on that hill. So they said, look, we'll leave one. The 3 of us will start to think about the next. Fnatic full sent it, and they adjust that 1 or 2 second a little bit too soon. Then moving onward, R8 were like, okay, we know Fnatic go for these late pushes where they try and take control together. So let's just stay a little bit longer in these hills, and they were rewarded with that.
And I think on the other side of that, just to, again, really take the point home, this also stopped Fnatic from finessing some of the scrap time moments, which we did see, again, earlier on in this map. So great adjustments from R8 and a very, very fun hard point to watch. More importantly, of course, at the end of all of this, R8 find themselves 2-0 up. And the confidence that that has to give you going into Keeper has to be immense. The fact that you get to essentially play recovery if you do lose map 3, of choosing your own mode for what you want for the 4th map, gives you a major advantage looking at the rest of the series.
Just looking back at some of the highlights here, and how about the bubble? Well, a couple of bubbles we saw were massive. I mean, Fnatic didn't go on to win, but one in particular where they were able to bubble a player who had taken a lot of damage within that hill. But we also saw when you are under the cosh a little bit and you're getting pushed by 2 or 3, just having that bubble down to buy you time for the spawners to arrive and assist you can be massive.
Absolutely. It just forces a different level of attention. If you think, oh, I got this guy one shot, I could just finish him off later. I could, keep my attention somewhere else, but that bubble comes through and all of a sudden that guy becomes a major threat. So really good awareness and great utility usage. I think that's the other thing that just generally I'm walking away impressed by. Kind of watching over the NA qualifiers of like XSET Dig playing against each other all the time. Compared to DreamHack Dallas, XSET's utility usage looked so much cleaner. But now we're starting to see that across the board. The learning curve has only gotten higher, it feels like, the longer these teams play these modes.
Yeah, I think as people start to play them more and watch more and see other teams find success with certain setups, it is just a chain effect where everyone gets better. But sometimes the people at the top, they have to try and find a way to create that gap. So you have to be innovative. You have to start to think outside the box a little bit. And I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface of some of the things you can do on some of these maps and modes.
No, not even a little bit. And keep in mind that this is still a round 1 matchup in this group. We still have a winners qualifier that come later this evening, with also taking a look at what's happening on the other groups. D still yet to play, but that's still to come. Now our focus goes purely into what these teams have figured out for Keeper, our first look for both Fnatic and R8 on the mode.
So R8 with a great chance to cause an upset here, I would say, and managed to find a victory. A 3-0 would be an upset. I don't care what anyone says,
Absolutely.
Right? But for Fnatic, it's about now, can you actually get the reverse sweep? How much time have you been putting into Keeper here to show you've got what it takes?
And you kind of heard it from the interview, both at the roundtable and beforehand, both these two teams putting a lot of focus towards what this mode could mean. Except just playing literally off of a window. That will work. Squeeze drops. Nice shot! As also in the mix will be the elimination onto Vox. So now, except the rest of Fnatic make their play forward. Key's still in hand for R8, but Fnatic making the moves. They've got the numbers.
Get your running shoes on now, Bloomy, or just prepared to take a showdown. Well, Fnatic will close it off, and they will be able to now gain key control here. But this is where you need someone who is confident in fighting. That's exactly what Accept is. I love actually having the marksman as the key holder. I know that we've seen a few teams try different classes to hold the key, but that sniper rifle can just destroy you as you approach.
You just kind of use your teammates as the alarm system, and then you turn your attention to wherever the hit's coming from. So there's definitely different ways to think about it. Not necessarily saying one is right or one is wrong at the moment. We're still feeling it out as Fnatic will get their first lead. And Squeeze tries to make a solo play, shut down by Aegis, but the rest of R8 are there. Fnatic now have to find a way to hit this again from the front.
And if you have the key, you want to get over towards basement. At the moment, there's still a lot of holding over towards tower because there's so many kills going back and forth here. But we've seen from teams already in this tournament, that basement setup is nuts.
I think it's just one of those things like, the key finds itself on the tower side of the map, so it's just going to stay there for the rest of this round. Whether that was intentional or not, doesn't really make much of a difference, it feels like, after the opening feud starts to come to an end. Fnatic trying to, again, utilize this bubble, but R8 have the numbers, trying to push out Aegis, who cannot get any sort of a regen. And that will be enough for R8 to, once again, put themselves in the controlling positions.
And even if R8 wanted to think about a rotation over towards the basement side, the spawns are quite sporadic, and you could be punished by trying to make a play like that. So, as you mentioned, you're almost forced to play a match over at tower, but Vox is finding a way to put himself in a spot here where not only can he do damage, but also a lot of vision to communicate to the rest of the team.
He could lock down the entire right side of the map, and now as Fnatic spawn towards his direction, he's also got an EMP in hand, so he could just use that, call for his teammates to rotate over. Aegis also shut down on that long flank up top, so now it's just push out the rest of this Fnatic hit, and you can see it off this third-person view. R8 do exactly that, leaving Fnatic to have to try to come off spawn from behind.
And as you can see, you can eat that damage of a grenade if it is just at the back of tower, and you will be able to get that health back. But Fnatic, what they do well is utilize that grenade as a little bit of an opener, and now they are moving this key, trying to rotate around to the other side of the map to see if they can get one of the more ideal setups here.
Yep, and that's exactly the case. Nounsy will spawn over towards that basement position. Bloomy on the hunt. Cannot stop Aegis in time. but the follow-up is good. And Bloomy says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Escapes over towards the cliffside, and more importantly, he scores more points for R8 as this clock starts to dwindle a touch.
This is the danger, though, by bringing the key over towards this side of the map. If you do not find success here as Fnatic, you open things up for R8 to maybe decide to take control, and they could get more of an ideal setup.
And at the moment, R8 realize that Fnatic are spawning in front of them, so they are just going to hold on this cliffside position. Fnatic from the front, not finding the eliminations they need convincingly enough to really influence Vortexers to have to move yet. Also, the read over towards Lucky is decent, but Lucky does hit a shot, putting Vortex into a world of hurt. Help on the way. Bloomy trying to confirm the trade, does so and collects the key again for at least a brief moment. R8 now well over the 100-point mark and double the score of Fnatic.
If you are wondering, by the way, yes, you can jump off the map with the key, but it just spawns up at the top of the cliff yet again. If you're fans of Halo Oddball, for example, and thinking, well, why don't they just throw the key off? You can't really do it. It spawns back up, and the team that kills you will still be able to gain control. As this one is going a little bit closer now. Fnatic are starting to put points on the board, but only 1 minute 12 left on the clock.
And they have to be essentially perfect from here. 40 seconds is currently the gap, so a buffer zone of about 20. Good eliminations for Fnatic, but Bloomy quickly on the hunt. Not able to find Agers initially. He actually shows up a little bit too late to the party here. Agers has already done the damage he needs. Now Bloomy's caught by himself. Folks trying to make sure they can deny the basement play. Squeeze follows up with a quick spawn, and that's enough to flip hands of the key. Now a chance for R7 to put this one out of commission.
Not only does Squeeze get the key, but he's able to move away from the spawners and right into his own teammate spawn as well. 40 seconds left on the clock, and we're close to that 40-second gap yet again, but Fnatic do retrieve it. There's still life in this one.
They cannot drop it from here, though. There is not enough of a gap for them to have any sort of a buffer. So Agers has to be perfect. Just stacked up with Lucky. They see Squeeze. Teamwork him out. Easy elimination. How do they follow up afterwards, though? Good nades coming out for R8 as they have one more chance to try to get this out of the hands of Agers, who is low on HP, but how about it? The shots are coming through. Agers in trouble. Last player to find around the back is Bloomy, and that may be enough for them to put this one out of reach. Bloomy just trying to deny, and that is enough for them to take the first round.
And the emotes come out as well, just to rub salt in the wounds as R8 now find themselves one round away from winning this first match 3-0. Another great effort from Fnatic, but they just left themselves too much to do in that late game. When you're against the clock, you start to panic a little bit, and it opens up for R8 just to have a full Hail Mary play.
I love it, too, just off the fact that we talked about the key rotation. Getting out of tower side, it gets over to cliff. R8, though, they don't try to force anything towards basement. Very calculated in, we don't have the ability to do this. Let's just hold, score a couple more points, and you're dealing with a difference of about 6 through that first round, as now Fnatic come back with the fury on their opening break-off, except the first one to really control the key.
Yeah, need more of that from Accept, to be honest. He's been hitting a lot of big sniper shots, and if he can just allow himself to get that opening pick, it could change anything and everything for Fnatic, as they're, again, moving this key north, but R8 are going to have a player around. Bloomy's going to first to push.
Oh, and Accept misses the opening shot. Help is here, but it's not enough, at least not initially. Key does get dropped for a moment. R8 not really in a position to try to challenge this, so Fnatic will be able to recover. They also have a couple of close spawns, so they can get the 4v4 that they want here at the top side of the map.
It's a very R8 heavy crowd, has to be said. As, you can hear the chants and you can see the scarves, but now Fnatic still have the key here, and this is better for them. They have far better setups, and they're moving together as a unit.
Eliminations are also coming through very convincingly as R8 try to sneak around the outside. Mostly dealt with Agers right there, receiving the hit and dealing with it nicely. So we stay kind of in this mid-tower now all of a sudden for Fnatic. Opportunity to kind of bounce this back towards basement if they want to, with R8 spawning a little bit further down the map.
I was going to say mid-tower is even worse to try and hold because you're just even more vulnerable from the grenades. Although I guess harder to bank them in that middle spot, but Aegis still doing work here. Almost manages to pull out a double. The Vortexers will now clean things up, get the key, and now this is the chance for R8 to get back in.
Yeah, and Fnatic will have only one member spawn up towards his basement side. Nounsy was the one to drop, except has to use the self-bubble to try to keep his play alive, and it's not going to work out. So 68 plays 15. R8 still scoring, still in a chance to possibly just flex this thing further back into the map, but Fnatic do find 2 eliminations. Agers now from the top high ground could pinch this play and get this thing really convincingly in the hands of Fnatic.
Certainly the players that are put on the Engineer, that Thunderburst is so impactful here in Keeper. Seems to be the main weapon to try and get damage with and get eliminations with as well, as Lucky now has the key, and Fnatic again are going to continue to score a little bit further, and they are trying to move this one away from R8 spawns.
Ooh, and Lucky actually kind of loses his double sprint there for a moment, so lots of damage from Vortexers, held by Accept. Bloomy, not fully able to trade initially, but eventually confirms it. But Lucky, very quickly gets out of there, and he's now found himself a new battleground to work with that's over towards Cliffside. Nounsy here to join him, and R8 are not really in a position to challenge him at all. This has been great for Fnatic.
Often Lucky was the player to move early in hardpoint and seems to be the ideal player as the key holder here in Keeper as well. And he's doing very well at staying away from R8, and this is a significant point lead now that R8 are going to have a proper setup if they're going to get back in this game. It can't be scrappy this time.
Bloomy nearly does it himself, but not to happen as Lucky, once again, just kind of rotates away. Has a spawner nearby. The player trying to contest that was Vortexers, but as he drops, now it's just down to Sweeze and Bloomy to see if they can find an opening to try to deny this tower play. But again, Lucky's just out of there. It's legitimately catch me if you can right now.
It's one of the things that I noticed during scrims is that key holder can really make it hard for the opposition to gain any success because you can just keep running, you can keep out of the way, you can keep moving and grooving, but now Fnatic will get at least some damage, but R8 now hold on to the key.
And keep in mind, they are down by over 100 points, so they have what we call the comeback mechanic, which will earn you 2 points per second instead of 1. So this game is not over yet. Now, Fnatic have a lot of comfort built into the fact they only need 4 points to win this round, but there is a chance that R8 can get this thing close again.
Yeah, I was always wondering, would this comeback mechanic actually come into the equation? And it very much is now for R8. They are doing damage, they are winning some engagements, but now this is the Fnatic push.
Yeah, indeed the case. Lucky just needs to find the final 4 seconds. Ager's right there with them, so a convincing second round is going to go the way of Fnatic as we head into the third here for map number 3.
That was so much better for Fnatic, and boy, did they need that to get back into this one. They were allowing R8 to get too much scrappy time. They were taking that fight, maybe being overconfident in some of their individual engagements. I think as soon as they realized that actually we can outmaneuver R8 here with some of our key positioning, that's when they started to find time.
Absolutely the case. Well, the local crowd vibing. You give people free scarves, they'll do a lot. That's all I know.
That's what I always say as a commentator. You give me merch, I'll be a fan. And certainly that's the case. The crowd behind R8 at the moment, but maybe they'll need it after that second round performance. But R8 will have the key to begin with, but shut down quickly by Aegis.
One little mechanic that all of you Fortnite players know, you have that sprint slide in, you connect with an enemy, it'll boop you back, and that was maybe a difference maker in that fight with Vox.
Here he is
Lucky again. Just the absolute bullhorn for this squad. Take it and run with it. But Bloomy, quick on his heels, finds the easy trade, and now all of a sudden there's an opportunity for R8 to take their first lead of this half.
Certainly map knowledge is everything here. Knowing those little nooks and crannies you can dive through, you can escape from, any angles you can stop the sight lines of your opposition when you have that key is massive. But now R8 have not allowed Fnatic to get the lead they did in the previous game, and Bloomy holding strong.
Yeah, I love that little bounce up over towards the high ground. Just kind of keeps Fnatic on their toes a touch in terms of where has the key carrier gone. Not a comfortable setup here for R8 at the moment, but they do find the first eliminations. Agers can create nothing, and that's going to really affirm the fact that R8 can grow this lead early.
The difference for R8, Bloomy is going to be on that Infiltrator. Will have that 25% extra speed on his movement, whereas it is Lucky on the other side, who is not playing an Infiltrator, who has been the one holding the key.
Key distinction in terms of compositions of the specialists that they pull. Tough 1v1 here between Sweeze and Lucky. Goes the way of Fnatic, but Bloomy, once again, out of there. He is being hunted, but he gets some basement control. Maybe there's enough time here for R8 to try to assist, but they lose Vortexers. Lucky 1v1's out low, and Bloomy's able to find the win, but can't get away from the second. Fnatic also find a fadeaway elimination, and that will allow them to pick up the key.
And if Fnatic can take control of this basement, there is a chance for a solid setup now, and R8 have to be a little bit worried. Maybe they've given Fnatic a ticket back into this game, and you've got to make sure that you are quick to shut down this key, and that's exactly what Vox does and what he's been doing this entire game. 25 elims.
Quick slide through leads to a quick elimination, and the space on the minimap is dramatically in favor of R8. Accept and the rest of Fnatic working on it. But you can see Vox is actually trying to get a little bit of space over to the backside. Bloomy's going to be right here with them, but as Bloomy drops, Vox will do the same. So Fnatic able to pick up the key pretty freely. Vortexers trying to find recovery, and whoa, what a 1v2 win for Vortexers. R8 able to keep this in contest a little while longer.
I really like R8 trying to get this key out of basement though, because think about where R8 found success in round 1, when the game was scrappy, when it wasn't as setup heavy. Don't even give the chance for Fnatic to get set up. Keep this key in open areas where you can take the fight and you can continue to scrap time.
Really cool moment you saw right there where they're exchanging the key to the Infiltrator role for Bloomy. See if that movement speed could be a benefit, but not the case. Maybe being a little bit too cute as Fnatic find a 3-for-1 exchange, gets them back into control with still just under 2 minutes on the clock.
So it's Lucky again with control of the key, and now Fnatic need to have a solid setup, and you can see he's just trying to work out where spawners are going to be coming from at the moment, and it's going to be kind of back-to-back as R8 push here. But sadly, you might just end up running into more players, but it doesn't matter with shots like that.
Oh, and the thing about it, too, is you could give it to your infiltrator or you could give it to your assault player. Every gunfight that Lucky wins, he becomes a mega giant. His health pool just makes him an absolute tank. So off the regen, he will get back to essentially full normal HP. Now it's just down to Candy get shields, but R8, they figure out the play pretty darn cleanly. They just need to take care of it, except Announcy, who do a nice job of at least keeping this pretty evenly exchanged.
It was a great comeback from Fnatic, but now R8 regain control here and have an opportunity to win this right from here because they are working in tandem to shut down every push from Fnatic. They see Bloomy spawn, and they all move together towards their next spawner.
Just over 30 points, the current deficit that Fnatic are facing to try to stay alive in this round 1 affair in Group C. Agers, tough battle, but wins it pretty darn nicely. Fnatic now in control convincingly. They've got all 4 members essentially here, except for Nounsy, who's going to be playing off a bit of a pinch. He will drop, though, so now R8 hold the advantage. Vox trying to create something. Follow-up not fully there, though, and Fnatic will hold as they get over the 100-point threshold.
Just like round 1, though, there's only 40 seconds left, and Fnatic are 25 behind here. So 1 shutdown from R8, which happens here as Xsqueeze gets the kill and gets the key. Now Fnatic have to push. It's got to happen right now.
And what a map from Squeeze. He is at 40-plus eliminations. Kind of quietly taken over here in the map. Nounsy drops the gap. Now it's all of a sudden becoming just over the threshold of you can no longer make mistakes if you're Fnatic. You have to hold it from here on out. Agers, tough gunfight. Fox able to take the win, and with that extra bit of time, now it becomes mathematically impossible. R8 Esports. We weren't sure what to expect, but boy, have they absolutely impressed. A 3-0 over Fnatic here in the opening of Group C.
Even when we thought it was going to be a tight affair and we might go further than 3, it still happens again on the main stage here, and R8 have demonstrated they are a real threat in this tournament. I love the way they were able to counter some of the strategies that we saw implemented from Fnatic.
Unbelievable stuff. And the crowd is loving it. I can lie, those scarves are pretty sick. Give me one of those.
How do I get one?
Yeah, what are we talking about here? Want to make a trip down to the venue. Unreal stuff, though, as the crowd really comes to life here in support of the EU-based franchise. And for R8, I mean, again, the story that starts to be built here, a squad that was the leftovers, as the desk has been saying. The stars from teams that didn't qualify through DreamHack. They come together, they make a full team, and they best a team that had finished top 6 at DreamHack in the form of Fnatic.
But what do I say? Sometimes the leftovers taste even better than the initial meal. One thing that we learned throughout that game was the kind of learning process both teams went through. Fnatic would try something, R8 would counter it. R8 would try something, Fnatic would counter it, but R8 seemed to always have the answer when Fnatic changed things up, especially in that Keeper game that we just had.
Yeah.
Round 1, R8, they were scrappy, they kept the key towards the middle. Fnatic then noticed that R8 liked playing this way and started to just avoid them with that key, run when they could, consistently rotate towards teammates. And then R8 in round 3 said, look, we're not going to allow Fnatic to get into setup positions here, so let's not take the key towards basement. Let's get it out of basement. Let's make sure we put Fnatic in a position where they have to fight us if they want this key.
And it kind of feels almost similar to like what we were talking about in the CTF, where it just keeps Fnatic out of a comfortable routine of, hey, they're in basement, they're going to stay in basement, they're going to stay in basement, which is like what everyone else has been doing of, we're going to pull the key to the back corner of the map and just stay there as long as possible. R8 say, hey, look at us, we're in this position, we're going to force and try to take it, but as soon as we don't feel comfortable in our setup, we're out of there. We're going to go somewhere different, and it just never really felt like Fnatic could get comfortable, especially in that 3rd round.
Certainly noticed difference in compositions as well, but what a match we just had. A chance for us to find out how the players are feeling on the stage.
And here we are here on the main stage. R8 Esports take the win. Bloomy joining me here on the interview. First of all, you guys squeeze in that game, dropping 40+ kills. You got a crowd cheering for you in here. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. The crowd definitely helped, and yeah. We've not really had that before, you know, crowd cheering behind us, but it, you know, makes us hyped. We're smiling and we're playing, so definitely makes us play better.
شفتوا رياض قد ايه بيحبكم كل شوي عم تقعدوا تصرخوا لهم. Every bit you got screams going out to R8. Fnatic looked a bit shaken there at the end when you went to shake some hands. What did you chalk that up to?
No, I mean all maps were pretty close, you know, so it could have gone either way. So I'm sure they're disappointed. But yeah, that's just how it goes, you know. It was an intense match.
I mean, CTF were running right at the edge. You were all solo. How's the comms going? Because 4 is just play in a different way.
I mean, we keep it calm. Like, I try to lead the best I can, and then, I mean, everyone knows their role, you know? And we just call out the vital bits of information, so as long as we all remain calm, then it works.
Are we expecting R8 past groups in #1?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, there it is. You heard it here from Bloomy. R8 victorious in the matchup. Let's see what they can do later, but for now, back to the studio.
The R8 fans are loud for a reason. We thought this one could go the distance, maybe a game 4. They took care of business.
I mean, I was not expecting another 3-0. I wasn't. I thought it'd be close.
Yeah, both of these squads had the potential to really take us the distance. The fact that it was a sprint and not a marathon, I'm going to think about this when I lay down in bed tonight and be like, why did it go this way?
Fnatic, of course, coming into the tournament with all kinds of confidence. They just came off that boot camp at the headquarters in London. They were very confident in Keeper, but you were even saying, 11, this is not the Fnatic we expected. They came out flat today. On the other side, Xweez, Bloomy, the route man, the whole R8 crew was clicking.
They stepped up big, and unfortunately, Fnatic just couldn't really keep up. Like, you know, coming into this, I knew there was never going to be situations where like Fnatic were going to be outgunning teams. That's just not who they are. But at least, especially if how they were speaking, I thought Keeper was a lock for them.
Yeah.
I thought at least they'd get that, and then maybe we take it to the 4th game and then R8 win. They didn't even get Keeper. Again, it was a bit close there, but yeah, Fnatic just not up to the races. I'm
going to throw a lifeboat for Fnatic fans because they're probably sitting there listening to all of us going, wow, our team sucks here. Like, what are we going to do? I'm going to throw a lifeboat. Map 1, you were less than 10 seconds away from getting that flag capture.
Yes.
That's map 1. Map number 2, on hardpoint, 1 or 2 kills away from being able to clinch that one and get a win on that map. And then round 1 on Keeper, if Aegis had a little bit of cover at the end there, they clinched that map win as well. And then, I mean, Bloomy even said it in the interview, those were close maps, and we're talking about minute mistakes and changes throughout each map that caused Fnatic to lose. So that was not a blowout, that was not a domination. There were just minute moments throughout each of those maps that led Fnatic to lose.
As we take a look at some of the highlights, did any of the Fnatic players have a hot hand? Was anyone aiming especially well today, or do you feel that the overall squad was struggling?
I feel like as a squad, it wasn't too great. There were some moments from Aegis I thought were really good. Aegis stepped up at some key pivotal moments for them. He made it very close towards the end on Keeper as well, and he sort of like got them back into the game. But yeah, man, I mean, you know, you look at the R8 squad and, you know, when you've got Xweez popping heads all over the place, it's going to be tough to keep up with that.
And I like that R8 has come in, maybe a little bit more of an unknown quantity. Yes, there are VODs, but I struggled to get more information myself as I was digging as deep as I could. R8 was one of my less noted teams, so for them to come out and say, that's because we've been in the dark practicing, like we've been repping this, we're ready to go, is a really good sign rather than it's being a team that was unprepared and unready.
I love the fact that Bloomy showcased his objective skills throughout this series. They gave him the Keeper key. Of course, we saw him running the flag routes for this squad. The rest of the team shooting very well. Can Xweez keep up his performance from this match?
I've got to say, yeah, probably, right? You know, again, what levels do they reach when they're up against better competition? I think that's still a bit of an unknown for them. But in a match where, you know, people expected them probably to lose, them beating out the other team on those fine margins speaks a lot to their resilience, I'd say. It's funny because a couple months ago, I spoke to Bloom when the groups officially got confirmed, right? I asked Bloom and he said, a lot of people will count us out, but I reckon we beat Fnatic in that group more often than not.
Strong leadership as well. Bloomy said, you know, I was enjoying, I got experience, I was calming, I was IGLing, for those who don't know, in-game leading, and those kind of calls, that kind of experience, maybe that's something Fnatic thought they had as an X factor themselves, and R8 was like, we'll do that, we'll double it, we'll give it to the next, and we do it better than you.
You can see the celebration, everyone from R8 very fired up. Tomorrow they will be playing for their spot in the playoffs, and of course we have to honor one very special member of the R8 squad. Let's give it to Bloomy. It is our PlayStation MVP. The old man still got it.
Not quite as old as us on the desk, although we do have a...
He's older than me.
He is older than me.
Bloomy is older than me,
He is older than you, but like I
26,
said...
right?
Stop. Look, this leadership is crucial. I have to say, especially in objective-based games, leadership can go a long, long way, and it helps that Bloomy can shoot as well, so he definitely plays a big part.
Yeah, he's older than me, but you wouldn't be able to tell in-game, right? In-game, he definitely would not be able to tell because he still was looking very sharp in a lot of those moments. And, I got a lot of love for Bloomy because he's one of those players that instantly, as soon as like this, sort of bracket or this circuit was announced, he was on it from day one. Like a lot of people took them time to get really into things, but he was scrimming, practicing, pugging a lot with a bunch of different people, and he finally found, a good formula that works. And I hope they go far in this competition.
I want to see more dancing. That's all I want. Let's get a few more celebrations in and out of game. Bloomy leading the troops to victory, and it didn't take long. They win 3 straight in the best of 5, saving their energy for that playoff run.
Yeah, and they're going to need it as well because I don't think necessarily Fnatic have pushed them very much. I don't think they've been tested to their full capability.
And I think that's really important because as much as this 3-0 will be nice, it's good. They shouldn't let it get to their heads.
No.
Right? Because, KC will put up a big fight, and that's one that they really have to focus on in this group in terms of that battle. And 3-0 looks good on the scoreboard, but it was nice to hear Bloomy in the interview afterwards say it was close. I think that acknowledgement lets me know that, okay, they're not going to get too ahead of themselves. Right. And I think 3-0, we're just the best.
Staying focused, here is the team in the chill-out zone. X-Weez and crew getting hugs from Bloomy as they celebrate their first dub here in Riyadh. It's the EWC featuring Fortnite, and that's what it's all about. The elation, but also the disappointment on the other side. Remember, Fnatic currently outside of the top 10 in the Club Championship Series. They need to finish in the top 8 to earn points. Right now, they got to win 2 back-to-back matches, Jess.
Yeah, it's doable because what I like about losses, especially early on in a tournament, is it just shows your weaknesses really fast and you can go back. And we heard from Gandhi earlier, I have no doubt that they have the ideology to practice and be able to fix those mistakes, but it's not a long amount of time. So how good are you to put those mistakes in, Ray?
Levin, I'm told we have our groups ready. Let's take a peek at these. Let me know what you think. Any surprise results here on day number 1? The big news, we haven't seen game 5s. We've seen 1 game 4, I believe, off stage, but everything else has been 3-0s, and R8 adds to that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of 3-0s today we've watched. I think there was 1 5-match series, right? It was GG versus...
was it Exceed?
Yeah, GG versus Exceed on the B stream, right? Really fun series, yeah. Result was incredibly interesting as well, right?
There it is. You called it. Exceed versus Game and Gladiators. And Jess, I want to give you credit. They were down 0-1 to Game and Gladiators. And you said this team starts slow.
They start slow. Every match, every VOD I went through, they were starting slow. And it's like waking up in the morning and needing a coffee. That's me. I start slow. I get it. So them being able to come back in the match is huge.
Exceed moves into your playoffs. We will see them in the round of 8. For me, I will be signing off. Mr. X is stepping in, but when we come back, we got a big dig matchup, and who's got more energy, Cheatin' or Kanata?
Ooh, definitely Kanata. Definitely.
I like that call. Stay tuned. This is the EWC featuring Fortnite.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Look at me go, bro. I'm him.
Hey, bro, good round.
I'm whipping. I should be like 20-0 right now.
I probably should stop lurking now. Right? Because we're up one.
Yeah.
Just fight now. Okay.
Let's go, boys.
Nice beat.
Good job. Good fucking shit.
Good shit, man.
Let's go.
Bro, they're so bad.
Bro, Kwani, you have to recognize if you're like up 2 flags in that situation, like the intensity shouldn't be so much on attack. There was like 130 left and we're like attacking pretty hard. We're up 2 flags and like I feel like that's what gave them that like little advantage. I feel like if we're up 2, like you just play like hard D probably from like the midline instead of going for caps. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my thought.
Okay, it's new hard point. We're red side, right? What
speed? Dead.
We're good. GG's.
Fucking go, man. Shit. Peter. Shit, but you're fucking crazy. Okey pokey. 23-8.
Oh my. Good stuff. That was just too easy.
Why would they ever pick that map? That was way too easy.
I don't know.
Oh my god. 180. Nice, boys.
Nice, bro.
Shit, bro.
Oh, bro.
Shit, boys.
Good stuff, Bills. Handshake me.
Minocus do it all, bro.
What? Yeah, dude. I have 10 kills now. See
5
that?
and
I won
15.
Peter?
I
don't
won
fight now.
I won through like 4 times, bro. You know that, right?
Oh, wait, really? Oh, yeah, she did. Yeah, she did.
No, he did. I ain't
Oh,
gonna lie.
shit.
The same spot, or boat spot.
I have to load everything, by the way.
Wait, you need it for 1 second.
No, what? We won.
Oh, wait, I'm bugging.
Are you real?
I'm bugging. Sorry, I closed your shit, man. Dude, look at me go, bro. I carry this team.
Let's go, boys.
No!
Come on, dude. First of many.
So.
Let's go. First of many, dude.
I'm running out. I'm running for it.
Nice, Edgy.
Running up for us. Look at me.
Yeah, I'm coming.
He's one of me. I have to run through the house. Look.
Okay, looking.
Keep looking.
Looking. Behind you. 116. Weak behind you. There's two.
I'm 1 HP.
Connector. Yeah, Connector.
He's out. Grab it. Quick, don't let him get it. Grab it.
I can't. Fight. One cat. He's burst. He's bubbling. He's cracked. He's cracked. Well played, Exviz.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go.
Let's go. Come on.
Shit, boys.
Vortex, we fucking 4v2 them.
How did we win that?
We fucking go. Oh my god.
Let's fucking go.
What were they doing?
We fucking 4v2 them. Oh my god.
Let's go. Good shit, Vortexers, bro.
Oh my god.
You're so good, bro.
I knee slid in and they missed me.
I don't know how we won that.
Oh my god.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. I am Matt Mr. X, jumping in for Puckett here later in the day as he gets quite sleepy, quite delusional. Still here though, joined by Jess and Lev. How have you guys had through the day? Good?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed the matches thus far, but I am looking to see who is going to move forward.
The matches have been quite quick, though. That is one thing. They have been quite quick. We did have a Game 5 on the secondary stream. Hopefully, maybe this match, though, could be one that could be a little bit close. It's one that we've been talking about a lot in the back. It'll be Big versus Dignitas here for this next upcoming match. I think this one has a lot of potential left.
I mean, yeah, I think you look at both teams and both teams with interesting sort of, stories coming into this competition so far, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, we were chatting in the back room, as you said, about like how much potential do both of these teams had, because they were wavering a little bit on confidence. We asked them some questions and they weren't hugely confident. And you were telling me there were some role swaps happening.
Yeah, some interesting things going on throughout both of these teams. Let's start with Big, though, kicking things off. All German roster here coming through the DreamHack Dallas qualifier, cheating a player that I'm really looking out for in this match. Is there anybody else, Jess, that you're looking at?
I mean, I think Frey and Trexer are the two players that we were looking at to make a little bit of impact, but this is a whole roster thing. Like when we said the teams weren't confident, you can't just have that star player come out and do things for the roster. It has to be a team effort. And so for me, Big, who was sitting behind us at dinner, and we sort of try to scour some information from them. They weren't giving us too much.
No, and what I think is really interesting about this matchup is that you guys both mentioned, like, hey, both teams, maybe not sure of themselves. This tournament, seems pretty open. Maybe not for, the top 2 spots, but, you can kind of figure out your way to a top 4 kind of scenario. Let's take a look at the Dig roster here. Lev, a lot of experience on this team.
A bunch of Fortnite experience. 2 legends of the game in Acorn and Kanana. I'm sure if you ask Pilkey, he'd say there's 3 legends of the game. But no, look, Pilkey and TK as well. 2, very talented players that have come into the fray. I think a lot of people are wondering what are we going to get from these 2, right? They're not, 2 players you'd put on the caliber of an Acorn and Kanada typically, but both of them have been very impactful and have played their part on this roster.
Yeah, and I know we got a little bit of time here before we go over to the stage. I want to get predictions, and I want to also kind of get an idea, though, from you guys. Like, in a game like this, how important is match 1 going to be? Map number 1 with teams kind of maybe lacking some confidence going in, and then also your thoughts, Jess, on who you take it.
It's tricky because Hardpoint is the most preferred game mode for most of the teams here. Of course, there are more strategic teams that don't mind every game mode. Right. But I think for teams that are lacking a bit of confidence, winning, which is usually our second Hardpoint map, running in with momentum and knowing you just need 1 map after that, if you do manage to get the CTF on map 1, is huge. There are teams like Exceed that do, sort of overcome those boundaries. But map 1, the momentum is where it sits.
Hey, Eli, who are you taking in the series?
Dignitas is taking it.
Dignitas.
I'm going as far as a Dignitas 3-0, if I'm being honest.
3-0?
Yeah, it's weird because we talk about them not being confident. And I think Dignitas, a bunch of their players, especially Kanada, has been expressing hey, I'm not the most confident, we're not the best team, we're not winning. He's outright said, we are just not winning, so don't believe in us to win. But yet, they're still confident they'll beat Big. When I've asked them specifically about Big, they're like, yeah, we're bad, but we'll beat Big. Whereas
we're not that bad.
Yeah, right.
We've also heard some stuff from some other teams that hasn't exactly been true here throughout.
That's true.
Remind you guys at home, get your predictions in the STC predictions here down at the bottom. The castles will kind of go over that once we get in the game. We didn't get a prediction from you. I think we got general thoughts on game map number 1, but what do you think?
I really want to say sorry to the German fans out there. I know, right? It's like, what can you say? Es tut mir leid, wir kommen in Riyadh.
You're coming with the languages today,
Aber
yeah.
Es tut mir leid. I think it's going to be Dignitas.
I barely know English. I mean, that's pretty impressive here, what you got going on. But I'm super excited for this match. 2 teams pretty evenly matched up that seem like they kind of have some potential to go pretty far in this one. Players look out for it real quick.
Definitely Kanada and TK.
Jess?
TK Al-Gaib, that's my man.
She said something cool there in German. I don't really know what it is, but look out for TK and Kanada in the server. Big versus Dig kicking off right now.
Milosh, Milosh, Milosh. We are rattling through this competition. It is coming thick and fast at us right here, but one thing is for sure. If you want to make it through to the grand final, you're going to have to dig big.
Absolutely, and to get both Dignitas and Big against one another, even here in group stage in Group D, this is going to be an absolute pleasure. Maybe a lot to learn, not just for us, but for all the teams here.
That's right, that's right. They are ready and waiting in the wings. We cannot wait to get this next matchup started, so let's meet these teams. Big Esports and Dignitas.
They're big in Berlin, but can they do it here in Riyadh, so far away from home? They were top 6 in Dallas, but clear in Group D is tonight's goal.
Dignitas, the likes of Canada and Akon, they've been there, they've got every single t-shirt. But can they deliver on that promise here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at EWC? Let's find out.
Adam, this is big, this is dig.
Energy is through the roof right now. It's off the charts, and we can't wait to get this one started. We know you guys can't either, so let's dive on in.
Should I ask?
All right then, everybody, welcome back. It is time for another match here on our beautiful main stage. We've got Big taking on Dignitas. And first of all, before we get into the game, someone needs to take Mr. X to the cinema and show him a bit of Dune 2. Yes, it's a concern for me.
We've got to say, TK Al-Gaib, one of the best marksmen in the game, he does not come from Germany, nor in name nor in nationality. TK, of course, one of 2 controller players here. Alongside Tini from Falcons. TK Al-Gaib will be the chosen one, undoubtedly, and ready to rip some faces here for the side of Dignitas. Of course, Dig coming in through the NA phase of qualifier, whereas Big getting that key spot in the 5th, 6th place, qualifying through DreamHack Dallas. Surprising a few teams along the way. As you heard, we got to talk to the big guys last night, and Trey kind of expecting a close series here. He said maybe expecting a 3-2 win over Dignitas.
It's interesting, isn't it? That some of the conversations that we've heard from comments, I should say, coming out of both camps, where it doesn't feel like either team are the most confident when it comes to performing, maybe making it through to like a top 4, top 2, top 1, whatever it might be. There's almost a sense of realism in what they expect to be able to achieve at this event. But let's not remember, like, every single placement that you improve upon, the money jumps up a huge amount here at the Esports World Cup. So for both of these teams, a series victory here puts you on the right track to making a huge amount of money.
Yeah, it really does, and you don't want to be dropping any early games here in the group stages. As you know, top 2 are going to come out of each group, and these 2 teams know they don't want to put that first loss on the board, and that's going to be really everything to play for here between these 2. It's your 5th seed in Big versus your 10th seed in Dignitas. You heard from the desk some of the players to watch in this one. Of course, there's a lot on both sides. I think a lot of eyes on Cheaton, the Jug for Big, first place FNCS 2023 Global Championship. On the other side, a lot of players to watch, a lot of legends of the scene. I think a lot of people are talking about Pilkey, who just wants to shoot, and I think that's exactly what he'll do in this series, trying to bring Dignitas to a victory.
Looking forward to that hard point. That will be his opportunity to keep that trigger pressed and keep on shooting. But before we get there, of course, we start off with a little bit of capture the flag here, and interesting pick. We're seeing Panther up first.
Yeah. Excited to see this. As you saw, there's been a little bit of a preference towards Chalet across the board, really, in both Hardpoint as well as CTF, but instead we're going to see Panther here. And you even heard during that break, if you caught it, Peterbot saying, why on earth would they choose this map? A little bit of trash talk with teams kind of preferring different sides and knowing which ones might be their strong suit. In this one, though, another player we're going to keep an eye on is Canada. Of course, if you've been watching Fortnite, you know him very well. Big emotional player, lots of energy and trash talk. He's going to look to bring that to the game for the side of Dig as well.
Energy, a big thing in these type of series, especially if you get that first capture on the board. You can certainly ride that momentum into a second, maybe even a third, to give yourself that little bit of a cushion before you head into that halftime swap. But one thing to point out here on Panther in comparison to a lot of Chalet we've been watching so far today is map geometry, right? This feels like it's a little bit of a wider map. There's more routes to take, more lanes to try and cover, and I think the teams who are going to have the most success here on Panther are those which delegate to one half of the map, locking down those lanes and forcing respawns in the other.
Without a doubt, underway here with Big versus Dignitas. As we said, it's going to be hard point on Panther, your map number 1, and early picks here. These elims are going to really dictate where this first hard point goes.
For a slow start, as you would expect. You always see the bubble being burnt here by Trexers. Maybe just looking for information, maybe looking for a pick, but nobody really wanting to peek as yet. The utility starts to just fade away from the inventories as now we see Acorn, a little bit of a peek from him. Kanata up on the height as well, and Kanata will get that first elim.
Yeah, there's going to be actually a little bit of advantage here coming in from the side of Big. Traded out in the end, though. It's actually going to be a 2v2 elim trade off the rip, which means no points still on the board. Quite a slow strategic start from both sides here on this first game of Hardpoint.
Yeah, an interesting play to watch here is actually Trexer. You can see he's kind of wrapped behind some of the respawners from Dignitas, and by doing so, might be able to cut down a few players on the cross as they do leave that respawn, but it looks like he will be backing up for now as we see some shots coming in from TK on the marksman, hitting some bodies. Not quite the heads as yet, but give him a few minutes, he'll get warm.
Yeah, going to just look once again, just to hold this down early. See, everyone just slowly coming across both 10 sides to see which team might be able to get that early advantage just to be able to try to get this flagpole. Some good damage coming in here. Cheating just trying to play the head glitch. Pilkey gets punished for trying to challenge it, and now here comes the push.
Nothing better than when you get that first kill and turning it into an immediate double. As a player will turn his attention away. Elim's being picked up now by Kanada as we see the battle for mid-map continuing. Big finally getting a little bit of progress up the map, but as we say that, you can see the cheating has gone down. Kanada is going to be trying to follow up on that damage, and Pilkey gets another elimination. So numbers starting to favor the side of Dignitas here, as you can see the Big just trying to slow this down at the moment, but a flood now starting to come in around the back.
Yeah, we'll see if Pilkey and Acorn can work together here. Right now, just trying to hold around the flag stand. And now try to push all of that together.
They got that flag away, and now you can see Dig have just got to pick up those elims on the way back. Acorn is down through mid-map, and we mentioned how there's a little bit more width to play with across the mid-map, and clearing these lanes has got to be very, very important here for Dignitas, finding where all of those remaining players are. But for now, looks like Dignitas just looking for a few more kills before they try and progress.
Yeah, we'll see if we can just try to hold this off, a little bit of a flag standoff for the moment. And keeping an eye, just kind of playing on height here. Lots of cover that this height offers as well. You can watch both lanes while just doing a little bit of 3Ping on these sides. Let's take a look at both flags.
Flag standoff here on both sides, so the return is going to be huge. It will automatically, you would imagine, if you get those elim going your way, turn into a flag cap on either side. And this is one of the most tense moments, I would say, and feelings that you can have in a capture the flag, when you know that you're going to be the player who's going to be locked down and taken out with that flag. That will be the return coming in, but now can they convert their own flag cap?
Yeah, cheating with a nice one. Yes, Frey will be the one to bring it in, and they will go up early. Big with the first flag cap on the board. Took about 2.5 minutes of play, though, and a flag standoff, as we said. Now Acorn, the one on your screen. But keeping an eye. We're going to wrap the corner right here, and there's going to be kills traded out between Acorn and Frey on the flag stand. Kanata just playing on height here.
Interesting to see how easy it was for the player to actually overextend and get that elimination on the flag carry and send it home almost immediately.
Yeah.
It almost felt like a lane was left open, and it kind of goes back to the conversation we were having at the start, right? It's such a wide map comparatively to Chalet. Sometimes it's pretty difficult just to make sure that all those lanes are being watched at once. Someone slips through, before you know it, it's a 1v1 with the flag, and the elim comes in, and the flag goes home.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think if you look at the side of Dignitas, I thought there was a little bit more cover as well. It doesn't help that the cover that they were using is a series of flower petals with a lot of holes in the bottom, as well, a little bit of a Swiss cheese setup. Kanata, the one on your screen here. Trexer, the gameplay on your screen. See what he might be able to do. Just holding down height for the moment.
There's just a couple of big players in front of him. He has to just buy a little bit of time before he thinks about challenging. Teammate's going to be taken out in front of him, as will him. So Dignitas winning the fight in and around the mid-map for now, which is going to allow them now to progress up towards the big side. Frey's having a 3P here and wait for the push to come in on. And just to get the elimination onto Acorn. Now he's turning attention to Kanata, who's trying to be naded out and will be. And Big, you have to say, have got a little bit of a spawn trap going up here, and Big are trapped in the back of their base.
Cheating just trying to hold this down. Knows that the pressure's going to be coming. And also TK picking up important one alongside Pilkey. Pilkey picks up 2 in the feed. So buy them a little bit more space, a little bit more time.
2 eliminations coming in for Dignitas again. They're still trying to progress into a position to think about getting that flag away. TK. Thank him back, and we'll get that pick up on the flag, but unfortunately for him, Trexa did such a good job of just staying alive and being a nuisance in the back of the spawn that wasn't really able to progress up the map without taking that damage. The flag essentially is still home for them.
Yeah. Cheat now going to pop up top as well. 5 seconds left, and that will, of course, be the round. Big going to close out round number 1, 1-0, off of a flag standoff, as we said, not easy to grab. And also worth mentioning here, Mark, just the fact that, you know, when we talk about old map, new map CTF, you're going to hear this a lot from the players during player interviews and during kind of the pre-match as well. Just these players have a lot less time on Panther CTF compared to Chalet CTF. So you're going to just see a little bit less kind of setup and structured gameplay. I think you're going to see a lot, when you have a flag standoff, things like players sneaking through is really going to be the difference maker that they get away with, where you're not going to see that as much on Chalet, both due to the map design as well as the amount of time these two teams have on the game type.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And also, you throw into that fold the ability to do a little bit of VOD review on the best teams in the world, right? Watching how they play it, adapting your game, and trying to essentially reproduce what brings them success in those game modes. I like the start here, though, coming in from Big. A little bit of a difference in pace, trying to push the pace a little bit instead of the standoff that we saw the first round, but it's actually going to go the way of Dignitas. Kind of fell into the trap.
Yeah, they pick up 2 Elims there right away, so that's going to allow Kanata and team to continue pushing up the map, but just going to try to hold these lanes and slowly make their way up. There's going to be a touch here from Acorns, though.
Acorn's trying to just sneak away, and you have the feeling that the challenge that came in from Pilkey might have bought him enough time to get round that corner, but Cheatin finds 2 eliminations, which is going to slow down this run. But the question now, of course, turns to can they get the returner? Is Kanata going to be able to pick this one up and rally it home?
That was a big touch there coming in. Let's just continue to try to rally this, and it's hoping that the Pilkey support will come in thick and that it will come in fast. Kanata cannot wrap the corner. Acorn's still there. Pilkey's still there as well. There is Acorn somehow still getting away. Half Shield going to try to make it happen.
And think about the difference in the timing of this flag run, right? How quickly you can get the flag across Chalet in comparison to the work you have to do on the other side. Now, the flag is away as the overextender has managed to pull the Dignitas flag for Big. So we're in a pretty similar position, although it looks like that flag might be left alone for a few seconds here, and Acorn's going to have some decisions to make.
We do. Once again, I think it's really going to just be a matter of just trying to hold, and Frey's maybe going to think of a different spot to hold, as we saw the flower petals were a little bit dangerous earlier, but just going to try to hold. Acorn just opting for a much safer angle and just going to 3P the sight lines here.
I mean, interestingly, Acorn is completely isolated on this side of the map at the moment. He has no help whatsoever, but he's hoping that return's going to come in, and indeed the return does come in. Acorn will put that one home, and we are tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, as you said, you and I were both watching the mini-map here, and looked like it was an all-in push there from Dignitas to make sure the re came in, and they isolated their flag carrier. As you said, the rest of the 3 had pushed up to make sure that that flag came back home. In the end, mission was accomplished. They bring the flag in. We are tied 1-1, and at a pretty important time in the game as well, because Dignitas only had about 3 minutes left to do it. They get that flag in. That means now they can breathe a little bit easier, but still work to be done here. 2:43 left on the clock.
Big with a lot of map control right now, and Dignitas coming off of spawn. So Acorn, Kanata, TK got to wait for Pilkey to get back on the map, and they've done exactly that, but Pilkey's actually taking a lot of damage off of the respawn from some of those grenades that are going to be thrown long distance. So Big with some good map control for now, but not being able to pick up eliminations based off of that damage. And now with Dignitas back on the map, they're going to have to rewrap and think about how they approach this flag.
Big corner here. Just slow playing this, as you see. Wants to make sure to time this entry. I tell you one thing, Panther CTF just plays so different from really every other game type in the suite. You have a lot of more play like this from Acorn, both on your POV as well as in the observer feed here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting play actually from Acorn. He's got behind enemy lines here, and he has the opportunity, should the Elims come in, to pull that flag away. And even though Big have a flag of their own going back, now you're going to see Acorn pick it up and run it the opposite direction. So not for the first time here, not for the second time here, for the third time we are going to see a flag away from both bases, a flag standoff, and this one with 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock could be a game-deciding one.
Yeah, Acorn actually plays this very, very well there, and unsurprisingly is able to do it under, really perfectly done. Here, Frey also on Infiltrator, so just kind of being able to run this flag even faster, and both Infiltrators now just kind of wrapping the flag exactly where they needed to. We've got to watch that entire Acorn run on the mini-map, really just sneaks away, as you saw. You saw the beginning of it. Great shot to our observers, by the way, catching each and every one of these flanks. And in the end, it will be another flag standoff. How fitting with 1:16 left.
Well, Acorn is playing in and around that bubble for now. Kanata's going to get the first pick, which means that Frey might be under a little bit of pressure in just a few moments' time. It does look like he's got a little bit of space to play with, as Dignitas will take down Cheatin on their side. This is a full reset of the map by the looks of things. And even though Acorn is kind of tiptoeing around, expecting the overextenders to come in, It looks like nobody is really getting the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, great job from TK to just rally back. Sometimes you need to come back to your carrier, as you just saw, and Acorn had the help of TK Al-Gaib, who comes back and helps him, and now it will be a little bit of a mid-map battle. It's really all of Big on their side of the map. Here comes the Pilkey TK Kanata push.
Big moment in this game, 35 seconds left on the game clock. And if nobody manages to convert, we will go into a round of overtime. Lots of shots being fired here, Andy, but nobody can ever extend because they know how much the falling and being elimination at this point will cost.
It's a big counter push here coming in. Pilkey gets taken down, and all three players here. Big now collapsing. It's a 2v2 on the flag stand.
Now you got to see Acorn try and clutch up for his team. 10 seconds left on that round clock. Is any pressure going to come in here? Nope. It looks at the moment everybody has decided that we will play another round. Nobody wanted to put that push together. It was a really kind of nervy feeling in those final moments.
Yeah, it was. It looks like Big had a two-man push just coming down that left side of the map. If you're standing in the Dig base, two players coming in really from that left-hand side. In the end, Dig shuts it down, though. They make sure that the return doesn't come in, because keep in mind, when you have a flag standoff, all you're looking for is that last-second return. If that return comes in, even with 2 seconds left, unlike the fact that we don't have any sudden death, it could really be the end of the round within the last few seconds. But now we find ourselves getting into overtime, tied 1-1. The next flag will win.
It's always fascinating, a flag standoff, especially in a situation where you potentially can win the game, but also you could find yourself losing it if your push is not successful. We see so many times, we've talked to many players through our careers, a lot of them will say, hey, we'll play for the draw, we'll play for the overtime. A lot of them are saying, we'll win the game. We're not worried about losing the game because we believe in ourselves and our push and our ability enough to know that if we put that push together, it's going to be good enough to win us that round. Well, for now, it looks like Dignitas on the back foot as Trexer is picking up a few eliminations mid-map, and you can also see Frey playing off the back of it. He's got that flag in his hands and he's over halfway home.
Acorn's the only hope. Acorn is the only hope, and he's not going to be able to get there in time. This flag base on the minimap should go.
Cheetah's going to be there to give him a little bit of support as well. Frazier's going to slide this. You can see there's an overextension coming in. That's going to be dealt with. 2 kills, 3 kills, eliminations all going down as in overtime. We do see that flag going home, and it's going to be Big who get the win.
Yeah, what an overtime win there. And even though that was so well fought between the two sides in regulation, both rounds of regulation, in the end, it is Big that has a very clean pull. And even though we saw TK with a very nice turn, picking up a few kills on the mid-map, it was not enough. As the Big elims came in thick and they came in fast. It's a perfectly timed flag run. I think everyone watching at home, probably in the arena as well, was thinking the same thing. You saw that flag being moved back pretty comfortably from the side of Big, really moving all up. If you're on from their side of the base, the right side, if you're watching from the Big side or the mini-map side, it would have been the left side of the map, but it was a clear route. And also that little bubble at the end to just make sure that that flag was going to come home. Tactical bubble on the stand. There might be nothing better to come home to.
Honestly, it makes you feel extremely comfortable. It's the equivalent of a warm home-cooked meal.
Yeah.
You know, after a long week away. Boy, am I looking forward to that. I'm going to be making my own meal.
I was going to say, who's making that? You're making that on your own.
I thought you were going to offer.
I could be at your house if you need me to when you get home.
I appreciate that. One thing I do want to talk about a little bit as we look through some of these replays is how many times in an overtime in a CTF, traditionally we see games being decided by that first push. It's almost as if you look at the rest of the game and it's kind of, you know, a little bit of push and give, right? Yeah. Kind of touch and go on who gets those eliminations and who wants to make those plays towards the base. But off an opening strategy, you can usually get 3 or 4 eliminations that gives you that opportunity because of the fact you're meeting at the mid-map point. And we see so many games just end in overtime almost immediately.
So many times, and it's almost like there's something that happens after the first 2 rounds of CTF, whether it's in EWC featuring Fortnite or another title. It's almost like the nerves are out and everyone's playing a little bit more aggro. It's like we're tied 1-1. Both teams, when you're tied 1-1, have a lot of confidence, right? They've played their hearts out through the first 2 rounds. So it's almost like the hesitation goes out the window and one team, and that's what we're here for, one team edges out on the opening. And just like that, the flag will go home. Just as you said, it only took about 1:30 for that flag to go back home. So it really is often the case. And it is always a case of may the best team win, and overtime maybe is the best example of that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to give Big an advantage now as we head into our second map and we close out some of these replays we're seeing. By the way, Kanada, he had a huge amount of eliminations in that game. We just jumped on board with him there, 16 to his name. as we see Cheating just behind him at this point of the game with 14 a little bit further on, so you can see how those eliminations certainly were stacking up.
Also, a lot of people were wondering, just because we saw a lot more Assault being used in the qualifiers as well as kind of scrims leading up. However, in speaking with a lot of teams, unsurprisingly, they are running quite a bit of Infiltrator, even more than maybe DreamHack in CTF. So it was interesting to see on the flag standoffs that it was almost always your Infiltrators with the flags that had done the running, and you saw why it was so important. Like, let's not forget Acorn sitting in the back of the opponent's base. He lets the flag be ran halfway, and then as you take a look at our STC Play audience predictions here, 66% of you saying dig. Keep an eye on exactly how this series plays out. Kanava, the man on your screen, talking through what they need to do in this game number 2. But so often we saw the Infiltrator being used in CTF, and we'll see exactly how this plays out.
I mean, this matchup, there's just certain things that it can offer right in a CTF that it doesn't in other game modes. Yeah. It has that value, and when you can find value in one of these picks, then you extract it. You extract it, exactly. You bring it to your team, and you say,
look at this. I got a flag.
I can run faster than you.
Right. I'll get the flag. You guys better do the rest. That was the plan in the end. It is a win for Big Natas over Dignitas. They will take that first game and be 1-0 on the board.
That is extremely misleading. Anyway, let's go into this next game, and we are staying here on Panther. So no Chalet in these first 2 games, or first 2 maps. We're going to be sticking on Panther as we head over to Hardpoint, and we're going to be butting heads at that P1 right in the middle of that map.
Once again, we saw a little bit of a kind of early mid-map bubbles to start things off, and it was a much slower start in that Panther CTF than we're used to seeing. Really quite a standoff, and I think that overtime was even evidence of how slow the opening to round number 1 was, and both teams looking for that tactically.
One thing that's interesting to kind of note from what we saw in that first round as well was not a huge amount of marksmen being picked from the looks of things. And I wonder if that's in comparison to what we see on Chalet, which is more of a lane-focused map with kind of a lack of verticality, a lot less opportunities for short-range fights to be taken. Now that we're on Panther as map number 2, I wonder if we're going to see marksmen come in, because you can play around those hard points a little bit more, right? You're going to be locking down specific angles, and yes, indeed, you can see TK here. He's going to be on the marksman, so the sniper rifle going to be in action.
Speaking of, as we said, one of the best to do it. You know, Jess is talking about his skill and what he could bring to this game, and as both teams are going to look to control this height, look for the opening of limbs, and Big now sacking 3 players on the right side. We'll see if they can convert.
Yeah, nice aggressive start here, trying to take that mid-map control. Kanada trying not to show any presence as yet. I know he's here.
He's in trouble. He knows it too. Picks up 1 though. Cheating tries to drop on him and essentially able to isolate that into a 1v1, and now a few kills going their way. Exchanged on both sides though. I think 2 limbs go each way, so that means going to be early time here. Pokey tries to jump in. Now Acorn's probably going to get isolated here in this 2v1.
Yeah, it looks like Big have won the majority of these opening scraps that have taken place in and around this P1, and we'll be able to scrap up them most of the time, but it's not going to be comfortable for them. You can see the bubble is down, and TK now on the marksman has the responsibility to hit some shots. Narrowly misses the second there, but that is the opening you're looking for if you're trying to break.
Acorn trying to make something happen, just holding it down. They're just absolutely triple stacked on this. Big is trying to pressure. They actually get the first ones. Acorn's forced out right away. This is now going to be a big hold, especially if they wipe Acorn, which they do now. Big should have an opportunity on these last few points just to scrap up before they need to rotate.
Dignitas inside of that new hill. A little bit of damage and an opportunity for Poke coming in, but Dignitas will have the spawns for this hardpoint as well. So this is an opportunity, even with a slender, I would say, disadvantage when it comes to the score, moving into it after Big got the majority of that first point to certainly turn this game around. And that's exactly what's happening right now. 32 points and rising as Pilky just sits in this hill. And you can see Dignitas playing very close to each other at the moment in and around this hill. But would like to see them maybe try and take a bit more space.
That's 4 dead. You just saw really nice limbs coming in there from Acorn, Pilky, and TK, just picking up the exact kills that they needed to. But Big answering back pretty quickly. Let's see at the end of this scrap which team is going to emerge victorious. Right now it's going to be 2 limbs in the feed for Big, and then we'll continue scoring.
Cheating in and around the back of the base. You can see just contesting this hill is going to be a good thing for Big. We know that they don't have the advantageous spawns for this hard point, and with Trexor doing things like that, that's just going to deny even more time for Dignitas as now we move over to that new point. And even though you look at the scores, with the way that this game works, some of these hard points which favor themselves to certain teams spawning closer to them, if you deny time and you keep it close when it comes to overall time, moving to the next hard point, it's a win for you. And I think you have to say that Big probably won that hill.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Big also holding Lambo early, and now here comes the Dignitas push on the back of Hardwood. Another bubble does go down, and just trying to hold this down. A little bit of cankle shots coming in from Cheating though on the head glitch. and very good damage on Kanata as well. They will continue holding. TK picking up a few more. Here comes the push.
Big flood coming in now. However, it's being dealt with initially. Kanata's going to get 2. Trexa will step back into the feed as well with one of his own, but it's Kanata who's holding court inside of the hard point right now. Pilkey right alongside him as they essentially are looking to reverse exactly what happened to them on the other hard point just before this. Pilkey will finally be taken down, but the rotation has already occurred as we're trying to turn our attentions away from P3 towards P4, and Dignitas with a slight lead here, moving into this next hard point, and it will be Big who have the spawns for this one.
Kidu just trying to hold that angle, see if he can get it taken down. And then he does off screen there. We just missed it. Acorn trying to make good and get a little bit of redemption and on that kill. However, just a lot of just like back and forth poking. You see it in CTF as well, of course, but especially on this hard point, just so much poking around these players, as you and I talked about as we're watching the scrim, just waiting for each other as Dignitas wipes 3 straight. You can really be obnoxious sitting on the outside of these lounge hard points, just on the edge, playing just like that. Dignitas picks up the kills that they need. Here comes the big push.
Acorn going to be the first to fall. However, a couple of kills get exchanged, as we see now. Kidu being one of the final players alive here to break this hard point. Kanata's going to be challenging. Kanata will win it, but here comes Cheetah cleaning up that damage, and now he has to turn his attention towards the Dignitas respawners, who have already managed to make it all the way towards this hard point. So Dignitas inside for now, 97 points to 78. We are seeing yet another extremely close game between our two teams as we're over to our new point. P5 is where we find ourselves.
Yeah, 5th and final on this rotation now. TK and Kanata just tucked in here, and then it looks like all 4 players just tucked into the back of this 5th hill. Here comes the big push once again. Cheatin' trying to get the opener.
Kanata's going to get the nade down, which will just buy him a little bit of time. Should deal a little bit of damage as well. And Kanata, 10 limbs to his name at the moment, as Dignitas will take down 3 members of Big on the push. And we are starting to see the most dominant lead that we've seen so far in this game. 125 and rising. Big only with the 80 points on the board, and Kanata is starting to go off.
They still could do it in this hill. Let's take a look at the exact timer once we cut back to that third-person view and observer. They still could do it if they hold this entire time. They actually could close it out right here.
Cheatin' going to be challenging, flying through the skies. It gets a little bit thin, the oxygen up there, but the shot's still good enough, as Cheatin' now will pick up his 10th elimination. As Big will finally break in towards this hard point. The only issue for them is, though, with how little time and mistakes they have left in the locker in this game, they cannot allow Dignitas to win this rotate. Now, Cheatin', he's going to be taken out. TK was playing nice and sneaky and around the back of that hard point.
Exactly that. TK is just going to hold right here and just wait as Kanata's going to hold this angle. Now 153 to 93. 50 points left here, so still a lot of opportunity for Dignitas to extend their lead quite a lot further here. 3:31 left.
12 on the board here for Kanata for his eliminations, but he's going to get flanked and find himself with the ratio dropping ever so slightly. TK inside of this hill with the marksman and that sniper rifle. There's a body that's going to do the job. There's some more nice shots coming out from the pistol to turn into 2. It's going to be 3 dead on the side of Big, as TK is now trying to find a few lineups with this sniper rifle, or maybe just the pistol, to capitalize on damage being done by his teammates. He's got 2 players in front of him, though, and I tell you what, he's feeling all sorts of confidence. He challenges forward, maybe a little bit overconfident.
Yeah, really good damage coming in there. And we talked to so many players about how easy it is. Rarely do you have this opening hard point that's this easy to hold once you get the elims and able to get so much time on. Acorn's finally going to get pushed by Kidu a fray push. They will finally close it out, but they essentially get the whole hill. Look at the score. It's 192 to 96, and they've already rotated early for 2.
Yeah, Dignitas inside. And getting closer and closer as the seconds tick by. They crossed the 200-point mark now, and certainly could get the job done on this hard point. Kidu inside of the bubble. It's a little bit of a scrap. It's a little bit ugly, but it's good enough. 12 elims to his name now, as it seems like Big are the controllers of the hill, but here comes the flood now from Kanata. 16 eliminations for him, but not another one to add to the collection. Kidu, 14 for him, and it looks like that will be 4 dead. And Dignitas, even though they're close, have still got to work hard for this.
They do. Really nice job there coming in. Finally, Acorn answers back to bring things a little bit more in their favor. If he picks up another one, this really should be, Dignitas answering back right away, so strong. Even though Big got 4 dead, Dig answering right back with 4 dead of their own. They will continue scoring here.
Love it when we see that slide into the bubble, just knock them back out, then you can challenge through. Essentially, you take command of the bubble, you call it your own by doing so. Big are trying to rotate for that next Lambo hill and will be inside it, which will keep this game going, but it almost feels like it has to be a flawless hold.
It really does here. Already trailing still by 100 points. Big barely just getting back within the 100-point mark. It would need to be a flawless hold. It would need to be unbelievable rounds of elims coming in, but Frey's going to hold on to this Lambo for dear life.
Well, Trexer managed to find 2 before Dig even progressed up the map, and that is always going to be good news. But here comes the push now. Kanada didn't check his corners. Canu's going to be there as well as Pilkey now tries to fly in, and Frey's going to be left on his own. He'll be eliminating a little bit of explosive damage. Certainly contributing to that, but speaking of explosive damage, there's a little bit more in and around the Lambo.
Here they come, and not going to be easy. They're going to get split here. Cheat, not surprising to see him fall as Dignitas is able to just try to get all the angles that they needed, and that's going to be it there. Kanada answers back. 3 players fall for Dig.
TK inside of that hard point. The bubble is down as well. They're going to get all of this final little bit of time, but are they? You thought they were. One more heroic push comes in, and that's going to be 3 dead on the side of Dignitas. Big inside of the hard point, but where is the next rotate? Who is set up mostly for it? Acorn's the player to watch right now. He's trying to stay alive in the back of the base, but Big have won the rotate as well.
Big is already there. Big is already there. Acorn wants to poke a little bit, knows he needs to wait for help. They're up by such a significant margin here, about 100 points. They just need to wait for each other on this final push.
No mistakes left here for Big. They need to stay in and around this hard point. They've got to pick up these elims as well. Pilkey's going to get shot in the side. Can't find one himself. But elsewhere, Acorn gets one. TK gets one as well as Pilkey now wraps around the back. Frey will be taken down. And this is looking like the final moments as Dignitas will close out map number 1 here on Panther. Map number 2, excuse me, on Panther. The hard point goes their way.
It all looked a bit too comfortable there for Dignitas throughout that entire game, and not only were they the first to get to that 150-point threshold, but from there they continued to rack up the points with just very, very convincing holds. And even though we saw Big rally back, for example, you think of really that second hill, right? You think back to the last time we saw the second hill in the second rotation, even when we saw Big get 4 elims in a row and finally have a moment to breathe, a player like Acorn just comes up off the spawn. They're the first one to get the opening pick. They get the entry, and right away, Dignitas begins scoring once again. It feels like that was really the theme of the match. Dignitas just able to capitalize on all their holds, Big not able to capitalize on their elims.
One thing that certainly stood out for me a little bit, just on the Dignitas side, was Kanada's ability to recognize when an elimination could be let go for him to stay alive, for his teammates to join him, right? It's a big, big part of Hardpoint. A lot of the time when you're looking at these 4v4 game modes, you can get locked into the fact there's a player in front of you. You want to get that kill. You think that's the most important one. But sometimes recognizing your team is down numbers, I think you need to play your life long enough to get those numbers back on the map. That's the best play that you can make. Almost, I've said it before, doing nothing becomes doing everything for your team. And I thought he did it especially well around these middle hills.
Absolutely. I feel like a lot of teams are still also getting the feel for that, especially against different opponents, right? When do you, as maybe the last player alive or the last player that's simply near the hard point, when do you disengage? When do you wait for help? When do you bait and switch? When do you save a bubble versus using a bubble? I think each of the timing on each of those is so nuanced. And when you watch the best players going up against one another in fast-paced games and modes like these, you just really see the best of the best being challenged in unique ways. And I think we saw that in the end. It was Dig time and time again that just had a little bit of a better understanding of the timing, waiting for each other, both capitalizing on their elims and waiting for one another. I think even that last push was a good example of that as well.
You can see this bubble play towards the end here. Kanada, he's going to be playing in and around the palm tree, manages to get a couple more elims, and this was a
big hold there.
Yeah, a really good hold, and you can see Kanada off the back of that, just listening extremely well, turns 1 into 2, and this little run was very impressive. And when you're a player, especially in the game modes that we've got in front of us right now, who can turn 1 elimination into 2 almost immediately, the way you have to think of that as a team is that's half of our worries taken away by 1 player. It's a big, big impact in a 4v4 to fight 2.
It really is, and I think we've seen that time and time again. Even when a team might not have necessarily the winning result, you're still seeing with the amount of mechanical and gun skill on display here, with the amount of FNCS experience and no-build experience a lot of these players have, their ability, like you said, in the mid-map, whether they're on the marksman role or otherwise, to just turn on people and turn 1v2s into kills, it is pretty remarkable. And I think that's the exciting thing here about EWC featuring Fortnite, is simply with these new modes, is the fact that when you're in this type of environment, even when it looks like things are completely over, all it takes is 1 player popping off in a 1v2, 1v3, and the whole game flips on its head.
Yeah, it certainly is a lot of room for skill expression here, like you say, not only with the utility, but weaponry, rolls, whatever it might be, you can use them to your advantage to get those numbers back and give yourself an advantage in what felt like maybe a position in other esports where you don't have one. But now we've concluded our hard point on Panther, it's time for us to turn our attentions back towards Keeper. And we have seen some crazy, crazy Keeper matches already today.
We really have. I think we've seen a kind of the wide gambit in terms of different areas that we've seen teams holding. they tend to really be, if you look at the mini-map, and if you've watched any keeper, in the corners of the mini-map. There's been bottom left holds, which of course are the basement. There have also been kind of top right holds and the bottom right, top right cliff, bottom right observation tower, of course, and occasionally even in that bottom left corner. And that really, you're seeing each of those with different strengths and weaknesses. I think you pointed out earlier, really the preference there is for teams to simply be able to control some element of the spawns and lanes. Of course, unsurprisingly, though, really it has been basement holds that have dominated the story of the day.
It doesn't surprise me too much. Breaking in towards that basement, so difficult to do, especially if you may have used your utility on the approach before you've even been able to engage. You're probably thinking, hey, it shouldn't be too hard to flush 3 or 4 players out of the basement if you have dynamite, if you have, you know, utility that you can throw in there to
or
get initial damage.
Bubble timing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is if you've already been pushed a little bit, you take a bit of damage, you've had to expend that utility, all of a sudden it becomes almost an impossible task to break in. So as we head into Keeper now, it's an opportunity for a comeback to begin here. And elsewhere, we're going to actually just take a few seconds before we get into this game as we head back to our main stage.
Yeah, you can tell players jumping in there.
Not quite ready yet.
Just a game reset going to happen there on that map 3 Keeper, but gives us a chance to talk a little bit more about that mode. I think it's been, first of all, just I think exciting to watch because there's so many questions being asked. We haven't seen this, as a reminder, just in case you're just tuning into EWC Fortnite for the first time. We haven't seen this mode played in qualification play. This was not present at DreamHack. This was not present in the online NA global FACEIT qualifiers for any region. And you're now seeing players having to figure a lot of this out on the fly. They've had just a little bit of time in scrims and now seeing everything here in person. There's going to be a lot of changes in strategies and hold locations. For example, we're already seeing that if someone's on marksman with holding the key, you got to make sure your marksman's poking out like we talked about in the last series. You want to hold the doorway, you want to hold the sideline. Simply being on any roll and just holding the key in basement, if you have a wipe of 4 limbs, you should instead be holding a lane. Once you take damage, you can then rotate down low, but you need to be doing as much damage as you can on that hold.
And you also have what feels like a lot more freedom. You know, when we look back at other games and modes that are similar to what we have in Keeper, you think about an Obble and a Halo, right? You're restricted because you have to hold the objective. You do not have gun up. Well, here in the game modes that we have in front of us in Keeper, you do have gun up. So it's not just a case of formulating a push as the team who's trying to break a setup against the team who has that key in their possession. It's actually still a 4v4 on the map, so you can cover a lot more angles than traditionally you would see in a time-based game mode like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also a lot to do with the speed of this game as well. Normally, in a lot of kind of keep away type games in 4v4 shooters, the object holder, you know, in this example, the keeper of the keys is forced to kind of rotate away. But due to the fact that you do have, as you say, you keep your gun up and you are fighting, continuing to hold the key, you instead have just a lot of scrappier battles. We aren't seeing really players, unless the key is in a place that neither team really likes, and they want to get away from that to have a more consistent hold. If we use the basement as an example, you're instead seeing just a lot of kind of just non-stop flooding of that area and less rotating away of the key.
Yeah, 100%. And then you kind of turn attention to the tower setup, and we have the key up inside of the observation tower, like you mentioned, and it's a great place to collect information on where a push is coming in. But the issue is you're going to get pushed out of that almost immediately by utility. So it's like every single area that we're thinking of for these holds that these teams and these pros are showing us, there seems to be some sort of drawbacks, and you can understand why the basement feels like it negates a lot of those variables. That's why you're seeing a lot of teams move that key back to there and feeling a lot more comfortable with
Exactly.
their hands.
Exactly, yeah. Not only does the basement allow for really solid holds, but because it has these really narrow and sectioned off exits and entrances, there is rotating out of the basement that happens, right? You'll see it rotated each side. If you think of the basement kind of runs north-south, you'll see people exiting the basement on the south side just to wrap and wait for teammates, and the same thing on the tower or cliff, right around Hagrid's hut, of course, one of our favorite spots on the map. However,
Shout out Hagrid.
Big shout out Hagrid. However, if you are in that area, there's no rotating out. You kind of get pinched and then you're screwed. And I think people are opting for the basement because not only does it allow the cover, but it allows for a very quick rotate out, wait for some teammates to come help, and then you can rotate back in. I think that's why it's one of the preferences of the holds, and we are now underway here in game number 3.
Well, as you mentioned, Hagrid, My attention immediately turns to, I wonder if Mr. X has seen Harry Potter. Anyway, let's see if TK can get some good limbs on the board here off the break as we do head into our map number 3 now. Keeper is going to be the game type, and already we find ourselves in the basement. Nobody's been able to really get a significant amount of time off the rip, but it's actually going to be Dignitas who have that key in their hand for now.
Trexler waiting for some help. You can tell just slowly coming around that corner, was maybe waiting for a team shot to come in, but it's instead going to be Pilkey who pre-bubbles and now tries to get involved in the action himself.
We will find one. Almost managed to turn 2 as the key will now fall. Sheen's going to pick it up and rotate it back towards his team spawns, which is always the smartest thing to do. Wherever your teammates are, they're always going to be able to help you the most. Elsewhere, you can see Dignitas actually managed to break through completely. That's 3 eliminations going their way. Kanata now picks that key up himself.
Yeah, Kanata actually going to rotate this one right back out. We'll see exactly what he might do. Coming back to crates with a teammate, and that means as a result of this hold and really nice limb timing, Dignitas will now go up by double their opponent's score and, unsurprisingly, bring things right back downstairs.
Things are getting damp, things are getting dark. Kanata, though, he's more than happy to be in and around the basement because his teammates are doing a lot of the work for him. Look at this. Pilkey, he's managed to pick up 2. Cheatin has kind of slipped through, but Kanata can just keep running, essentially, because they have the numbers advantage here on the map. And this is a huge, huge run coming in from Dignitas. Finally, Kanata will be taken down, but that was about a 30-40 point run.
I like that play from Kanata there. Even though you saw a lot of big in the feed and a lot of limbs coming their way, Kanata's able to get away. We haven't seen too much of that just yet, and we'll have to see if it pays off. Big now, though, answers back. As we said, they get the limbs, they shut down the Kanata escape route, and they are now scoring yet again.
Somewhat of a transitional setup for them at the moment, in and around the mid-map. No opportunity to rotate around the edge of the map if they do get taken down, and that's exactly what they will be. 3 eliminations coming for Dignitas, as now we see the key back in their possession. 58 points and rising. They're about to cross the 60-point mark here, although a couple of eliminations coming in from Frey make this a little bit more awkward for them. Trexler trying to challenge here, should be cleaned up, but no, TK gets away, and that's going to even numbers once again. And Dignitas and Acorn, they'll grab that key.
Very nice. TK gets 2, Pilkey gets another one, Kanata gets another one. That's going to be 4 straight. Cheating off the respawn, tries to answer back and do as much damage as he can, but not before a lot of the work had been done by the Dig players. However, as Pilkey falls, that means Trexler is in the feed. He picks up 2. Kaduo picks up another one as well, and that will mean Big is not only scoring, but they keep the game very close. We're within 12 points.
Trexler looking towards the observation tower. This is a complete rotation across the map from where we first started seeing the setups occur on the Dignitas side. 63 points at 262, but we have a tie game now as the hold in and around the observation tower and the back tree is looking extremely strong. Pilkey's going to poke, but Pilkey will be taught a lesson as now Acorn tries to get that opening damage to create the opening for the rest of his team to flood through.
It's an important one for Acorn there. He saw 2 teammates fall. He needed to get that pick, and he's able to do it as well. Now he's also going to push on the key.
Acorn will get the elimination, which allows him to get the key out of this position, and finally, it looks like Big setup will be broken, but that was, again, a very impressive looking setup that was managed to not just turn into eliminations, but also a huge amount of objective time. I mean, Big at the moment is starting to run away with this. As soon as this key has been brought back to the tree in the observation tower, Dignitas have struggled to break.
I was going to say, we were watching there on the ops feed. I was like, the key is no longer here, and someone had escaped with it. Someone had rotated with it. It's actually Kaduo who had escaped, and it's a very, very nice rotate. He's going to continue rotating, and Dignitas is going to be pushing.
And this is away from all of the Dignitas spawners as well. And look at this. He's essentially drawn the attention into respawn as Trexler gets 1. Frey will find another 2, and Kadu with this beautiful rotate has essentially said, come and get me. But he set the trap. The rest of the spawners were there to pick up the limbs.
It's got to be said here, this is the best rotate we've seen on the main stage yet this tournament. Beautiful stuff here from Kaduo. He pulls the all the way away from the staircase, all the way back to observation tower, routes around the bottom of the map, and Trexler still picks up 2 in the feed as well. We'll keep a very close eye on who's around. Cheatin and Frey now working together, but not before Big picks up the biggest rotate and the biggest point swing that we have seen certainly this game, maybe even on the main stage so far. They were trailing, and they now lead 137-69.
This has been a dominant hold. Ever since this key has arrived on this side of the map, it has been all Big, and that score just keeps going one way. Cheating now, his turn to hold the key in his hands, or should I say, have it on his back. He drops it for just a few seconds here, and that will be because they've completed the job they need to get done. That is a fantastic hold. And ever since they got that key back to the tree side and the tower side, it just felt like almost a formality.
I mean, it really did. What a hold there, what a rotate. And I think the best thing to say was when we were watching that on the ops feed as we get ready into our second round, as we were watching that in the ops feed, you just knew the key was no longer there. I think everyone was thinking the same exact thing that we were, that thing had left. Now, going to be a respawn here at bottom mid. Kaduo tries to go for a quick grab. limbs being exchanged on both sides. Looks like Dignitas, though, with the overall advantage off of the rip of that first round. And we'll go to big. What a round from them.
Great play from Pilkey, by the way. Managed to get 2 limbs, slides out, uses the bubble to stay alive, and also gets the information on where the last player alive is going to be. So where has the key gone? That's the real question, and our observers will give us that answer. It'll be Acorn who's got it back here for Dignitas. Now, we have to wonder if what the conversation was between rounds. Even though it's short, you get the feeling that Dignitas is saying, you know what? Whatever we do, let's not bring this tower side, because that's where the strength is for B.
Right, yeah, certainly is maybe even thinking about rotating back towards basement. But right now, it's going to sit right in that kind of Haggard Hut side of the map that we talked about, just off of the cliff. 33 points early on the board, though, for Dignitas in this second round. They're going to be very happy with that opening.
I think we'll find 2, though. However, that is going to be a nasty-looking shot. It's cheating now, trying to bait in these final members of Dignitas. And now he is out of there, 16 HP and a dream. But unfortunately, the dream only happens when you get put to sleep, and he will be finding that out himself. Trexa with a beautiful elimination in the feed. As we see Acorn now trying to make a little bit of progress as Dignitas will pick up the limbs they need to have a little bit of control. This has been a much better start to this round in comparison to the end of the previous from Dig.
GK getting tricky. He knows someone's behind him, maybe even multiple players. Will team up here with Pilkey to just try to hold down this outer building on the cliff side of the map. Frey also getting into the battle as well.
Dignitas find 2 thanks to Pilkey. Frey will come in and get an elimination himself, though. The key is going to be in a very awkward position just at the top of the flower pots.
Trying to hide the flowers. I see you.
Yeah, it's happened before. Frey's going to drop that one off to a teammate as well. So now his job is to pick up those eliminations. He becomes the Slayer from the objective player for the team. And at the moment, Big really struggling to find any kind of command. But finally, Kadu's got that key in his hands. And hey, look where we're going, Andy. This is a worrying moment for Dignitas. This is where the run began for Big in the last round.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to try to bring this up the stairs. And generally, when you go up the stairs, it means we are headed towards the basement.
However, before he can even get there, Pilkey will get the cut down and the elimination. Speaking of eliminations, currently sat on 28 is Pilkey, which is a huge, huge contribution to some of the success that his team has had so far. Now he's got the key on his back as well, so time is going to start picking up on the side of Dignitas once more.
Going to hold back here. Now keeping a very close eye on exactly how much time is being out on the board. Looks like a little bit of time has not been tracked, so we'll keep a very close eye on that on the scoreboard because Big has certainly rallied back here, much more than the points that were reflected just a moment ago. We have the team checking on that, and there we go. Game is much, much closer than we initially expected from that scoreboard now. Big able to get back within 20 points or so.
Yeah, one thing I will say, when you look at those scores, very similar to what we saw in round number 1. However, this time it's Dignitas who are giving Big a little bit of their own medicine from what we saw in that previous round. The tree tower, well, it becomes the Dignitas tower for now. When you've got a tree, Acorn's a man who knows his way around trees.
Cheaton's ready for that move. Acorn going to try to hold, somehow stays alive with just 6 HP, drops down, but like we said, it is a ring around the rosy, absolute chaos and carnage. When the key comes over here, Dignitas is going to swoop in and try to get away with this. You have to wonder if Pilkey's just thinking about, let's get this thing out of here. Kanata, just, you got clusters coming in, you got just a bunch of flower pots that's going to result in even more chaos. Trexter now trying to get a little bit of time, maybe even trying to flee this out. TK still on the height. He's going to take advantage of that. Picks up another one as well. TK with 2 in the feed, maybe about to be 3.
TK going to do so much damage, and the last player alive is going to be above him, and that is going to give them an opportunity here for a clear hold, as TK now has 24 limbs to his name as well. Drops the key off to a teammate, and now on the marksman, he's going to try and lock down a couple of these lanes of pushes as Dignitas start to take this round over. 128 rising here.
Ooh, Kanata picks up another one in a 1v2, isolates that. He gets another one off the feed. Off screen, Kanata, you just saw him in a 1v2. Somehow isolates those angles absolutely perfectly. TK and Pilkey also adding to that. Beautiful stuff here from Dig. Up 143 to 64. They are ready to rally back.
Yeah, this is almost mathematically impossible to turn this one around, and it will be indeed. So Dignitas stepping on the gas in that round number 2.
Wow, I mean, that was unbelievable. You saw that 1v2 from Kanata on the tree stump. Somehow not only picks up the first one, but then off screen even gets the second one, which I think was really a good indicator of what we just saw in that round from Dignitas. A beautiful display of late game composure coming in from them, even though we saw Big bring the game, as we said, within 20 points. That sends us now to a game deciding round number 3.
Pilkey on 33 eliminations at the moment. He's dancing in and around the bubbles. Trexer will find himself snoozing a little bit earlier than he would have wanted. TK goes down as well, and it looks like trades across the board, and always exciting to see where that key is going to be moved away to first. Looks like Big have got that key in their command. They do have it in their hands, as now Acorn turns his attention to Limbs. However, elsewhere, Trexel with that little bit of a pick. He's going to maybe create an opening, but look at the flood. Big with some great comms there to say, hey, last player alive's here, let's flood it.
Really great stuff. They should also be able to team shot on cheat it immediately. They eliminate that fray. Answering back in the feed, however, Dignitas with a very, very convincing hold here.
Strong end to the previous round and a strong start to the next. Coming in from Dignitas as they keep that key in their hands. Kanada now trying to pull some slick moves as he jumps from roof to balcony. Got a little bit of support coming in as well with that bubble.
Very
coming
nice.
in from the engineer. And now even though the flood is coming in, you would imagine the trade should come in, but no trades whatsoever. And it's going to be Big who use the bubble to their advantage and then throw another one down because it worked so well the first time.
Wow, I mean, absolutely beautiful. I don't know what Frey just did, but Frey just walks up and wins a very, very difficult battle. He was in a 1v2 himself there and pulls that one off. Kaduo going to pull the key away now once again to the cliffside. And just like that, what looked like it was going to be a runaway Dignitas early lead is actually about to be an exchange of the lead. And yes, Big goes into the lead 41-36, and they pick up the kill on Pilkey back in the base as well. Might need to drop this and shoot a bit, and what I mean by that is just kind of play it around the cliff and make sure that the other team isn't able to get it, but Kaduo continuing to score, and they're at the 50-point
The really important elimination was the one from Pilkey, right? Because that's opened up the rotation now for Kaduo, and look exactly what is happening. He rotates it towards where that kill was picked up inside of the feed. So Kaduo, once again, just showing great rotational knowledge here on the map of not only where Dignitas players are to move it away from, but also where his teammates are to use him as bait.
TK was the last player alive. Huge play from TK from Dig. Picks up a kill essentially in a 1v3 there and able to skedaddle and get that key back out. And now, just like that, Dignitas has all spawned up and they will now hold a very, very important kill coming in there.
Bernardo the man with the key on his back. Pilkey right alongside him, doubling up as they move this one back towards the tree. Kadu's the closest player to engage here as the bubble now goes down, just to make that cross a little bit more comfortable for them and also help them out to make sure that no utility is going to be doing a huge amount of damage. And by baiting out that utility, now it just becomes a straight gunfight. And a lot of the time when you have a height advantage, it turns into eliminations. Dignitas look like they've got the better of this.
Yeah, in the end, it's scrappy, it's messy, as we said, but that's kind of how things go around the observation tower. They tend to be pretty messy indeed. TK just going to hold this angle as well. One of the marksmen to watch this tournament without a doubt, looking for blood.
Looking to line a couple of shots up. There's going to be one. Frey runs into the reticle, but wins the individual fight. And we are getting to the point now where you're looking at Big and you're trying to think, hey, we need to win some of these individuals. We need to start putting the pressure back in that elimination feed onto Dignitas. And even though they had the key in their hand, it's Kanada again, who just seems like the slipperiest of pickles when it comes to navigating his way through these setups.
Once again, just going to hold in the back. And it seems like the teams really aren't allowed to, or have not been allowed, rather, to hold their preferred setup. It's mostly been traditional setups where they've just realized we have to hold it here for now.
Big find 3. Key is going to be down on the flowers, and they should be able to collect that and will be able to do so. Now they need to take a little bit of space, but once again, it looks like they just want to play a little bit tighter than you would say traditionally you would like to when it comes to a time-based game type like Keeper. But Kadu, this man knows how to scurry. This man knows how to scamp out of a few tight spots and keep that key away from his opponents.
TK picks up the first one. Actually, Acorn picks up the second, and now 3 players do fall. Frey is going to be your last one there. They're going to be able to get the wipe, it looks like, with 4 down, and be able to get a little bit of points on the board. Dignitas scoring once again.
They are scoring. This game is close as we head into what could be the deciding moments of this game. 45 seconds left on that game clock, but it's Dignitas in the close moments who have the key in their hands. But now the eliminations start to flow. Trexer finds one. Kadu finds one as well. Kanada's inside of that bubble. 2 Dig players are weak, and Cheat and Frey will find them, but where is that key? Can they get it in their hands here, Big? Finally, they do. And with 30 seconds left on that game clock, it almost needs to be perfect.
Yeah, that's actually going to be it there, 38-101. So even with 24 seconds on the clock, it will be not only a Dig round win, but it will be just a victory lap in terms of the elims that they're going to put in. They put 3 in the feed as well, as with 140 on the board. They've, of course, done the hard work that they needed to in this one. And you can already tell Kaduo going to get chopped down, actually. And that's the first time we've seen it coming out. As we said, in the victory lap, you never really know what you're going to expect. It's going to be fist pounds exchanged on the side of Dignitas as they will take that game, and they will now go up 2-1 in the series.
So a good, strong performance there from Dignitas, even though a few of those rounds were close. There was a few setups that kind of stand out as, I would say, ones that have certainly been practiced, certainly been put into the routine, and everybody felt like they knew what their role was on those. But I also want to give a huge shout out to some of those rotates that we were seeing come in as well, because I feel like even though we kind of with the brains that we have and the way that we see this game mode are looking for setup and hold, those rotations are where you're getting that extra 10, 15 seconds where you're almost chasing, having the players on the opposition team chase towards you into respawn. It's almost like the ultimate bait.
It really is, and we've seen, I think, really well executed from both sides in the end, though. It's just Dignitas who finds themselves racking up really an insurmountable comeback. As we take a look at some highlights from that game, a really, really strong round 3 from them, but we'll take a look at highlights from each of those rounds, and you saw big numbers coming in from a few of the players on both sides of the stage. You might have seen it there if you're a particularly talented lip reader. Kanata saying one more game after that last one. They know that they want to close it out here.
I didn't know you had that in you. If you're a particularly talented lip reader, then you just rip it and you're like, this is what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Well, there's some services available for you. Andrew Dudinsky, aka Bravo. Lip reading services available to you anywhere across the globe, whereas some of the players' skills that we're seeing on our main stage right now, they are located here in Riyadh. And I've got to say, going up 2-1 in the series, I always feel like it's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow if you're the team who goes down, knowing that now you're going into a game mode which is maybe a little bit more predictable with some of the previous practice these teams have had. You know, you're just one round away from really falling down into position, not just in the series, but in the tournament where you could be facing elimination pretty soon if you don't manage to send it towards that game 5. A lot of pressure's on your shoulders.
It really is, especially when you look at big, right? Let's not forget, as we said, a surprise, a few teams at DreamHack Dallas to qualify in 5th, 6th. They do not want to drop this match and really have to then worry about their tournament life. It's going to be quite difficult for them. Dignitas, however, coming in through the NA FACEIT qualifier, as we know, coming in through, you know, essentially through the Dignitas qualifier, the way that they came through. And now, as you can tell, a lot to think about for the side of big here. They need to win both of these next 2 games back-to-back to win the series.
Interesting to see what map we go to as well. We did see Panther CTF being the choice a little bit earlier on as our game number 1. Have to wonder if Chalet is going to be coming into the conversation a little bit, especially if you're on the, shall we say, the team who didn't manage to pick up the win. As we see a couple of the Dignitas players just stepping away for a few seconds to have a discussion about how they want to approach this map number 4.
A lot to think about here. And as we said, you can already tell players here on a break. We do get, luckily, a live feed. Don't always get this here in esports competitions, but here at the Esports World Cup, we get just a second. Don't worry, no lip reading here. That would not be fair. But Kanata, you know, as we said, the emotional leader, lots of energy, just kind of talking the team through what they need to do in this game number 4 to close the series out here and now.
Sometimes these conversations are the ones that you look back on at the end of the series as being the ones that were the influence onto what you close out, right? Because if you go straight into that next game, sometimes the adrenaline is flowing a little bit. Sometimes you get a little bit over antsy thinking that you've done enough to really close out the series and that it's going to be a little bit more simple than it ends up being. So just the ability to step away here, just refresh a little bit, have those moments of communication where you're like, this is what we need to do. This is a new game type. This is a new map and a new game mode for us to approach. And even though things went well before, we haven't won anything yet.
Right. Interestingly, also Big opting not to take that break. Instead, just going to stay on the main stage, stay locked in, and get ready for this next one. It's quite a different just approach and strategy. It's a double thumbs up, though.
Always a good sign.
Absolutely always a good. Oh,
not so good a sign.
Not too many seats down on the side of the big roster. It might be a very different emotion coming in.
What's going through your head right now, if that's you?
Probably the fact that I've got to win 2 games back-to-back. That will be the task for Dig. We'll see, for Big. We'll see if they could do it or if Dignitas will take the series in the next game. All of that and more coming up in just a bit. We'll be right back here at the EWC featuring Fortnite.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
I'll kindly ask you to keep the mic.
World Cup featuring Fortnite, and we are finding ourselves deep into a series as game number 4 is just around the corner here in Riyadh. We've got Dignitas taking on Big, and after a last map victory, Dignitas find themselves up 2-1 now with an opportunity to close out.
Speaking of getting in deep, you see Kanata there, making sure the team is focused and locked in on this next one. They want to close this series out here and now, not go to a game number 5. They know that even though they might, in speaking with them, have a difficult road after groups, they know that winning this will really set them up with a very different bracket coming out into the bracket stages, and that getting through this team is just one more piece of getting out of groups in the best state that they can. And you just gotta love the intensity here coming from Kanata, just talking through the next strategy in this game.
I also want to give a shout out to TK and Pilkey in that previous game of Keeper as well. 41 elims and 43 elims for Pilkey and TK respectively, and I think that is a huge contributor to Dignitas managing to close it out. No one on the other side for Big managing to break 40.
I mean, unbelievable. I think when we last checked in with him in terms of stats on screen, he was on 35, and you got the feeling he was definitely going to drop a 40 bomb, and not just him at 43, but TK also into the 40s as well. Still worried about things on the big side of the stage. If you ask me, they've got to mentally lock it. Would be maybe the best way to say it, politely.
How would you say it impolitely?
I'm not allowed to say it.
You're not allowed to say it impolitely.
No, they just told me I'm not allowed to say it impolitely.
Tell me afterwards.
Yeah, we'll
tell me afterwards. But on the big side, this is like I say, it's a turning moment in series. We always see these moments in series when it comes to who won the last game, who has the momentum going into the next. If you hey, good morning, buddy. There we go.
He knows.
I was gonna say, when you are 2-1 down in the series, the first few moments of this next game, game number 4, so important for momentum, right? If Big can take control, get an early flag cap on the board, it gives you so much belief that you can send it to a game 5. And we all know, if you get to game 5 and you're the winner of game 4, you're the team who's probably favorite in the series.
Oh, absolutely. It really will be a huge swing of the momentum in your favor. And that's the task ahead of them here as they get ready for this next matchup. And on the side, speaking of that momentum, on the side of Dignitas, they're going to be coming in feeling really good after that game number 3, closing out not just Keeper, but also doing so in 3 rounds with a very, very dominating final score in that 3rd round. And as you said, I mean, also talk about 84 kills from TK and Belky combined, and that is an absolutely dominating stat line from them too. Of course, typically, the Phil player as well as the engineer. 2 players to watch undoubtedly in the tournament. They're showing up here in a big way.
Something to kind of discuss as we wait for this server to get going is, of course, game type and mode. And we are going back to capture the flag, but we are having a little change up from what we saw earlier in the series. Now, Panther CTF did go the way of Big in game number 1. Dignitas have answered back with 2 successive games, but now we are going to Chalet CTF, and this is the first time we're going to see this between these two teams. And it's always interesting to mix it up, right? Just to see if Big have that success now that we've changed map.
That really is the question. And also, I think there's a few things worth noting, just in case you're just joining us. First of all, welcome along to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Glad to have you here. Hope you're enjoying the gameplay so far. If you didn't catch the first match of CTF, not only was it a big win, but there's a lot to talk about with Big's win there. First of all, it was in overtime. Second of all, we had a lot of flag standoffs, a very closely fought 1-0 match. Also, as we talked about earlier, Mark, Chalet going to play so different from Panther CTF, and you have to think it's going to be very, very different. You've got lane-based gameplay here, and I think Dignitas is going to look to close it out here, and I think they're going to remind themselves, don't worry about that Panther CTF. It plays very, very differently. In control-based and lane-based stuff, we can lock this down. So far, they've done that. We'll see if they can do it here.
Eyes on the marks, but not on either side as well. It wasn't something we saw a huge amount of on Panther just due to the geometry of the map on the, like you say, the difference in linear line size that we do have here on Chalet. And keep your eyes on those players to be popping off here to create some of those openings for the teams. As finally it looks like our teams and our players, they've had their discussions, they've had their talk, they've had their resets, mentally and physically. And now it's time for us to approach this game number 4.
Yeah, you feel like really the opening here, not just the opening control, but whichever team is able to get that first flag on the board is going to be quite a message sent across the stage in terms of which team has the momentum going into this game number 4. We're underway. Dignitas leads in the series 2-1. Close it out here, and they will win the series. However, Big looking to force a game number 5.
Big push towards the cave side coming in from Big here, and I kind of like this, right? This is something that can catch teams off guard if you're not too careful. So 3 players overextending almost immediately. Bubble goes down, and, well, nobody's home by the looks of things. Kanada's inside, and Kanada is left on his own, and even with that grenade, he's going to not have enough support and damage down to really stop this flag moving. On the other side of things, Dignitas do have a flag away themselves, so we are going to see a flag standoff almost immediately as Dig run this one towards the pool.
Yeah, and also Acorn's going to run this right back towards the stop. We'll see if Frey and Acorn are going to find each other with the flag, and Acorn doesn't even want to leave just yet. Finally going to ring this one back, and Kanada somehow through all of that pretty much stayed alive, and a flag standoff is underway
right?
with these two teams. It's a triple stack out of Big on the rock side. It really is unbelievable, and the flag standoff is underway. Acorn will be holding here back on Lambo.
I wonder if the discussion there was from Big's like, all right, let's triple cave here. Let's push this off, let's catch someone off guard. Great, good job. Dignitas on the other side are going, where is Big? Oh, the flag's here. We'll start running it back, and we'll see what we can make happen off the back of it. And essentially we find ourselves, like you say, in the same situation that we did back on Panther. Both flags away from home in the enemy's base. It's about making a big play now. It's about getting that pick and getting that return, and Dignitas and TK will find 2.
That's big. We'll see if Kanada tries to push this, especially with the advantage. You'd think that maybe you try to push the sight line here. Just going to hold this off. It's a 1v1 versus Cheatin'. Also taking a look here at the flag. Kaduo just holding that back. And yes, Kanada does make the push here. He will take down Cheatin', takes the advantage. And just like that, TK with another one. This should be a very good push here coming in from Dignitas.
Kanada now taking the off angle on the truck as well. Gets a little bit of that flag just poking up above the rock formation. Cheatin' takes damage but doesn't go down. But Kanada is the player to watch here. He's now essentially the flanker for the team, but now he's become the distraction. Frey's going to fly at him and get the elimination, but elsewhere in the feed, it looks like Big are able to win those battles at the back of the rocks. That was a chance, though, for Dig to get that return.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Kanada just tries to time the push there, and you had to wonder where TK was if he was in position. Pilkey does get collapsed on eventually. Now taking a look once again at the flag standoff. It's been a closely fought contest, to say the very least, between these two, especially when it comes to the CTF gameplay that we've seen so far. Cheatin' and Kanada in another 1v1. They keep finding each other. 3 kills come into the feed here for Dignitas as they're going to make a push once again.
And it was all thanks to Kanada. Great opening damage coming in from him, and now Big are trapped in the back of their base. And even though they're all alive, they know that one step wrong here, and all of a sudden that flag's going home. But Frey with a cheeky little spot there, using the 3P ability to make sure that nobody could escape him, and now re-wrapping mid-map. Pilkey gets away, though, with that bubble. As Frey now has the attention turned away. Kanada, he's a solo player again. He's going for it. Can he find this? No, he's going to get caught out as well.
Cheatin' gets turned on. Kanada takes him down. Kanada's not done yet. He's going to think about even more. Kaduo knows the push is coming in, but looks like help is coming. It's going to be a 2v1.
Finally, they'll take him down. That got a little bit scary, a little bit sketchy there for a few seconds as Kaduo stands tall with that flag still. On the other side of things, nobody in position to really even pressure the Dignitas flag. And I have to say, in this standoff, by the way, which is going on for a ridiculously long amount of time.
Well, this has been the entire round.
Dignitas have been the aggressors.
Make no mistake here, finally Cheaton's going to rally back once again. So taking a look here, exactly what might be going down. Still Acorn just holding on the Lambo.
He gets one. He knows the Cheaton's here. That grenade's going to give away his position. TK getting pressurized, though, and will fall once again. Can Big get up the map? That's the real question here. They have done so much defensive work, and a lot of it has felt like desperate defensive work. If they can get up the map, all of a sudden, Dignitas turning their attention from being offensive and going for a flag return themselves to defending. Sometimes it's a little bit of a difficult switch to flip.
Pressure making it look too easy. Kanata and Acorn should combine here. They do on Frey in the tunnel. They'll get that a limb. And now just start to wrap back. Pilkey also holding back rocks with Acorn. They don't want to take any chances. Ooh, take a look at this, though. Trexer is on rock side and trying to make something happen. Doesn't have any help, but here comes the push.
Elsewhere, Kanata is inside a house on the other side, so it is kind of the solo versus the solo for the hero play. Cheaton will get taken down. Acorn just doing a fantastic job of making sure that wherever he's taking these battles from, the damage that he's dealing is always in a position to escape, which is so important, especially with touch return.
Right, it's also a fine balance, right? We should talk about that. 30 seconds, by the way, on the clock in round number 1. Both teams still looking for this last second return. Frey just still holding back bases. Defensively, it's going to, as you see on your screen, they're holding their chalet quite comfortably. No plans to leave the vacation home anytime soon, as time will tick down on this first round. Likely going to be a 0-0 here, unless an emergency return comes in from either side. Looks like, based on the mini-map, not going to happen.
Yeah, nobody in position. Trex is this forward for Big, and you can see he stopped moving as well. So this is going to be, indeed, a 0-0.
Oh, right.
That is crazy, right? I mean, a flag standoff for the entirety of a round?
That is the first time we've seen that on the stage, without a doubt. And to be honest, with all of the DreamHack qualifiers we've watched, as well as scrims we've watched, we've seen some flag standoffs, but I don't know if we've seen a flag pull within the first minute for both sides, and then 5 minutes of preceding flag standoff.
But the interesting thing here is we look at to opening strategy, right? Big kind of threw their cards on the table, showed their cards early in that first round by going for that 3-man overextension push through the cave. Are they going to try the same thing again? And if they do, will Dignitas be aware of it? And will they have the space that they had for a counterpull? So we're back to essentially parity in this game off the opening strategy as Cadu's looking towards that window of the chalet to see if he can get a pick.
Big does change. Looks like the opening a bit here. They slow it down just a bit, and actually Pilkey gets big opening damage from the rip. Taken down, though. Frey picks up 2 in the feed, 2 limbs. Now here comes the pressure, and we've seen it before. When a round ends in a standoff, we've seen one team, as we said earlier in the series, just flying with aggression. Here comes Big.
Okay, gonna get taken down as well. The bubble is down. They're looking for another elimination. Then they're progressing this flag ever so slightly, but it actually looks like there will be a wrap back by the looks of things here. And Kanata, alongside Acorn, will get some eliminations. Things got a little bit messy inside of that bubble.
They did. That was absolutely messy. Not sure if exactly what we saw was a genuine replication of what, if so, it was a windmill. And now Frey trying to wrap the corner with the flag. Now over to Kanata. Gets to stop.
Now with the responsibility of sending the flag home. 12 limbs for him in this game. As they work their way, step by step, inch by inch, towards that cave side where that pull is usually going to be seen from the team playing from the blue side. Now, Cheaton inside of the fence line here, around house, and Acorn knows he's there, and he's trying to hold the angles for the rest of his team. Mid-map controlled by Big here, and Cadu might get caught off guard here as you see the shots come in. He was on that marksman, and yeah, indeed, there you go. He gets taken down. Acorn combining with a teammate to get that job done.
Yeah, being exchanged right now. Trexer tries to make a mid-map push, not easy. Dig in the end will pick up the limbs that they needed and start to make the push for Age. He's trying to 3P the angle.
Uh-oh. He's trying to 3P, but the flood just came in from Dignitas as they cleaned out the roadside before they try and progress up the map once more. And Dignitas being very deliberate in the way that they're kind of making sure no stone is left unturned before they step up the map.
Cheating with 2 there. Very, very nice work with the utility. He's going to pick up another one. TK answers back to keep things interesting, but it looks like it should be. Yes, TK gets another one. So in the end, combining it mid-map with some very, very good team shooting, that will keep things even and no advantage for either side. Here comes Trexer.
Trexer trying to follow up on some damage and manages to do so, but that's only defensive kills here for Big. And on the other side, Kanata combining with Pilkey to make sure that his base is going to be clear. So we're back to a mid-map standoff once again. And standoff, I think, is pretty much the perfect word to summarize what we've seen so far in this game.
We should mention, we haven't had to mention it just yet, but we should mention some tiebreak rules because they actually could come into play here. Now, keep in mind, we're still in round number 2, so if this one were to end tied, we would still go to an overtime round. However, let's not forget, if that were to end tied, it would go to a most kills tiebreaker, which we haven't seen yet on the main stage, but that could become a factor if things continue at this pace. 2:11 left.
Frey trying to be a little bit sneaky here, but he'll get cut down. You got to give a lot of credit to Dignitas a few times that we've seen one player trying to overextend and be a little bit sneaky. Well, they've been eliminated almost immediately thanks to the good communication coming in from the other side. Trades in and around the tunnel for now, as Dignitas do have a little bit of presence on the map here, and Pilkey might be thinking about moving towards a flag run.
See if we can do it. Question will be if they can get that flag off the stand. Cheating on the other side as well, by the way. Flag is off the stand. Pilkey gets away. We'll see if he can wrap mid-map here.
Acorn's going to pick it up. The shots are coming in, though, and you can see that this should be a pretty comfortable return coming in from Big. Duo will send that one home. So even though things started to look a little bit good,
other side,
they send that one home, and now the counter cap is coming in. And when you overcommit, it only takes one mistake, and all of a sudden you find yourself down a flag. Cheating will be able to run this one home, even though the utility is being expended, and it will be Big going up by one here.
A very, very big flag cap for many reasons here. Only 1:12 left in the match, and it was a momentary flag standoff in the end. Dig tries to get away with the flag. They get punished. Big was also pulling simultaneously, and with 1:03 left, Big is poised to send us to a 5th and final game if they can hold on for the next 60 seconds. Cheating, holding mid-map.
Now you got to look at Dignitas, and you got to think, what have you got, Dig? Can you get this flag back, and can you keep this game going and avoid sending yourselves to a game 5? Kanata trying to put some pressure on, and Acorn's got this one out towards the pool. 2 dead as well, as you say. 2 limbs. Frey's trying to fly through as well. Good damage being done. Gets the elimination and says, I will do it myself. And even though it felt like Big had the advantage and that flag cap could have been the difference, the answer back comes in from Dignitas almost immediately.
Wow, beautifully done there in the end. Dignitas answers back immediately with the cleanest set of plays we maybe have seen from them this entire series.
They still have the pressure on here, Dig, as well, even though a couple of eliminations come in just to reset the parity on the map. There was an opportunity, and as the round does tick down, no one is in position to get the flag moving once more. We are going into overtime.
Wow, what a series this has been. What a game this has been between these two. Just so closely fought and contested between Big and Dignitas. And how fitting that we would be going to an overtime round here after what it felt like could become a scoreless CTF. Instead, 2 very late game captures from the 2 sides. Also worth noting, if this overtime were to end tied, Big would get the tiebreak win for scoring first now that we have flags on the board. Let's not forget that as we get ready to jump right in to overtime. Next flag will win.
So the pressure on Dignitas, like you say, those tiebreaker rules, they favor Big at the moment. And the likelihood is, if we stay, well, the truth is, if we stay as we are, we will be going to that game 5. Kanata, 22 eliminations to his name. Will only find one as Trexer will answer back with 2 of his own. Pilkey now in mid-map, and Trexer's starting to put some pressure on. Dignitas are on the back foot here. They're trapped in their spawn.
Kanata and Acorn need to work together here. TK's here as well, so they should be able to fight out of this one. Yes, they have the numbers. Kanata is going to fly out as well for that team shot. You got to think, even though Kaduo does something really nice, Kanata in the end is going to be able to wipe that, and Acorn and Kanata will now push up Rockside.
A bit of a scary moment there off the rip, but dealt with. Cheating though. Trying to play sneaky here, trying to make sure that the pressure is continued to be applied. TK looking to take control of the window, and it looks like Pilkey and Cheating will have a little exchange here, and Pilkey will come out on top. And no surprise to say that after the performance we saw from him and the elims he put on the board in that keeper game.
Unbelievable, 43 to his name in the end. Now going to try to make a tunnel push happen here. Trexer, not the first time we've seen him trying to hold mid-map and just waiting for support. I'm going to see if he probably has to join the party on Rockside. It's going to be Frey and Acorn in that 1v1 on the outside here. Also a 1v1 between Pilkey as well as Cheatin'. Cheatin' will come out on top of that one. Limbs continuing to be exchanged in the feed.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that you highlight there, right? It's good to see one player winning a 1v1, but elsewhere on the map, the 1v1 is won by the opposing team. So it never feels like there's a number advantage. It never feels like the map is fully in control and one team is stuck on their respawn and an opportunity presents itself to run a flag. But now it's all about the trades, but the trades now do not happen for Dignitas, and Frey is wrapping through house. He's got that flag on the move. If he can get around this corner, he's got support. This is a massive opportunity for Big.
It wasn't easy. You knew it was going to be dicey there on that flagpole, but I love the confidence coming out of Frey. He knew he could wrap the corner. He knew he had the support. Look where Acorn is, by the way. Acorn waiting in the back of the base, I believe. Yes, Acorn does get the pull here. Going to be a momentary flag stand-up, but he will likely have to fight.
You say he'll have to fight, but he somehow managed to slip through the window, and he's got this one all the way back towards mid-map through the pool. It's slippery movement coming from the man on your screen. And if anyone asked you about this series, what was the standout feature to take away? Flag standoff is the one that you look at.
Not the first time. Who was it when we saw the flag standoff in the late game in game number 1? It was Acorn behind enemy lines. He knows how to get back there. He knows how to make this happen. He's on Infiltrator for a reason here. He gets behind enemy lines, and he pulls, and he forces a flag standoff. Here comes the push.
Kanata trying to do what he can. 3 members of Big, though, holding him up. Frey down to barely any HP whatsoever. Kanata trying to take him down, and will do, but the exchanges of fire are going to be favoring Big, as TK will also fall. So to defend their base for now, Trex is the furthest up. Off of the respawn, looks like Big are trying to formulate a push towards the tunnel off the back of this.
What a play from Acorn. That was an even harder pull than we saw in the late game, game 1 pull. In that one, he was able to just kind of skedaddle, get away. However, in this game, he had to dodge and fly out that front window to go mid, and does it. Kanata turns on Trexer, picks up another kill, and the push will continue.
Kanata trying to keep the pressure on. Acorn's on his own at the moment, and Big at the pretty much trapped inside of their spawn. TK, if he hits a couple of shots here, he's going to completely open things up. He doesn't want to give information away until he has the opportunity to hit that shot.
Does as well.
Trex is going to be taken down, you would imagine, by that pistol, but no, 1 HP is enough for him to survive.
1 HP and a dream, as you say. A lot of presence here from Big. Somehow Trexer stays alive, and TK doing whatever he can, but now he's got help. Here comes the push once again.
Just remember, this is touch return as well, so if you kill that flag carry, you can jump straight on with Kanata holding down angle. Surely this is an opportunity for a return to come in here. Dignitas are frying inside and around that bubble, but they weren't able, most importantly, to deal with the biggest objective, and that is cheating. He still has that flag in his hand.
Here comes Pilkey. Pilkey getting absolutely bodied from the back, though, and in the end, gets taken down by Trexer, who was actually pushing down on Rock side. So good team shots and awareness and comms coming in from the side of Big, and we will stay in a flag standoff, which has been the theme, I think, of the past hour of this
I was going to just assume we're in a flag standoff
if anyone
at
asks,
any point.
It's a flag standoff.
What an opportunity it was for Dignitas, though, to get that return. It felt like all of the pieces were in place. Kanata!
Here he goes.
3 eliminations on the side of Big. Cheating is left on his own, but can he do it again? Can he hold off the push? Pilkey's going to be behind him. Cheating is still alive, and Cheating is still holding that flag. Dignitas fail once more, but that movement was superb. Coming in for Big to survive.
Big hold strong duo and team. Absolutely beautiful work and team shots around the rock to stay alive. You thought that the Kanata-Pilkey combo was going to be it.
Well, we are going to find ourselves, unless Kanata can get a return in the next 5 seconds of overtime deciding how this goes. And if I'm not mistaken, we will be heading to a Game 5.
We'll get confirmation here from our station referees. I believe they're going to get confirmation as well on the stage, but that should be, as we said, due to tiebreaker rules, that first flag going in for Big should confirm that we will have, yes indeed, hearing now from our station referees and admins that will be a big win. A shake of the head for Kanata on your screen. Can't believe it. These two teams, we knew they were going to be closely matched, and even Frey himself saying we think this will go to a game number 5, and so far he has called it. Big win on a tiebreaker rule, first flag to cap in the tie. They will now force a game number 5.
And I mean, you see the reaction from the Dignitas players here. I think they realize that there wasn't just one opportunity to win that, there was 2 or 3 opportunities to win that flag standoff, that they just weren't able to find that final elimination, to get that touch return and send it home. I mean, it's crazy to think about, right? Because we felt like Big had that one. It was Acorn who made that heroic play to even get that flag out. Hits every single jump to slide out of the window to avoid all of the respawning players taking him down. There were so many clutch moments in that game, but none clutcher than the defensive stands right at the end there coming in from Big.
I mean, especially when you saw when then we had that third person observing, a little bit more smiles coming on the side of Big after that win. It's a very different stage demeanor for the left side team. But when we saw that observer feed of that back rock on the Big side, you saw Kanata and Acorn collapsing on Cheatin with the flag and only one Big player spawning up. And somehow Cheatin just wraps around each side of the rock. Kaduo is helping as well. Perfectly timed to somehow isolate that what was about to be a 2v1 in favor of Dignitas somehow becomes a clean 2v2 and then eventually a 2v1 in Big's favor. And as you say, they hold strong, they prevent the return, and on a tiebreak, they take game number 1. Excuse me, they take game number 4 with only 1 flag on the board and force a 5th game.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from them. I will say nervy moments, and I'm sure the heart rates only went one way, and that is upwards as those final moments of that game number 4 elapsed in front of our eyes. And I will say, as a series today, this has been a spectacle. This has been the most enjoyable, certainly, to watch. And no 3-0s here between these two teams. We are going all the way. We are taking it the distance in this game 5.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And got to give a huge shout out to both sides. We knew this was going to be one of our closest fought matches in the group stage, and it has delivered, not just in terms of the fact that we are now going to a 5th game, but the way in which we've done it. Mark, just feels like it has just been so back and forth between these two teams, and we are getting ready to return to Chalet.
Our point is where we're going to find ourselves playing. Chalet is going to be the map where we will find who will win this game number 5. This is the moment for both these teams to find a little bit of magic. And who is going to be that player who can provide it?
That's the question. You feel like there's a little bit of X factors on both sides of these stages so far. Players who have popped up, of course. It's really felt like Pilkey's been the one leading the kill leaderboard for Dignitas. On the other side, you got to wonder if Cheatin is going to be the one to make it happen once again. Big saying that they hadn't had the best scrims as of late over the past few days. A lot to think about, of course, with that. And now as we see a little bit of help coming in from station admins on the kit to make sure everything's looking good on the big side of the stage. Sounds like we're going to remake the lobby and take a look at some highlights from the last match, because it was down to the wire, the closest CTF we've seen so far, without a doubt, on our main stage.
Yeah, by the very definition of down to the wire. Let's take ourselves back to the first round, right? The entirety of that first round was a flag standoff where nobody was able to send that flag home. And it's not very often you see that in competitive FPS titles. Oh. The opportunity doesn't present itself, essentially, to get full numbers up the map. You don't win one team fight across a lot of amount of time to at least force a return on either side. I mean, we see a lot of times where both flags will go back home at the same time, but here, like, not going to happen.
Not going to happen. An entire round flag standoff. You have to wonder if, as the competition gets closer and closer throughout the weekend, if that will continue to be a theme. That's the big question, but a lot of defensive stands on the flag stand itself, with teams just hugging their back rocks and praying and holding hands, and in the end, it does pay off. Here was the push. That was the moment. Kaduo, Frey working together there, as well as with Trexer, just to hold the back of the base.
The craziest thing about that was, right, they managed to get the elimination on the flag carrier, but the respawn has picked it up immediately. And we know how quick that reset can be if nobody is touching that flag. It's only a couple of seconds, it feels like. So even being in position to grab that flag, a huge moment for Big to manage to keep that flag alive and not have it sent home. And Dignitas, this could be so different. You know, if someone else isn't there to grab that almost immediately, we're not even here in the caster booth right now. This series is done and dusted.
It's true, and you got to think also the timing. It felt like, even when, especially it felt like, as you said, Dignitas really was the aggressor there on the attempted flag returns on all of our flag standoffs. And the way that they were just pushing up, you saw Kanata pushing up to White Truck quite a bit. He had TK in the Chalet. They really couldn't get the pieces together. I think it's going to come down to team shooting here, and this hard point will be the decider. That 5th game is coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. More EWC featuring Fortnite game number 5 coming up just after this.
Ready, set, go.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Hello Fortnite fans! We are getting closer to the start of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, so it really is time to take a look back and remind ourselves how all the teams qualified. All the way from DreamHack Dallas, 6 teams managed to qualify after intense competition and showcasing their top-tier skills. Team Falcons, the champions, demonstrated exceptional teamwork and strategy, earning the top spot. Exceed, known for their aggressive playstyle, fought hard to secure their place. Carmine Corp, a team that consistently performs well in high-pressure situations, Heroic, with their precise gameplay and quick decision-making, earned their qualification. Big, a team with a history of strong performances, didn't disappoint and clinched their spot. Fnatic, renowned for their tactical skills, rounded out the DreamHack Dallas qualifiers. From the FACEIT qualifiers, the competition was fierce, and the best teams rose to the challenge. Coming strong from North America are Gaming Gladiators, who displayed sheer dominance with their superior skills and coordination, making them a formidable contender. And RA Esports, another powerhouse, showed that they are a force to be reckoned with by securing their place with an impressive performance. In Europe, 2 teams stood out and secured their spots through sheer determination and skill. Exet, known for their strategic gameplay and adaptability, performed exceptionally well. Dignitas, a team with a rich history in esports, leveraged their experience to rise to the top.
In LATAM, the region's finest battled it out, and these 2 teams emerged victorious. Dragons Esports, showcasing their raw talent and strategic prowess.
W7M Esports, known for their resilience and tenacity, earned their qualification through hard-fought matches. In the Middle East and Africa region, competition was tough, but 2 teams managed to qualify. Al-Lula, with their consistent performances and strong teamwork, KS7, displaying great skill and determination, secured their spot.
From the APJ region, 1 team stood out among the rest. Zeta Division, known for their innovative strategies and excellent coordination, earned their qualification.
Lastly, from the OCE region, PWR, a team with exceptional talent and strategic gameplay, managed to secure their spot at the Esports World Cup. Each one has earned their place and will undoubtedly bring their best to the competition as we look forward to the start of the Esports World Cup. Get ready for an exciting and action-packed tournament.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. And good news, we've got a little issue that was on our main stage sorted out right now, and it looks like we are almost ready to get into our Game 5 between Dignitas and Big. And I've got to say, the anticipation's been killing me, Andy. I wanted to get into this Game 5 because I feel like this series has still got something special in it.
It really does. Big shout out to our issue resolver on stage for resolving the issue. Always appreciate that. Looks like everything ready to go. Trophy at the center of these two teams. And guess what? As we said, if you're just joining us, game number 5 is up. Big has forced it to come down to a 5th and final game. It'll be a hard point on Chalet for all the marbles here, Mark.
Lots of marbles on the table, Andy.
Well, actually, a significant amount, about $1 million total.
Is that the dollar value of a marble?
Yep, they're each worth $1.
Anyway, game number 5, as you can see, is ahead of us. We're looking forward to this one. It's been a day of 3-0s so far today, but we thought, hey,
this one.
Let's change this. Let's change the narrative. Let's get ourselves going deep into a series, and you have to remind yourself, if you're just joining us, of essentially how we got here, right? Because it was a overtime ruling, essentially, on what took us to this Game 5 with Big taking the win. Dignitas, who had the opportunity for a few flag returns in those final moments, couldn't get it done. And if you can't get it done, you find yourself in a Game 5.
Yeah, and they've had a lot of time to think about that. Let's not forget, they've had a lot of opportunity to think about exactly what they needed to do to get here to this 5th and final game. And it looks like we're going to have to wait just a moment for these players to load into the map and get ready for this. But I got to tell you, if on the side of Dignitas, it's probably not going to be the best mental battle for them because, as you said, they're going to be thinking, okay, we had a lot of opportunities to push on that flag. We tied 1-1 and lost on a tiebreak rule just because we didn't count the first flag. They've now had about 10+ minutes for that to replay in their head, and you have to hope. And you saw, they actually come out on your screen, perfect timing. Shout out to our entire team here at the Esports World Cup. Kanata's probably the guy saying, hey, here's exactly what we need to do in this game. We let that one slip away. Let's not feel the way we feel right now. Let's make sure we're not feeling that way after game number 5.
The way we feel right now, stop feeling like that right now.
The way we feel right now is really...
It's not how we should be feeling.
I can't say exactly how it feels on broadcast. They told me I'm not supposed to use those words, but it does not feel good.
Does not feel good.
I hate it.
I do feel like the longer the time goes past, though, and this break is probably a good thing for Dig, because the initial reaction is like one of disappointment, one of like,
frustration.
Oh, we had the opportunity, like you say, frustration. But the more the time elapses, you realize that even though there was chances there, it wasn't like you lost the map in a way where you were outplayed. It was like a technicality on a tie break where, unfortunately, it slips through your fingers, but you're like, hey, we actually didn't play bad Fortnite there.
And they played
just an opportunity taken a little bit too late that we didn't take.
Right, and I think it's also worth mentioning that Dignitas, when their backs were against the wall, let's not forget, that flag for Big went in round number 2 with about 2 minutes 30 left. They had to fly into the enemy base, they had to get their limbs, and they had to run a perfect flag, and they only had about 2 minutes to do it, and they did that. So what's interesting, I think you have so much talent on the Dignitas side that when they are pressed, they get the job done. That counter cap was an example of that. So you have to hope, if you're a Dignitas fan or player, that you're going to respond to that in game number 5 as well. I agree. I think they should keep their heads held high because it wasn't like they allowed themselves to kind of be outplayed in the final moments. Instead, they made the great play to force that overtime, and in the end, they now have to do the same and just clutch up in the game number 5.
The vibes look pretty good on the big side of the stage. You can see that right now. A couple of, I don't even know what you would call that, spuds? Handshakes? That would definitely weren't handshakes.
Oh.
Honestly, it was like, it was so confused. There was connection of hands in some sort of way.
Which is good.
I don't think it was really clear on both sides.
Really indicating camaraderie and conviviality.
Exactly. Friendship and teammateness, which is another word.
Mateship, like Jess said.
Yep.
Important thing.
Well, it looks like we are moments away now from getting into our lobby. We apologize for the delay, everybody, but we thank you for joining us wherever you are across the world. And again, if you're wondering who the heck we are, Onset and Bravo, great to be here. Having a lot of fun casting these games at the moment.
Honestly, they've been great. I mean, you have so much Fortnite talent on the stage here as we get ready to go into game number 5. They have been delivering, unsurprisingly, some of the best FNCS players to ever play competitive Fortnite, some of the best no-build players to ever play the game as well, and they are getting ready to face off here. Our second to last match on the main stage of the day. It is coming down to the wire. A 5th and what will be a final game between these two will decide this series and really decide who's going to ensure that they come out of this group looking good.
Things are looking chilly here at the Chalet, but you've got to wonder who's going to have the ice in this final game 5. This is going to be a big decider as to where either of these respective teams end up in their groups
come the end of the round robin play. And we talked about the prize money, and we'll keep bringing it up because it's a lot of marbles or dollars, however you like to quantify it. But every single place that you get here at the Esports World Cup improves essentially the money you'll be taking home by quite a significant amount.
I was going to say, by a lot. You want to make it to these final days. There's a lot of cash on the line, $400,000 US for first place. That drops significantly once you get to second. That is all still to come here, but now we are into our fifth and final game between Dignitas and Big.
So here we go then. Nade's being thrown out mid-map at the moment. Trex are already forced to use his bubbles. Kanata looks for his first elimination of this match number 5. P1 going to be stacked early on here by Big. Trex inside of that bubble, just working his way around these crates, making sure that he can avoid as much damage as possible, but by doing so has allowed a couple of teammates to pick up some kills elsewhere. Kanata's going to find one though.
3 right away. Kanata needs to answer back. Acorn needs to answer back as well. He will finally fall. TK trying to make sure to clean up a bit, but Big with an unbelievable amount of kills here and controlling and locking down this first hill in such a convincing way. Finally, Dignitas breaks, but not before Big has 30 points on the board.
I was going to say Dignitas break, but even with expelling that bubble, the bubble was only down for a few moments before it was destroyed, and now you see Big just riding this wave of momentum. It's 41 points and rising, and Dignitas 1 point I think was probably due to a falling body in and around that hard point. They have not been on the map yet.
Haven't seen this on the main stage since that Falcons initial hold here on Hardpoint Chalet. Big has already rotated as well. Frey is here as well. Trexer just needs to worry about this back flank coming in. Cheatin now holding the back. Bubble will go down to hold the angle. EMP immediately. Here comes the dig push.
TK trying to fly in, but Trexer is still there. The bubble fight is going down as another EMP will introduce itself as we're going to see Big start to take over. And I tell you what, Dignitas are flying at this, but they're not getting anywhere near. That is going to be 4 dead.
Dignitas being shut down unbelievably. Momentum still in the favor of Big. Here comes another Dignitas push.
Acorn finally manages to take Trexer out that hill. Cheatin is going to be there as well, and Acorn has to back down just to make sure that he survives long enough for his teammates to get up the map. He'll find another one as well, and finally the help arrives through not just teammates, but also the bubble. 74 points off the rip here for Big, though, and after the heartbreak of the last game for Dignitas, they need to dig deep, and they need to do it soon.
They do. What a set of plays there from Acorn, and just Acorn and Pilkey had to just fly in there, even though they're only in essentially a 2v3 in the back of the base, and they are able to clutch up, put a lot of points on the board. Kanata has the early rotate as well, but a lot of big pressure coming in.
Now these spawns are going to favor Dignitas here, and this is their opportunity to get back into this. However, you can see Kadu, he's doing some big work in and around that bubble. That's going to be a couple for him. That's going to be hill broken.
Beautifully done here, and even though he said Kanata had the spawn, there was a lot of pressure coming up, and also you felt like Big had the bottom of the rock side as well to pinch all of the dig presence, and it has resulted in even more time for Big. TK gets eliminated off of a great team shot. Trexer's the one in the feed that gets credit for the elim. Acorn, though, trying to keep things interesting and flies right into the bubble.
And Acorn's been the guy, basically, who's kept Dignitas in this series in a number of different occasions, and now he's trying to take this one over himself. Kiduo's going to fly through the front entrance. Frey's going to be alongside him. Acorn trying to play his life as long as possible, but once again, it's the man on your screen with 13 eliminations to his name already in this game who's going to scrap this last bit of time.
Beautifully done. Once again, stays alive just long enough to isolate that, gets the help that he needs, and it's going to be Acorn and Kanata working at the back of the tunnel, and also Pilkey and TK finally holding down the tunnel. Bubbles will go down, and we'll see if they can hold, but Big is already up by 50.
Shots in the back, though. They forgot about Trexer, who was floating in behind, and Cheatin inside of that bubble will get a couple of elims to leaving him a 1v1 now in and around the white car. Acorn can't push this. He knows that he doesn't have the support and has to wait until his teammates will arrive, but now you can see both lanes are being held down. Dignitas step inside, though.
Trying to just play this angle here. A lot of big presence here on the left side of the tunnel. Going to be exchanged here. 2 players from Big will fall. Looks like Frey might even 1v2 here against TK. No, TK and Kanata working together to keep things under control in the tunnel. And just like that, Dignitas is going to put 60 points on the board.
Cheatin should be taken down here as well, thanks to the cleanup coming in from TK. Big trap to the other side at the moment of this tunnel. You can see TK's just trying to play in and around this hill, trying to get an angle, trying to find a lane. And with a few moments left, he's going to step out and turn the attention towards that P5. And this is why they weren't going to push. Here, Big. They knew this hill was going to be rotating. If they threw a couple of bodies extra at it, then they might not be in the position they find themselves in, which is picking up time here.
Trexer does really well to hold that as long as he can. It's a little bit of points on the board as well. Look at the team shot. Look at this now. Pilkey's gonna be your last player alive. 4 wiped, 4 limbs in a row. Big will continue scoring. What a play from Trexer to hold the truck. He early bubbles. The bubble eats all of the cluster damage, and they will continue scoring here. Huge plays from Big.
So many good things to talk about there from Trexer, right? It's the eliminations, fantastic, but it's the damage done by his teammates that allows him to initially engage, pick up, clean up damage, and then to survive long enough to re-engage. Trexer is doing it all, and it feels like Dignitas have woken up here.
Beautiful stuff so far. Dignitas trying to make the push happen, but Big just holding. Trexer still on the truck. They will continue scoring, and now it's a huge lead for Big as we head into the late game. Kanata and Pilkey holding mid.
Dignitas inside of it, and I said that Dignitas have woken up. What I meant to say was Dignitas need to wake up at this point because they have been taken over in the last couple of moments of this game, and now they are starting to take over at least the elimination feed as we see a couple of limbs being picked up early on by them, but here comes Cheated. And the answer back is almost immediate. Kanata inside, trying to take down Trexer, but it's that man again, alongside Frey, who will break.
The elim timing from Big has just been superior. Simply put, Dignitas has not been timing their kills the way they need to and pushing with each other. They're trying to get inside, but it's not going to be easy. Here it is, both sides pushing in. Kanata trying to make a flank as well.
2 players inside of that bubble from Big. Now Kanata will find himself in a 1v2. They'll stand off, and he is forced to push. Acorn off the respawn as well. Can't get his elimination, and every time you're looking at Dignitas POV at the moment, it feels like they do good damage, but they can't convert it into those elims. And you can see once again, even though Acorn got damaged, no elim, but they'll stand inside this hill.
Stand inside the hill, but only 5 seconds left. They need to be ready for this rotate. Guess what? Big is set up, and they are happy to be posted up on our second hard point. Pilkey also is the first to fall in the team fight. It's a momentary 3v2 here on the map in favor of Big. They will continue to get elims and points on the board. They're about to cross the 200-point mark, and they lead by 100.
Something that Trex has been doing so well in this game is playing this objective, not just from the angles that he's taking, but the damage output that he's able to contribute towards his team, and then the ability to stay alive. And once again, he's doing it, doubles up, and he will combine this time with Frey, as he'll be on 15 eliminations, and he is still picking up time.
Pilkey falls as well. Now, they don't have the time to end it right here, but they can get very, very close with 21 points left on this. They could be past 240 at the end of this.
16 eliminations now for Trexer, still inside of this hill. The rotation is going to be coming in pretty soon as we will move to that next hard point in 10 seconds. Kanata and Pilkey have already moved from Dignitas, knowing that they need to lock this next one down.
Oh boy, TK, very heated battle there. Somehow gets away with that. Now back to the third hard point of the game. And TK and Dig, they need to dig deep and stay alive in this series here. Kanata and TK checking their angles. They need to focus on the team shots, the team fire, and also the elim timing. Very nice connection there. Pilkey's the first to fall in the team fight.
It's that man again in the feed, right? It's Trexer. Kaduo's going to get another one. Trexer steps in now, and after the 2 elims, he says, I will clean out the final members who are at the back. Kanata falls, thanks to him again, but Pilkey, off of that respawn, managed to close that gap just in time to keep Dignitas in this game.
Dignitas needs to be careful, though. They cannot fall here. There's still a lot of time left on this hard point, and only 15 points needed for Big to close out the whole game.
Dignitas holding on at the moment, but the series lives is hanging on by a thread. Kanata will win the engagement in and around the hill, and it looks like the play call has now been made from Big to rotate to next. Dignitas are trying to beat them, though, and TK, he's got this cuts area and this lineup already in his sightlines.
Dig already holding a 3-player push here coming in through tunnel.
Big push. Big push coming in. Acorn from Dignitas has to avoid the grenade damage coming in. Frey will be taken down, and Dignitas, even though they are so close and on the precipice of finding themselves losing this series, are trying to do what they can do, but it's Kaduo again, alongside Trexer inside that objective. They're doing so much good work.
And here it is now. Kanata gets pushed back. This is a 3-player hold here from Big. They only need 8 seconds to close out the series.
It's looking like this might be the moment for them. It's a final push coming in from Dignitas. It is the Hail Mary, the flooded. Trexer once again is that man in and around the hard point who gets 1 elimination to put 1 foot into a series victory, but 1 foot never win you anything. 177 here for Dignitas. They have managed to get inside, but now the push comes. In once again, Cheatin stands inside. Kanata, maybe the last hope, as it will be Cheatin who will maybe close this one out, but Dignitas are holding on, but they won't be able to hold on for any longer. Big will win the series in a game number 5 in a crazy, crazy exchange in the tunnel.
Big has to rally back in that series. win multiple games straight to close it out, force a game 5, and they do it in the end as well. Disappointment on the side of Dignitas, to say the least, and you gotta give a huge shout out to Frey on Big. We talked to him last night. He says, I believe this will be a 3-2 series win for us.
He had the script.
And my God, did he call it right? The all-German squad qualifying through DreamHack Dallas, not only surprising a few teams along the way there, but also taking down Dignitas to close out the series.
Impressive fortitude coming in from the gentleman on your screen right now. But for Dignitas, it's going to be just a horrible look back on that game 4, right? So many opportunities to close out the series on that CTF on Chalet that they just weren't able to convert. But it only felt like there was one team that was in position to win that game number 5, even off the rip. The way that Big started that game, they came out of the trap on fire.
It's so punishing on both Chalet and Panther as well. That first hill can be deceptively punishing. If you are timing your limbs correctly, you can absolutely rack up, as we saw, 30, 40 solid seconds there. And it's exactly what they did. They never looked back. There were moments where it felt like Dignitas was maybe going to get back in the game, but I got to tell you, how about the early rotates? And also just the holds from Trexer. They were absolutely locked down on every single hard point, and it absolutely paid off as Big will take the series win in a come-from-behind win.
Very, very impressive stuff coming in from Big on your screen. Dignitas might look back at that series as one they would want to play again. But let's hear from Big down on our main stage. Adam, take it away.
I'm joined now on the main stage by Frey. Frey's Trom. What a series this was. They say it's a marathon, not a sprint. 3-2 the full distance. You must feel electric right now. How are the team feeling? How are you feeling after quite the battle?
It feels amazing. I mean, we knew it was going to be a battle going into it. We knew Dignitas is a really good team, and I think nobody really expects us to win these. We're the underdogs. I heard they were kind of saying that we're really bad, that they're going to win. But hey, it's not over yet. I mean, we need to play against Heroic. And I mean, if we do lose that match, we would probably play them again. So we can't get too excited. But winning that after being down 1-2 feels amazing. Feels amazing.
It seemed that you guys had kind of captured the flag kind of under your belts there, you know, winning both. Was that kind of expected? Were you kind of thinking that was a kind of preferred map for you guys? How are you feeling going into those?
Yeah, it's exactly what we expected. We knew that we're going to probably win both capture flags, or that we need to win those. And we also played the new capture the flag map first as kind of like an unexpected move. And then we knew hardpoint, we struggle with that. We need to hit the VODs, we need to practice hardpoint more. And keeper, we were trying to test a new strategy. But yeah, the last hardpoint, we do feel really confident on red. So I think it went exactly like we expected. We predicted a 3-2.
You feel confident in the other maps as well. Obviously, you got that matchup against Heroic. It's going to be, again, another battle for you guys. What do you guys do now as well? Do you going to get a chance to kind of reflect on things? You going to rest, or are you straight back into grinding, getting ready for the next matchup?
I mean, I don't know. I think our next match is pretty soon. I don't know how much time we have, but we probably need to think about like the mistakes we made, try to fix those. I don't know if we have time to actually look at the replays, but yeah, Heroic is everybody knows Heroic is a really good team. It's gonna be a great match, and we're here to put on a show, so we'll see.
Hey, big victory for you guys. Congratulations again, and we'll see you later on in the competition. For now, back to the studio. Great work from Frey and the team.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. What an incredible game between those two teams. We got a lot of like 3-0s throughout the day. We thought that one would be close, and it absolutely delivered, Lev.
Yeah, no, I messed up on that one. I thought it was just 3-0s all day. I thought we were just going to see another 3-0. But like Frey said, it was a battle, and a battle that they won very well.
And I'm glad they sort of predicted in their heads, or they came in expecting that it was going to be a marathon and not a sprint. And I think maybe Dig thought a little bit differently, that they would exceed their own expectations coming into it. So coming in knowing that they would have to pace themselves clearly worked out, knowing that they'd have that hard point at the end to work with.
Yeah, every team kind of thinks like, okay, like for Dig, right? Like, oh, once we get on stage, we'll get in the flow of things, right? Like, oh, it's just scrims. And I know early on, it did look pretty decent for Dignitas. It just felt like as the series went on, Lev, they just kind of lost a little bit of steam.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but if I'm being real, you know, commiserations to both, props to Big, but this doesn't inspire me with confidence for either of these teams' chances going forward. Frey sort of hinted at it, and I know we'll eventually talk about it. We're probably going to see these guys play again.
Yeah, I mean, just these teams are not done with each other here at EWC. But for me, Jess, it was really like, game 3, 4, 5 were just absolutely chaotic in this series from the keeper on.
I didn't blink for like, I don't know how many minutes watching all those last maps go through because the action was unstoppable. And for me, as analysts as well, we're trying to learn the meta. Like the players are setting the meta, they're setting the strategies. And you heard Frey speak there. He said, we were trying something new on Keeper. I was trying to work that out as well as I was watching. So there are a lot of things being put on display for us. There's a lot that the teams are learning, so it makes sense.
It's a new mode. You come here, you play some scrims, right? Maybe you see something from a team you think works, and it's like, oh, let's just try it for the first time on the stage. Why not? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think what was interesting, we were all upstairs, we were kind of laughing for the game 4, the CTF, where they both kind of ran opposite sides of the map to just grab the flag, and it was a stalemate forever. It was so slow.
Yeah, it was a tough one, right? Because, I think towards the end of that matchup, we obviously saw that Big realized we have the advantage here, so we don't have to be offensive. We can sit back and defend, and Dig just didn't quite do enough right in the end. There was that big moment of cheating towards the end where it was like he really clutched up by just staying alive. And ultimately, again, it's those fine margins we always talk about here in this mode.
I think some of those fine margins came down to intricate team play as well. I know everyone's probably sick of my micro-analysis, but honestly, Big had more suffocating team power than Dig did in a lot of the retakes, in a lot of the holds. And sometimes, even if you're lacking a little bit of firepower, the teamwork will overwhelm and is enormous win condition.
Yeah, we've been taking a good look at like utility usage throughout this, whether it be like grenades, bubbles. The EMPs are so strong. I mean, especially like here when we were watching some of the hard points towards these hills, they drop a bubble down, and EMP comes in, negates the shield, and I mean the bubble shield and their actual shield.
Yeah, especially on hard point, I felt like a lot of the fights in the sites were super scrappy, right? And so you open up the fight with some EMP damage, instantly you just give yourself the leg up, and we saw that so many times.
And I feel like for Dig, they'll probably go back, and it's really the start of game 5 where they probably lose this one, Jesse. It didn't get off to a great start.
I hope they go back and they look at the little mistakes they made rather than start pointing fingers and saying, you could have done this. It's about the next game each and every time, and it's map by map, point by point. I think that's something that the teams really need to focus on.
Yeah, the series is so close that it's legitimately a fight or two on each map that ends up kind of deciding it, right, throughout. It's just you can't go down by 60 at the start of a hard point in game 5. Probably not the way to go about it. Yeah. Let's take a look at our PlayStation MVP for this series. It will be Cheatin'. I feel like everybody kind of like had moments throughout the series, but I think probably he's the one who's standing out the most for me.
Yeah, Kiddo might feel a bit hard done by after that, game 5, right? He put on, a big performance there in the game 5. But over the course of the series, I felt, Cheatin' was a top player, and he definitely stepped up for them a lot, as expected to do.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going to have recency bias because that was a long series, one of the longest that we've had here in Riyadh so far, and they'll forget how we got to that map 5, and I think Cheatin' was a really big part of it. You need consistency, that's key, and that's what he brought to the team.
Yeah, and look, I think both these teams, we talked about it, coming into this a little bit uncertain in terms of how they would perform. Big comes in, they get a win, really close. Maybe you get some confidence. How do you think they fare against a team like, Heroic or W7M coming up next? Jess's face off of the highlights tells me I know her answer. We'll get Lev's first.
I mean, yeah, it's a weird one because I think the best case scenario for Big, who we know sort of maybe were coming into this not the most confident, would have been a more clear-cut victory against Dig. If like they had come in and maybe 3-1 them, I think going into like a Heroic matchup, they're feeling a lot better about themselves. But that one going as close as it did, yeah, I don't know. But ultimately, sometimes we see teams sort of have like the underdog complex and they're like, well, we're not meant to win this game. And then that can push them through and give them a surprise result. And that might work for them.
I'm in two minds about it, Matt. Honestly, I'm like, do you start off slow in a tournament and maybe you pick things up because you get that confidence you were speaking about? And then on the other hand, we were talking about like tier levels of teams. Yeah. And I'm thinking they're just slightly a tier below Heroic.
Well, we very well could see this as another rematch, right, with this group, right? Whoever loses, potentially in the next round in that winner's match, if it is Big against W7M or Heroic, the loser of that could potentially face off again. Let's take a look at the Group C bracket here. This is one we'll be covering next with Carmine Corp versus R8 Esports to come out of the group.
Excited about that one.
Oh,
really
yeah.
excited. I'm sure, you know, you and your Carmine Corp fans are all going to be rooting for the boys in blue. But R8 will put up a fight for sure.
Hey, well, when we did predictions and that graphic went out, there's so much love for people that pick Carmine Corp. I am never not picking them again. Any show I work on?
I don't think we've even showed this on the main broadcast, so allez français, allez français. That's all I'm saying.
That's French.
That is French.
That one you got correct.
I know that one. Group D. I didn't have to see Dune to I knew that one. Group D. We can take a look. This is a matchup that just got set up, right? So it'll be Heroic, who actually drops him after W70.
Oh,
against Big. So that what's interesting there, and I'd love to hear your guys' take. Like, is that now a little bit of a dangerous matchup for Dig down there in the lower bracket? Like, that W7 was able to take a match off of Heroic? Yeah. Like, or you still think Dig gets by and we see potentially a rematch?
I mean, it's one of those where it depends on how you look. Obviously, we didn't get to lock into that one as much, right? But maybe is it a slight on Heroic instead? Does it show maybe Heroic aren't as strong as we thought, right? You can always go two ways with it.
Look, if things are as clear-cut as we think in the tier levels of the team and Heroic is in that tier above, it does scream bad things for Dig. And I think that that's the team that's going to have to worry about their chances here at the tournament.
Yeah, we'll see Dig in that lower bracket tomorrow. But stay tuned. We got one more match here to close out the night. It'll be a winner's bracket match with Carmine Corp. So stay tuned.
Ready, set, go.
Ooh. Kind of clean, because I remember Reese had repping that.
But I think it will be better.
So like four.
Four, yeah, four. Four is
It's definitely worse, definitely better. Same again?
Yeah,
There's
many
worse.
people use
3.
it.
I think it's...
Many people use it.
I don't think you put behind the 3 there.
Yeah, 3 is good.
I've got an idea of my head on quite a few that are better.
Yeah, me too.
So number 3.
Yeah, number 3 is good.
5.
Yeah, 5. I think so. I hope there's...
Nope. I mean, there's probably worse ones.
Yeah, there's probably
I've
worse
never seen
ones.
anyone wear that.
Yeah, no one used that skin.
Ooh,
King
okay.
LeBron.
No, 2.
First.
No, 2.
Bro, we don't know about it.
Bro, you got to save that number 1 spot.
Okay.
I've got someone in mind.
Okay.
And I'll be very upset.
Second.
I'll be very upset.
This is King LeBron, though.
It is, but second. Oh, I was thinking Travis Scott, man. I thought it was going to be Travis Scott.
No.
But you know what?
Second would have been good.
I would have put second. Yeah.
Yeah, second would have been good.
Yeah. I'd only change 1 and 2, but yeah, she's fine.
It's good.
She's fine in first. I'll accept that.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 featuring Fortnite. Matt, Mr. X, Jessgoat 11 here, breaking down the final match of the night. This will be a decider one, right? So whoever wins this one, they'll have a nice little off day tomorrow, watch people's keys get crushed. It'll be a nice experience for the winner, not as much for the loser. It'll be Karmine Corp against R8 Esports to kick things off. Should be a good one, Lev.
I mean, yeah, I feel like R8 surprised a lot of people today, and as much as, you know, they might not be the favorites in this matchup, they'll give KC a run for their money. I'm super excited to be watching KC finally, though, on the A stream.
I mean, we haven't seen them on the mainstream, as you just said, but the big thing for me is R8 surprised me so much that I actually worry for the Karmine fans. I'm thinking KC fans, we might be in for a long one because R8 are way better than I expected them to be.
Yeah, I mean, they take out Fnatic right earlier in the day. You know, the Fnatic coach got on the pre-show talking about Keeper. I remember Lev screaming in the back, like, what in the world is this am I watching? As R8, I mean, they looked pretty good. I mean, this could potentially be, you don't want to say like upset potential, right? But it could be, it's in the realm of possibility, right, Lev?
I mean, sure.
There's a reality where this happens.
Are you thinking?
I don't think we live in that reality. I don't think we live in that reality. There is a reality. We're not in that timeline.
Not in that timeline.
I don't think so. I love Bloomy. I love R8. You know, I was backing them, you know, ahead of Fnatic. So, you know, I do think they're good.
What would need to go right for this team? Who would need to like have a crazy standout performance here? Knowing that like, hey, you just get by this team, you don't have to worry, right? You at least be at the quarters.
Huge win.
I think Xweez will have to be huge as he always is. I think Vox would have to have a special performance though for them to close the gap. And I'd even go as far as to say on top of that, you probably need somebody on the KC side to have an underperformance to really have a shot here.
A lot has to go right for R8, and then maybe get a little bit of help from Karmine Corp on the other side of things, and they not perform. How worried are you? You're just talking about it.
I actually am a little worried because I was confident coming in. Then I saw R8 play, and I was like, oh, actually, there is a lot of performance on that roster, and Bloomy called really well, and I think having a really experienced caller is great. You look at KC here, they have experience up to the roof. So if we are talking about experience, I spoke to Malabuka, and he said he is so happy to, one, be with KC, so that's awesome. All the K-Corp Ultras out there are very happy to hear that. But he also was confident in multiple game modes, so I rested my, you know, faith in the team.
Yeah, we've heard that story before. Confident multiple game modes. You've heard that one?
Yeah, we've heard it a couple times.
Yeah, we've heard that one a couple times. But you know, look, for Karmine Corp, I think Malabuka, player we highlighted a little bit earlier, you just talked about, has to play well, right?
Absolutely. And to be honest, when you look like player for player, KC just outgunned R8 like every day of the week, right? And you know, they've consistently been a stronger team. Both of these guys have played against each other a bunch, you know, before this, so I'm sure there'll be prior experience there to go off of. From speaking to Malabuka and some of the KC guys, they won't be worried.
I mean, well, we actually spoke to Anas earlier in the day from Karmine Corp, so let's see if they are actually worried or maybe not.
Welcome back to the Amazon Arena, where I am joined by none other than Anas from Karmine Corp. Anas, let's first kick things off and talk about your team. On paper, a powerhouse squad. Malabuka, Mustache, Swizzy, and yourself. So we're talking about this kind of incredible team on paper, but how confident are you and how have you guys been playing? What's your chemistry like?
We've been playing a lot since
I joined the team, yeah. We've been practicing all day, every day. We're a pretty good team, yeah.
We're a pretty good team. You know, you just 3-0'd your first matchup as well. You said that, you know, before we got into this interview, it was a bit closer than you would have liked. What are the things you got to work on?
Yeah, I think we were a bit shaky going into first game on LAN. It's a bit cold as well, but yeah, now we're getting used to it.
Okay, you're getting used to it. But you know what? A lot of people don't have that additional little boost of people that are here supporting them. But you do, my friend. Your mum, your dad, and your grandma are all here supporting you from the crowd. That's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, it's amazing having a family that supports me this much. It's
And
nice.
your dad is like a staple. He is Abu, right? He is your staple. He is, like, I've been told he is Fortnite lore in the community. Is it great having him here, like cheering you on? Like, do you get a little extra boost of confidence when they're here?
Yeah, it's nice. He's coming around for every event supporting me. Everyone knows him as well.
Yeah, do you like that everyone knows him?
Yeah, it's
Good,
okay.
man. That's good. You should, man. Best of luck in your matchup against R8. It's going to be a tough one. We're really excited to see it on the main stage. You know what? I'll give you a fist bump. Good luck
Thank
to you
you
and
very
your
much.
team. We'll see you later.
I love hearing that. You know, parents come to the events, supporting some of the players. You know, my dad used to drive me to MLG events when I was a little kid. Yeah, it was crazy. It was fun.
What year was
Good
that,
time.
2000?
I was playing when he was a toddler, which makes me feel infinitely old. I wish I was also playing with this much prize money on the line.
True, very
this
true.
much prize money. I mean, the prize money here for this event it's just life-changing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the players have spoken about the fact that it's great to have LAN experience, but also life-changing money. And you speak about how young a lot of these players are. You remember the Australian god in FN? Like, we're talking about the one that stepped up to the Australian Open and took a bunch of money. It changed his life. So I'm thinking there's so many other players that are lining up.
What do you do with money like that?
Oh.
Do not say a car.
I'm not saying, for one, you guys ain't seeing me here. I'm off. I'm on holiday permanently.
There'll
yeah.
be signs.
To be fair though, right? As much as this is massive money, life-changing money, for a lot of like these Fortnite guys, you know, a lot of them, they got money.
Yeah, normal paycheck for these Fortnite guys.
Anas there we just spoke to, right? He's, the $1 million man, right? He's made, crazy amounts. So another day in the office.
But what they don't have is a club championship trophy.
True.
I mean, that thing is special. I was here for Overwatch. I know we were able to kind of, see that all go down, see the keys get crushed. And to give you a little bit of idea about how you earn that club championship, check out this video.
Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
And there you see how you get that club championship. I believe Falcons is like #1. They're looking to add some even more points here this weekend. I don't know if you guys had a chance to go see that totem. Have you seen it yet?
I have.
Yeah.
You know what?
Sick.
Maybe it's not big compared to you, but compared to me, I was like, what?
I think I still did look up at it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
No. It's legit. I mean, he's tall, but the totem.
Yeah.
Way big. Let's take a look at some of the teams here attending for Fortnite here at the Esports World Cup. We've seen a lot of them compete so far. I think we would all say probably like X-Head the heavy favorite at the moment.
Right. You'd think they'd get up there. I think for some of them, they'll probably feel a bit hard done by. I feel like there's a couple clubs here that like probably looked at this weekend thinking, we're going to get some good points here, right? Like the Falcons of the world, maybe Fnatic. but there's some top teams that have, you know, snuck their way in it.
Yeah, and there's a couple of orgs in there. Like W7M for me, if you watch other games, is quite big and quite strong, but has come into, you know, EWC featuring Fortnite and maybe not have the impact they wanted. So they're going to miss out on these points as we start to finish EWC that you really need to scrape together. Same as Fnatic, they really need points to break into that top 10. So I'm just saying there's a couple of these orgs that like really need big performance.
He's writing them off already.
Yeah.
I'm not.
W7M, you might as well go home.
Nah,
Oh
I mean,
my
yeah, already put them in the dirt. I mean, so this is a rare opportunity where I'm going to give you guys a chance. Rarely we are allowed to change predictions. We have somebody on Overwatch who changes predictions every death segment.
Shame.
We give him stuff for it. But I know there will be no judgment if you do. There will be lots of judgment. Would you change your prediction for the overall event off of what you've seen today? Still going with XSET, right?
Gonna be the set, repping the set.
Okay.
So you took Carmine Court. We're giving you an opportunity to get off the train.
No,
we're at a stop.
They're about to play. Except play. So wait until I've seen KC play, and then I'll keep picking KC.
We take a look. No, nobody wants Exceed. We take a look at the Exceed roster.
You know what? Exceed, I think, are in the top 3 teams here. They're going to be a team that's a big contender for the final.
Yeah.
So.
You take that pause, I worry they're at the bottom end of that top 4.
Well, I mean, so my top 3 would have been like XSET, GG, and then like Exceed. And Exceed did just beat GG today, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, in theory, you sort of move them up then.
And also, I mean, we're talking about how we think all these teams will end up placing. Like, where they ultimately end up in the bracket will be huge, right? I know we won't know how the bracket will shake out, you know, finally until tomorrow for, you know, the playoffs. But you know, where some of these teams could potentially end up, you could have some crazy first-round matchups. I know we were looking at the bracket potentially. It's like a Falcons Exceed potential first round, which could be quite crazy, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people forget that there's a lot of playstyle clashes, especially regionally. We talk about this in other FPS. It's actually really crucial that you get a nice playstyle matchup. Otherwise, one that clashes against yours, maybe you're more of a strategic team, but you go up against an aggressive team, and that's your loss condition 9 times out of 10. And you go up against someone else, and you might usually win. So that's going to be a big thing for us to look out for.
And I'm extremely proud that neither of you wavered on your prediction.
You gotta hold it down.
Yeah. I mean, you can't see a few games and get off the train. You gotta ride it all the way to your final destination. We need a little bit longer though to get this match started. So we're gonna go to a quick break. And we're gonna come back with Carmine Court versus RA Esports. Stay tuned here at the Esports World Cup 2024.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I'm very happy to be in the Esports World Cup. It's my third time and I'm enjoying it every time. Playing the first 2 years with Pink and now splitting. It was fun playing, but we went our separate ways. Swissy, he's a great player. He's won some FNCS like most of my team, except me. They're all good players. They argue sometimes, but it's because they want to be better, improve the team, and yeah, it's all good. We've been switching a bit around in our specialist role, trying to get what's right, and I think we are on the right path. I think going from Battle Royale to the modes we're playing is in ESL is quite fun because it's something new and we've been playing Battle Royale for a long time. Me and my team has been preparing a lot. We've been playing scrims most of the days going up to this, and I think we're gonna do it. I look forward to compete against Exit because we haven't really played them while we're both on 0 ping since they're NA, and Heroic and Falcons are also looking great. I think Falcons or Exit are gonna claim the championship because they're both really good teams. I want to say thank you to the fans that has been supporting us. It's been great, and thank you for the support. Let's go Carmine Corp.
Our players are ready. We're just about to get into game here. Carmine Corp versus R8 Esports here. Our final match of the day to decide who makes it out of this group from the winner side of the bracket. Get your STC predictions in now because we are running out of time. I got to get predictions from you guys, though, before we get into this one. Left, start with you. Who are you taking?
Straightforward. KC for me.
Yeah.
Hey, KC clean. Easy 3-0? Are we getting a 3-0?
Ooh, I'm jumping back on the 3-0 train.
Okay.
Yeah. That train's been rolling pretty full steam ahead all day,
really
outside
has.
of a few. What about you, Jess?
I'd like to see KC join in on that train and be a very firm passenger. But if we come back and KC have lost the series, I'm going to be devastated. Like, I'm literally going to go back to the hotel. I'm going to cry myself to sleep.
Yeah, you and all of our Twitter mentions.
Literally all of the
I'll have to go on silent for the night. No ringer because that thing will be going crazy, I know, with the fans. What would need to go right for R8 Esports if they take this?
Malibuka and Mustache just get up and just don't play.
Yeah, they're just tired.
That's their best
late
bet.
night, they don't play that well. R8 Esports comes in, potentially kind of hot. That would have to go about right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we got a little bit of time before we get into this one, but it should be an awesome match. The winner of this will move on to the quarterfinals. The loser will have to play tomorrow for a chance at the loser bracket or to crush their key. Let's get down to the Amazon stage to see how it goes.
Hey, we are back here on the stage. Finally, we got ourselves a 5-mapper. It happened. It was drama. It was entertainment. It's what we wanted, and you guys loved it too.
It was incredible to watch. Finally, it broke that 3-0 streak we've had all day. But our next one, there's a lot on the line in this because it's all about topping your group.
It certainly is here, and it's time right now for the final showdown. It's like a
6 out of 10.
6 out of 10, that's 5 points more than usual. That was appalling. I think it's time we meet our teams. Are you ready for this?
I'm absolutely ready for it. K-Corp and R8.
First up, we have R8 Esports, a dramatic showdown with Fnatic earlier in the competition. The fans fans are on their side. All right, how far can they go?
The French org of K-Corp fields a diverse European squad full of some of the best EU has to offer. They smashed through KS7. Can they do it to top Group C?
I don't know. Do you know what, just to reiterate for you guys at home as well here, the pressure's here, okay? Whatever happens, whoever wins this will top Group C. So everything is on this massive.
A lot on the line, as you say, and that's going to be a cruise down into the quarterfinals. But let's not dilly-dally any longer. Let's get into our game.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, and this is your Jamil Motorsport match of the day. R8 already blowing expectations out of the water, but a tough feat as they've got Carmine Corp, one of EU's best, on the other side. On my whole ship with me, I've got Dan Gaskin. Brother, and I think this one is going to be maybe even more even than we've seen. I know the desk is predicting 3-0s across the board, but I wouldn't be surprised if all these maps are tremendously close.
Yeah, I think on paper, at the start of this tournament, this looks like it would be a 3-0 to KC, but from what we saw from R8 earlier, I think they have a genuine shot at this one. One of the big things it's going to come down to is, are they still going to attempt that defensive gameplay, that defensive style? And do we see an answer from KC? Is there going to be more of a kind of tactical break that they have? Are their strategies going to be a little bit better than Fnatic's earlier on this tournament?
Yeah, and I like that we're kind of comparing R8's performance versus the caliber of opponent like Fnatic. Not, overweight, that match looked like, but Carmine Corp was expected to blow through KS7, who were here kind of as a third option for the MENA reason. But look, the thing about it was R8 clutched up against FNC in all three of the maps, so there is a level of ice that comes along with these guys and their composure. Just comes down to, will they have the same confidence playing up against KC here?
I do like what Levin said on desk, though. Malabuka and Mustache would have to step away if R8 were going to win. Well, another way you can do that is shut them down, make them non-factors. If you notice that the Juggernaut's running around, it's probably going to be Malabuka on that Juggernaut. Take that fight as a duo. Make sure you don't allow him to have too many 1v1s and make him a non-factor in this game. But easier said than done, of course, because I am expecting those guys from KC to go on a tear here in map 1.
And it's going to be a Panther hardpoint to get it kicked off for this Jamil Motorsport match of the day. Kind of looking at the results, it was a 250-236 win for R8 in their match number 1, playing up against Fnatic, whereas for KC, much more comfortable 250-145 on their hardpoint. Pardon me, this is going to be CTF. I completely misspoke. We got CTF to start things off.
I was giving you the eyes, just in case.
I was
like, has something changed for today? But no, it's going to be capture the flag, and we will be starting our match of the day. And I am curious, how aggressive are R8 going to be? Are we going to see more of a defensive style like we saw earlier on today? But you can already see it's KC who are just waiting here and being patient.
Yeah, lots of focus for this mid-map control. Like we saw from this map earlier, it's actually a lot easier on this map than on the other to get counter pulls on each other, just kind of hold flags against one another. So at least to start things off. Opening exchange is looking decent. All right, making their move though. Bloomy also here to help support this push, and that's going to be enough to get a little bit deeper over towards the KC side.
Yeah, Ari able to get 3 down on the side of KC. It was a great swing on the right-hand side of your mini-map so that they could just push together, and they almost expected KC to be waiting, and X-Squeeze continuing his domination from earlier. I was very impressed with what X-Squeeze was able to do.
Yeah, I mean, again, we just weren't really sure what we were going to get out of this R8 team, but boy, did they impress. Already off to 5 eliminations for Squeeze. And he may have more in front of him here. He's got support up on top of the palm trees. Help from Vortex was on the way into the bubble, and Squeeze almost finds Bull. Not quite to happen, but Vox picks up on the action, and once again, R8 pushed the tempo.
Here's Malabuka. Here's the player that has the weight on his shoulders as well. As well as Mustache, it has to be said, just from what Levin said on the desk. And 2 players who have that expectation, if you miss, if you have a flop game, how is it then going to look? But Mustache will at least tag with the body there, and we are going to see the chance now with the sniper rifle to really pop up.
Absolutely the case, especially from this high ground position. KC stacking up over towards the Panther statue. Bloomy watching a lot of this action and rotation. does well to take care of the majority of it. Vox also stepping up to try to deal with it, but Mustache right there to meet all of this. Also gets eyes on another member as KC make their play for the first pull.
Most importantly, Mustache shutting down Vox, which is the other sniper rifle as well. If you can start to assert a little bit of domination over the opposition sniper, just have that confidence to peek certain angles, because these guys should know which are the sniper angles by this point. Where likely are you going to see someone else be playing?
And Us is able to secure the pull deep through canopy, so all of that works out nicely for KC. Again, seeing that push from the Panther statue itself to such a big power position, especially like you mentioned, with the marksman getting top control. Vox looking for a counter pull though. Mustache in a little bit of trouble here, but Malabuka off spawn, trying to contest the staircase. Dealt with though nicely, and R8 will find 3 kills. Allow opportunity for Vox to start to make the rotation back.
Yeah, R8 start to move. Vox is going to go through the center of the map with this one, and it looks like it should be fast enough to get the flag to their own base. KC going to try and move around on that eastern side, but I'm not sure anyone is going to be quick enough to catch up this flag, and this should be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, really clean stuff from both teams, honestly. The initial approach for KC was good, but the response arguably better for R8. But again, back and forth we go. The counterattack already underway for KC. Malabuka playing around the outside, has an opportunity to try to secure the flag here. Bubble goes down to block off any defensive line of sight. It's just Sweez and Vortexers, the only two that can possibly deal with it, and it is Sweez to find the elimination and get the flag back on the ground.
Sweez has been the player that you really need to step up, playing that Juggernaut as well, getting the extra little bit of shield to work with, so can be more aggressive in some of these fights. You can see that Swizzy's just been able to escape with this flag on a slither of health.
Does he get all the way back, though? That's the question. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. KC still apparently holding control, though. Vortexer is trying to play up to this, and KC will secure the capture. So it's a dicey moment on that return from KC, but they still stagger, juggle, find an opportunity to get this thing secured. But R8, again, right back in the mix as they look for a counter pull of their own.
It's like a tug of war at the moment. As soon as you are able to get a flag back, you just sacrifice so much of the map control and give it to your opponent to give them the opportunity to then start to pinch you and pressure you so you can get a flag of your own.
It just feels like this map so much more wide open, allows for extra routes to be taken a little bit more safely than what we have seen on Chalet for that instance. Malabuka does well defensively, able to find 2. Flag will be retrieved pretty easily for KC, who now kind of hold off defensively for a moment. 60 seconds still left in the round. R8 at the precipice, knocking on the front door here, but need help from Bloomy.
6 kills in the moment for Mustache, and it's going to be a chance to maybe find some more, as it's going to be a patient wait here for KC, and it all does slow down. So R8 trying to plan some form of attack here. This is where the bubble might need to come into the equation, and also some of that utility from grenades just to get initial damage.
Bloomy in a little bit of trouble here. I think this is R8 understanding that this is likely their last play in the round. Mustache is holding the third-person angle. Bloomy makes the first move. You've also got Sweez playing the opposite corner. Vox on top. Defense being tested just a touch here, but responding nicely. Sweez has to kind of do it himself around the back, and Malabuka finds elimination. That'll be good for a 3-man feed, and likely enough to put this round to rest.
Yeah, 16 seconds to get a flag back is not going to happen, especially when KC are in place just to stop any sort of aggressive push. So a chance to now pad your stats with 10 left here in the first half. What we did learn, though, is KC kind of kicked us off. R8 were able to get a flag as well, and it was back and forth between the two teams. But KC just had that final hold a little bit stronger in their third final cap.
Really quick action, though. I think that's the biggest thing about it. And again, the tempo of this map compared to what we've largely seen has been much more higher. I mean, just straight up, lot quicker pace without question. So we'll see if that continues to be the case here as we swap the sides over for round number 2. KC still up at the moment and taunting the crowd just a touch.
Yeah, did I just see it like a loser emote IRL as well from one of the members of KC, and I respect it. If it's a heavy crowd towards your opponent, get under their skin as well. Why not?
Why not indeed? Well, we'll see. R8 Sweez, nice little route here in and out of the bubble. Swizzy up top also kind of creates a little bit of separation, but that's enough for R8 to say, we'll take this bubble position, no worries, although maybe some worries. KC deal with it decently. Vox able to find the first pull, but he's been tagged and has to try to survive by himself, avoids the first couple of shots, and now he's off the regen. His teammates coming off spawn here can try to assist him to try to get this pull fully confirmed.
Something we saw from Vox on Chalet as well, just getting in and out with that flag and being able to move as quick as possible to ensure that he can try and get one on the board, and it looks like this should be the case here. No one to stop it, and it's going to be tied up then 2-2, so a great start here from R8, and most importantly, they haven't given up too much of the map, but KC are starting to close.
I was just about to say, this is the first moment where we had a pull and a secure of the capture without there being an immediate bounce back. R8, 3 straight eliminations. still working through the middle of the map. Bloomy on the second pull starts to run a bit of a train here through the outside of Statue. Vortexers able to make sure no one can chase behind this, and Bloomy is gone. He's going to secure the third capture of the map here for R8.
Yeah, this is insane that R8 have just been able to kind of nab this flag so easily under Casey's nose at times, but it's because of the kills they've been getting in the middle of the map to ensure those players are on spawn, and then they just quickly push in and grab.
That mid-map position has been such a big pivot point for both of our squads. Now it's Merstash who's holding on to it, and a clean one shot for Onsweez. Now it's just down to KC. Has to make something happen off of this. You would think that they got numbers and they have some information on where Bloomy is, but there's just not that same kind of tempo here for KC. They're still waiting for another pick.
Well, R8, they're in their comfort zone. They get to just be defensive here now. They get to hold back and defend the lead, but maybe that will allow KC to push in and really try and squeeze R8 here. Squeeze every drip of blood out of them, but I'm unsure whether they'll be able to do it successfully. They managed to get 2 on the board, and there is going to be a short reply from R8. Vortexers gets 1.
Really nicely done. And this is what we kind of saw from Chalet in the first instance of watching R8 play. Bloomy just backs up, plays good solid defense, kind of saves the day for a moment. Anas still fighting. Fox to drop. Malabuka trying to go quickly. Bubble down. Finessing in and out of the outsides a bit. Vortexers, though, will drop. And here we go. KC have got numbers over towards the R8 flag.
KC need more of that from Malabuka, some more individual dominance that we were expecting from these teams and from these players, to be honest. But KC have been able to pull this flag. Anas, who was a real talk about feature on the desk about how he was going to play a part in this team. And, well, this is one way to play a part. Make sure you're moving and grooving.
Yeah, Vortexers was the only defensive player still alive. And as he is unfortunately not able to coolly contest this, we will have ourselves another tie game. 3-3 the count. Anas in trouble here, though. R8, once again, playing the counterattack. Shut down, though, as Anas and Merstash combined for 2. A chance for KC to, again, work their way a little bit further up the map with still a minute 50 on the clock.
Plenty of time to make some sort of push here. And you can see it's patience yet again for both of these sides. See if you can get an opening pick before you then start to get aggressive. But this is good from Vortexers, taking a position where he can kind of help his teammates on either angle here and utilizing the bubble at the perfect time.
And how about it? He gets the bubble down, he stays alive, and not only that, he gets damage onto 2 different players that those eliminations are confirmed. So now you've got R8 deep into the KC base. Bloomy able to at least clear the route over towards the opposite side, and Squeeze is going to confirm this capture unless nades can land. And oh my goodness, who throws that? Unbelievably placed utility. Now has KC trying to retrieve.
Huge grenade that might just change the way this shape of this game goes, as now Bloomy will get good kills, but again, it's a lot of damage that comes through from grenades, and maybe that could be one of our key takeaways here, is that grenades are everything when trying to stop these flags.
Swizzy, though, trying to double down as Vox tries to give him a little bit of trouble here. This is a big 1v1, which Bloomy comes over to assist on. 1v1 now with Malabuka and Bloomy. Still 3-3, 30 seconds still left to try to make a play happen before it likely runs out of time. So this is your last good try for either of these two teams, it feels like.
R8 holding middle of the map. X-Squeeze has gone down though, so they might have to just pause for a small moment before they go for their last stab at an attack. When he comes up, they really need to decide which side of the map they want to go for here. Vortexers is kind of holding back a little bit. Swizzy goes down, and now this is an opener that R8 needed.
Merstash trying to help out with Malabuka. Vox low, has to step away from the gunfight. Oh, shot lands. Squeeze has to back off. Vortexers still a part of this play, though, as well. Tight action with just 14 seconds still remaining, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of a pull. R8 were close, but they've run out of time here, so we are going to go into an overtime tied at 3. What a bounce back from R8, though, in terms of them being able to get into position to not just find the tie, but also find some momentum of their own.
Was really concerning after that first half that maybe KC would have taken that momentum into the second. But I think one thing that R8 have learned is that they actually can nab that flag when KC aren't really focusing on it. KC trying to take the fight to R8 in the middle of the map, and one player just says, all right, you guys just keep them busy. I can grab this one, and actually R8 have been finding the elims as well to shut them down.
Yeah, very, very well done. I mean, again, a lot of this action has really just taken over the middle of the map. So we'll see on this opening breakoff. Does anyone find an advantage off this opening set? Vortexers just looking for info as we go hedge line to hedge line. Merstash, Swizzy trying to play from the opposite side. Bubble goes down. Vortexers just looking for information. Merstash not giving him much to look at. Couple of pot shots here and there. Dynamite going to get cooked up as Vortexers will likely have this bubble expire. And they actually are maybe trying to isolate into Vox down low here. Swizzy seems to think he knows that he's playing in this position.
A lot of respect being shown from both teams with the speed of play that we're seeing at the start of these rounds for sure. Now, last time we saw R8 push very aggressively as a 2, but this time it's going to be KC on the receiving end of it, and it is going to be R8 getting the opening here.
Yeah, really good done. That's going to be enough for Vox to try to get a pull off, but does not get the flag too far away from its home location. Swedes trying to follow up. Merstash says not so fast. Quick eliminations coming through. R8 still on the offensive, but lacking in numbers at the moment. They got to take a beat.
Good defensive work from Mustache to recognize that, yes, he's just shut down the flag runner, but there's always going to be the chance that someone chains it together. Try and pick it up after it's been moved initially. So now R8, again, just holding patient here, but they seem to be the team that actually is being more aggressive. And maybe that's for good reason, right? Because KC were able to get that first flag in the board when it was in regular time. Here in overtime, if it stays the same at 0-0, it will be KC who take the victory based off of that first flag capture.
That's exactly right. So there seems to be some level of that known for both sides. KC's really not pushing further beyond the 50-yard line of this map. R8 trying to find some sort of an opening, but really nothing here. Vox is tagged down low. Klinger will be sent out. Doesn't fully finish off the elimination, and all of a sudden, Bloomy starting to threaten 1v1 with Swizzy, and that's going to be enough for the Elim plus the regen off. R8 now a chance to try to cap.
It's a risky strategy from KC because you are turtling up a little bit. You are opening up the chance for R8 to get aggressive and try and surround you. But if you get plays like that, if you can win your pivs and win those 1v1 engagements, it does change everything in favor of you and your team.
Vox moving very slowly. Not to be bamboozled, though. Malabuka aware of the play the entire way through. Takes the elimination in hand very swiftly. R8 stuck inside their bubble at mid-map. Still plenty of time on the clock here, but R8 have not been able to create many openings, and all of a sudden KC starting to get aggressive. I think they can kind of smell blood in the water, but as they make their move, R8 do find an elimination to try to keep this play alive.
Yeah, curious as to whether KC kind of shift this one a little bit and say, well, we're getting the fair share of eliminations. Maybe we should start to try and press our advantage, get towards the other side of the map, and get a flag of our own, just to guarantee this one at this point, because defending a lead just purely based off a tiebreaker means that if you were to concede a flag here, that's done for you.
Me working on the opposite side of the map with the rest of his team, and just does not do his diligence. Malabuka surprises him from behind. KC now all of a sudden turned that into 3 straight eliminations. If they were to go for a pull, it would be right here, and it's Anas who's already making a move around the back of the canopy. He's going to be able to secure the flag out of its home position. Malabuka and Merstash trying to watch the rotation back as Anas is off to the races. Vox is trying to meet him here, but can he find an angle to deal any sort of damage, because Anas is so healthy, 150 full HP, and he's got nothing but green pastures in front of him. KC will take it in overtime, 4-3.
What an interesting strategy from KC. You just lure your opponents in. All the time we saw them just defend, then get the better of them, finally get that breakthrough, and that's when you notice the opportunity to get a flag on the move. But that was a lot closer than expected, maybe on paper. But I think this is what we have to give respect to R8, right? With how they played earlier on today, we knew they were going to come into this one fighting.
These guys are freaking good, man. Like, straight up. And I think the thing that's really surprising about this, and maybe I shouldn't use the word surprising, but illuminating towards how quick R8 have been able to come together as a full squad. You think about their opening series, it was very slow, very methodical, trying to break down their opponent in Fnatic. This time, they do get captured on very quickly, but they immediately respond. We go back and forth in the first half. A nice couple of string together moments for R8 to get this thing to level, to force the overtime. And there are moments in this overtime where it looked like they very well may cap and secure it, but unfortunately KC's defense is a little bit too strong.
I do wonder whether there's been a little bit of research from KC as well and noticed how defensive R8 had been previously and said, okay, well, what if we force R8 to make the first move? Because if we go back to right at the start of this game of CTF, it was R8 who did a full swing as a duo to try and get the opening pick, and they did have the lead in terms of eliminations. They started to get more excited, they started to pressure, but then that's when KC shut them down and were able to regain that map control, and I kind of like it, forcing R8 out of their comfort zone a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember if R8 actually ran Marksman when they had played on Chalet earlier. They had to run one here. I mean, it feels like Panthers it's again so much more open of a map than Chalet is, so it does force kind of have to lock down lanes a little bit, maybe more so than in Chalet. But regardless of that, Anas was still finding these little cheeky openings where his teammates are pulling all the attention for R8 one way, he goes the opposite.
There was a lot of responsibility for the engineers there in that game. The bubbles were massive in the middle of the map just to try and kind of stop people from being able to do damage for you from the left-hand side and then helping the rest of your team on the right when they were making a push. But the thing I love about the bubbles is it's not like you are cutting off sight lines. There is still vision there. So if you want to re-engage quickly back on the left, you can just jump out of that bubble, and sometimes it catches your opponent off guard.
Be the case. So now we could go into what I was talking about at the beginning of this first map, which is what's happened so far in the hard point.
What has happened so far in the hard point history?
You can take the kid out of COD, but you can't take COD out of the kid. So the thing about it is I thought R8 looked really good versus Fnatic in their opening hard point. I thought they were, again, that was a map that when we categorized it, it was not handshaking 60 seconds. It was Nixie battles on every single point. They did play that on Panther. So will we see that again? Or will there be some force in towards Chalet, which will test this R8 team, I think, a little bit more? Because if I'm being honest, I think they thrive in the mix, in the chaos, maybe more so than other squads. It just comes down to, will this KC squad allow that to happen, or will they go to a smaller map that forces more macro decisions to come through?
I think that happens with a lot of FPS titles, TPS titles, to be honest, because teams who come together last minute, sometimes the only way they know how to play is just utilizing their individual skill in a way that is a kind of erratic play style. By getting in the mix and taking the fight to your opponent and trying to take them out of the comfort zone, you know full well that the likes of Fnatic are going to try and set up, right? You know full well that they are going to have the strategy because they are well practiced, they're well rehearsed. What's the main way of stopping a team that's rehearsed? Not playing a rehearsed way yourself, not playing the normal strategy, right? Doing something a little bit out of the box.
And I think the other question about this, you know, we heard about Fnatic, they were boot camping a ton. What does R8's practice look like coming into this event? Like, who are they scrimming against throughout the time leading up to them traveling to Saudi Arabia? Is there any actual known quantities between these two squads? Because who knows? I mean, they're out of the same region. Maybe they were practicing against each other a bunch leading up to this. Hard to say. And I think that if there was some sort of experience between these two teams, that will carry on to what map we have and then what the play styles will look like as well.
Yeah, experience is everything. How experienced are you with your predictions? Well, 82% saying KC. Well, I will say, Levin said KC on the desk, and we know full well what Levin says goes, right? He's the guy who've experienced that. I think he's got every prediction right today.
I think it's bad in 100, yeah.
He's 5 for 5, so he's looking good. He did say a 3-0 though.
I also need to just make it known that as the desk was slandering on no one's picked Exceed to win, I picked Exceed to win.
You did. I thought it was insane, but you did. Yeah.
I'm a crazy goddamn. I'll tell you that much. Wow, wild seeds though. But this would be a big proving point for both these two squads. For KC to get out of your group cleanly will really, I think, reaffirm the belief that these guys have made the right moves since their time at DreamHack, where they finished third. They had a couple of issues, I won't lie, in their Swiss stage. They came out of Swiss just 3-2 with losses to Heroic and Falcons, to be fair. And then as they got into their actual groups, they got revenge versus Heroic, and then in the playoffs, they lost, unfortunately, to Team Falcons and Agent Gaming in back-to-back matches. But outside of that, hey, they've been handling business, and it looks like they've really, over the last 2 months, polished up their gameplay. So can they find a way to do the same thing as we will stay on Panther for our hard point? Never wrong, just early, Dan. That's all I'm going to say.
I think that if R8 had taken that first match, then KC might have been a little bit concerned coming into this second map, and that's when that seed of doubt starts to creep into the back of your mind. But to just brush off that first map on the main stage as well, of course, it's the first time KC have been on the main stage today. You'll have that confidence flowing through you once more, and I'm excited to see what KC can do here on Hardpoint, because with how they played in the CTF, there was patience, but when they got going, they looked like an absolute unit with how they were going.
Yeah, it definitely feels like when all the cylinders are moving at the same time, this is a vehicle that is hard to stop. Saw it versus KF7 on the B stream. Can they find a way to do it once again here versus R8 and take a convincing, commanding lead over this series? Otherwise, for R8, again, back into the same map that we'd watched them play versus Fnatic. It wasn't handshaking 60s. It was a lot of forced breaks, lots of good attacking moments from this R8 squad on hills that aren't necessarily favored towards them. We dig on in to P1, see what we get this time around.
Yeah, as this mini-map comes up, it's going to be R8 spawning on the south side of this map, so any of the points that are going to be on the northern side are going to be against them, but something they did against Fnatic successfully was shutting down those hills when they weren't in favor, and they've managed to gain this first hill in their favor as well, and we'll put some points on the board.
In the case, early time is good time, especially on a map that, again, we often see favor towards spawns, lead towards favor on the hard points. KC, though, clean on their bounce back. 3 straight eliminations get them into the hard point. 30 seconds to the fight for it.
And of course, when it does move to point 2, it's going to be favoring KC. But one thing R8 did very successfully against Fnatic was they moved fast as well. Sometimes too fast, it will be said, but I think they learned their lesson, and we'll have to see whether they do the same here.
Well, R8 on their bounce back. Still 15 seconds of scrap time to fight for. Again, just as clean as we saw from KC. 3 in the feed for one way, 3 in the feed the other. That's actually a full team wipe now all of a sudden. So R8, they've got the spawn towards P2 to their back here. They very well may string scrap to initial.
Yeah, KC will have to now push into this one. Excuse me, yes, this one's favoring R8. Excuse me, I misspoke. And now that means Squeeze can move very fast into this one. And actually, there's a big fight happening in the middle of the map. And R8, the longer they can stall KC here, the more easy points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, KC's spawning in Narnia at the moment. They have to make the trek through the pool to try to approach this second hill. R8 are starting to get a look at that. But here comes Swizzy, Malabuka, all from the front, trying to find a way to pinch over these bubbles. Vortexers and Squeeze trying to hold on. Great EMP, though, lands for KC. And it's a 3-man feed. Bloomy the last one to find, and they look like they do want to try to push him out, stagger him. Maybe easier said than done, but no. KC do get the elimination that they've broken now from the front.
See, Bloomy was trying to wait, delay his push a little bit to try and initiate that damage so that his spawners could help, so his teammates could help, but KC, they were able to hunt him down and shut him down immediately. But now XWeeze finally arrives, and it was a push that took a while, but R8 are able to come out on top.
I think the thing about this, though, you're fine with that if you're KC. You get about 10 seconds worth of time. That's a good net total as they now rotate to the hard point that favors them. Over towards this backside at P3. R8 do have Vox up close with reinforcements on the way, so a chance to contest this early, Dan.
Big shot as well from Malabuka to shut down XWeeze. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 4 push, making it a 2 versus 4 push. So big time available for KC here to get back into this game. And if you are R8, you probably have to wait for spawners for Vox to get back up as well.
Next setup, Bloomy on one side. Looks like the rest of R8 trying to want to hit this from pool. Anas able to get a bubble down. Squeeze right on in for the contest. Trying to get Swizzy out of the corner towards his patio, and the finesse from Swizzy comes up and over the top, and that's enough for KC to wipe the floor, forcing R8 to try again.
You saw the attempt from R8. The grenade comes out onto that right-hand side to try and stop anyone having sightlines of when you push in, but it was a perfect bubble to deny the damage coming in when you are within that hill.
Keep in mind, 12 seconds remaining. We will rotate immediately over towards the other KC hill, over towards this top silver canopy where those palm trees are. So the scrap time looks good. It's full focus now for R8 to try to get in early. We saw them do this versus Fnatic, but looks like KC may have learned a bit of a lesson from watching over the top of that, because they are here to beat them. Vortexers completely overwhelmed. Bloomy doing what he can to hold on, but KC now have the numbers advantage.
I think what was done successfully there from KC is they moved from both the north and the south. It was a great pinch from them taking down the members of R8. And even though Squeeze is doing a lot here with his life, it has allowed KC off spawn to also be pushing together just to close this one out and close this gap out, should I say.
Well, the bubble actually doesn't just keep Squeeze alive, it gets an opportunity for his teammates to come help him out, and all of a sudden it's a 4-man feed for R8. So again, as the attacking team on this hill, they've found not just a way to break, now you're challenging KC on the top side of the minimap. They can actually block off some of these spawners, but Murstach, Malabuka, they're starting to combine. Numbers favor KC, but Bloomy has kept his life. He finds himself too, looking for the triple. Malabuka trying to shut him down, but Bloomy finesses a little while longer. That's more time for R8, a great hill for them.
Bloomy just had the life of his lifetime, has to be said, as now he'll move down and be able to be the first spawner to move over towards hill number 5 here on the southeast side of the map. So KC can have to push from the north. It was great time from R8 in a KC-favored hill. We'll have to see how they do on this one.
And this is where they could really blow the game wide open. Going from a favorite hill on P5 over to 1 again. And Vortexers and the rest of R8 have gotten a really good read on where this KC approach is coming from, but they can't really fully deal with it. A good timing on the shield bubble comes in. It's enough to keep Anas alive, and KC will secure a break with 3 members in the hill.
I think R8 doing everything correctly. There's just a couple of individual fights going in favor of KC, giving them that player advantage, giving them the numbers advantage, that then they're able just to W key and overwhelm R8 here.
And now you've got R8 a bit spawn trapped at the moment. Anash is playing the third-person corner. Vortexers doesn't really want to make this hit by himself. This is a dedicated choke point. Shield bubble goes down. R8 trying to force the issue, but it's a square peg into a round hole. KC find every single Eatlet. 3 for Murstach. KC bounce back and put together the perfect response to keep a lead.
They're about to rotate back towards the middle, and KC already posting themselves up there to try and take control of any early time. And also taking the fight to R8, thinking that maybe it would be a comfortable rotation for them. Alas, it is not, but it is a good purple play there for Vortexers to stay alive.
Nas just holding the corner, trying to stay patient, but no, not going to happen. Vortexers forces the issue. Vox also following up. Good bounce back here for R8. 149 is where it stops for KC. R8 working on digging to that deficit, and they have full numbers here, although I will say a lot of low health pools as KC make their next approach.
Really does feel like whoever can get the most time during this hill, which is evenly contested in terms of spawns, it really does favor you as you get to the latter stages of this game, because then when you get into your own hill, suddenly you might have an advantage for yourself to work with, but Anas is doing some work here in this hill, and it is going to be 2 kills going in favor of KC now, but they still have to try and find the remaining players.
An EMP for Bloomy. Sweeze trying to follow up on it and connects nicely. Bloomy now on his route, right back into the hill. Merstache trying to battle it out with him, and oh goodness, he's on a pogo stick. Goes up to down to up once again very quickly. Enough for the scrap time to go at least largely the way of KC, but now we rotate over to, again, this bottom left hill. It should be R8 favored, and they are here first with the setup that they want.
Box is going to be leading the line, does have the sniper as well on the marksman loadout, but misses the initial engagement. Doesn't matter because the pistol is insane and does get that opener.
Yeah, KC are now limited to this hit kind of around the back pinch, and R8 is fully aware of it. Couple low health pools, but they're off the regen. Shield bubble down. KC trying to make their hit from the front. That's a good denial from the EMP, and KC are kind of stuck in no man's land all of a sudden. Squeeze over the top. How about Squeeze? Almost finds all 3, but it's Anas who has the final word. He finds the break plus an extra opportunity for R8 to come quickly off spawn. Anas giving him a bit of a headache though, as he's still alive and dancing. Malabuka joins the fight.
Man, a successful EMP can change everything just when a team thinks they're comfortable, thinks they've been able to block off any sort of area where they might be focusing you. You can just suddenly destroy them with an EMP and manage to push in and get that damage. KC will still lead in terms of hill time here, but now we are going to be moving once again and in favor of KC. So R8 are moving fast to try and contest Anas here.
Just as good as R8 have been from the attacking on these hills, KC have not just provided a response, they've been more superior and being able to earn time. So they get over the 200-point mark, a chance to win the game out right here. Lots of pressure towards R8.
Right here, right now. R8 did not win that 1v1 against Anas over here. And now it will mean that this is going to be a real difficult push for R8 because they know the angles they're going to be arriving from, because you have to do it with speed. You can't really give up too much time.
Vortexer's the first one to drop on this long overextending route. Utility, nade starting to land. 226 to 174. KC in and out of the hard point, just trying to keep their lives as best as humanly possible. Here comes the full flood from R8 around the back. KC have dealt with it pretty decently. Merstache coming up to finish it all off. It's just down to Vox, and he gets shut down. Not fully enough time to win here anymore, though, for KC. But again, they've got the benefit of rotating very quickly up towards Silver Canopy.
It will move right back up to another good spawn situation for them, but it's only going to need a couple of points for them.
Indeed the case. 247, 176. R8 in the hill first. Trying to dance, trying to finesse, but KC just get back so quickly. 250, 180. KC up 2-0.
Just as I'm about to applaud R8 for an insane execution onto the point there, they just get absolutely annihilated by the remaining players from KC. The bubble goes down, the EMP then follows to shut down the opposition bubble, but sadly, it's all kind of predicted from KC. As soon as they saw that bubble arrive, they were all turning their focus to the same area, and they deleted R8. A great attempt at a push, but this is exactly what we were talking about right at the start of this series, right? Are we going to see a team like KC just be a bit better than Fnatic with their executions and with their holds?
I think the holds portion is the part of that I want to get into, because for R8, we gave them a lot of credit first time they played Fnatic for finding success when they're attacking hills. However, like you mentioned, their holds against Fnatic were not particularly stellar, and that's the difference maker in this one. Let's be honest. I mean, KC go from 5-1. Both of those hard points should have favored R8 based on proximity, but KC comes out with the victor on both. That's really where you can tally most of that 70-point gap.
I think KC were able to get clean wipes onto R8, something that Fnatic very rarely were able to do. Usually there was 1, maybe 2 players alive from R8 that could still just be a nuisance and make Fnatic think about where they might be coming from. But the individual skill and the teamwork we're seeing from these boys on KC just means that they get that clean wipe, reset, and they say, all right, where are they going to be coming from? And R8 have to then give away that time to strategize about how they want to create some sort of push. And even though the push looks good on paper, and I love that they have thought about it, it just wasn't effective enough against the KC team, who are just so cracked right now.
And I think the thing about it was, like, KC wasn't getting too cute with their break attempts where they're trying to play around long flanks and overextensions. Largely, it was 3 members at least pushing from one direction or the other. So they were just flat out overwhelming R8 setups. You even kind of see it right here over the top of Lambo. yeah, at times there may have been one name in the feed that was kind of dominating, but really there was a byproduct of a lot of team shots coming through, lots of good focus from all 4 members for the side of KC when they were attacking and breaking hills.
I mean, over 25 kills in the end for Mustache as well. It's just something that Levin was talking about, right? You need to take him out of the game, whether it's him doing it himself, walking away from his PC, or if you can shut him down. Seems like it's difficult to do so at the moment. And with KC taking a 2-0 lead here, momentum definitely on their side. Going into Keeper, if KC are the team that I'm hearing they are, right? If they are the team that seems to be the ones who could maybe compete with the likes of Xset when it comes to strategy, I want to see a lot here on Keeper, because I think this is the newest mode. It is the chance where you can implement a lot of strategy when it comes to setting up.
And I think the thing about it is now that teams have gotten at least 1 rep under their belt, in these matchups, this is where you start to see them say, hey, this is what worked for us the first time, this is what didn't go so well for us. You start to see the identity and the mindset adapt and change very rapidly. So I think it'll be interesting to see which of these 2 teams finds most success, because I'll be honest, watching R8 versus Fnatic, they weren't just saying like, let's get the key, let's go basement, or let's get the key, let's go tower. It was, yeah, we might find ourselves on one side of the map or the other, but we're fine being flexible and variable and moving it around as we see fit to.
And as a reminder, if this is your first time watching Keeper here at EWC featuring Fortnite, because it's only day 1, I imagine we probably do have new viewers. It is an objective-based game type where there will be a key on the map. If you are holding a key, you will score points. It is essentially as simple as that, but it is a best-of-3 round-based style.
So we'll see. The opening break-off. Again, that key kind of leans over towards that cliff side. Everyone ready to go with utility in hands here. And maybe a little bit more. Swizzy getting absolutely turned. Ready. They're ready to go. Let's see how the break-offs move. R8 in the blue, KC in the red. And the battle for the key now ensues.
This initial battle is usually dominated by bubbles in the middle. You could try and counter it with an EMP if you have an EMP, but we do see a lot of people playing the Infiltrator instead, so you can get the extra speed for someone who is going to be holding said key, but it's R8 who steal it away and get the initial points on the board and will continue to score here.
KC, though, already trying to put together the threat, as R8 got their backs literally against the wall. Bloomy has been great, though, in those situations and continues to provide. Finds himself a bit of vacancy. Help on the way as Swizzy will be stopped in his tracks. And okay, great start for R8.
It was Bloomy on the Infiltrator last time against Fnatic as well, holding this key and being able to maneuver his way around the map in a way that he always found his teammates who were spawning, but also helping with damage at the right time. A great demonstration of that right on our very screens as Bloomy continues to score and get eliminations.
And this is the thing we saw versus Fnatic, where R8 wouldn't just hold and receive hits. Hey, we see where you're at. We're going to push you out. And I think a lot of that is because from this part of the map, the extra spawners are actually behind where the attackers are coming from. So they're trying to get their numbers into play sooner rather than later. And that is once again coming to fruition as Bloomy finds another elimination, but does get tagged down by a cluster clinger. KC, a chance to win the key back, and Mustache does it all himself.
Well, first time breaking, and now KC potentially have a chance to set up over towards basement here, and this is where the map gets a little bit scary. If you can get the ideal setup, it's a tough one to break. You really need to slow it down and make sure that you're using those grenades to try and break these setups.
Well, even exchange, pinstripe the kill feed for now as Malabuka turns the tides. Has the last laugh with the final double. And he will just hold this corner, wait for his teammates to get into position. Mustache calling out that Fox is nearby. And that will be enough for his teammates to isolate and find the elimination. Bloomy also trapped down up, full team wipe in favor of KC.
Yeah, KC actually getting a little bit more aggressive with their positioning with this key as well. Malabuka on the marksman. This is another thing I spoke about. I like the marksman having the key because you've got that sniper rifle, and if you do get pushed individually, if you are aiming correctly, you can just wipe a player so fast that you still have a lot of shields to work with.
A little bit of trouble here, though, as Malabuka tries to back over, and the rest of his teammates spawning deeper in towards the middle of the map are not able to get here to help in time. So R8 right back into control. 73 plays 52 in favor of R8. Key now making its move back over towards the cliff side of the map. Just a touch as Sweeze will sit here, and with Bloomy's double, there's really no reason to push anything at the moment.
Yeah, no reason to push. It's going to be another points advantage, and it's going to be a chance for KC to demonstrate how they break once more. We already have used a little bit of utility here, so it might be going back into the playbook and saying, how do we brute force this one? Can we just use our weapons? And the answer is yes. 3 go down on the side of R8.
That's going to be a full team wipe. So immediate bounce back for KC, who now all of a sudden have a chance to get right back into this game. 2 minutes of the clock, a gap of 40 total points between these two squads as KC once again setting themselves up over towards, at least largely on the basement side, not fully in it. R8, a couple of decent eliminations. That's actually in the basement, forcing Malabuka to consider a reposition, but his teammates pick up a lot of the final eliminations, and KC now a chance to tie this game up.
Malibuka doing really well at retreating here and just trying to get to the other side of the map, but he is being chased. Vortexes and Vox were in pursuit there, but I think Malibuka should be able to get his health back, and now the spawners will join. Has he done enough to allow KC to get there? That's the real question, because it looks like R8, with the damage they've done, are now going to get a chance to hold the key, and they will have the lead once more.
I don't love that rotation from KC. I think that they were thinking that they were going to spawn mid-map. That wasn't the case. They still spawned over towards basement side. So R8 are the ones that say, wait a second, he's making his move towards mid. We're already here. They find the pickup, and now you're within 60 seconds of the game coming to an end, or if it's more convenient, you can just convert this final 30 points and just win it by getting to the total of the 150 that you're looking for.
I feel like it was a case that maybe KC assumed they'd get out of dodge without being noticed with that key. It was not the case, and we certainly saw R8 just go on full hunt mode, but KC have been able to retrieve it here, and they are back in control of the key.
Vortexer's able to take down 2, though. The hunt is on, and Os's got to pretty much find where he wants to make his last stand, and he tries to take a corner. Not going to work out. It's a score differential of just 24 points, but every single time a second ticks away, it feels like the life on KC in round number 1 is coming to a bit of an end. Verstappen trying to make it happen himself. The double is in, but now the hunt is on, and Bloomy is just sliding his way through, and there is no more time on the clock for KC to come back in.
That's where the speed advantage from the Infiltrator really plays its part as well. Bloomy able to get out of dodge and ensure that R8 take the first round. But as a reminder, it is best of 3 here, so they need to have 2 rounds on the board if they want to take this map. And now we will switch sides. But I think you're right. I think that KC maybe weren't quite sure of what was going to happen on the spawns. We've already mentioned they're quite sporadic at times, so you have to kind of play with the assumption that who knows where my teammates might end up.
Oh, love this from Bloomy. Right into the mix immediately. It's an aggressive bubble. He slides forward, picks up the key, and his teammates make sure he's got some sort of an exit as they rotate back over towards the basement side of the map. It's been a very popular spot to this point. Anas tried to chase things up, but Bloomy just does it all himself. Able to find 2, slips away with just 6 HP. Malibuka finds elimination, and KC are trying to recover, but Fox is in their way, but they can't quite finish things off. Key's still on the ground for now.
I would 100% want to play Infiltrator. It just looks so much fun on this mode to be able to move faster than everyone else and be able to escape like that. If you know the map well, if you know how to manipulate it in a way that you cannot be seen as you're jumping and dodging over these walls, you can gain so much time.
R8 so quick to pick up on when they have got a numbers advantage. Once again, make a move, but Malibuka stops them in their tracks. Anas also able to help out as he takes down Fox. Malibuka can just stay safe inside the basement, and that'll be enough for Carmine to get themselves into, at least for now, a little bit of an early lead.
Malibuka, if he can just hit a headshot here, it could be all the difference, because R8 are starting to surround him, but misses the initial, now has to back off, but great support from Swizzy.
Buster, well placed, but doesn't make a difference. There's a full surround. The basement now fully isolated. It's just down to finding Vox, who does well. Very clean from Vox. He actually turns that into a double. There's maybe more on the table for him, but Anas and Swizzy combined. They find the elimination, and KC will be right back in control of the key.
R8 needs to be careful here. Can't allow KC to get too comfortable down at basement. You can see how they're using the basement lanes just to get as much damage as possible whilst you can't be seen, and using the right-hand shoulder peek to their full advantage as well.
Very comfortable as Malibuka, just trying to support at range. Good Klinger. Wow, oh my goodness. Malibuka will fall from that. Are you kidding? That's absolutely well placed. That's enough for R8 to immediately bounce in, find the key, and they just say, thanks for the basement spot.
Yeah, that is one way to shut down any sort of hold. And I think they were aware of the key holder position for sure with the position they put that Klinger. And now KC, they're going to have to try and break here, but that's a good amount of damage done.
Bloomy, 1 HP, trying to get away. Not able to finesse. And just like that, it's right back into map control in favor of KC. 65 plays 30, 2.5 minutes still on the clock. A little bit of pressure starting to amount here for R8, and they're good for at least the initial exchange. 2 for 1 they go. Wow, what a prediction from Malibuka. Gets the tag, and that will be enough to finish off. Squeeze the turn, almost gets the no-scope. Not quite there. Vortexers picks it up, and with that double, R8 now have control.
See what I mean, though? If Malibuka is hitting those shots, it will be a different maker. It would just allow them to get so much more time. Just hasn't been able to hit them as consistently as usual, but now the push is massive from Mustache as well. The individual play is beautiful, and it's going to be 3 down on the side of R8, so now KC can hold again here at basement.
And you mentioned this earlier. Do you run Infiltrator? Do you run Assault? Do you run Marksman? This time it's KC running Assault. That EMP, the difference maker in the exchange, but R8 right back in the action. 3 will fall. Just Malibuka, last one left, and he will be eliminated. Full team wipe for R8, who are now just down 40 points.
Because KC still have the lead here, but that clock is ticking away. If R8 can just get one hold, they're successful, get them back into the game, or maybe even try and get this key out of basement. That's where they found more success, not just against KC, but they did the same against Fnatic.
Yeah.
They got the key away from this position, more to a scrappy area.
KC will recover. And on top of that, they also cleared up some space in front of this basement house. Anas up and over. Malabuka does well. Vortexers tries to dive in. They think the key's down low. That's not the case. And now the gap starts to become very significant as KC will see it grow to above 50 points. It is only 70 seconds on the clock. So this is do or die time right now for R8 in round 2.
Well, it's a good start there from Bloomy, but not able to follow up. The response was great, though, from the rest of the team. Vox gets another Vortexers too, and it is the break that they needed, but now they need the ideal hold shift. They can't hold shift, and now they need to make sure that there's no mistakes.
That'd be the case. Vortexers just holding on a corner. R8 have done well to clear out a couple of these lanes, but keep your eye on Anas for KC. Trying to slip through the net here. R8 are trying to get proactive. Vortexers trying to rotate with the rest of his squad. So far, so good. Now they get the read onto Anas, and oh, it's a great shutdown. R8 still alive. Merstat's trying to keep it involved, and he will find the double. And with that little bit of extra time, it may be enough for KC to put this one out of reach in round 2.
There's still a chance if they can grab the key now. It's not quite mathematically impossible, but Swizzy cleans it up and will make it mathematically impossible. And now KC will be tying us up here 1-1, and they are one round away from winning this entire thing.
Really well done by KC here in this round. Again, mathematically, it is just 1 point per second, so the math expires out in round number 2. But a different look towards that round overall. We were fighting a lot in round number 1, kind of outside the map. Nothing towards the basement really whatsoever. This time, everything is down low, and we saw the benefit of the EMP being really showcased by KC in that second round.
I think if you're R8, you do not want to allow that key to get back to basement and do what you did in the previous round. Keep it in the open areas, keep it where you can actually utilize some of the assault weapons you've gone for, and really try and get the scrappy damage we've seen already.
Well, I think the thing, too, is like we talked about Bloomy being an X factor because of his speed. It doesn't matter when you're stuck in a basement.
Exactly.
As once again, R8 quick to get the opening touch on the key. Verstappen overwhelmed as Vortexers will take 2. And this is what Bloomy should be wanting to do. Use this corner as a way to see if anyone's threatening and then rotate around once you know where the threat is coming from. Anas over the corner of the furnace. Bloomy right there to meet him. EMP down, but he already didn't have any shields anyways. Doesn't make a difference though. Anas still pushes, finds the elimination, and KC will have now a time with the key.
Well, we are back over towards basement. How will that end up for R8 here? It didn't work out particularly well here in round 2, and Anas again shoulder peeking perfectly.
Wow.
Should be able to shut down both members of R8. Vox is still alive, but not for long.
Yeah, he's just stuck in a corner. And 150 HP, fully ready to go for the key carrier for KC, who now take their first lead. R8 trying to threaten from the front. Dynamite creating some space and actually finding a lot of damage over towards Squeeze. Enough to confirm the elimination. Malabuka getting the threat from behind though, and that's enough for Bloomy to at least take down 1, but it's not enough to change who controls the key. Carmine continued to score.
Yeah, back over towards this basement corner then, and KC pushing out to try and create a little bit of space and just try and make a first step of defenses here where R8 have to try and break through the initials. K-Squeeze goes for a little flank and Mustache did not notice it, and it will be a great break from R8. Very successful.
But there's still some members they have to deal with, and one of the first ones to deal with is Anas, who off the regen! Oh, absolutely shuts down the final elimination needed. That was Bloomy who drops, and KC recover nicely off the split spawn setup. R8 under pressure once again.
We've seen so many 1v2s from KC members. I think individually they're just on fire at the moment, happy to challenge these fights, happy to take them. But R8 are a unit when they push together. Great bubble as well, just to keep that last fight isolated.
And I think that's just a moment where Swizzy thinks, I can cover this off my spawn, but he doesn't get there in time to block that tower play. So R8, like you mentioned, with the force of numbers, recover the key, and we'll go back to playing over the basement. Fox with the striker in hand as one of the assault players. Does well to catch the first. The regen's so influential, and Fox will find 2. Holds onto the key nicely, and a chance to try to get this thing back to level footing, but Anas so quick to recover. He and the rest of KC clean things up, and they're right back into the scoring zone.
There is a massive advantage when you're playing in the basement, just to be able to shoot the toes of your opposition, the kneecaps at times before they can even see you. But this is where you really need to be using those grenades to flush out some of these players. Any dynamite you might have, flush them out as well as Bloomy goes down. KC still on top, KC still scoring, and KC one step closer to winning this one.
R8 need to take a bit of a breath here. You cannot keep forcing these 2v multiple situations, and how about it? Off spawn, they find 3. Malabuka, last one left alive. How much damage can he deal? The answer is not that much at all. So Vox, Bloomy, trying to get the key away from basement, but it's just not working out. KC continue to keep them trapped. Vox over the middle of the map does get booped out of the bubble, but it's an even exchange back and forth. R8 still in control. Squeeze has found an exit.
Finally, they get this key out of basement, and maybe this opens up the game here for R8. They do have so much more success when they play in this way, but Squeeze just needs to be moving towards his teammate, needs help quickly.
That's the problem, is as he makes this rotation, R8 are not spawning on this side of the map. So is he trying to keep him under key, but not going to happen. Squeeze alive with barely any health. Off the regen. Teammates are now here with them. KC, Malabuka, Swizzy trying to get it done themselves from the opposite side. Squeeze has some information on this, but can they hold? And the answer is no. KC finds every single elim, and they will be right back in control of the key to get over 100 points.
That was a great amount of milk, though, from R8 to get back into this game. And now KC are not in the comfort zone of basement.
Yeah.
So R8 off spawn can take the fight to KC again.
Great bubble to try to capture over this mantle. And now Squeeze has a bit of a natural pinch. All of KC are stuck inside the interior of this house, and the eliminations are looking good for R8. Fox and Squeeze combining. How about it? R8 once again clean things up, and it does feel like this area of the map is way more successful for them.
It's just a different game. KC aren't able to deal with the aggression of R8 when they're so quick off the spawn. So R8 now a real chance to be able to get this third round and stay alive here in this game.
KC trying to get in from the front. Vox will drop off of his off spawn. Malabuka in some trouble, but Squeeze also taking damage. R8 trying to hold on for both sides at the same time. Key 1v1 here with Malabuka. Wins the first, but not the second. Swizzy right into position. Anas here to try to help out. R8 fighting from the opposite side of tree. No one really in full control yet, but the eliminations start to lean towards R8, who now start to create a bit of a gap here with just 18 seconds to go.
R8 have the lead, and the clock is definitely going to become a factor here, and this is where Bloom is at his very best as Infiltrator. Just run. 10 seconds left. It is out of the realms of mathematical possibility, and R8 Esports have come back into this one to keep this series alive.
Gosh, how different the map looks when you're not stuck in the basement if you're R8. I really think that that's, again, the compositional difference between these two squads. You run an assault on KC's side, that means that every EMP is finding at least some form of value if it gets thrown into basement. We're on the other side, Blooming on an Infiltrator. If he can get up towards that tower position, he can run around, finesse in between both sides, whether it be at tower or that backside of that mantle staircase. It just feels like such a different game when R8 can play out in the open with that Infiltrator.
And I think it was X-Squeeze, right, who eventually was able to grab that key and escape with it.
Yes.
On the Juggernaut, I think he was playing. So just that extra little bit of shield to say, all right, I'm going to be able to get this one. I will commit to a death. I will say that we can force our way out of this defensive position, open the map up a bit. Yes, I know we are going to lose the initial fight and give favor back to KC temporarily, but off spawn, we're going to be a far better position to be able to shut them down. And now R8 get a well-deserved break. Both teams get a well-deserved break here as we are at 2-1 in the series.
It's been a battle, man. I mean, legitimately, there were moments in that hard point where R8 were right in there. It just really came down for me of one hill that was the difference maker, where KC was able to grow too much of a lead as the attacking squad on one of those hard points. But outside of that, this has been both teams evenly gunning, evenly playing kind of their own identity as well. I mean, not to sit there and say it's like the unmovable object beats, you know, the immovable force, whatever it is, the unstoppable force. But it kind of feels like that in certain regards. I mean, especially considering how that keeper went with R8 trying to play a different style than what we saw from KC and it working out.
I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about. R8, you know, they're a more newly formed team. They don't necessarily have as deep of a playbook in some sense.
Sure.
So take that playbook away from your opposition. Don't allow them to set up and be in such a dominant position where they can continually go back to their comfort zone and just strip that away from them. And that's exactly what R8 did. But R8 need to find a way to do exactly that in Hardpoint or CTF.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And that's the one thing, again, just to kind of get you guys familiar with the format. Yeah, it's best of fives, but as we get to map 4 and map 5, the modes are not as set as they are in the first 3. So it's still a question mark in terms of what do you go to? Do you go to the CDF? Do you want to try to square up on another hardpoint? We'll find out soon. But again, it's just as you look through these replays, I think one of the things you really will pick up on is that KC's value from utility, mostly because they're running the EMP over towards this bottom side at basement, is so difficult to deal with. And that was a big problem for R8, but I think you call it perfectly. Sweden's able to find it, rotate the key out to more open space. That was a big difference maker where that EMP did not play as much of a factor overall.
The thing is, if you try and play KC at their game and try and break their setup, when you finally get their setup and you attempt it yourself, they know how that setup is broken because they would have been discussing that and tried it and tested it during scrims. What is the best way to break the setup? Also, how do we best defend it? So they're going to have far more knowledge when it's down to that position. But R8, they finally get it out over towards Tower. And I will say, Tower setup is not an easy one to hold, but R8 have been the best team so far at doing it.
I agree. I mean, we saw Exceed try to do the same thing, but it didn't look the same way that R8 just did. And I think a lot of that, again, is they've got the ability to send Bloomy not just as the key carrier, but if things start to feel weird, you can rewrap, hit a quick cut, jump back over the top. It's just you're able to finesse so much more, which I know all of you cracked gamers who love your little cracked out hardcore gameplay. We got a lot of that. Love to see it.
We love gameplay, but we also love listenings during gameplay. We've got a little montage of both of the teams during the game so far. Let's have a look.
Yep. One's on right, I'm bubbling us, okay?
Push left, push left, push left.
Yeah, do left. One more. Dead. Two more. Right, yeah, full run. We won. 5 seconds.
Nice.
Good shit.
Let's go.
So easy.
One HP.
Nice, take it.
They're far. I think.
No. Wait, 5 seconds.
Oh, he killed me. We won. Nice.
Okay. One more.
To that.
Go.
I bubble.
Okay, I'm taking.
Yeah. Nice.
One band. I'm going band.
We're gonna go left.
Start going left. Full
Nice.
left. We need to return to our spot. One here.
I created fun.
One more. Sniper.
Wait.
Kill him. Nice. Come on. Left.
I have to run right.
Yeah, run right. 50.
Nice, we done it.
Nice. Fucking go.
Let's go. We got this.
Even right there at the end, you hear Bloomy saying, I gotta run, and I'm gonna run right. And that's just the key of the Infiltrator, the extra movement speed. It gets him out of dodge that much quicker, and when the game is really decided off of, 5 total seconds worth of time in round number 3, that's a game-winning play.
Yeah, and R8 might have cracked the code in Keeper, but now as we move into either a CTF or a hardpoint, my biggest question is, what else have you got to try and stop this KC team that at times does look dominant? Now, if they look back at the initial CTF game, right, they did very well being able to get counter caps at times, shutting down KC when they got aggressive. But is that going to be the same when we move over?
Yeah, that's the key is, we don't know which mode it's going to be. We also don't know which map it's going to be. So if we do get a run through on Panther CTF again, it'll be interesting to see if there is going to be any sort of mentality change, or will R8 trust the process to possibly pull what we would call a second upset on the day for just themselves. We'll head to a quick break, though, before we come back for map number 4. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the EWC featuring Fortnite.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back to our final match of day number 1. We're trying to see who will exit Group C as the 1 seed and make it into the upper quarterfinals in the playoff phase. But Carmine Corps, after a hot start, sees themselves loading into a map number 4 after a brilliant response from R8. I'm my whole ship. With me, I've got Dan Gasket. Thoughts on this one? Going into it, and we kind of marinated and teased up a couple of things regarding the CTF and the hardpoint, but where is your headspace after R8 was able to successfully take round 3 in the Keeper?
I do think Keeper is the outlier when we look at the maps and modes, and if we look at how quick it's been introduced and how recently it was introduced, there is always that chance that a newly formed team can match up with a more well-practiced team.
Sure.
But going into now a CTF or hardpoint, you would imagine KC become the favorites once more. But also, R8, I think, are starting to learn how KC play.
Yes.
And if R8 can find ways to keep it, as we've been mentioning, scrappy, then I think there's a genuine chance they could take us to a map 5 here.
I agree. And I think the thing about it is not only are R8 putting together good responses for KC, their game plan is still finding success as well. I think a lot of it is just, let's limit the amount of mistakes that we're making, because KC have been quick to punish, both in the CTF and I think most importantly in the hardpoint. So it'll just be interesting, I think, to see how those things come to grip here in map number 4 after, again, riding a little bit of a high. You have to imagine the confidence is still pretty much at an all-time here for KC. Very comfortable, I would say, through the first 2 maps in terms of executing on their own game plan, as we have Chalet starting to load up for us. Still unsure in terms of what mode we're playing, and as it starts to pop up, we will be playing hardpoint here.
There's a smile on Shift's face as well. He loves a bit of hardpoint. So much so, he tried to make it map 1 in this series. Tried his best, but the admins denied it. But are we now going to see KC show some dominance here and show how well drilled they are at Chalet hardpoint? Because it is going to be very different to Panther, what we saw a little bit earlier.
Yes.
And I do think R8 might struggle if KC get going. If Mustache continues to play in the way that he's been playing so far, he might go on a little bit of a tear and just stop R8 from having the pushes they desire.
And this is what I was kind of talking about early about the hardpoint, is that I think this map favors KC and how they've played way more than what Panther provided, where R8, again, was so successful on attacking. I think this mode, or this map mode combo, rather, I should say, really resorts towards whoever rotates better, especially towards the tunnel hardpoints, can combat against the favored quote-unquote proximal spawns that you start to see. So it'll be interesting to see if R8 have that little bit of extra focus when it comes to timing on rotation as we head out of spawn and head in towards the middle of the map at pool.
Are we going to be heading to a map 5, or is this going to be it all done and dusted in favor of KC? Only one way to find out. It's hardpoint, and we're already heading into the first hill. It's R8 who are there the fastest. The speed of R8 is something we've been mentioning a few times, and they show it again here.
KC, though, do find the first elimination, squeeze in some trouble for the backside at Crates, and how about KC? Good patience, winning the middle of the map through the street side. Still a battle back here, though. It feels like Bloomy's always the last one left alive, and he's doing some of the most amount of damage. Off the regen, he finds himself in the hill looking for some friends as KC come off spawn with the numbers trying to re-break.
It seems like Bloomy is here, there, and everywhere, and has been on a tear for R8 so far, as again, members of KC are shut down. Vortexers puts another one on the board, and even though R8 gave up a little bit of time here, also look at that grenade, that's insane, KC will push it.
That was unbelievably well timed. The nade out from one, Swizzy was low. The follow-up from Anas to make sure he was able to capitalize on the damage dealt. Absolutely perfectly seen. And now KC will start to look over towards the rotation, towards this backside Jeep where one of the flags normally exist. And R8 will be here first with Bloomy on the hill, Vox, Sweeze zoning, and Vortex just watching the OE.
KC trying to go for a pinch here. Malibuku is taking their attention away, but now you're going to see the rest of the team pushing all the way around, and that's where they arrive. And R8, were they ready for it? Yes, they were. Certainly enough kills and eliminations here to be able to stay alive and get some hills up.
I'm actually surprised that Vortexers stayed alive as long as he did, because flat out, he was dealing with the brute force of this KC push. But now R8 find themselves up top. Squeeze a double, keeps him alive a little while longer, but what a shot from Malibuka! Might not be fully done yet, as Vox is seen from behind the van, but well received as R8 come off spawn and get right back into the hill.
And of course, R8 should be getting points here. This is a hill that benefits them from their spawns, and KC will know that. It's about trying to delay as much points as possible, and with shots like that from Malibuka, it is always going to have that potential to shut them down.
Well, KC, a little bit of scrap time push coming through. Malabuka and Verstache doing it all, and what is essentially a 2v4 situation. Verstache gonna hold as he will get every bit of the scrap time. We rotate to the opposite side of the map. This will be a hill that we'll use as KC defending with the favored spawns. They will also have 3 members here early, but keep your eye on Fox. All right, getting some success from the front, and Fox hitting a pinch very well may overwhelm this.
Does have the sniper rifle as well, so can be an impact and will be an impact, but Malabuka responds with a snipe shot of his own.
That's quick too, because I'll be honest, Vox is about to break open this hard point by himself. Nice dynamite over the back. Malabuka knows he's got to be responsible for this cave side push. Oh my goodness. Put a chain on him. He's out of control.
Sometimes just getting the body shot's insane, right?
Woof. Unreal stuff. So that will be now KC taking their first lead. All right, looking for one more hit in this last 20 seconds.
Last hit, last attempt to try and break before it does move yet again, but KC holding strong. But as I say that, it's going to be a trade-off. Vox manages to get one before he falls, but it's Mustache and Mizuki at the moment who have just been so successful. Malabuka, excuse me, they've been so successful with their pushes.
And this is one of those 2 chains. When you go from 4 to 5, it does feel like, even though KC will be closer to spawning on this hill, from the front, if you win out the tunnel, it is possible to hold, just due to the fact that it is just one long choke point. But KC starting themselves off beautifully. Malabuka, a rare miss, but at least is able to alert the rest of his teammates that the hit is on the way from the front. Vortexers working with the rest of the squad. It's Vox for 3. Verstache, the last one left. He will stay alive for a while, but eventually flat out overwhelmed. An R8 break from the front.
And slow it down slightly now here for R8 as they're just watching this tunnel, watching the exit space. They know KC and know where they're going to be arriving from, but Squeeze says, I'll take the game to them instead. But now KC with the open, they can push.
What an EMP go coming out from R8. They just can't make full use of it. Shields and the bubble were all dealt with, but KC, just by sheer force of raw human power, find a way to break on back through with the scrap time underway. Now the question is, what does KC want to do? Is they need to rotate to the other side of the tunnel? Do you just push right through it, or do you want to rotate through mid as R8 get themselves the initial time at 5?
If you do just push through that tunnel, you're of course very predictable, very vulnerable to any sort of grenades that might arrive, but there might not be another option here.
Yeah.
Time-wise, it's probably quicker to die and then respawn.
That's very true. Vortexers is getting his toes tagged at the moment underneath the truck as KC are finding a lot of chip damage. Verstache able to push out forward. Fox from the high ground inside the building itself really can't do too much, and the break attempt is good for KC. This is what I was worried about for R8. It's just these spawns don't seem to make as much of a difference as they do on a map like Panther. KC finding a lot of value on their rotational efforts.
I think the key word you used was brute force. KC, even after they've run out of utilities, still are fantastic at being able to push through purely through the damage they're able to take here.
Green stuff, though, from R8, able to get their re-break, but it's only for scrap time. So we're gonna get about a dead even tie as we start to rotate back over towards the pool. Again, if you're joining us here late, in Hardpoint, 5 different hills, it'll rotate in the same sequence between those 5. So as we head back into the middle of the map, we consider this to be, again, that even tug-of-war battles. KC is in first, but R8 finding some damage, just can't quite finish off the Ulins.
This is where those who have the classes to be able to get some good damage via distance, whether it be the sniper rifle, whether it's an AR that you can use, can really stem the pushes from your opposition, as that can also be the difference maker if you are the aggressors, being able to have someone hit a sniper shot.
Oh, and that's absolutely clean. Vox is by himself through mid. The rest of his teammates come from the outside angle, and now all of a sudden, Vox can kind of create a bit of a buffer zone here. It's going to force KC to have to hit from one direction, all of it from the front. The bubble does fall, but it finds its value early. Even exchange of eliminations for now, but KC find a way to come out on top. The last 3 members that survive can now all of a sudden make a move in towards Chalet. If there's 15 seconds of scrap time, this is a brilliant moment for KC if they can get into the building.
KC are so good at staying alive and using any sort of fences, any sort of walls they can to just avoid that damage, get that extra bit of health, and then re-engaging. And R8 have really struggled to finish off those pieces at times.
Lumi, of course, the natural anchor on the OBJ. In a little bit of trouble early as KC are showing force from the front, but watch Anas playing over towards Chalet here with Verstache, trying to hit an angle that's a little bit more safe towards keeping the line of sight from the players inside the hill. Now KC are stacked. They're all inside this building. We're gonna get a 4v4 right in front of the hard point.
This is gonna be a heavy push coming out of KC, but bubbles go down.
Bloomy able to stay alive inside that bubble. KC cannot deny it, at least not for now, but Anas off of a pinch finds two. Sweeze, last one with. Vox trying to come over to join as they try to duo out Anas, who will eventually drop. Follow-up from KC, a bit labored, but it is here. Swizzy, Malibuka trying to force this last 20 battle. Shots will land from Malibuka, but R8 will take down all three and get the scrap time.
This is a fantastic hill in favor of R8 to give them the lead and to give them some confidence going into the remaining hills here. KC will probably rotate towards the new spawning hardpoint, but R8 have been quick to move with them here and some good initial damage.
Arstach joins the party though, fully shielded up. He will be the first one to take a little bit of a look. Regen is in, great dynamite. Keeps Anas out of the picture just for a touch. Vortexers has to get here. He is your shield bubble player. How do they want to hit it? There goes the EMP. Bubble down just to try to keep R8 safe on the high ground, but it's really not working out. I mean, yeah, Vortexers is still up, but KC have pushed off the hit from the front, and now they have got themselves right back into the lead.
KC starting to take some space, and already they are thinking about their positioning for this next hardpoint, and that is where they will find success and win this game if they can continually out-rotate KC, out-rotate R8. It's something you mentioned right at the start of this game.
And now it's just down to the last 20 seconds here. Carmine Corp cannot win here. Swedes trying to finesse, trying to find some exit eliminations. Not going to happen. And KC are clean. Look at the minimap on the bottom right-hand side. They are getting the full spawns and they're getting tunnel control. This is a beautiful look for our ops team in terms of getting forward through the hill. Vortexers, Swedes, they need to deal with this. What a cluster clinger from the roof will allow R8 a chance to battle this one back.
Anas went massive over towards tunnel. First he took down Bloomy, and then he followed up to take down more members of R8, and now they control tunnel, and now they have the lead, and they only need 9.
R8 has to flood from the front. Sweeze stuck in a corner. Bloomy also hit up by Swizzy in the opposite cut. Now it's just down to the final couple of seconds, and no one will touch KC. Too good on the rotational timings. Will take the series. And really trying to play the villain card here in Riyadh.
Playing up to the crowds. Of course, we saw all of the R8 scarves. We heard the R8 chants, but now the IRL emotes also being popped here by KC, but for good reason. They deserve it. An excellent game, and well, so effective with the way they took that challenge over towards tunnel as well. We saw it on the minimap, and that's made the move very quickly to say, I'm happy to take a 1v1 over towards tunnel. Not only won that engagement, but with the support of the rest of the team, shut off the push and the rotation from R8.
Malibuka hitting the L emoji in real life is crazy. I love it though. Let him know about it, young man. Hell of a series though, flat out. I think R8, again, continue to show that these guys can fight, man. And they've got a really cool idea in terms of what they want to execute on. But this map, I think, is one they need to go back and kind of draw out again, because we saw there, right at the end in particular, you've got two players trying to finesse the exit from the cave side of the map, which essentially leaves you shorthanded on rotation to know where the game's going to come to an end. So those little micro decision moments in real time need to be talked about, I think, a little bit for R8. And if they can have an opportunity to showcase that and polish things up for tomorrow, this could be a team that very well may make it to playoffs still.
I think R8 are a team that are going to get better as this tournament goes on, the more they gain chemistry with one another. And I think you're right. I'm expecting them to see in the latter stages of the tournament, and this will just be a bump in the road. And if we were to get further in this tournament and R8 were to have another stab at KC, I think it would be even closer.
I agree, but that is a battle left for the possible timeline that we're in. Because let's be honest, the only other thing that could possibly happen is a matchup versus Fnatic, but Carmine Corp, the winners, are on stage with the final reactions.
And we do have the winners, of course. Malibuka joining us from K-Corp. Big victory here against R8. I mean, you got fans of R8 here that are cheering for them, but you still take the win at the end of the day. How does that feel?
That feels amazing. I don't know why the supports of the R8 are so toxic. Like, I have no clue, because we're in good condition with all the players. Like, we're all friends and stuff, but I don't know, they just show toxicity for nothing, so we had to show them what you get for being toxic.
And why do you think it took until that map 4 to close the game?
Sorry, I didn't hear that because...
why did it take until that game 4 to close the game against R8?
I mean, we struggled a bit on the keeper. I don't know what really happened. I think we just got unlucky with the spawns, but it went good overall. We were confident about all our picks, about hardpoint, about everything.
At the end of the day, you still top your group, which is great, because now you get some time to rest up and get ready. What's the next thing? Now you're in the quarterfinals and set.
The next thing is come back to hotel, sleep, and play all day tomorrow, even though we don't have any games. We're just gonna practice, sit in our practice room all day and play more.
There you go, Scrim 24/7. Get ready for those quarters and maybe beyond. Thank you very much for joining us, Malabuka. There it is. Congratulations to K-Corp to close out our day. We'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Milos. As yes, Carmine Corp closes it out. As you can see, if you were wondering what the result is, the emotion is right there. Not as easy as clean as we may have thought, though, right?
I mean, Malabuka was rattled. The R8 fans, like, we were bigging up like KC fan support, right? And we see it all over, right? Yeah. But I don't think they were quite expecting the R8 fans to be as loud as they were. I think we finally saw the difference a crowd can make in a series.
Yeah, he called out R8 real quick in that interview.
Yeah.
He was like, I really got to give it back to him there. And I'm sure the R8 fans in the crowd were like, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Part of the banter, mate. We saw some L's being thrown across.
Yeah, but nothing feels better, though, about being in a venue full of other people cheering for the other team and just shutting them up, shutting them down. I mean, that feels awesome. We can take a look at some of the highlights throughout this series where, I felt like R8, like, they got off to like a pretty decent start. Like, I think when we were watching it, at least at the start, we expected, Carmine Corp to kind of come through, really kind of take care of business. And then, like, I feel like halfway through even that one, we're like, wait, this is a game.
I mean, for the most part, I feel like this is a result I was expecting in terms of, like, R8 looking really strong. Yep. KC, though, going to be the winner. It wasn't the clear win, though, Jess, right, which I think is maybe a cause for concern. Honestly, I wouldn't be that concerned. I do just think R8 is one of the best keeper teams. I thought we saw that early against Fnatic, and Keeper was one of the maps that I feel like KC just weren't as ready for.
And I think KC fans were probably maybe a little bit upset that I said on the pre-desk that I was worried for KC with R8, probably because R8 put on a good show in their first matchup. Right. And coming into this one, I expected them to follow that up. So they put on a great performance, and if you heard me in the talent room or across the stage, you probably heard me yelling, no, yes, no, yes. So there was a little bit of bias coming out from me, but what I can say very clearly is R8 is a good team. I did not underestimate them coming into this series. I expected KC to win, but it was not easy.
Yeah, and R8, I mean, they put together some pretty good performances. Feels like a team that even going into losers tomorrow, you may not even be that worried about. Like, it feels like the more they play, the more they'll hit their stride. They'll play the winner of Fnatic KS7 tomorrow.
I have to say, Bloomy is an animal. Yeah. That guy in some of these series, I mean, you look at that squad, and there's a lot of players you look at and go, okay, they have pop-up potential. Yep. They're going to be a difference maker. And as much as we all love Bloomy here in the Fortnite community, he's not high on that list of people on the R8 team. That's changed now. He's stepping up in really big moments for them. Props to Bloomy.
Yeah, in a lot of these respawn game modes, you have a player who can pop off, drop 30 plus. You're in a pretty good spot to win a hardpoint CTF or even keeper, right? Just tell your OBJ, hold on to that key. You just kill everybody else. PlayStation MVP here for this series comes from Carmine Corp. Merstash is the MVP. Jessica, take it away.
I mean, I just want to shout out the fact, and I hope he watches this desk back, because you threw the most killer dynamite that saved your CTF map like I've ever seen, right? That lineup was just killer. I'm not sure if we'll get it on the replay. If I do, I'll shout out and be like, this one right here. Yep. But he made impact after impact, and that one nade on that round was just massive.
Merstash is known as one of the best snipers in Fortnite, right? Yeah. He's done it in the BR stage many a times with that sniper rifle in hand. One of the best in the world, showcasing it really well here. It's interesting you mentioned his utility usage, Jess, because when this team first formed, I thought that was going to be one of their weak points, right? Yeah. You look at these guys and you think they're going to lean into what they're great at, using guns and getting scrappy. Yeah. But utility was great on the side of Merstash as well, and so it just shows how much of an all-rounded player he really is.
And I think that's something as probably as a lot of these teams experience, like 4-on-4 Fortnite, which is like completely new, that you're going to have to rely on some of that utility, right? You can only get so far just being like, well, we're just going to gun up and outskill people, right? You're going to have to use the EMPs, the nades, the dynamites to the best effect.
Yeah, I mean, Mustash's dynamic duo, Malabuka, who we've seen in interviews and we hear about him all the time, I'm now calling him multi-kill Malabuka, because he was the one, you speak about firepower on KC, yeah, they've got it, and in spades. Mustache is the one that definitely was consistent, but multi-kill Malabuka was my second MVP.
Yeah, and you see the keeper in the basement there. It
You want to
seems be-
remove that, don't
Hey,
you?
they may as well spawn that bad boy down there. Let's take a listen to the Carmine Core winning comms of this series.
Nice, nice. I'm watching cargo. Go inside, go inside. They will run from link. They will run from link. All on link. They don't have time from cargo.
They use bubble. They miss bubble.
Nice fight. White truck. Wait, don't pick. 2 seconds.
He's gonna go.
Nice.
Nice! Good job.
Yeah.
That's all, right? Yeah.
Not gonna lie, judging from all the L emotes and whatnot, I expected a little bit more than we won. Nice. Out of that. But hey, Carmine Corp, they take care of business here today. Let's take a look at some of the groups here, get you guys prepped on what we're going to see tomorrow. I know we have a lot of exciting matches coming through the loser bracket. So this is Group A exit. They make it out on top. Falcons, I feel like they're going to be a tough opponent for either Zeta or Dragons.
Yeah, you'd expect them to be able to get through that. Again, probably not going to be too happy about how that exit result went. A bit of fire in their step against Zeta or Dragons.
Yeah, and that's our Group A, so you'll see that match for Zeta and Dragons tomorrow. Winner will play against Falcons. Actually, they take care of business here in Group B against Gaming Gladiators. This is another group, Jess, where I feel like GG, they have to be favored against either of those teams to make it out.
Yeah, Group A and B are already decided, at least in my head, so I'm moving forward with that. It'll be the future groups that are going to be the tough ones, but Gaming Gladiators, if they lose there, that will be a massive upset.
Accelerated schedule. Let's just move those teams on. No, I'm kidding. We got to play the games. Group C. I think these are the two groups where things get really interesting, right? So Carmine Corp, they come out on top. KS7 Fnatic, R8 Esports. What do you thinking happens here?
You're probably expecting a Fnatic R8 rematch.
Yeah.
And one that I think R8 will take on the chin.
Oh, I mean, yeah, look, 3-0 the first time. I mean, you're like, hey, let's
run it back.
Let's run that back. You're totally fine seeing them again. And then we'll take a look at our final group here. Group D, the bracket Heroic. Pretty clean all throughout, right? Nothing too scary there. Jess, are you expecting a big versus dig rematch there in that lower front?
We sort of predicted that's the direction it might go. We might see that rematch, but Group D is the most difficult, D for difficult, for me to predict. So I really don't know where we're going to go with that one. And I'm happy with whatever matchup we get. I just hope it's high quality.
Yeah, I'd like to see that rematch. Again, I thought it was a pretty competitive match the first time. We obviously had a lot of matches here on the Alpha stream, but we also had a lot of matches on the Bravo stream. Let's throw it over to Barney, get a recap of everything that happened there.
Day one of the group stage of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite is now over. Barney and Sandstorm here reporting to you guys. And the last time we saw each other, we reported to you guys after 2 matches had been done. But since then, since the halftime break, what's been going on, Sandstorm?
You know what? It's actually changed a lot. We started off with a flurry of 3-0s, but now we've had a lot of close games. 3-2 between Big and Dignitas. We've also had a 3-2 between Exceed and GG. All these games were incredibly close. And that last one, Carmine Core, the way they took it in the end, honestly, it was a huge surprise, but they deserved it at the end.
It really is, and these games going the distance really is a testament to how good these teams are and why they deserve a spot here at the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. But make sure you back here tomorrow because we have plenty more action, and it's going to get spicy, isn't it, Sandstorm?
Well, we're going to have 4 more teams claiming their spots in the playoffs, so make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, let's take a look at that schedule for tomorrow. It'll be Power kicking things off against Lula, KS7 Fnatic, Falcons against one of the teams that makes it out there on the bottom, and then R8 Esports as well. We kind of covered what we expect with some of those. Any of the early matches, those kind of like loser round ones in some of these groups, are any of them quite interesting to you, at least the ones that we see here?
I want to see more from Alula. Honestly, we heard big scrimbox. You were telling me, Lev giving me the scrimbox, and he's like, I'm hearing things about Alula. Okay, I don't want to hear things, I want to see things, and that's what I want to see tomorrow.
What about you, Lev?
I'm excited to see more from KS7. Of course, a team that sort of got chucked into the competition rather last minute, you'd say, right? And so I'm sure they'll fancy their chances against Fnatic, but again, I wonder how close that one will be.
Yeah, it's Fnatic. I think they got a lot to work on here coming up for tomorrow. Not a lot of time left for them to do that. Let's take a look at the Kadia plays of the day. We had some crazy moments throughout the day. Lots of snipes. Let's take a look as we watch. I mean, this feels like yesterday, but Peterbot was just tearing it up.
Yeah, no, this was really fun to watch. I think we saw a lot of teams try to lock down this tower position, and even though it's not the strongest of spots, right, on the keeper map, as we've identified, Peterbot made it look incredibly good.
Yeah, I think Peterbot being the #1 is no surprise. And then also no surprise following him is Tayson. Big MVP name, a lot will know him, and he had a little smirk at the end of his win as well.
Tayson smiling.
I know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it almost feels weird to kind of see like some of these highlights from Falcons. Like, well, they're gonna have to play tomorrow. You know, you look at some of these plays of the day here, and you're like, oh, this is a team that they're gonna be here on Saturday. We don't know that. They could lose tomorrow.
They could. That would be a big
likely
upset.
thing they wouldn't, but they
we
could
just
happen.
keep everyone in.
That's a great idea.
We can't do that.
Production.
Because if we don't keep everybody in, then we wouldn't be able to crush keys, which tomorrow, that'll be one of the coolest parts. All the keys of the losers will get crushed. You will have people eliminated tomorrow, and you do not want to miss out on that. But that wraps up day 1 here from the Esports World Cup for Fortnite. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for some awesome games. See you then.
You can call me whatever you want.